In the Seven Absolute sect, within the immortal Seed Valley, a new batch of seedlings has been gathered from various ascension cities for a 3-month enlightenment training, after which they will be distributed to different peaks within the sect. Those ranked in the top 50 will become inner disciples, while the top 200 will become outer disciples, and the remaining individuals will serve as miscellaneous servants. Thousands of 14 and 15-year-old youths have congregated in a vast square, their fragmented conversations continuously reaching Su Yuan's ears. He gazes around at the diverse attire of his fellow youths, some clad in resplendent garments, others in tattered clothes, their dispositions varying greatly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Su Yuan utters the 3 soul-searching questions, and a flood of memories rushes forth, causing a throbbing ache in his head. After a considerable time, Su Yuan is struck with astonishment. He has traversed into a realm of cultivation. A wave of exhilaration and excitement surges within him. His previous life's aspiration was to attain immortality and to wield magnificent and powerful spells. Yet, he is acutely aware that the world of cultivation is fraught with peril. From his memories, he learns that on his journey to the Seven Absolute sect, he faced 2 calamities, one involving a demonic beast attack, and another an ambush by rogue cultivators. It is said that some seedlings have perished before even reaching the sect, underscoring the dangers that lurk in the cultivation realm. As Su Yuan continues to sort through his memories, an abrupt silence envelopes the assembly. Caught off guard, he looks up to see an elderly Taoist, who has appeared seemingly out of nowhere, descending gracefully upon a flying sword. The old man exudes the aura of a transcendent being, his hair flowing and robes billowing, embodying the essence of a sage. Su Yuan's eyes gleam with fervor. This is indeed the marvel of flight. The Taoist lands upon the platform, stroking his beard with a serene smile, and proclaims, "I am the master of the immortal Seed Valley. Today, I shall activate the Qi induction array to assist you in embarking upon the path of cultivation. Sit down at once and prepare to enter a meditative state." Such directness. Observing all the youths finding their respective cushions, Su Yuan promptly follows suit. As he contemplates how to induce qi, the old man produces a whisk from his hand, waving it to release thousands of strands of spiritual light upon the assembly. Su Yuan feels a spark of light penetrate his brow, followed by a comprehensive method for qi induction flooding into his mind, which he memorizes instantly. This display of cultivation prowess leaves him in awe. Qi induction array commence. The elder gestures and radiant colors rise around the square, enveloping the entire area. Subsequently, beams of colorful, translucent light descend, encasing each immortal seedling within. Su Yuan senses an immediate stillness around him, the sounds of wind and birds fading away, and his spiritual platform becomes clearer. Aromatic incense of induction. Ignite. The elder waves his hand once more, and 12 long incense sticks appear in his grasp, igniting without flame. With a flick of his sleeve, the incense is deftly inserted into 12 pillars around the square, releasing fragrant aromas that permeate the atmosphere. Su Yuan watches in astonishment. By the time he regains his focus, he notices many youths have already closed their eyes, attempting to induce qi within themselves. I must begin as well. Su Yuan hastily closes his eyes and endeavors to enter a meditative state following the qi induction technique in his mind. However, he finds it challenging to settle his thoughts. Fortunately, the aromatic incense soon envelopes him, and he unwittingly enters a meditative state. In the darkness, he attempts to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Amidst the obscurity, he seems to see small points of red, green, and pale gold. He calls out to these luminous points several times, observing them shift slightly before remaining still, seemingly reluctant to approach him. Before he can successfully beckon them closer, the darkness dissipates, and he awakens. Puzzled, Su Yuan opens his eyes to find the incense on the pillars has burned away. Looking ahead, he notices several youths have gathered behind the elder, keenly observing those still seated in meditation. The standing youths are likely those who have successfully induced qi. Rest for a moment before we commence the second round of qi induction. Master Lan announces calmly, closing his eyes in silence. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yuan reflects on his recent experience. He has sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The next step is to draw this energy into himself. My previous approach was misguided. I should focus on a singular type of energy. The red points signify fire attribute energy. The pale gold denotes metal, and the green represents wood. Which should I choose to absorb? After careful consideration, he resolves that the wood attribute is optimal. Based on his past reading, fire attribute energy tends to be volatile and challenging to control, while metal energy is sharp and stubborn, making absorption difficult. The wood attribute, in contrast, is vibrant yet stable and harmonizes well with life. Just a few moments later, the elder speaks calmly. Very well, let us begin the second round. With a wave of his sleeve, another 12 incense sticks are placed in the pillars. Yuan promptly closes his eyes again. Soon, he finds himself enveloped in darkness once more, and amidst the haze he perceives the red, green, and yellow points of light. Without hesitation, he concentrates his spirit and calls out to the green points. Under his mental guidance, the green lights gradually glide towards him. Remaining calm, he avoids exiting his meditative state in his excitement, slowly drawing them closer. Eventually, several green points make contact with him, and a wave of coolness spreads from his brow, coursing down his meridians, ultimately settling in his lower abdomen. The cool sensation transforms into warmth, igniting a spark of joy within Yuan. Have I succeeded? He suddenly realizes he has once again emerged from the darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he sees the elder smiling at him. Startled, Yuan bows respectfully. Yuan pays his respects to the Valley Master. The elder nods with a smile. Well done, you are the 299th disciple to successfully induce qi. Given your spiritual root, you have made significant progress and demonstrated commendable comprehension. Stand at the back for now. Yes, Yuan replies, performing a bow before obediently moving to the rear. Behind the elder, nearly 300 individuals have gathered, arranged in 6 rows. The first row consists of 50 youths, their expressions radiating clear arrogance, confidence, and pride. The second row displays joy mixed with impatience, their gazes frequently darting towards the first row. The third row appears noticeably more relaxed, devoid of any signs of anxiety. The fourth row bears expressions of mild joy, yet retains a hint of gravity and unease. In contrast, the fifth and sixth rows exhibit unmistakable signs of anxiety and distress. Yuan understands the reason behind this. In 3 months, there will be a cultivation assessment, with the top 50 gaining entry to the inner sect and the top 200 to the outer sect. Although this is merely the beginning, the ability to induce qi provides insight into personal aptitude and comprehension, factors that significantly influence one's cultivation journey. The initial rankings may very well reflect the final standings. Yuan finds himself at the end of the 6th row, his expression tinged with worry as he gazes at the disciples still immersed in meditation. He sighs inwardly, realizing that he has merely struck a fortunate chord in reality. His cultivation talent may rank even lower. If this continues, it seems inevitable that he will become a miscellaneous servant, a fate too grim to contemplate, burdened with endless chores and meager benefits. The disciples in the 5th row might still have a chance to break into the top 200, while he, languishing at the second to last position in the 6th row, appears destined to miss out on becoming an outer disciple. What shall he do? A notification flashed before Yuan's eyes, proclaiming a rise in his reputation. Reputation? He quickly glanced around, particularly at the sect leader, who remained oblivious to his subtle change, and noticed that none of the disciples nearby seemed to react either. Cautiously, he began to explore the recent shift within himself. Soon, a system panel materialized in his mind. Name: Yuan region, Chinka continent level, unknown 1100 realm, Qi refining stage, first layer 0-100 entry 1, to be chosen entry 2, to be unlocked. Yuan blinked in confusion upon seeing the designation in the level category. Could it be that the system's method of advancement relied on reputation? In the realm of cultivation, fame often equated to peril. The more renowned one became, the swifter their demise, particularly without formidable strength. Fame could lead to one's downfall. System? Could you provide an explanation? His inquiry fell on deaf ears, indicating that this system might lack intelligence. Su Yuan tentatively touched entry 1, and 3 segments of text appeared before him. He surveyed the other disciples once more, confirming that none had noticed his peculiar behavior, and proceeded to examine the options closely. Choose one entry late bloomer. Your fate is that of a late bloomer. As you approach the end of your lifespan, your cultivation speed accelerates, and the probability of breakthroughs significantly increases. Work and rest balance. You excel in balancing work and rest. The longer your rest periods, the more effective your cultivation becomes. Swordsmanship prodigy. You possess remarkable talent. In swordsmanship, your speed of sword training increases, and comprehension improves. Point 3 to choose from. Su Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The first option was quite favorable. What is the most challenging aspect of cultivation? Is it the speed of progress? No, it is breaking through bottlenecks. The late bloomer trait inherently includes the effect of overcoming obstacles, significantly enhancing one's chances of success. If he could safely reach the end of his lifespan, breaking through would hardly pose a challenge. However, this is the realm of cultivation. How many among 10 can hope to live until their lives end? While this entry is appealing, it is too late-game oriented. The third option is also enticing. Sword cultivators are prestigious within the realm, excelling in both attack power and speed. Yet, sword cultivation has always evoked a sense of fragility and brevity. Moreover, this entry would not yield results in the early stages, as he could not yet engage in spell cultivation, making foundational practices paramount. Presently, he yearned to obtain the status of an outer disciple, unwilling to toil excessively. Had already served as a laborer in his past life, and he had no desire to do so again. Thus, he chose the second entry, work and rest balance. Work and rest balance. You excel in balancing work and rest. The longer your rest periods, the more effective your cultivation becomes. This entry suited him perfectly, facilitating early cultivation while proving advantageous for spell training in the mid-game, and should also assist in overcoming bottlenecks. Plus, it allowed for some laziness, a fitting choice for his initial phase. Upon selecting the second entry, the other options vanished, and work and rest balance appeared on the system panel. A quarter of an hour later, the second round of incense burning concluded. The disciples standing behind the sect leader had reached the 9th row, with nearly 500 successfully channeling qi into their bodies. Over 500 others remained unable to do so, forced to stay put and await the third round. The sect leader summoned a young disciple, entrusting him with 12 incense sticks to oversee the next round of qi channeling. Then, he addressed the successful disciples with a satisfied smile. Now, I shall lead you to the scripture pavilion to select your foundational cultivation methods. As he waved his hand, a cascade of azure light enveloped the group. Su Yuan felt a sudden lightness as if weightless, and the gnawing hunger in his belly vanished, leaving him rejuvenated. Ah, the convenience of cultivation. Su Yuan mused inwardly. The elder ascended into the air, soaring towards a building several hundred meters away. The over 500 disciples naturally followed, soon arriving before a structure bearing the inscription Scripture Pavilion. Disciples from the first row may enter. The elder gestured to the crowd. The first 50 disciples entered with composed demeanor, eliciting envious glances from the remaining disciples. Once the elder entered, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. I hear this batch of seedlings includes 2 with exceptional spirit roots. One has dual exceptional roots, named Yi Bu Fan, and the other possesses 3 exceptional roots called Lu Mu Wan. Unfortunately, neither has single roots, making the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage challenging. You concern yourself with others when you, with your mid-tier 4 roots, can't even break through to foundation establishment. At least that's better than low-tier roots. Others murmured to themselves, I must enter the outer sect, otherwise it will take me 8 or 9 years to reach the 4th layer of qi refining. In the outer sect, it would only take 3 years. A step ahead, every step matters. May I be fortunate enough to select a profound level technique. Some began to pray for favorable choices in the upcoming selection of cultivation methods. Su Yuan listened quietly, sensing the palpable tension among the disciples, particularly in his own 6th row and the 5th row ahead. Each seemed to harbor a fierce determination to break into the top 200 by the end of the 3rd month. A sense of competition permeated the air even before cultivation had truly begun. The disparity between the outer sect and the miscellaneous disciples was staggering. The differences spanned task burdens, resource availability, diverse techniques, and guidance from seniors. Even Su Yuan felt an urgent desire to join the outer sect. After a while, the 50 disciples from the first row began to emerge one by one. Excited chatter erupted from their ranks. Wow, Yi Bufan obtained an exceptional earth deer technique. Incredible. The other disciple, with exceptional roots, also acquired a superior earth deer technique. How imbibit? The exclamations continued as the two exceptional spirit root disciples stood proudly at the forefront, with Yi Bufan exuding an air of unparalleled charisma. Among the superior spirit root disciples, several had also secured inferior earth deer techniques, attracting envious glances, while most superior spirit root disciples only received exceptional profound level techniques. Although these techniques were exclusively for chi refining, they differed significantly. Higher tier techniques not only promised greater potential, but also offered substantial enhancements to early-stage cultivation efficiency, with some allowing for speed increases of several times and facilitating the solidification of spiritual energy far beyond the capabilities of ordinary techniques. Disciple from the second row, please enter. The elder's voice resonated from within the building. The second row disciples, filled with trepidation, stepped inside. As Su Yuan gazed at the scripture pavilion, someone nudged him from the side. He turned to find a richly clad youth. "Hey kid, what's your name?" The youth inquired, tilting his head back. "Su Yuan, and you?" Su Yuan replied. "I'm Zhang Wei, the sixth young master of the Zhang family, which specializes in the business of magical artifacts." The youth boasted with pride. After a brief pause, seeing no further elaboration, Su Yuan scratched his head and asked, "And then?" Zhang Wei was taken aback. Su Yuan's reaction was not what he expected. Wasn't he supposed to flatter him immediately? "My family's business is substantial, with daily revenues exceeding 10,000 spirit stones." Zhang Wei persisted. "How many spirit stones do you have on you now?" Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. "None." "Uft. Liar." Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Zhang Wei anxiously exclaimed, "No, this is the rule of Xianyao Valley. External items are strictly prohibited." "Fine, I will temporarily take your word for it. So what do you mean by all this?" Su Yuan decided to be direct. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment, leaning closer and whispering, "Xianyao Valley distributes fragmented spirit stones every day. I would like you to give me your fragmented spirit stones, and I will return them to you 1,000-fold once we are outside." Noticing Su Yuan's lack of response, he continued, "You are currently far from meeting the threshold for becoming an outer disciple. Since it is impossible for you to become one, you can only settle for being a servant disciple. Wouldn't it be splendid to exchange some worthless fragmented spirit stones for precious low-grade spirit stones?" Fragmented spirit stones are mere shards of spirit stones, containing minimal spiritual energy, thus possessing exceedingly low value. 100 of them equate to a single complete stone. Zhang Wei usually disregarded them. Yet within Xianyao Valley, they're the most coveted resources for cultivation. Su Yuan expressed his surprise. "Is there no oversight from above?" On the surface, there is indeed regulation, but behind the scenes, they turn a blind eye. This policy actually provides an opportunity for those of lesser aptitude to acquire spirit stones to navigate the initial stages of cultivation, subtly supporting these disciples. Hence, it is tacitly approved by the higher-ups, testing the disciples' social skills, adaptability, and future planning, among other things. "Who taught you this?" "My brother," Zhang Wei blurted out, quickly realizing his mistake. I discovered it myself." Su Yuan regarded him with skepticism. Zhang Wei's face flushed slightly. "You can't just ask me alone. There are over 800 servant disciples." Su Yuan replied, "On average, if you can bring in 4 or 5, that would suffice. For safety, 20 would be ideal." Zhang Wei stated earnestly. "Is it really possible to rally such support?" Su Yuan thought to himself, feeling a sense of disbelief. The situation was more challenging than he had anticipated. He aimed to enter the outer sect, where resources would not be relinquished so easily. He previously believed that merely talent and comprehension were sufficient, but now it appeared he had been overly simplistic. Without a background or talent, how could he expect others to invest in him? What a stark reality the world of cultivation is. "I can only hope that my attributes yield some effect," Su Yuan mused inwardly. He shook his head at Zhang Wei, saying, "I'm sorry, but I aim to enter the outer sect. Zhang Wei looked at Su Yuan in astonishment, his expression clearly skeptical. I possess a dual low-grade spiritual root. I still have a chance. What about you? Zhang Wei shook his head. Was it a blatant disregard? Su Yuan cast a glance at the system panel. Name: Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level, unknown 1100 realm. Qi refining stage 10100 attribute 1. Work-life balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better your cultivation results. Current rest period, 0.8 hours attribute 2. To be unlocked, Su Yuan regained his composure. With the system in place, becoming an outer disciple should be an effortless endeavor. In fact, if he played his cards right, entering the inner sect was not beyond the realm of possibility. His confidence surged. Zhang Wei eyed Su Yuan with curiosity before re-engaging with others. After conversing with Su Yuan, Zhang Wei appeared to find his footing, successfully negotiating with several others. Su Yuan could clearly see the smug smile on Zhang Wei's face. Is this what it means to be a wealthy, second-generation cultivator? Aside from Zhang Wei, others engaged in similar dealings were also present. It seemed wealth was abundant. Before long, it was the turn of the sixth row of disciples. Su Yuan followed the crowd into the scripture repository. Contrary to his expectations, the interior was filled with dim orbs of light, numbering in the thousands. The Valley Master announced, "You may touch the luminous orbs based on the quality and quantity of your spiritual roots. A bright glow signifies your eligibility to cultivate that particular technique. The brighter the glow, the better the cultivation effect you may now choose." Su Yuan was taken aback. This is how one cultivates? He observed disciples already touching the orbs, which emitted a faint glow. Zhang Wei calmly advanced to the area designated for those with a golden water spiritual root, swiftly touching each orb as he passed, moving at a remarkable pace. Su Yuan approached the area for fire, gold, and wood spiritual roots, noticing descriptions beneath the orbs. Some pertain to single fire attribute techniques, while others encompassed dual attributes of fire and wood, and there were even those with triple attributes. Su Yuan touched each orb in turn. Some glowed brightly, while others remained dim, yet there was a noticeable trend towards increasing brightness. Upon reaching 1/5 of the area, the brightness peaked, then gradually diminished beyond that point. Su Yuan understood that the techniques further along required progressively higher qualifications, naturally leading to a decrease in compatibility. Logically, as a transmigrator, Su Yuan should continue forward, selecting a high-level technique which would incite the elder's dissatisfaction and attract the attention of many disciples, thereby elevating his reputation. This would unlock the second attribute in the system, accelerating his cultivation and leaving a lasting impression on others, creating a cycle of fame. And then, demise. Su Yuan cast a deep glance into the depths of the scripture repository and turned back. Returning near the area of peak brightness, he discovered the three most luminous orbs: the single wood attribute technique burning wood technique, the dual gold and fire attribute technique refining spirit technique, and the tri-tribute technique burning wood refining spirit technique. Su Yuan regarded the names of these techniques with curiosity, wondering why there was a split version. Naturally, he would choose the complete version. He stood before the burning wood refining spirit technique, pressing his forehead against it. In the next moment, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, causing a slight headache. Fortunately, it was merely a simple memory. The astonishing cultivation methods allowed him to instantly comprehend the technique's contents. Yellow-grade premium technique burning wood refining spirit technique. The technique's rank was only yellow-grade, but it was still premium. He had seen many with middle-grade spiritual roots select yellow-grade techniques. Once you have made your selection, you may leave. The Valley Master's voice echoed in Su Yuan's ears. He promptly exited, bowing respectfully to the Valley Master, just in time to spot Zhang Wei at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up, asking, "What grade of technique did you choose?" "Yellow grade premium." Su Yuan smiled. "I selected a low-grade mysterious technique, and it turns out it suits me perfectly. This solidifies my position as an outer disciple." Zhang Wei beamed, his face radiating evident pride. Su Yuan's smile faded as he turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me." Chapter 3. Astonishing training effects. Su Yuan slightly slowed his pace, while Zhang Wei cheerfully followed suit. The two returned to their ranks together. Once Zhang Wei stood still, he began to flaunt the profound-level cultivation technique he had selected to those around him, drawing the attention of several low-grade, spiritual root disciples. Zhang Wei wore a triumphant expression. However, the observant Su Yuan noticed that a few disciples cast unfriendly glances at Zhang Wei. Most of the disciples were immersed in comprehending their techniques, their scrolls fluttering in the air. Su Yuan, however, did not engage in the contemplation of techniques. He was still accumulating a balance between work and rest. After all, contemplating techniques could also be considered a form of cultivation, right? He engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, you should take note. The seventh disciple to your left seems rather displeased with you. Su Yuan quietly warned. Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, was about to turn his head to look. Su Yuan stopped him. Don't look over. It might alarm the snake in the grass. Feigning indifference, Zhang Wei cast a cursory glance in that direction and disdainfully replied, "Oh, it's that young scion from the Zhou family. We come from the same cultivation city. I didn't realize he had better talent than I do. He must be envious of me for not having selected a profound-level technique." While there are also the 3rd, 7th, and 15th of the 5th row, and the 9th of the 6th row, the 25th as well, all of whom appear to have some grievances against you, Su Yuan continued. Zhang Wei's expression immediately became uneasy, and his triumphant demeanor diminished significantly as he grumbled. Is it really necessary? Su Yuan reminded him, moreover, have you not noticed that many of the disciples who acquire techniques are quietly meditating on them? Even the elite spiritual roots in the 1st row are diligently contemplating. You are at the very end of the 6th row. How can you lack awareness? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei deliberately observed and found that, indeed, as Su Yuan had pointed out, many disciples were silently pondering their techniques. Within the seemingly noisy crowd, there were few who engaged in conversation. With such talent and diligence, how can I, with a low-grade spiritual root, possibly hold my ground? Zhang Wei's face darkened. He promptly closed his eyes to meditate on his technique. Not long after, he opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Su Yuan still looking around aimlessly, showing no intention of contemplating his technique. Why are you not meditating on your technique? Zhang Wei inquired. Su Yuan shrugged. I've already resigned myself to my fate. My talent is too poor, and without a background, effort seems futile. I simply cannot enter the outer sect, so there is no harm in taking my time. Unlike you, who must strive to enter the outer sect. How can you afford to be lax? Zhang Wei. This reasoning was quite reasonable. Yet Zhang Wei felt that something was amiss without being able to articulate it. After several rounds, the Valley Master finally emerged from the scripture pavilion. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of beams of light fell into the hands of the disciples. Su Yuan found himself holding a jade token inscribed with the number 299. The Valley Master announced, "This is your disciple token, as well as the key to a nearby dwelling. You may return to rest today. Your rooms have been prepared with various items, including disciple clothing, a map of the valley, today's resources, and a manual for cultivating in the immortal seed valley. Starting tomorrow, there will be high-ranking disciples in the lecture hall to explain various techniques and answer questions. Announcements will be posted in advance, and you may choose whether to attend. In 10 days, there will be the first assessment of your cultivation levels, so I hope you're all aware of your standings." After finishing his speech, the elder cast a gaze over the crowd and then soared into the air, vanishing like a streak of white light, leaving Su Yuan envious of his grace. The crowd erupted in excitement, noise filling the air. Su Yuan noticed Zhang Wei engaged in conversation with a few others, evidently discussing previous transactions. He shook his head, exchanged a brief farewell with Zhang Wei, and proceeded straight to his residence. Halfway there, 5 individuals blocked his path. "Friend, I am Zhou Wuyo. My family is engaged in the pill business, and we have many elders in the sect. You understand, right? Stay with me, and you will have an abundance of pills and spirit stones," boasted a slightly plump youth. Su Yuan replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, but I have already made arrangements with someone else." "Is it Zhang Wei?" The youth scoffed. "Yes, just a headstrong fool. What use is it to follow him? When the time comes, he won't be able to protect you from bullying." Su Yuan frowned. There was a hint of threat in that statement. I'm very sorry, Su Yuan said, lowering his gaze. A flicker of irritation crossed Zhou Wuyo's chubby face, and his companions glared angrily. Will you reconsider? Zhou Wuyo asked, his expression unchanged. Su Yuan shook his head. Zhou Wuyo scrutinized Su Yuan for a moment before turning away. The four disciples behind him snorted disdainfully and followed Zhou Wuyo as they departed. Su Yuan watched their retreating figures in silence, pondering. Had they already begun forming cliques upon entering the sect? Surely, this was under the watchful eyes of the sect's higher-ups. Would they not intervene? Shaking his head, he continued forward, and no one else approached him. He successfully located his residence, which was a standalone house complete with a small courtyard, internal training room, bedroom, restroom, shower, and kitchen, all of which brought Su Yuan great satisfaction. He took a refreshing shower, changed into new clothes, and lay down in bed, drifting into a deep sleep. This day's events had indeed left him quite fatigued. Meanwhile, the other disciples were not so quick to sleep. Zhang Wei collected a total of 13 portions of cultivation resources from various disciples, which amounted to 13 spirit stone shards. Though this quantity was quite meager, it could significantly aid in the early stages of cultivation, potentially boosting progress by 30 to 40%. Zhang Wei returned to his residence, brimming with joy, and immediately dove into the training room to begin practicing his new technique. A night passed without incident. In the morning, Su Yuan rose, feeling invigorated. After washing up, he contemplated the fasting pill in his hand. While perusing the items provided by the sect, he had unexpectedly discovered the fasting pill, which allowed one to abstain from food for an entire day with just a single dose. It appeared to be a daily allocation, part of the cultivation resources. Curious about the taste of this pill, he popped it into his mouth and began to chew, only to be met with a wave of bitterness that quickly spread throughout his mouth. He hurriedly gulped down several sips of water, but the bitter taste lingered stubbornly. This is a bit outrageous. The flavor is absolutely dreadful. Su Yuan pulled out the map of the valley, beginning his search for the cafeteria. After a lengthy search, however, he found no trace of it. Knock, knock. Su Yuan, are you up? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. It was Zhang Wei's voice. I'm coming. Su Yuan replied as he got up and opened the door. Zhang Wei entered with a triumphant grin, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. What good news do you bring so early in the morning? Su Yuan inquired. Zhang Wei's smile widened. After a night of cultivation, I have successfully harnessed 15 strands of spiritual energy. What about you? How many strands do you have? Su Yuan replied, well, how many do you think I should have? Zhang Wei speculated. I guess you've only managed to circulate 3 cycles, resulting in 3 strands of spiritual energy? Su Yuan nodded. You are quite astute. Zhang Wei patted his shoulder. No worries, don't be disheartened. My talent surpasses yours. My technique is stronger. My resources are abundant. And my diligence and practice far exceeds yours. It's perfectly normal for my results to be 4 or 5 times better. You certainly know how to offer comfort. Su Yuan ritorti samwitenoith. Ha! This time, I am certain to enter the outer sect. Zhang Wei grinned broadly. I'm going back to cultivate. See you. Zhang Wei waved goodbye, strutting away with an air of self-satisfaction. Su Yuan turned and entered the training room, directing his gaze towards his system panel. Name, Su Yuan region. Chinka continent level. Obscure, 1-100, realm. Chi refinement stage 1, 0-100, entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest, the more effective your cultivation. Current rest duration, 7 hours. Su Yuan settled into a meditative position, a fragment of spirit stone appearing in his hand. He then closed his eyes and began to thoroughly comprehend the burning with spirit refining technique. As he meticulously deciphered the text of the technique, a flash of white light flickered across the entry for balance of work and rest on the system panel, instantly resetting his rest duration to 0. Simultaneously, Su Yuan's mind became remarkably clear, and the previously obscure and convoluted content of the technique was swiftly grasped and assimilated. The process of cultivating the first layer of the technique became vividly lucid. In the first layer of Qi refinement, one must expend spiritual power to construct 3 spiritual orifices. Typically, The first orifice requires merely 100 strands of spiritual power for successful establishment, while the second demands 200 strands, and the third necessitates 300 to 400 strands. However, this is merely the simplest method. The burning wood spirit refining technique encompasses techniques for crafting orifices, specifically by cultivating the 3 attributes of fire, wood, and metal spiritual power. During the construction process, wood spiritual power serves as fuel, igniting fire spiritual power to impact the orifice, while metal spiritual power reinforces and stabilizes it. Such operations can reduce the consumption of resources by 20%, and with mastery, even more can be saved. Insights flashed through Su Yuan's mind, and within a short span, his understanding of the technique reached a foundational level. Once he clarified his thoughts, he began to formally operate the technique, adjusting his breathing, using the initial strand of spiritual power from his dantian to initiate the circulation of energy. As the spiritual energy in the air circulated with his technique, it flowed through his breath and pores, entering his body and joining the process of meridian operation. Initially, Su Yuan appeared somewhat clumsy, but in no time, he rapidly became familiar with the technique's operation. The previously erratic flow within his meridians quickly improved, and he effortlessly surpassed several obstacles as if aided by divine intervention. Upon completion of the energy circulation, the solitary incomplete strand of wood's spiritual power in his dantian transformed into 3 complete strands, representing wood, fire, and metal attributes. Su Yuan was astonished. According to Zhang Wei, 1 complete circulation would only condense a single strand of spiritual power, yet he had achieved 3 in one go. With renewed focus, Su Yuan initiated a second circulation. This time, he channeled all 3 strands of spiritual power into his meridians. During the energy circulation, the 3 strands intertwined and yet remained distinct, the leading edge resembling a triangular spiral dashing forward, while the rear formed a tricolored rope, providing robust propulsion. The spiritual energy in the air and from the shard of spirit stone surged into Su Yuan's body at an accelerated pace. His circulation of energy rapidly refined this influx into his personal spiritual power. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuan's circulation transcended the realm of a novice, and any experienced observer would undoubtedly be astounded. At the moment the circulation concluded, the spiritual power returning to his dantian totaled 12 strands. Su Yuan was equally taken aback. Undeterred, he proceeded to execute a third circulation. This time, he endeavored to harness even more spiritual power, ultimately discovering that he could still only utilize 3 strands. Nonetheless, he maintained a steady circulation. Just as he was about to conclude, he felt a heaviness encroach upon his mind, and the control over his spiritual power became slightly sluggish. He realized that the effect of the entry had ended. Fortunately, the timing was just right. He continued the circulation for 2 more breaths, enveloping the spiritual power as it returned to his dantian. His spiritual power increased by 9 strands once more, bringing the total to 21 strands, surpassing the cultivation achievements of Zhang Wei after a night of arduous training. Chapter 4. The inspiration of lectures. Su Yuan glanced at the clock in the training room and realized that over an hour had passed, precisely about 0:08 of time unit. Suddenly enlightened, he understood that the time required to enhance his cultivation efficacy was 1/10 of his rest period. With this revelation, Su Yuan felt a sense of clarity. Looking down, he noticed that the fragments of spiritual stones had turned to dust, their efficacy crucial. Otherwise, the duration for his third cycle of energy circulation would have been insufficient. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan decided to attempt self-cultivation. However, upon initiating the technique, trouble arose. He could only operate the cycle with a strand of spiritual energy as the foundation, rendering the powerful 3-in-1 effect unattainable. Even with a mere strand of energy, his technique operated at a pace half as slow as before. Upon concluding the circulation, he received an additional strand of half-complete spiritual energy, 1 complete strand, and 1 incomplete strand. Although the efficacy had diminished considerably, it still surpassed that of other inferior spiritual roots. Relieved, Su Yuan noted that despite the cool down of the technique, The cultivation experience remained intact. He would not forget due to the cool down. His proficiency with the technique had significantly improved. With continued practice in controlling his spiritual energy and mastering the cycle, he could eventually achieve the effects activated by the technique, provided he had adequate resources. Simultaneously, Su Yuan noticed another issue. During the cycle, due to his inexperience, he had inflicted considerable damage on his meridians. Now, they were aching and swollen, indicating he could not continue cultivating and would need to rest for half a time unit. The effects of the technique were indeed extraordinary, enhancing his cultivation from various aspects. Choosing this technique was undoubtedly the right decision. Just then, a bright light emanated from a corner of the training room, signaling someone knocking at the door. Su Yuan exited the training room and found Zhang Wei peering curiously into the courtyard. Puzzled, Su Yuan asked, "Zhang Wei, are you not cultivating? I just saw a notice at the lecture hall indicating that an intersect senior brother is coming to give a lecture. Would you like to join me?" "Oh, is that so? I happen to have some free time." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. The two made their way toward the lecture hall. On their way, Su Yuan spotted Zhou Wuyo again, this time accompanied by 7 disciples, exuding an imposing presence. Upon noticing Su Yuan and Zhang Wei, Zhou Wuyo's eyes flashed with disdain. "Step aside," Zhou Wuyo commanded. Su Yuan and Zhang Wei could only stand aside and watch as Zhou Wuyo and his entourage moved past. How arrogant! Zhang Wei's anger flared. "If there weren't so many of them, I would have fought him right away." Su Yuan asked, "Did you not recruit any followers yourself?" Zhang Wei was taken aback and replied, "When did I recruit followers? Weren't you the one who sought people to obtain spiritual fragments?" Su Yuan inquired. "That was merely a transaction. I will repay them 1,000-fold in the future. Recruiting followers requires giving them more spiritual stones. I'm not foolish." Zhang Wei boasted. "Did your brother teach you this?" Zhang Wei smirked slightly. "Does it even need teaching? I understood it at a glance." Su Yuan replied, "All right, let us proceed to the lecture." They soon arrived at the lecture hall. This was the first lecture, and many attendees had gathered, but there were only 360 seats available. Fortunately, they arrived on time and found empty seats in the last row. Before long, the hall filled up. The doors of the lecture hall closed, leaving latecomers to regretfully depart. A figure soared in on a sword above the hall, performing a 720-degree low flip before gracefully settling on the podium like a falling leaf, revealing a young man with a strikingly handsome appearance. "Another show-off," Zhang Wei exclaimed enviously. Su Yuan nodded. These cultivators seemed to relish in their dramatic entrances, perhaps aiming to evoke admiration in their disciples. "Greetings, junior disciples. I am the intersect senior brother, Zhuge Jian, at the pinnacle of Qi refinement stage 9, ready to break through to foundation establishment at any moment. Today, I will deliver the first lesson on the path of Qi cultivation. Qi originates from the heavens and the earth, giving rise to all things, flowing unpredictably, cycling eternally, gathering yet never dispersing." Zhuge Jian began his lecture, his challenging words falling into Su Yuan's ears like an enigma. Su Yuan listened bewildered, sensing that this lecture differed significantly from his expectations. He turned to Zhang Wei, who appeared deep in thought. Looking around, he noticed some individuals were enraptured, while others, like himself, wore expressions of confusion. Soon, Su Yuan discerned a pattern. The skin of certain attendees revealed their understanding. Those with delicate skin grasped the concepts, while those with coarse, dark skin struggled. The issue lay not in the skin, but rather in their familial backgrounds. Disciples from affluent families had undergone extensive education, making comprehension far easier. Conversely, those from impoverished backgrounds often could not read and relied on forced memorization through cultivation techniques, exposing their limitations when it came time to attend lectures. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan was a poor student in both this life and his past. Unconsciously, he glanced at the technique's status, but upon seeing that it had not accumulated for long, he abandoned the thought of activating it. Gradually, he began to drift off, lost in reverie. Uncertain how much time passed, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Startled, Su Yuan turned to Zhang Wei, who looked at him with exasperation and pointed ahead. Su Yuan observed that the lecture hall had emptied significantly, With the inner sect senior brother having departed and many disciples already gone. Is it finished? What do you think? Over an hour has passed. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan asked, "How much did you comprehend?" "About 2 or 3/10." Zhang Wei replied proudly, mainly because senior brother Zhuge's lecture was quite profound. The latter part was overly advanced. Nevertheless, I took notes and will reflect on them during my cultivation. With time, I might gain further insights. In this regard, I believe my understanding isn't far from that of high-quality spiritual roots. I am confident in my comprehension. My brother even praises my insight. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. Then congratulations are in order. Zhang Wei consoled him. I know you didn't understand much, so do not be disheartened. Even if you grasped everything, it would only enhance your cultivation speed by 2 or 3/10 at most, which wouldn't significantly impact you. He laughed heartily. Su Yuan glanced at him and remarked, "Has anyone ever told you that you are quite annoying? I think I understand why so many people find you intolerable." Zhang Wei sighed. "I merely enjoy speaking the truth. I understand the reasoning. I am just, pure-hearted and kind, you see? Let us go." Su Yuan turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me." The two walked side by side on their return, with Zhang Wei eagerly recounting the lecture's content, his face still adorned with a smug expression. Su Yuan listened to a few remarks and began to grasp some concepts. On their way back, Su Yuan collected cultivation resources, which included a fasting pill, a fragment of spiritual stone, and a vial of spiritual water for nourishing the meridians. Upon entering, Su Yuan noticed Zhang Wei seeking resources from others again. He shook his head and returned to his room. Glancing at the system panel, he noted work and rest combined. Rest time, 1, 8-time units. After some contemplation, Su Yuan decided to wait for an hour. Once his rest time reached 3-time units, he activated the technique. He intended to test its effects, examining whether the enhancement in cultivation efficacy was linear or nonlinear with increased rest time. This time, he would observe the effects after 3-time units. And for the next trial, he would assess 6-time units, allowing him to draw a more accurate conclusion. However, at the moment he activated the entry, a multitude of teachings from the inner sect's senior disciple spontaneously emerged in his mind. Although he had not paid close attention during the lecture, his mind had passively absorbed those words, and now they all came rushing back. What originally seemed obscure to Su Yuan became somewhat clearer. And in conjunction with Zhang Wei's earlier statements, comprehension became significantly easier. His understanding of the cultivation techniques was deepening slowly yet steadily. Su Yuan had not anticipated that the concept of balancing work and rest would yield such an effect. However, this was not the time to digest these insights. He promptly began to circulate his energy and engage in cultivation. To his surprise, this time, he could still only circulate a wisp of spiritual energy, yet the process was remarkably smooth. Upon completing the circulation, he successfully gained an additional 2 wisps of spiritual energy. The result was somewhat superior to his previous efforts, with a considerable reduction in overall time spent and minimal damage to his meridians. It seemed that the effects of 3 hours were indeed commendable, though they paled in comparison to the outcomes of over 8 hours. With a bit of time remaining, Su Yuan turned back to reflect on the content of the lecture. After a few minutes, he exited the entry state, and his mind became somewhat muddled once again. In truth, exiting the entry state did not impair his mental clarity. Rather, it was an illusion born from the contrast to the heightened state he had just experienced. Su Yuan recalled the sensation of activating the entry state, pondering deeply. If he were to equate the cultivation state of balancing work and rest to a minor epiphany, then the more he accumulated in his daily life, the better his cultivation results would undoubtedly be. This accumulation did not require deliberate contemplation. Passive experiences sufficed, such as daydreaming during lectures, perusing light reading, or appreciating the beauty of nature. All these elements could transform into accumulation, serving as nourishment for his cultivation during those minor epiphanies. Just as he had grasped 50% of the essence of the inner sect's senior disciples' teachings, he estimated that his next cultivation session could enhance his effectiveness by 10%, a delightful, unexpected gain. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding of the techniques for utilizing the entries. With a thought, he stepped outside. Before long, he arrived at a building, the library pavilion. The library pavilion differed significantly from the scripture pavilion, despite the slight variation in their names. The scripture pavilion housed cultivation methods, techniques, and spells, all of which required contribution points or spirit stones for exchange. The previous selection of techniques was merely a newcomer benefit. The library pavilion, in contrast, contained a vast collection of books, including cultivation insights, biographies, cultural anecdotes, poetry, and various literary forms, an eclectic assortment that required no contribution points to access, serving as a benefit for the sect. Upon entering the library pavilion, Su Yuan noticed an older disciple, clad in the garb of a junior servant, dozing off. "Senior brother?" Su Yuan called out. The elder disciple awoke, yawned, glanced at Su Yuan's disciple token, and said, "Feel free to look around, just don't make a mess." "Thank you, senior brother." Su Yuan bowed politely and began to peruse the contents of the library pavilion. The elder disciple observed him discreetly, reflecting inwardly, he just joined the sect. And he is here reading casual books? It seems he has no intention of progressing to the outer sect. Has he already given up after just one day? I, too, toiled for 3 months in the beginning. He began to reminisce about the past. Chapter 5. The book-loving Su Yuan as Su Yuan reminisced. An unnoticeable length of time slipped by. Qin, slightly puzzled, glanced at the darkening sky. It had grown quite late. He then turned his gaze inward. Where the young lad was still engrossed in perusing various books, deeply absorbed in his reading. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the title of one book, 36 Culinary Techniques for the Qingling Rabbit. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. This boy. Clearing his throat, Qin called out, "Junior brother, although there are many miscellaneous books here, there are also some valuable texts on cultivation. For instance, the 7th book on the 7th shelf is titled Detailed Explanation of the Green Wood Technique. It contains an in-depth analysis of wood-based cultivation methods. While the green wood technique is merely a low-grade yellow technique, understanding its principles can enhance your cultivation, as the foundational concepts therein apply universally. It is always beneficial to explore. As for the book in your hands, who taught you that?" "I." Qin shot a glare at Su Yuan. "You rascal." Su Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies, it slipped out. I'll take a look now." "Indeed, there are many such books. You must search diligently and cultivate a discerning eye." Qin smiled with satisfaction, sensing a legacy taking shape. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he observed Su Yuan flipping through the pages of the book he had found, akin to thumbing through illustrations. In no time, he had perused the entire volume and returned it to the shelf, then began searching again. He soon pinpointed another book titled The Beginning and End of Opening 100 Orifices, which was also beneficial for cultivation. Yet, Qin noticed once more that Su Yuan was flipping through books at a rapid pace, his manner suggesting playfulness rather than earnest study. Qin closed his eyes and sighed. Truly, a decayed wood cannot be carved. Who are you talking about? Su Yuan inquired. Qin's eyes widened as he realized Su Yuan had somehow approached him. "Brother, may I borrow these books to read at home?" Su Yuan asked, clutching several volumes, the first of which bore the title A Few Matters of the Red Mansion. Qin frowned. "You cannot take them out. Return them." "What a pity. I must return tomorrow," Su Yuan lamented, placing the books back in their rightful places. As Su Yuan was about to exit the library, a voice called from behind. "What is your name?" "I am Su Yuan, brother." "All right, I will remember you." Ping. Reputation 1. Surprised, Su Yuan turned to see the brother had already closed his eyes again, dozing off. He pondered quietly as he returned to his dormitory. After resting for a while, when the rest period reached 6 hours, he resumed his cultivation attempts. Initially, the material he had read during the day flooded back into his mind, with previously overlooked content now vividly recalled and swiftly memorized. His understanding of cultivation gradually deepened, as if he had grasped some insights, though they remained fragmented. Not overly concerned, Su Yuan set those thoughts aside and began to circulate his energy. During this cycle, he finally managed to initiate the process with 3 strands of spiritual energy and employed the triangular rotation technique. However, once the cycle concluded, His energy had only increased by 5 strands. This was a result of his enhanced control. It seemed that the longer the rest period, the more effective the cultivation. But there must be a limit. Otherwise, that would be truly extraordinary. Muttering to himself, Su Yuan exited his meditative state and promptly fell asleep. Morning arrived, and Su Yuan woke naturally, leisurely completing his morning routine before staring at the fasting pill. This pill was truly unpalatable. Holding his nose, he swallowed it with water, this time without chewing, yet the bitter taste lingered. How unfortunate! Why couldn't he, the alchemist, add a bit of sugar? Contemplating the possibility of becoming an alchemist himself, he soon realized it was not feasible at present. He then pondered where to acquire fresh ingredients and seasonings, only to find that he didn't even have a single shard of spiritual stone left. There was no money to purchase anything, even if a market existed. Just as he sighed in despair, Zhang Wei came to visit. Su Yuan had anticipated this, leaving the door ajar. Zhang Wei pushed the door open with a beaming smile. Hey, what delightful news do you bring today? Su Yuan inquired. Ha ha, guess how many strands of spiritual energy I have in my dantian now? 30 strands? Su Yuan guessed. 35, Zhang Wei proclaimed, hands on his hips. I secretly inquired, and that fool Zhou has only condensed 18 strands of energy. And he is strutting around like a peacock. Look at him, he has never seen the world before. TSK, it's no surprise that I, with my profound technique, excel. Combined with my inferior dual spirit roots and exceptional comprehension, my cultivation speed is likely on par with the best among mid-grade spirit roots. Zhang Wei's pride was palpable, and he had specifically come to flaunt it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan found it curious that Zhang Wei only sought him out to boast, never bothering with others. In truth, Zhang Wei himself was unsure why he felt this way. He simply sensed that Su Yuan was different from the rest, unique in some indescribable manner. Perhaps it was because Su Yuan was a transmigrator who, unlike others, held no subservient attitude towards those with backgrounds, treating everyone equally. Coupled with the support of a system, his confidence was robust, and he often introduced new terminology, piquing Zhang Wei's curiosity. Su Yuan assessed his own spiritual energy, which stood at 30 strands. While it appeared inferior to Zhang Wei's, he had spent significantly less time cultivating compared to Zhang Wei, and his techniques and resources were also lacking. Yet, even so, he had surpassed Zhou Wuyo, and it was merely a matter of time before he surpassed Zhang Wei as well. By the way, are there lectures today? Of course. I reviewed the material yesterday. There are 2 classes, one on the cultivation experiences of Li Huoju and another on the essence of Ho Tu-ju. As a metal water spirit root, I don't need to attend. Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly. That's where you're mistaken. I heard from a senior brother that understanding one technique can lead to insights in others. Although these 2 techniques may not suit you, the underlying principles of cultivation are interconnected. It's always worthwhile to learn. Su Yuan asserted promptly. Who told you that? Zhang Wei inquired, astonished. The senior brother at the library. Su Yuan explained. Zhang Wei was momentarily bewildered. So, why did you go to the library? That is not important. Su Yuan replied. I'm going regardless. Are you coming? All right then, it's just the right time to rest my meridians. The recovery liquid has been too taxing. Zhang Wei nodded. The 2 made their way to the lecture hall, where the attendance was noticeably lower than before, yet still filled to capacity. The eagerness of beginners to learn about cultivation was evident. As the time approached, a towering 10-meter flame erupted from the platform, startling the audience into exclamations. A stunning woman clad in a fiery red feathered robe emerged from the flames, her fair skin contrasting beautifully with the vivid fire, captivating all with her beauty. As the flames dissipated, she smiled gently, her mature voice resonating throughout the hall. I'm the 2nd senior sister of the inner sect, Nangong Huiyu. Today, I will commence our 2nd lesson on cultivation, focusing on Li Huoju. This technique is quite common and of low grade, yet possesses its merits. The flames crackled, yet brimmed with vitality. Fire can consume all, but also brings life to the earth. Biological growth is inseparable from light and warmth. And the Li Huoju begins with the explosive characteristics, so-called. Zhang Wei listened intently. Initially, he thought the lecture on Li Huoju held little relevance for him, but as he listened, he began to feel a sense of enlightenment, realizing that insights from this could indeed refine his own understanding, even if only marginally more than his solitary study. He listened with heightened attentiveness. Glancing inadvertently, he noticed Su Yuan with his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought, an indication of his acknowledgement of the lecture's content. It was only when he drew closer that he discerned Su Yuan's gentle, rhythmic nasal sounds. This fellow was dozing off. Zhang Wei paused momentarily, nudging Su Yuan, who then looked up at him, bewildered. Zhang Wei suppressed the urge to scold him and turned back to the lecture. Su Yuan, puzzled, glanced at Zhang Wei, then sniffled and returned to his daydreaming. Understanding the cultivation technique was too time-consuming and would disrupt the accumulation of his rest. It would be far better to rejuvenate himself, ensuring he could engage with vigor later during his training. The most advantageous aspect of attending lectures here was that the inner disciples who lectured paid no heed to whether one was listening. They simply spoke their minds, as long as there was no disruption. Thus, the lecture concluded, and the sister transformed into flames, vanishing from sight, an entrance and exit deserving of full marks. Let us go back to training. Zhang Wei clapped Su Yuan on the shoulder. "Isn't there another lecture?" Su Yuan queried. "Aren't you going to listen? There's some benefit, but not much. I prefer to seize the time for training. I'll catch the lecture on the metal water attribute technique later," Zhang Wei replied. Su Yuan nodded. "Oh, then good luck." Zhang Wei stood up, noticing Su Yuan still seated, and remarked curiously, "Aren't you leaving?" "Of course, I wish to listen. Once one comprehends a single method, countless others become clear. I once heard a senior brother say, 'Stop.'" Zhang Wei chuckled helplessly. "In my life, I have never yielded to anyone. You are the first. You continue listening. I shall take my leave. Farewell." Su Juanguov. Zhang Wei, with one hand on his forehead, shook his head as he departed. "You'll be the one lamenting during the upcoming test," Zhang Wei muttered. Su Yuan remained unfazed, waiting for the second lecture to commence. A portion of the disciples also chose to stay, thus attracting little attention to Su Yuan. Half an hour later, the third lecture began. This time, the seats were not completely filled, yet over 300 individuals attended. The lecturer was yet another inner disciple, robust in stature, delivering the thick earth technique in an exceedingly comprehensible manner, unlike the previous nebulous discourse of Zhugejian. Though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, his teaching bore a certain merit. Nevertheless, Su Yuan chose not to ponder or comprehend. He let the words drift in through one ear and out the other, allowing his mind to passively absorb the information, planning to later achieve sudden enlightenment during his focused training. The lecture concluded after an hour and a half. Su Yuan meandered to the library, where he again encountered the elder disciple. "Greetings, senior brother. I have come to read." The elder, without raising his head, merely grunted in acknowledgement. Su Yuan bowed respectfully and proceeded to peruse the books. He lingered over intriguing miscellaneous texts, examining them closely, while hastily skimming through the sections pertaining to cultivation without engaging his intellect. Thus, he remained until late, only departing reluctantly when the library closed. The elder watched Su Yuan's retreating figure, the corner of his mouth twitching. Where on earth did this foolish lad emerge from? Not dedicating himself to cultivation, he is truly beyond saving. Chapter 6. The effects of the entry after 3 days of rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan mantanda discipline routine. During the day, he attended lectures given by senior disciples of the inner sect. Regardless of the subject matter, he was always present, often enduring 4 lectures in a single day. To Su Yuan, there was no better way to rest than in the lecture hall, where he could not only absorb knowledge, but also find tranquility in the soothing cadence of his senior's teachings, akin to the finest hypnotic incantations, allowing him to drift into peaceful slumber. Furthermore, the safety of this environment alleviated any concerns of unforeseen incidents, which was an added benefit. Upon the conclusion of the lectures, he would make his way to the library to read, captivated by various biographies that kept him engrossed until the late hours. It was only when the library's keeper urged him to leave that he reluctantly departed. Here, he amassed a wealth of knowledge, including various methods for processing spirit beast meat and spirit vegetables. Although his theoretical understanding deepened, he lamented the lack of practical opportunities, as the immortal seed valley offered no wild delicacies. On this particular day, Su Yuan returned earlier than usual. He sat cross-legged in the training chamber, gazing at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent, level, obscure to 100, realm, Qi refinement stage. Level 1, 0-100, entry 1, balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better your cultivation results. Current rest time, 3 days 1 hours. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated over 3 days of rest. Such an extended period would allow him to cultivate vigorously for 2 hours, an impressive 8 hours. He had been waiting for this moment, eager to engage in his cultivation, activating balance of work and rest. In an instant, his rest time was reset. Suddenly, Su Yuan's mind became remarkably clearer. The knowledge he had absorbed over the past days surged forth, rapidly being recalled, comprehended, categorized, and distilled. His understanding of cultivation soared. Within a mere hour, he had grasped all the content he had encountered. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a smile reminiscent of Zhang Wei graced his lips. Indeed, as I suspected, mastery of one method leads to mastery of all. My comprehension of the burning wood refining spirit technique has deepened significantly. Concepts that once eluded me now revealed their profound meanings. This would undoubtedly enhance my cultivation speed. Having organized his theoretical gains, Su Yuan immediately began to circulate his qi. In a heartbeat, 9 strands of spiritual energy surged from his dantian, intertwining in a wondrous manner to form a tricolored ribbon, moving like a dragon through his meridians. As the energy flowed, it caused no harm to the meridians. Instead, a soothing warmth emanated from the tricolored ribbon, nurturing them. The spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, swift yet steady, traversing them with ease. In less than half an hour, the energy returned to his dantian, bringing back an additional 33 strands of spiritual energy. His energy reserves doubled, soaring from 30 to 63 strands. Su Yuan pressed on, continuing his cultivation. This time, the duration of circulating qi was even shorter. The additional energy returned increased to 36 strands. The rate of growth astonished even Su Yuan himself. He persisted. In the third round, the energy rose to 39 strands. In the fourth round, it reached 40 strands. The more he cultivated, the more proficient he became in his techniques. However, at this juncture, he realized that further enhancement became challenging, not due to his proficiency with the technique, but because the external spiritual energy could not keep pace with his efficiency. Nevertheless, Su Yuan remained undeterred and continued his practice. In the 5th and 6th rounds, until the 7th round concluded, only 1 hour of entry time remained. Su Yuan finally halted his qi circulation, with his dantian now brimming with 298 strands of spiritual energy. This was extraordinary. The pace of his enhancement left Su Yuan in awe. He wondered if the effects of balance of work and rest could rival those of high-quality or even top-tier spiritual roots. Yet, Su Yuan quickly regained his composure and set his sights on his third cultivation goal. He promptly began to cultivate the portion of the burning wood refining spirit technique that concerned the construction of spirit apertures. He mobilized a total of 90 strands of spiritual energy. 30 strands of fire energy enveloped 30 strands of wood energy, spiraling into a whirlwind as it surged into the meridians, attacking the first aperture. 30 strands of metallic energy followed closely behind, poised to act. The first aperture, being the closest to the dantian, was the easiest to breach. As the fire energy approached, it erupted like a volcanic explosion, striking the entrance of the aperture. The space within the aperture was rapidly expanded by the fire energy, which was swiftly consumed. Fortunately, the wood energy burned itself to bolster the fire energy supply. When the aperture reached a certain size, a sense of compression was felt, as if it sought to restore itself. At that moment, the metallic energy emerged, encircling the aperture to form a supportive framework, preventing it from collapsing. The fire energy illuminated the metallic energy, softening its sharpness. allowing it to merge seamlessly into the walls of the aperture, gradually stabilizing it. The three types of energy worked in concert, expanding the aperture to an acceptable size, then further to an outstanding level. Even after depleting the energy, the spirit aperture remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of retraction. Thus, the spirit aperture was successfully condensed. The aperture would automatically refine spiritual energy into spiritual power while also serving as a reservoir, significantly enhancing his energy capacity with myriad benefits. Yuan was elated. Glancing at the time, he realized that he had consumed less than half an hour and still had ample time remaining. He immediately pressed on, targeting the second aperture. He mobilized 180 strands of spiritual energy this time, and while it proved somewhat more challenging to control, the effects of the entry provided him with an almost divine assistance, allowing him to mentally guide the energy through the initial assault on the aperture. The fire energy surged forward, accompanied by wood energy, while the metallic energy followed to stabilize the aperture. After more than half an hour of diligent effort, the second spirit aperture was finally constructed. At this point, the energy was not yet fully expended. The newly opened second aperture trembled slightly, as if unstable, and a mysterious connection seemed to exist between it and the first aperture, suggesting a potential link. Yuan was already aware of this. He directed the remaining energy to flow into the second aperture, breaking down the barriers between them. Once the energy was fully consumed, the two apertures were seamlessly connected. Thus, the second spirit aperture was completely opened. Constructing spirit apertures was no easy feat. Yuan sighed, reflecting on the arduous journey of cultivation, each step fraught with challenges. With only 10 minutes left of the entry's effects, Yuan chose to forego further cultivation and closed his eyes to rest. Once the effect of balance of work and rest faded, Yuan rested for an additional 10 minutes before opening his eyes again, acutely aware of heightened senses and a refreshed body. Crucially, the spirit apertures had begun to automatically restore energy, albeit at a slow pace. Yet the self-sustaining aspect was invaluable. Yuan glanced at the system panel, confirming that he was not in a state of cultivation and could still accumulate rest time, which was quite comforting. Name: Yuan region, Chinka continent level, obscure 2100 realm, Chi refinement stage. Level 1, 66-100, entry 1, balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better your cultivation results. Current break time, 1 hours. At this moment, Yuan suddenly pondered whether he had overexerted himself in his cultivation. Have I constructed 2 spiritual apertures too soon? This thought lingered in his mind. Consequently, he rose, exited his dwelling, and approached the door of the adjacent house, knocking gently. Before long, Zhang Wei opened the door, his expression one of surprise upon seeing Yuan. This is your first visit to me. A rare guest indeed. What wind brings you here? Zhang Wei chuckled. Yuan replied, I heard the sound of birds chirping in your courtyard and thought perhaps you had some good news, so I came to see. The joy on Zhang Wei's face was unmistakable, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. You guessed correctly. I successfully constructed my first spiritual aperture. I almost failed earlier, but fortunately, my fortune aligned perfectly. Reflecting on my previous insights during the teachings, I managed to resolve the issue. This progress is indeed remarkable. Congratulations. How long until you construct your second spiritual aperture? Yuan inquired further. With the assistance of the first spiritual aperture, perhaps another 7 to 8 days, Zhang Wei responded. Yuan's brow furrowed. Then, won't you miss the first cultivation assessment, with only 5 days remaining? Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. I consider this fast enough. That fellow Zhou Wuyo won't have a chance to try for another 2 days, and to ensure a higher success rate, he needs to refine for another 2 days before daring to construct his first aperture. My progress is significantly ahead of his. That's still not fast enough. Yuan interjected. Zhang Wei, what's wrong? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Why do you keep comparing yourself to Zhou Wuyo? You should measure your progress against those with mid-grade spiritual roots. Do you know their pace? Can they construct 2 apertures before the first assessment? Why compare yourself to the weak? Isn't that a diminishment of your own worth? Zhang Wei fell into contemplation. True, I have also gathered information in this regard. There's a disciple who ranked 170th in the Qi drawing competition. According to his pace, he should be able to construct a second aperture just before the assessment. I still have a bit of a gap. Su Yuan sighed in relief, saying, in that case, strive to push ahead by 2 days. If you can elevate to 2 apertures before the assessment, that would be splendid. Zhang Wei looked skeptical. Why are you so eager for me to condense 2 apertures? We're friends, after all. I fear you might collapse under pressure. Su Yuan chuckled wryly. How could that be? My mindset is quite stable. Zhang Wei's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. Among the low-grade spiritual roots, I rank first. Impressive. Su Yuan turned to leave. I must attend the teachings. We'll talk later. Wait. Zhang Wei called out. What is it? Su Yuan turned back. You can't do this. Attending the teachings is not about your approach. You are wasting time. Zhang Wei candidly expressed, hoping to advise Su Yuan. Su Yuan gazed at him earnestly, saying, You are a good person. Focus on your cultivation. Time is of the essence. With that, Su Yuan departed. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, sensing there was more to Su Yuan's words. What is he truly thinking? Is he not cultivating? My mindset collapse. I fear yours might falter. Dropping from 299 straight to 7 or 800, Zhang Wei muttered under his breath. A sense of urgency inexplicably washed over him, and his previously relaxed demeanor tightened. He immediately dedicated himself to diligent practice, cursing inwardly, It would have been better if you hadn't come to congratulate me. Life continued as usual. Su Yuan remained engrossed in both the lecture hall and the library, attending every lecture and being escorted out of the library each night. He found himself feeling exceptionally fulfilled. His actions unexpectedly attracted the attention of several disciples, culminating on the 9th day. The senior disciple, who lectured most frequently in the hall, finally took notice of Su Yuan. He had given 7 lectures, and Su Yuan was the only disciple to attend each one, though he appeared to be in a daze throughout. Finding Su Yuan intriguing, the senior disciple inquired with a servant disciple about him. What did you say? He has the 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire. I am lecturing on the essentials of water attribute cultivation, and he has attended all 7 sessions. What is he thinking? The senior disciple was profoundly shocked and began to remember Su Yuan's name. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, engrossed in his reading, heard the system notification sound. Ding! Reputation points 1. What happened? What did I do? Su Yuan asked the system in confusion. The system remained silent. He could only swallow his curiosity. Could it be that the system is malfunctioning? He shook his head and continued reading. In the blink of an eye, the 10th day arrived. 1,000 immortal seedlings gathered once more in the square as the first cultivation assessment was about to commence. Chapter 7. The first round of cultivation assessment. Zhang Wei stood beside Su Yuan, his demeanor infused with exhilaration. Su Yuan, I have succeeded. I have broken through. I have established my second spiritual aperture. His eyes were encircled by dark rings, a testament to his relentless effort over the past 5 days. Su Yuan offered his congratulations. Impressive, Zhang Wei. Your dedication has not gone unnoticed, and your indomitable spirit has truly earned my admiration. This time, the spotlight rightfully belongs to you. Zhang Wei beamed with pride, his self-satisfaction palpable. Had he mastered the art of sword flight, he would have been soaring through the air at that moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced at Su Yuan with a hint of pity. Alas, your talents are lacking, your resources scarce, and your commitment to cultivation minimal. Advancing to the outer sect will be quite challenging for you. But do not be disheartened. This is a common situation shared by 800 others. With that in mind, it may not seem so daunting, right? Su Yuan found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether Zhang Wei was genuinely offering consolation or merely mocking him. I appreciate your kind words. Su Yuan be brave. Zhang Wei paused, momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Time is running short, Su Yuan reminded him. Zhang Wei promptly straightened up. After a brief wait, a beam of white light descended from the distant mountaintop. All eyes turned in unison to witness the Valley Master gracefully gliding down, alighting with his flying sword swirling around him in 9 circles, leaving behind a trail of brilliant light before vanishing into his sleeve. Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration and anticipation. In a moment of inspiration, Su Yuan realized that every disciple, regardless of their spiritual root quality, was required to enter the Valley of Immortal Seedlings. Each time, they were left in awe of the Valley Master's display, and as their cultivation progressed, they would inevitably seek to emulate him. Now I understand, he mused, recognizing the flamboyant entrance styles of the inner sect disciples. It was you, Master of the Valley. Your lack of cultivation has caused quite the stir. The Valley Master calmly surveyed the gathered disciples and declared, I am pleased to see you all once more. Today marks the moment to assess your cultivation achievements. Whether you are a horse or a mule will soon be evident, allowing you to gauge your standing amongst others and understand the importance of diligent practice. Now, let us begin with the last place contestant. Step forward for assessment. With a wave of his hand, an impressive magical artifact appeared on the platform, featuring a large stone slab inscribed with shifting characters and a dimly lit pillar of light that was clearly not mere decoration. One disciple, feeling the weight of 1,000 gazes upon him, approached with a flushed face. He was the last to successfully draw in chi, and this moment was his chance to shine. After 10 days of relentless training, he was determined to shed the label of being the weakest. The elder instructed, place your hand on the central jade stone. Yes, master, the disciple replied, hastily placing his hands on the jade. In just a breath, the pillar of light illuminated with a red glow, rising slightly. Characters appeared on the stone slab. 29 strands of spiritual power. Ah, not bad. The elder nodded, acknowledging that even the last place contestant could extract 29 strands of spiritual power. While not extraordinary, it certainly indicated diligence. Encouraged, the disciple left the stage with a smile. The next disciple was already prepared, but upon seeing the score, his face turned green. When he placed his hands on the jade stone and the inscription revealed 26 strands of spiritual power, the elder's discontent was palpable. Too poor. Return and practice harder. The disciple hung his head in defeat, nodding in compliance before scurrying away. Su Yuan observed the scene, feeling a sense of déjà vu akin to a classroom where a teacher announces grades publicly. Failure is not feared, but being last is indeed daunting. Many would overlook those in the middle ranks, leaving a lasting impression only on the top and bottom. For instance, Su Yuan would remember the lad with 26 strands of spiritual power, aptly named Lu Shun, as if life had conspired against him. The third-to-last disciple approached the platform, his expression equally troubled. The inscription revealed 28 strands of spiritual power, just shy of the previous contestant's score, much to the delight of the last-place disciple who now had a moment of triumph, no longer at the very bottom. If that were me, the system would have upgraded on the spot, Su Yuan mused, eyeing the 26 strands of spiritual power with longing, though his abilities did not permit such aspirations. The assessment proceeded swiftly. Results emerged within mere moments. Scores gradually increased, reaching 70 strands of spiritual power by the 500th rank and 90 strands by the 400th, inching ever closer to the elusive 100. Finally, at the 350th rank, a disciple achieved 100 strands of spiritual power, yet without unlocking a spiritual aperture. It was not until the 333rd rank that a disciple successfully established their first aperture. Who is that? Someone whispered, astonished at the sight of a disciple already forming a spiritual aperture. Surely, he must be of a low-quality spiritual root. How remarkable! The disparity between individuals was stark, akin to mountains towering over valleys. Whispers filled the air, especially from those ranked lower, craning their necks for a better view. The Valley Master shot a glance their way, silencing the crowd, yet expressions of astonishment lingered on their faces. Naturally, this only applied to those in lower ranks. The talented individuals at the top paid no heed. Zhang Wei's lips curled into a smirk, his delight unmistakable. Su Yuan could tell that this young man eagerly anticipated a stunning display in the coming moments. If one aperture drew such astonishment, then Zhang Wei's too would surely captivate all. Soon, 32 disciples had completed their assessments. Yet only 3 managed to establish an additional spiritual aperture, highlighting the rarity of such an achievement. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from him. Zhou Wuyo, observing from aback, wore a look of disdain. What's this boy so excited about? Has he merely obtained a mysterious level technique? A higher rank technique does not guarantee superiority. Without insight, his cultivation speed may even lag behind that of yellow level techniques. Su Yuan exchanged an encouraging glance with Zhang Wei, who returned it with a look that seemed to say, "Watch my performance." He then strode confidently to the stage, placing his hands on the jade stone. The pillar of light flickered with a mix of gold and green, rising slightly, a seemingly lackluster display. Zhou Wuyo immediately focused on the inscription. The first line revealed, 12 strands of spiritual power. This quickened Zhou Wuyo's spirits. Having established a spiritual aperture himself, he had accumulated 62 strands of spiritual power, far exceeding Zhang Wei's score. The other disciples also displayed little surprise at such a modest amount, clearly indicative of an already open spiritual aperture. However, with the precedents set by earlier contestants, Zhang Wei's score failed to impress. Then came the second line of text. 2 spiritual apertures opened. Wait, what? The Valley Master exclaimed, his surprise evident. 2 apertures? Someone gasped in disbelief. Zhou Wuyo's expression froze, his eyes widening at the confirmation that indeed it was 2, not 1. Impossible. How could this be? Zhou Wuyo was taken aback, while the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, particularly among the talented disciples in the front rows who turned their attention to Zhang Wei. In that moment, Zhang Wei seemed to radiate brilliance, his grin wide and radiant. Excellent. Excellent. Zhang Wei, is it? You are remarkable. The Valley Master praised him. Thank you, Master. I will strive to improve further. Zhang Wei responded with a wide grin. Very well, you may step down. The Valley Master nodded. With an air of composure, Zhang Wei descended the platform, casting a glance back at Su Yuan that seemed to say, "Learn from my example." Su Yuan shook his head with a light chuckle and ascended the stage, placing his hands upon the jade stone. He felt a warm current circulate within him, only to return to the jade. Once assured that the examination was complete, Su Yuan swiftly withdrew his hands and departed with alacrity. The sect leader was momentarily taken aback by his disciple's decisiveness. He gazed at the characters that appeared upon the stone tablet. 60 strands of spiritual energy. Opened 2 spiritual apertures. This. The sect leader's astonishment deepened. Just as Su Yuan stepped off the stage, Zhang Wei, who had been waiting for the conclusion of the examination, also beheld the 2 lines of text. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning if he had misread. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized, the 2 lines of text clearly conveyed that Su Yuan had indeed opened 2 spiritual apertures, and astonishingly, there remained 60 strands of spiritual energy. Was this reasonable? Was this normal? Zhang Wei's mind faltered. After all, Su Yuan was merely a low-grade 3 spiritual root. Moreover, he knew that this fellow surely lacked abundant resources for cultivation and spent his days idling, dozing during lectures, and perusing miscellaneous books in the library. After accounting for his sleep, how much time could he possibly devote to cultivation? His technique was merely of the yellow grade and inferior to Zhang Wei's. Yet, here was Su Yuan, surpassing him in progress. This was simply, his composure was on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, he recalled the words Su Yuan had spoken 5 days prior, when Su Yuan had confidently asserted his ability to break through to 2 spiritual apertures. Reflecting on his own boastfulness in front of this individual, who had merely smiled and occasionally nodded in agreement, Zhang Wei's lips twitched uncontrollably. He was not alone in his astonishment. Many were equally incredulous. Although Zhang Wei's earlier remarks had somewhat diminished the awe surrounding Su Yuan, those in the know recognized the extraordinary nature of the situation. Zhou Wuyo's eyes bulged, questioning whether his vision had faltered twice in a day. What was his name? Su Yuan. I often see him in the lecture hall. We've never exchanged greetings, but he seems familiar. Oh, I frequently see him in the lecture hall as well. Aren't you of the wood attribute? You see him often too? Numerous individuals exchanged brief comments, revealing expressions of surprise and confusion. An elder cleared his throat, restoring silence to the gathering. Next, the elder urged. The disciple behind, Su Yuan, finally awakened from his reverie and stepped onto the stage. The sect leader continued to gaze at Su Yuan's retreating figure. His impression of Su Yuan significantly deepened, primarily due to Su Yuan's background and aptitude. He recognized that the only plausible explanation for the situation was Su Yuan's exceptionally high comprehension. Could he be a genius in this regard? Such a genius would be no less remarkable than one with exceptional spiritual roots. The sect leader discreetly noted Su Yuan's name, placing it among the ranks of disciples with superior spiritual roots. Ding. Reputation value 1 ding. Reputation value 1 ding. Reputation value 1 ding. Reputation value 2 ding. Reputation value 5. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan's system notification chimed 5 times, bringing his total reputation value to 13. Su Yuan was perplexed. What could be the underlying pattern behind this increase in reputation value? Shaking his head, he decided to let things unfold naturally. As he passed Zhang Wei, who remained in a daze, staring blankly ahead, Su Yuan softly remarked, "You've returned to your senses." Zhang Wei snapped back to reality, his gaze fixated on Su Yuan. He lowered his voice and implored, "Tell me, what is your secret? I'll purchase it with spirit stones." Su Yuan, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "What secret? Does having a cheat count? Perhaps it's that my cultivation method resonates well with me. By the way, according to the method's description, I should now be at the minor achievement stage." Su Yuan deep. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Minor achievement? Are you jesting? I'm still at the entry level, with rough comprehension to follow before reaching minor achievement. How on earth have you cultivated? I'm not quite sure. It just came to me naturally, you understand?" Su Yuan's expression was filled with helplessness. He genuinely did not wish to deceive. The sect leader's ears perked up, and he moved Su Yuan's name further forward, positioning it behind the 2 disciples with exceptional spiritual roots. Chapter 8. The first round of testing concluded. Su Yuan returned to the group, where the surrounding disciples frequently glanced at him and Zhang Wei. Among them, Zhou Huiyou fixed his gaze on Su Yuan, his expression fluctuating between light and dark, lost in thought. Although Zhang Wei had been momentarily humbled by Su Yuan, he still wore a smug smile, holding his head high and nodding amiably at the surrounding disciples, exuding exuberance. In contrast, Su Yuan kept his head lowered, appearing rather unassuming. This inadvertently drew attention to Su Yuan through Zhang Wei, causing many to refocus their gaze on Zhang Wei. The examination on the high platform continued. For the disciples who followed Su Yuan, the probability of opening a meridian significantly increased. Approximately 1 in 3 succeeded in doing so. However, there were still no instances of 2 meridians being opened. It wasn't until the ranking reached the 180th position that a disciple finally opened 2 meridians. Yet, this disciple possessed a mid-grade 3 spirit root, which hardly caused a stir. While achieving 2 meridians with a mid-grade spirit root was commendable, it was merely that commendable. Given this progress, both Su Yuan and Zhang Wei were poised to secure their places among the top 200 in the first round of cultivation testing. With hopes for external discipleship, Zhang Wei's smile grew increasingly pronounced as Su Yuan nudged him in the waist, whispering, "Don't get too cocky. The high-grade spirit roots haven't even shown their hands yet. Just wait. Don't let your mindset crumble." Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, retorting, "And what a high-grade spirit roots? I will catch up eventually." His tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. Su Yuan was rendered speechless. In the subsequent cultivation assessments, every disciple managed to open at least 1 meridian, with the proportion of those opening 2 meridians swiftly rising. Zhang Wei's smile gradually faded, yet he remained self-assured. By the time they reached the last mid-grade root at rank 50, it also opened 2 meridians, but not exceeding 3, still maintaining over 300 units of spirit power. Zhang Wei felt that the gap between him and the top mid-grade root was merely a factor of 2. Remarkably, according to the current rankings, he had achieved 143rd place, securing a spot within the top 150. Naturally, Su Yuan surpassed him, attaining 118th place. This ranking left Su Yuan feeling somewhat helpless, After all, he possessed a low-grade spirit root. Was this drawing too much attention? When the rankings reached the 49th position, the first high-grade root disciple ascended the platform, drawing the attention of all. This marked the inaugural test for a high-grade spirit root. The light column surged upward rapidly, achieving a significant height. Zhang Wei stared intently at the inscriptions on the steel. 120 units of spirit power, 3 meridians opened, Qi refinement level 1. How is this possible? Zhang Wei's eyes widened. The progress was nearly 3 times faster than his own. The difference between 2 and 3 meridians was staggering. Su Yuan was not at all surprised. He had already gauged the disparity between spirit roots, estimating it to be between 2 to 3 times. A mid-grade root was 3 times that of a low-grade root, while a high-grade root was thrice that of a mid-grade root, based on comparisons with equivalent spirit root numbers. Thus, Zhang Wei's progress was comparable to that of a mid-grade root, making it entirely reasonable for the worst high-grade root to exhibit nearly 3 times his advancement. However, the expression of the high-grade root disciple was far from pleasant as he descended with a grim demeanor. Zhang Wei murmured, "He doesn't seem pleased." Of course not. As a high-grade root, he is likely comparing himself to his peers, not to you, Su Yuan pointed out. Are there more experts? Zhang Wei's confidence took a hit. The 48th ranked disciple approached, placing his hand on the jade stone, also achieving 3 meridians, but with a spirit power reservoir reaching 200 units. Unbelievable. Zhang Wei cursed quietly. Su Yuan, however, remained calm. When the 15th ranked disciple came forth, a shift finally occurred. 28 units of spirit power, 4 meridians opened, Qi refinement level 2. What the hell? Zhang Wei's expression turned serious. Remain composed. We've barely begun, Su Yuan advised. Zhang Wei looked at Su Yuan in astonishment, realizing Su Yuan was genuinely composed. Whether it was the previous 3 meridians or the current 4, Su Yuan exhibited no trace of fear or trepidation. Initially, Zhang Wei believed his composure was commendable, but at this moment, he recognized that Su Yuan's fortitude far surpassed his own, that tranquility and serenity were not mere facades. He even felt an uncanny resemblance to his elder brother, who had already reached foundation establishment. Su Yuan, puzzled, turned to Zhang Wei. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Wei chuckled awkwardly, inexplicably feeling better about himself. Su Yuan sensed something unusual about Zhang Wei, but paid little mind to those details, continuing to observe the unfolding spectacle. If I were to exhaust all my resting time over these 5 days, could I possibly compete with these high-grade roots? Su Yuan pondered. Since he had practiced 5 days prior, he had not engaged in any further cultivation. Previously, he had only 28 units of spirit power left, but the automatic increase from opening meridians had pushed his spirit power to around 60 units. His passive recovery rate was decidedly abnormal, increasing by 6 units daily, surpassing that of ordinary low-grade roots. As he contemplated, the testing accelerated, swiftly reaching the 3rd-ranked disciple, another high-grade root, yet a single high-grade root. 1,278 units of spirit power, 4 meridians opened, Qi refinement level 2. The disparity, astonishing. Zhang Wei muttered, his tone now subdued. Su Yuan too marveled at this achievement. It was nothing short of extraordinary. After merely 10 days of cultivation, this disciple had opened 4 meridians, establishing himself as a Qi refinement level 2 practitioner, creating an enormous gap. Compared to mid-grade roots, it was simply not of the same realm, let alone low-grade roots that could barely keep pace. The last disciple looked pale, his spirit power even falling short by more than double. Yuan, please step up for testing, the Valley Master said gently to the exceptional spirit root disciple, Yuan. Certainly. The young woman smiled gracefully before floating up to the platform like a wisp of smoke. Zhang Wei's expression shifted. She has already begun practicing basic spells. Su Yuan pondered. The gap was indeed substantial. He hadn't even seen a single spell yet. The burning wood refining technique only provided 3 spells, the first of which could only be practiced upon reaching Qi refinement level 3. As the testing apparatus illuminated, bright golden inscriptions emerged on the steel. 2,815 units of spirit power, 6 meridians opened. Qi refinement level 2. A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue, the temperature rising several degrees. Liu Yuan had widened the gap by 2 meridians. Surely, even a cheat must adhere to the fundamentals? Su Yuan used. When he activated his abilities, the surrounding spirit power had a limit for absorption. Did high-grade roots not follow this principle? Suddenly, he realized that Liu Yuan must have expended remarkably little spirit power to open her meridians, given that he could reduce consumption by 10 through comprehension of his technique. Liu Yuan's superior grade techniques might directly have her spirit power expenditure. The disparity was indeed staggering. Su Yuan quietly reflected, feeling reassured. It seemed that his achievement of opening 2 meridians was hardly a concern. He, well-versed in the path of survival, felt a sense of joy. However, unbeknownst to Su Yuan, in the Valley Master's evaluation criteria, his ranking was second only to Liu Yuan. Even after the high-grade single-root disciple had tested 4 meridians, the Valley Master made no adjustments. This indicated that, according to the Valley Master's standards, Su Yuan's 2 meridians surpassed the performance of the high-grade root disciple with 4 meridians. While only the Valley Master knew the extent of the difference between him and Liu Yuan. Finally, it was the last participant's turn, Yi Bufan. A faint smile graced Yi Bufan's face as he approached the retreating Lu Yuan. This time I shall take the lead, Yi Bufan conveyed telepathically to Lu Yuan. With a slight arch of her delicate brows, Lu Yuan turned her gaze towards Yi Bufan's assessment results. As Yi Bufan placed his hands upon the jade stone, new characters emerged. 2,230 strands of spiritual energy, 7 spiritual apertures opened, 3rd layer of Qi refinement. 7 spiritual apertures? Lu Yuan furrowed her brows slightly. The moment the result of 7 apertures was revealed, an instantaneous silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed on Yi Bufan. Disbelief etched upon their faces. This was the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, a chasm of difference. Compared to him, the others lacked any qualification for comparison. The elder nodded with a smile. Well done. Yi Bufan smiled modestly, replying, Thank you for your praise, sect leader. The leader nodded and addressed the gathered crowd. Today's assessment has concluded. Until the final cultivation assessment at the end of March, no additional evaluations will take place. However, you should have a clear understanding by now. So I shall say no more. You may disperse. The crowd gradually departed in small groups. Su Yuan also left alongside Zhang Wei. As they walked, the two parted ways. Su Yuan headed to the lecture hall, while Zhang Wei returned to continue his diligent training. As Su Yuan walked alone and reached a grove, a figure emerged, blocking his path. Zhou Wuyo? Su Yuan's expression turned serious as he regarded Zhou Wuyo. Behind him stood a total of 8 disciples. He had not anticipated Zhou Wuyo would confront him midway. Zhou Wuyo approached with an impassive demeanor. Su Yuan furrowed his brow at him, awaiting his next move while his gaze wandered, searching for a potential escape route. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Zhou Wuyo, a direct disciple of the Zhou family, possessing a low-grade 3 spiritual roots, hailing from a family engaged in the alchemy trade. Zhou Wuyo stated. Su Yuan was already aware of this. So what? Su Yuan inquired. Zhou Wuyo continued unabated. My family boasts 15 foundation-building cultivators and 1 fall-stand cultivator, making it a formidable foundation-building cultivation family. My father is a mid-stage foundation cultivator. Su Yuan's expression grew grave. This family background was not to be underestimated, although foundation building is merely the second realm of cultivation. A single foundation cultivator can indeed support a foundation-building cultivation family, easily controlling a small spiritual mountain. It is quite rare for 1 out of 100 low-grade spiritual roots to break through to foundation building. What exactly do you wish to convey? Su Yuan surmised Zhou Wuyo's intentions. He had no interest in joining the Zhou family or becoming a subordinate. After 3 months, it will be challenging for me to breach the outer sect. Thus, the resources my family provides would significantly diminish. While these resources would suffice for my cultivation, they fall short in other aspects, Zhou Wuyo sighed. Su Yuan acknowledged with an O. He had heard Zhang Wei's grievances and knew that the crux of the matter was about to be revealed. I have investigated, and you possess low-grade 3 spiritual roots. With no supply of shattered spiritual stones during this period, you often attend lectures and read outside. Zhou Wuyo added. Su Yuan's brow furrowed even deeper. He had not anticipated Zhou Wuyo would take such an interest in him. Apologies, but I must attend a lecture now. I shall take my leave, Su Yuan stated. He sidestepped and proceeded toward the lecture hall, unperturbed by Zhou Wuyo's potential threats. For this was a place where disciples' abilities were assessed, and any display of bullying would surely tarnish their reputation within the sect. Wait, Zhou Wuyo called out. Su Yuan quickened his pace. I wish to propose a collaboration, Zhou Wuyo suddenly declared. A collaboration? Su Yuan paused in his tracks. For the next 3 months, I will fully assist you in your cultivation, helping you secure a place among the top 50, thus qualifying for inter-sect discipleship. Once you gain this status, you will have the privilege to recommend an outer-sect disciple. I hope to obtain this recommendation as my reward, and in return, I shall provide ample elixirs and spiritual stones to support your cultivation. Zhou Wuyo spoke calmly. I recognize your exceptional talent. Your current pace of cultivation does not reflect your true potential. Given sufficient resources, breaking into the top 50 is highly feasible. This collaboration would benefit us both. Su Yuan slowly turned, his gaze toward Zhou Wuyo revealing a hint of surprise. This fellow was nothing like the incompetent described by Zhang Wei. Chapter 9. The effects of 6 days of restful cultivation. Zhou Wuyo surprisingly regarded him as a genius of comprehension. If Zhou Wuyo held such an opinion, what must the higher echelons of the sect think? What about the Valley Master? What the other disciples? He had endeavored to remain low-key, yet inadvertently revealed glimpses of his innate brilliance. Consequently, some astute individuals must have surmised his exceptional aptitude. With Zhou Wuyo's resources, achieving a position within the top 50 would not appear incongruous. To be frank, Su Yuan felt a stirring within. The advantages bestowed upon outer disciples were already a significant improvement over those of the menial workers, as they were spared from arduous labor, enjoyed numerous benefits, and received guidance from esteemed mentors. The benefits of inner disciples naturally surpassed those of outer disciples. Abundant rewards with minimal tasks, encapsulated perfectly by the single word inner. Su Yuan could pursue his cultivation with greater assurance. In theory, one required to reach the 7th level of qi refinement to apply. Yet Xianyao Valley was known to be the sole shortcut. Zhou Wuyo detected Su Yuan's hesitation, which he interpreted as a sign of Su Yuan's interest. He smiled warmly. I offer you resources without any coercive expectations. Even if you ultimately cannot enter the inner sect, I shall harbor no resentment. I can provide you with 25 portions of resources. That is the utmost I can procure in a short time. Are you not inclined to strive for it? Su Yuan was taken aback. You believe in me more than I believe in myself. Absolutely, Zhou Wuyo affirmed. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Su Yuan inquired, intrigued. When I first began my cultivation, I encountered you once. At that time, when I sought resources from you, you outright refused, and I perceived a remarkable confidence in your eyes, which I did not comprehend at the time. Zhou Wuyo paused slightly. Today, witnessing your astounding achievements, I realized you were not merely putting on a fade of composure. Even back then, you exhibited great confidence, and upon seeing your exceptional spiritual root performance, you displayed neither excessive astonishment nor envy. I knew you were extraordinary. Observing Zhou Wuyo and Appo's his eloquence and the admiration reflected in the eyes of those behind him. Su Yuan felt that Zhou Wuyo was indeed a remarkable individual. As you said, I cannot guarantee anything. Su Yuan duplied. Zhou Wuyo's expression relaxed. I understand this. Human efforts are paramount, while the outcome lies in the hands of fate. Zhou Wuyo gestured toward the back. Immediately, a disciple approached carrying a box. Here are today's 25 portions of resources. Please accept them. Zhou Wuyo offered the box with both hands. Is there no need to sign an agreement? Su Yuan asked, surprised. None is required, Zhou Wuyo assured him. Su Yuan regarded him thoughtfully and accepted the box. This disciple has been my companion since childhood. You may call him Shaoli. Should you require assistance, you could direct him. He resides in room 318, conveniently close to yours, and if he cannot resolve something, he will contact me. He will not delay your affairs. Su Xixiao. Greetings, Su Xixion. A slender youth stepped forward eagerly. Su Yuan Nadith. I do not require assistance at the moment. Very well. Zhou Wuyo smiled. I shall take my leave. Su Xixiao, please attend to your matters. Zhou Wuyo said. Su Yuan departed, returning briefly to his residence before heading to the lecture hall to attend class. After receiving news, Zhou Wuyo's face flickered with uncertainty. He questioned whether his decision was flawed. Yet since he had made a choice, there was no room for regret. Upon completing the lecture, Su Yuan returned to his room. It was still early, yet he settled into the cultivation chamber. Opening the box, he discovered 25 shards of spiritual stone and 25 vials of recovery liquid, combined with the 6 portions of resources he had not utilized, totaling 31 shards of spiritual stone and 31 vials of recovery liquid. These resources held little significance for him. To truly elevate himself, he would ultimately rely on his own endeavors. Su Yuan cast a glance at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level. Unremarkable, 13-100, realm. First layer of chi refinement, 66-100, attribute 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer the rest period, the more effective the cultivation. Current rest time, 6 days 1 hours unknowingly. The rest period had already reached 6 days. During his previous 3-day rest, his spiritual energy reserves had increased by approximately 260 strands, and he had opened 2 spiritual acupoints. What effects would this 6-day rest yield? Activating balance of work and rest. A chime echoed in his mind. In the next moment, Su Yuan felt a surge of energy. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state where a multitude of red, gold, and green light points surrounded him. He commenced the circulation of his chi, summoning 9 strands of spiritual energy, which entwined into a single flow, skillfully weaving into his meridians and swiftly navigating through them. The 3-colored spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged towards him at an astonishing speed, penetrating his body through every pore, merging into his meridians, and entering the circulation system. This time, the circulation felt remarkably effortless. Su Yuan even sensed an instinctive ease, requiring little mental effort to manage, flowing naturally along the predetermined path, saving both energy and effort. With a thought, Su Yuan withdrew most of his consciousness from the circulation and began to recall the lessons he had attended and the books he had read during this time. He vividly remembered 32 lectures and the insightful explanations from 14 intersex seniors, encompassing the essential principles of various attribute cultivation methods, precautions during the cultivation process, and techniques for circulating qi, each detail crystal clear in his mind. The knowledge gleaned from the 500 books he had perused in the library also surfaced in his thoughts. With countless fragmented bits of cultivation wisdom extracted and validated against the courses delivered by his seniors. Gradually, Su Yuan's comprehension of the first layer of qi refinement soared. The circulation had become second nature, seamlessly repeating without deliberate focus. Immersed in a sea of knowledge, he repeatedly contemplated the path of cultivation. When he finally grasped the essence of the teachings from recent days, 4 hours had elapsed. A bright glimmer flickered in Su Yuan's eyes as he returned his awareness to his dantian. To his astonishment, the total amount of spiritual energy within had reached 620 strands. How had he achieved this? Su Yuan marveled. He then keenly sensed the conclusion of a new round of circulation. This cycle had taken merely a quarter of an hour. The additional spiritual energy he had amassed was an impressive 81 strands, completely surpassing his previous estimation of a maximum of 40 strands from the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon after, another round of circulation commenced. However, this time, Su Yuan took the reins, applying the insights he had gained over the past 4 hours to the burning wood-refining spirit technique. As he manipulated the 9 strands of spiritual energy within his dantian, their form transformed once more during the process. From ribbon-like shapes, they morphed into a fiery golden python, its body composed of green wood attribute spiritual energy, its blood infused with fire attribute energy, and its skin sculpted from gold attribute energy, creating a vibrant, golden red spiritual serpent that darted swiftly within his dantian. Wherever it passed, it inhaled countless strands of spiritual energy from the meridians, naturally completing digestion and conversion into a part of the spiritual serpent during the circulation. The burning wood refining spirit technique appeared to come alive at that moment, leaving Su Yuan in a state of enchantment. As the cycle of the celestial rotation concluded and returned to the dantian, the spirit python dispersed, forming 108 strands of spiritual energy. Subtracting the initial 9 strands, he had increased his spiritual energy by 99 strands in a single cultivation session. His total spiritual energy now reached 2,719 strands. It was time for a breakthrough. With a mere thought, Su Yuan summoned a total of 360 strands of spiritual energy, reassembling them into a spirit python that plunged into his meridians, following the trajectory of the previously opened acupoints, arriving at the 3rd acupoint, where it unhesitatingly burrowed in. Once inside the acupoint, the spirit python began to thrash about violently, its continuous movement gradually opening and solidifying the spiritual acupoint. The speed of this process was doubled compared to before, and Su Yuan sensed a reduction in the consumption of spiritual energy as well. After successfully opening the spiritual acupoint, he once again used his spiritual energy to connect the first 3 acupoints, establishing a stable structure. Once it was completely solidified, the spiritual energy serpent dissipated, returning to the dantian as 80 strands of spiritual energy, with an actual consumption of only 280 strands. He had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Su Yuan used inwardly. With this achievement, he had surpassed even the finest records among those with mid-grade spiritual roots. Naturally, Su Yuan had no intention of halting his progress. He commenced another breakthrough. The 4th acupoint was effortlessly opened under his control, consuming 532 strands of spiritual energy, further refining his mastery over it. After regaining a semblance of focus, Su Yuan opened the 5th acupoint. This consumed 1,007 strands of spiritual energy. Such an accomplishment had already surpassed the top contender among high-grade spiritual roots. At this point, Su Yuan's mental state was waning, despite having an hour remaining. His spirit had become weary. It appeared he needed to find a method to enhance his spiritual awareness. Su Yuan contemplated inwardly before settling into a meditative sleep. Meanwhile, his body continued to operate the celestial rotation instinctively. It was not until an hour later, upon exiting this state, that the cultivation method returned to normal. In the morning, Su Yuan awoke feeling remarkably refreshed and clear-headed, with the 5 acupoints within him continuously generating spiritual energy, nourishing his physical form as well. His senses were once again heightened, and his physique was strengthening. As he stepped into the courtyard, he heard a commotion outside. Furrowing his brow, he recognized Zhang Wei's voice amidst the ruckus. Curiosity piqued. He opened his door to find Zhang Wei engaged in a skirmish with several other disciples, clearly at a disadvantage, having been struck multiple times. Su Yuan's keen eyes caught sight of one disciple sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, who seemed to have been involved in a prior transaction with Zhang Wei. Onlookers peered from nearby houses, yet none intervened. In that instant, Su Yuan surmised the sequence of events. Zhang Wei's performance yesterday had evidently provoked the interests of some disciples. Zhang Wei's rapid breakthrough was likely linked to transactions, and some disciples might have attempted to impede or intercept these dealings to hinder Zhang Wei's progress. Taking 2 steps forward, Su Yuan prepared to intervene. Upon hearing the door open and footsteps approach, Zhang Wei instinctively recognized Su Yuan's presence and shouted, "Su Yuan, stay back. I can handle this myself." The response to his declaration was a series of thuds. In astonishment, Zhang Wei turned to see that his opponents had inexplicably collapsed to the ground, writhing in distress. Gazing upward, he discovered Su Yuan standing before him, hands clasped behind his back, an expression of serene calmness upon his face. Zhang Wei could hardly believe his eyes. It was evident that, in that fleeting moment, Su Yuan had come to his aid. However, he was left bewildered, wondering how everything had transpired so swiftly, One moment he was aware, and the next he had fallen. What had happened? Chapter 10. Resolving troubles, Su Yuan was equally astonished. Just as he was about to intervene, he realized that, though his speed was remarkable, he could control his body with clarity and precision. His strikes were fierce, and in an instant, he discerned numerous weaknesses in several disciples, swiftly taking them down with the simplest of techniques, be it a punch or a kick. Some of these techniques stemmed from miscellaneous books he had perused and even from combat videos he had watched in a previous life. During his earlier cultivation experiences, he had inadvertently absorbed these skills. When did you become so strong? Have you learned martial arts? Zhang Wei asked wide-eyed. Sujuan Chekiv. Perhaps I have always been this strong? Zhang Wei paused, realizing that he had never witnessed Su Yuan in action. Why had he assumed Su Yuan was weak? The surrounding disciples also looked on in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Su Yuan's performance. Meanwhile, on a distant tree branch, Lu Muwan wore a look of surprise. She had just been practicing lightness techniques in the woods when she unexpectedly stumbled upon the battle between Zhang Wei and the others. Initially intending to observe for just a moment, she was taken aback by Su Yuan's prowess. His speed, reflexes, and strength were no longer reminiscent of an ordinary person. There was no sign of him having rigorously studied martial arts. To achieve such results, his chi refinement stage must have reached the second level, allowing the refinement of chi to nourish the body. Having studied martial arts herself, Lu Muwan could tell Su Yuan had not formally trained. Yet another question arose in her mind. She did not recall a disciple at the second level of chi refinement bearing his identity. Who was he? Su Yuan seemed to sense something, turning towards the forest. However, by the time he looked, Lu Muwan had already concealed herself among the leaves. Confused, he turned back. In the distance, a group of people was approaching in a grand manner. Zhang Wei's expression shifted. That's Wu Jing, a mid-grade dual spirit root. He previously opened 2 acupoints. Are these people his? Su Yuan shot him a bemused glance. Brother, you've been fighting for quite some time, and you didn't even recognize the main party? With a cold expression, Wu Jing arrived, observing his fallen subordinates wailing on the ground. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Zhang Wei and Su Yuan. Are you the ones who attack my people? Zhang Wei retorted, they struck my client first. Look, my client. Zhang Wei halted mid-sentence, realizing his client had somehow appeared by the sidelines, and the bruises that once marked his body had vanished. When their eyes met, the disciple wore an innocent expression and, lowering his head, slipped away. This left Zhang Wei's mind reeling. Wu Jing cast a glance at the fleeing disciple and then at the groaning disciples attempting to rise. A flicker of anger crossed his features. He realized he had been set up and used as a pawn. Yet, given the current developments, he could not simply walk away. You've harmed my people. I offer you 2 choices. Either I beat you up, or you compensate me with 50 resources. Choose one. Zhang Wei's face flushed red as he surveyed the 27 disciples surrounding him, a hint of panic evident. He instinctively looked to Su Yuan, who appeared remarkably calm. That unflappable demeanor, as if a mountain could crumble before him without causing alarm, significantly steadied Zhang Wei's frantic mind. What should we do, Su Yuan? He implored. Su Yuan gestured for him to remain silent. He turned to Wu Jing and stated, it was I who took down your people. If you wish to cause trouble, speak to me directly. Oh, Wu Jing glanced at his subordinates, all of whom nodded in agreement. He regarded Su Yuan with a hint of surprise. One of the 5 quickly approached Wu Jing, whispering in his ear. Wu Jing's expression shifted slightly, revealing a trace of astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall extend the same choice to you. How will you choose? Su Yuan smiled in return. Hold on a moment. You may have the numbers, but I am not without allies. He waved his hand behind him. From the crowd of onlookers, over 20 individuals immediately stepped forward. Zhou Wuyo led the charge, striding with an imposing presence. Su Yuan had anticipated Zhou Wuyo's arrival, recognizing that Zhang Wei's earlier conflict had drawn his attention. However, given their previous animosities, Zhou Wuyo would not have intervened to assist. As Zhou Wuyo approached with his entourage, a look of suspicion crossed Zhang Wei's face, and panic began to resurface. Su Yuan, we're surrounded. He lamented. Fear not. They are my allies, Su Yuan reassured him. What? Allies? Zhang Wei was taken aback. Then, he witnessed his former rival, Zhou Wuyo, bowing respectfully before Su Yuan. Senior Su, everyone is here. Su Yuan nodded calmly, turning his gaze towards Wu Jing. If you seek battle, we shall oblige. Wu Jing's expression darkened. He was perplexed as to who was orchestrating this situation, thrusting him into conflict with such formidable opponents. His subordinates had just informed him that 5 of them had been swiftly defeated by Su Yuan, and he sensed something was amiss. At that moment, his desire to retreat grew stronger, yet he could not afford to lose face. The 2 factions stood poised for confrontation, each comprising over 20 members, totaling just over 50 individuals, arrayed along either side of the path. Wu Jing's demeanor was grave, while Su Yuan maintained an air of ease. Zhang Wei was eager to engage, and Zhou Wuyo bore an undercurrent of concern. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Su Yuan suddenly exclaimed, Wu Jing, my friend, there has indeed been a misunderstanding. Someone has secretly set a trap, deliberately inciting conflict between us. We cannot allow their schemes to succeed. Wu Jing's expression shifted to one of realization. That explains the odd feeling I had. Su Juan Nadith. Moreover, we are in Ximiao Valley, where many eyes are upon us. Engaging in a brawl would surely displease the higher-ups. We seek to cultivate our paths to immortality, not squabble over grievances. Therefore, I admit that I may have struck a bit too hard earlier. I will compensate the injured disciples with 20 resources for their medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing's demeanor softened. He glanced at the bruises on Zhang Wei's face and remarked, my people were also unrestrained. Thus, I shall offer 10 resources as an apology. He waved his hand, and a box was promptly brought forth. Wu Jing accepted it and tossed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei caught the box, bewildered, and gazed at Su Yuan with confusion, sensing that the unfolding events were diverging from his expectations. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, Thank you, Brother Wu Jing. It seems we have formed an unexpected bond today. My name is Su Yuan, and I hope we can look out for one another within the sect. Wu Jing responded with a smile. Naturally. I hold immense respect for your strength, Brother Su. We should find an opportunity to sit down and discuss the principles of cultivation. Just then, a cry of surprise echoed from the distance. Everyone turned to see a group of individuals in distinctive black attire rushing towards them. Wu Jing waved his hand, and the 5 disciples with bruises quickly retreated, merging into the crowd. Su Yuan urged Zhang Wei to step inside a nearby building. Zhang Wei remained momentarily dazed, still processing the situation. Go in and put away your things, Su Yuan instructed. Oh, right, Zhang Wei nodded. The black-clad group approached. The young man in black surveyed the disciples, noting the lack of any visible brawl. He frowned and asked, What are you all doing? Wu Jing stepped forward, smiling. Senior brother, we were about to head to the lecture hall together. We just gathered here. The young man in black maintained a stern expression. Seeing no signs of a large-scale fight, he appeared displeased and turned to leave. As the young man in black departed, his silhouette fading from view, Wu Jing seethed. Who on earth is it? Do not let me uncover your identity. At that moment, Zhang Wei stepped forth, sensing the tense atmosphere, and inquired Su Yuan, What has transpired? Su Yuan shook his head, responding, It's nothing now. Everyone could disperse. Wu Jing waved his hand, leading his subordinates away. Soon, the crowd dissipated, and the onlookers also departed. In Su Yuan's courtyard, Su Yuan, Zhang Wei, and Zhou Wuyo took their seats. Su Yuan sat in the center, with Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo flanking him, both casting disdainful glances at one another, their expressions far from cordial. Had it not been for Su Yuan's presence, they would undoubtedly have engaged in a fiery exchange. Speak. Zhang Wei, what exactly happened? Su Yuan inquired. I was just heading out, intending to attend a lecture, when I stumbled upon one of my clients lying on the ground. And those 5 were right beside him. My client called out for help, and in a moment of impulse, I charged at them. Zhang Wei explained. Fool, Zhou Wuyo retorted. Who are you calling a fool? Zhang Wei shot back. Keep your distance from Su Yuan, you cold-hearted wretch. Zhou Wuyo disregarded Zhang Wei, turning away in disdain, mentally branding him a dimwit and a reckless fool. It appears your client was bribed, Su Yuan remarked. You should reach out to your other clients and see if they're still inclined to provide you with resources. Impossible. I offer 1,000-fold return here, Zhang Wei insisted. Su Yuan chuckled softly. Yet, how many spirit stones can you truly muster? The cost of betrayal is remarkably low. Zhang Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he handed Su Yuan a box of spirit stones. This is a token of apology from Wu Jing, since you intervened on my behalf. It is rightfully yours. Additionally, I will compensate for the 20 resources I owe you, plus my token of gratitude. I will ensure you receive at least 40 resources, Zhang Wei declared resolutely. Su Yuan regarded him with a bemused expression, saying, since I have already mentioned it is a matter of returning, it implies no need for compensation. As for your gratitude, that is unnecessary. Do you not consider me a friend? Indeed, Zhang Wei responded. But does returning mean this? Are you certain Wu Jing will not be angered? He asked, surprised. Simpleton, Zhou Wuyo interjected sharply. It was evident to any discerning observer that Su Yuan had been the dominant force, capable of swiftly overpowering 5 opponents, ensuring victory in battle. Get lost, Zhang Wei retorted angrily. This is not your territory, Zhou Wuyo replied. You, Zhang Wei fumed. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. Zhou Wuyo, this time I'm certain I will enter the outer sect. You can toil as a servant disciple for 3 years. Zhou Wuyo laughed lightly. On the contrary, I am capable of entering the outer sect, while you, without resources, may not have such certainty. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow. All right, the lecture is about to commence. Let's attend it. We can discuss these matters later, Su Yuan suggested. Zhang Wei's face flushed. I shall refrain from attending and return to recuperate. And you? Su Yuan turned to Zhou Wuyo. This lecture holds no value for me, Zhou Wuyo replied. In that case, I shall proceed. You are free to do as you wish. Su Yuan smiled as he stood. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo exchanged glares before rising to leave, parting ways at the entrance. Su Yuan straightened his attire and made his way toward the lecture hall. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding, reputation value 1. Ding, reputation value 1. Ding, reputation value 1. Ding, reputation value 4. Su Yuan glanced at the 4 notifications in confusion, his reputation value rising to 2,100. Yet, the reasoning behind this increase eluded him. As he pondered, he continued onward, when suddenly he noticed a graceful silhouette of a woman ahead. He cast a fleeting glance, but paid little mind, passing her by without a backward glance. Chapter 11. The Intersect Senior Disciples' Second Lesson. Hold on. A voice, clear yet tinged with gentle warmth, echoed from behind, causing Su Yuan to pause. He turned back, a familiar face coming into view. It wasn't her stunning beauty that made her memorable, but the fact that she was Lu Yuan, possessor of one of the supreme spiritual roots. He hadn't anticipated encountering her, let alone being addressed by her. Su Yuan surveyed their surroundings, noting they were the only 2 on the path. Are you calling me? He inquired. Yes, Lu Yuan affirmed. She observed Su Yuan closely, discerning a subtle emanation of spiritual energy. Her exceptional spiritual root granted her acute perception of spiritual energies, allowing her to vaguely sense that Su Yuan's cultivation was indeed at the 2nd level of qi refining, and not merely at the initial stage. This struck Lu Yuan as astonishing, for she recalled Su Yuan's assessment from the previous day, confirming only 2 spiritual apertures. Yet within a single day, he had seemingly advanced to 4 or even 5. This was highly irregular. Is there something I can assist you with? Su Yuan asked, noticing her prolonged silence. Lu Yuan smoothed her hair and articulated, I was curious. The upcoming lecture pertains to water attribute techniques, yet you possess the gold, wood, and fire spiritual roots. Why would you attend? Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback that Lu Yuan knew of his spiritual root composition. Oh, the librarian at the Scripture Pavilion informed me that in cultivation, understanding one path leads to understanding all. The principles within water attribute techniques are fundamental to cultivation, and listening can only be beneficial, Su Yuan explained casually. Lu Yuan paused, her expression thoughtful. Time is fleeting, and I must hasten to the lecture hall, lest I lose my place. I shall take my leave, Su Yuan stated before swiftly departing. Lu Yuan disregarded Su Yuan's rationale, continuing to contemplate the cause of his progress. However, with her knowledge and experience, she couldn't fathom the reason unless Su Yuan himself elucidated it. Suddenly, Lun Yuan sensed something turning her head. A figure was approaching with seeming slowness, yet moving with incredible velocity. Soon, Yi Bufan materialized. What did you discuss with him? Yi Bufan inquired calmly. Nothing of consequence. Merely a few casual inquiries, Lun Yuan replied after a pause. Is it your concern? Yi Bufan stated impassively. If he has garnered your attention, he is no simple individual. Is that so? He is certainly not your equal. Lun Yuan retorted. That is self-evident, Yi Bufan replied with a faint smile. Though the future remains uncertain, Lun Yuan added. Yi Bufan dismissed it, saying, you should focus on your own endeavors, lest you fall behind. With that, Yi Bufan continued onward, his figure soon disappearing. Lun Yuan shook her head. I shall not indulge in matters of the heart until I reach the nascent soul stage. With a light step, she leaped onto a nearby tree, traversing the treetops, taking an unconventional route. After Lun Yuan departed, the Valley Master appeared on a stone, noting down observations in a journal. Lun Yuan possesses unwavering resolve and keen perception. Yi Bufan may face a trial of the heart in the future and is excessively self-assured. This Su Yuan exudes an unusual aura. The lad is deliberately concealing his abilities. The Valley Master hesitated before elevating Lun Yuan's name to the top, demoting Yi Bufan to second and leaving Su Yuan in third place. Subsequently, the Valley Master vanished like a wisp of smoke. Su Yuan, en route, heard a system notification. Ding, fame value 4. Oh, another 4? My fame experience has reached 24. Su Yuan glanced back. Could it be due to Lun Yuan? He had noticed that ordinary individuals required the collective awareness of many to yield even a single point of fame value, whereas those with high talent or strength could provide fame value from a single person. This awareness was not merely hearing his name, but required some understanding and attention toward him. This was his conjecture, but it was likely accurate. Su Yuan shook his head and continued onward. Suddenly, he sensed a force approaching from behind. He turned to see Yi Bufan, another possessor of a supreme spiritual root, rapidly closing in. Su Yuan naturally moved to the side of the road, yielding to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan passed by swiftly, casting a glance at Su Yuan's face before turning away with disdain. Su Yuan paid no heed to Yi Bufan's expression. His attention was on Yi Bufan's feet, the azure whirlwind swirling around them, likely a wind-swift technique to enhance movement speed. In an instant, Yi Bufan was gone. Indeed, I should learn a technique as well. Raw spiritual energy is of limited use. Su Yuan thought of the scripture pavilion, the repository of techniques and spells. He recalled that reaching the second level of qi refining granted a free opportunity to exchange for a technique, but he couldn't go yet, perhaps later. Soon, the lecture hall was again filled with disciples. Su Yuan sat in a corner, watching the front row with envy, where 2 seats were reserved for the possessors of supreme spiritual roots. He had almost missed securing a seat, and after the hall was full, Lun Yuan had leisurely arrived and naturally taken one of the front row seats, without concern for the lack of space, for no one dared occupy that spot. Truly, possessing a supreme spiritual root has significant advantages. Su Yuan mused, though he knew that even if he had one, it would be of no use, as he would be under constant scrutiny, unable to slack off. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky. The crowd looked up to see layers of white clouds forming a white ladder. Zhuge Jian descended slowly, each step causing the white clouds behind him to explode into a radiant display of colors. Su Yuan's lips twitched. It was not until Zhuge Jian landed and sat down that the crowd returned to their senses. Yi Bufan's face was rigid, barely holding back his irritation. He loathed others flaunting their superiority, but Zhuge Jian was too powerful. He would endure it, and in 10 years, he would surpass Zhuge Jian. Fellow disciples, it is a pleasure to see you all again. Zhuge Jian smiled faintly. This is my second lecture, and some of you may have attended my first. I am a firm believer in fate. Therefore, I intend to present you with a test. If you can complete it, I shall bestow upon you a reward. The crowd's eyes lit up. Even Yi Bufan raised his head, his eyes gleaming. Zhuge Jian, pleased with the crowd's reaction, stated, the test is simple. Pertaining to the content of my first lecture, I have distilled the key points into a test comprising 5 questions. You have 1/4 of an hour to answer. If you answer all correctly, the reward is yours. With a wave of his hand, Zhuge Jian released 290 blank scrolls from his sleeve, landing precisely in front of 290 disciples. The remaining 70 disciples, who had not attended his first lecture, were not given the test, leaving them disheartened and feeling deprived. Before Su Yuan appeared a rolled-up blank paper, with a pen placed on top. He watched, speechless, as the disciples unfolded the paper, earnestly studying the questions and preparing to answer. This scene was entirely unexpected. He unfolded the paper as well, seeing 5 questions. After a mere glance, he already had a solution. This indeed encapsulates the content of the first lesson delivered by Zhuge Jian. The initial 4 questions were swiftly addressed, yet the final question proved to be significantly more intriguing. It not only demanded a comprehensive understanding of Zhuge Jian's teachings, but also required the integration of other cultivation knowledge, presenting a considerable challenge. However, for Su Yuan, this was merely a trifling matter. He had long since attained a profound comprehension, having absorbed the wisdom contained within hundreds of tomes in the library, which had elevated his knowledge and perspective far beyond that of an ordinary disciple. Question: the essence of heaven and earth is spiritual energy. While the energy of Taoist cultivation is spiritual power, what distinguishes the two? Answer: refine essence into energy, refine energy into spirit. Spiritual energy is the breath of heaven and earth, something beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. When spiritual energy enters the body and merges with essence, energy, and spirit, the 4 become one, thus forming spiritual power, which is subject to human control and utilization. Question: spiritual energy is categorized into 5 elements, such as wind, clouds, thunder, snow, ice, mist, and illusions. Yet, to the naked eye, spiritual energy appears colorless, tasteless, intangible, and imperceptible, seemingly devoid of attributes. Why is this so? Answer: energy is mutable. Metal can transform into water, and thunder can turn into fire. The attributes of spiritual energy can interchange, which is the natural law of heaven and earth. The human body operates similarly. Spiritual power entering the heart can transform into fire, while that entering the lungs can become metal. Change embodies the principle of constancy. The vastness of heaven and earth encompasses myriad energies, unifying them into one. The whole is indeed the void, imperceptible, although seemingly devoid of attributes. In truth, it encompasses all. The wonders of heaven and earth are profound and intricate. Su Yuan casually responded to the questions, articulating his interpretations for each. He perceived no need for concealment regarding such literary inquiries in the realm of cultivation. The emphasis lies on one's level of attainment and the prowess of one's spells. As for answering questions, merely a trivial matter, a modest demonstration of ability suffices. Su Yuan felt quite assured. Indeed, he was quite envious of Zhuge Jian's rewards, for this individual was the inner sex senior disciple. The inner sect senior disciple must have already been poised for promotion to a core disciple. Such individuals cannot simply be regarded as mere inner sect disciples. In fact, this person likely aspired to become a true disciple. Given the stature of such an individual, the rewards they offered must undoubtedly be substantial, Su Yuan mused. Before he realized it, he had completed all 5 questions. After a while, the quarter-hour mark arrived. With a wave of his hand, Zhuge Jian gathered all 290 papers back into his possession, stacking them into a pile. Suddenly, a mysterious flash of white light emanated from his hand. The stack of white papers then divided into 5 smaller piles, with the first being the largest, the second also considerable, and the subsequent piles diminishing in number, the smallest consisting of only a few sheets. Su Yuan widened his eyes in astonishment. This was the process of grading papers? A mere flash of white light. And it was completed? This was truly remarkable. Zhuge Jian picked up the smallest pile, clearly revealing that it contained only 5 sheets of paper. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he flipped through them a few times, his expression reflecting satisfaction. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the last sheet, his brows furrowing slightly. Chapter 12. Selecting spells. This response surpasses even my own explanation. Zhuge Jian pondered, acknowledging that it had indeed provided a deeper validation of my foundational understanding. Although I grasped the principles, I had previously struggled to articulate them with such clarity. He withdrew his thoughts from the blank sheet of paper and cast his gaze across the assembly, swiftly honing in on a disciple who was bowing his head, seemingly lost in his own world. Unfamiliar with the disciple's identity, he reached out telepathically to a servant outside the lecture hall to inquire. Soon learning the boy's name was Su Yuan. Zhuge Jian then smiled and addressed everyone. I am pleased to announce that 5 disciples have successfully completed the questions. Yibu Fan, Lu Muan, Zheng He, Lu Mian, and Su Yuan. He paused momentarily before uttering the last name. Initially, the gathered disciples did not pay much heed. Yibu Fan and Lu Muan were renowned for their extraordinary spiritual roots, while Zheng He and Lu Mian were known for their superior roots, all of whom possessed great potential and fame. However, upon hearing Su Yuan's name, a flicker of confusion passed through the crowd. Who is this person? He sounds somewhat familiar. Whispers circulated among the disciples as their gazes converged on Su Yuan in the corner. Isn't he the one with inferior spiritual roots who has opened 2 meridians? Su Yuan, that's right. It's him. Can he truly have answered 5 questions? This is astonishing. Upon reflection, it seemed less surprising. Despite his inferior roots, his ability to open 2 meridians indicated a remarkable level of comprehension. So, he possesses a talent for understanding. Many recalled Su Yuan's assessment results from the previous day, and as they compared it to the current situation, realization dawned upon them. Though his qualifications were average, his comprehension was undeniably exceptional. Yibu Fan's eyes flickered with surprise. Su Yuan's name resonated once more in his ears, and the fact that he was mentioned alongside him elevated his regard, albeit slightly. Lu Muan appeared contemplative. Having noticed that Zhuge Jian had hesitated briefly over the last sheet of paper, his brow slightly furrowed. Could the content on that blank page have sparked Zhuge Jian's contemplation? Who answered it? Lu Muan speculated it might be Su Yuan, as Zhuge Jian had clearly arranged the names in order. Zhuge Jian remained unfazed by the commotion and continued. I reward you all with an opportunity to exchange spells free of charge in the Scripture Pavilion. However, I must advise you that during this period at Immortal Seed Valley, it is best to prioritize your cultivation rather than neglecting your foundational work. You may exchange spells after formally entering the sect. Many disciples cast peculiar glances at the bowing Su Yuan, realizing that Zhuge Jian's admonition was directed solely at him, while the other 4 were all but assured of entering the inner sect. Well, the examination has concluded. Now, let us return our focus to the lecture. Today, I shall discuss the techniques for compressing and merging spiritual energy. Zhuge Jian's voice resonated, and the hall fell into a profound silence as everyone attentively listened. Casting aside the earlier interruption, at this moment, Su Yuan slightly lifted his head, scratching his chin. He had just heard the system notification chime. Ding. Reputation 1. Ding. Reputation 2. Ding. Reputation 3. Ding. Reputation 4. Ding. Reputation 5. Ding. Reputation 10. A series of 6 notifications surprised Su Yuan. This public appearance had garnered him the most reputation points he had ever received. It surged by an astonishing 25 points. Adding to his previous total of 24, he now boasted 49 reputation points. He was tantalizingly close to surpassing the halfway mark. The 10 points likely stemmed from Zhuge Jian. But how could Zhuge Jian, with merely his 9th level of Qi refinement, provide more reputation than the Valley Master? Su Yuan found himself perplexed. Yet this mattered little. What truly excited him was that he had earned an opportunity to select a spell. This news thrilled him, igniting a fervent desire to rush to make his exchange, as his mind raced with possibilities regarding which type of spell he should choose. Throughout the lecture, Zhuge Jian occasionally glanced towards Su Yuan's direction, but upon observing Su Yuan's distant demeanor, a hint of doubt crossed his mind. Was his lecture ineffective? Or had Su Yuan already mastered the material? Noting that Yibu Fan and Lu Yuan were both attentively engaged, Zhuge Jian questioned what right Su Yuan had to behave in such a manner. His evaluation of Su Yuan diminished slightly, and his initial curiosity dissipated. After an hour and a half, the lecture came to a close. Su Yuan departed with the crowd, making his way towards the scripture pavilion. As the throng dwindled, he noticed 4 others with the same destination ahead of him: Yi Bufan, Lu Yuan, Zheng He, and Lu Miaoan. These were the 4 disciples who, like him, had qualified for spell exchange. The lecture hall was not far from the scripture pavilion, and as Yi Bufan and the others arrived, Su Yuan followed closely behind. It appeared that the elder guarding the pavilion had just stepped away, leaving them waiting at the entrance. Hence, Su Yuan's arrival drew the attention of the 4. He felt somewhat out of place, akin to a struggling student mingling among top scholars. Zheng He wore a congenial smile. Lu Miaoan appeared serious. Yi Bufan remained indifferent, while Lu Yuan offered a gentle smile. Each displayed a unique expression, yet none seemed inclined to speak. Su Yuan managed a smile in acknowledgement. Creak. The grand doors of the scripture pavilion opened. An unfamiliar elder stepped out, beaming as he said, "You must be the ones recommended by Zhuge Jian. Please present your tokens for verification." "Yes, elder." Yi Bufan was the first to present his disciple token. "Very well." The elder observed the one inscribed and smiled warmly. Next came Lu Yuan with her token marked 2, followed by Zheng He and Lu Miaoan, corresponding to 3 and 4. At last, the elder glanced at Su Yuan's token, momentarily taken aback. Instead of the expected 5, the 2 and 9 caused the elder's expression to shift intriguingly. After confirming the name on the opposite side of the token, he scrutinized Su Yuan. "Ah, Su Yuan, is it?" This old man is quite surprised. Ding, reputation 5. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned and quickly responded. "Su Yuan, greetings, elder." "Very well. You may all enter. Each of you can select one spell, regardless of grade or contribution. Once you have made your choices, please return to me for registration." "Understood." The 5 bowed respectfully and entered the scripture pavilion. Yi Bufan, with a clear objective, strode purposefully into the depths, swiftly vanishing from sight. Lu Yuan also disappeared, her whereabouts unknown. Lu Miaoan lingered by a nearby shelf, examining it closely, while Zheng He remained behind, cheerfully engaging Su Yuan in conversation. "Junior brother Su, you are quite impressive," Zheng He remarked with a smile. "Senior brother Zheng is too kind. You are the truly remarkable one." Su Yuan replied with a smile. "I merely benefit from my superior single spiritual root," Zheng He replied modestly. "You, however, are different, with inferior roots. Your astonishing comprehension indicates that your innate talent is no less than mine." "You flatter me. I am not exaggerating," Zheng He continued. "With your level of comprehension, pursuing ordinary spells is hardly meaningful. I recommend you consider selecting a profound spell." "What?" Su Yuan inquired. Curiosity piqued as he was grappling with his indecision and eagerly anticipated Zheng He's suggestion. "The spell known as Xianzhen Yin Tian Shu upon mastery enables the transformation of spiritual energy into Xianzhen Qi, thereby enhancing the refinement and control of one's spiritual power. This spell allows for the evolution of various forms of attack, defense, and speed, among other remarkable applications. Crucially, it significantly increases the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The deeper one comprehends it, the greater the chance of success." As Lu Miaoan observed the introduction of the spell, he raised an eyebrow and turned to glance over, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, not directed at Su Yuan, but at Zheng He. He was acutely aware that Xianzhen Yin Tian Shu is exceedingly difficult to master. Even those with superior spiritual roots must deliberate for a considerable time before embarking on its study. Not having entered the practice is one thing. At most, it would merely waste some time. The real concern lies in the fact that once initiated, the internal spiritual energy would be converted into Xianzhen Qi. Although Zheng He spoke of its benefits, the amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation is already substantial. After conversion, the demand increases exponentially by more than tenfold. Even if it could enhance the probability of breakthrough, would a low-grade spiritual root ever reach the pinnacle of qi refinement in their lifetime? This is nothing short of scam. Lu Miaoan held Zheng He in contempt, perceiving him as deceptively gentle yet insidiously cunning. Su Yuan, intrigued by Zheng He's words, pondered the true merits of the spell. Is it truly that exceptional? You may wish to examine the introduction on the last shelf of the 99th row and see if it aligns with my description. However, I must caution you that this spell is notably challenging to master. Consider carefully whether you genuinely wish to pursue it. Oh, thank you for the information, Senior Brother Zheng. Su Yuan replied with a smile. Zheng He nodded amiably before disappearing into the shelves, soon vanishing from sight. Su Yuan perused the shelves, discovering numerous spells. Some were offensive, others defensive, and some focused on speed, alongside a variety of other spells. However, most of these spells served singular purposes, leaving Su Yuan in a state of indecision due to having only one opportunity for selection. Consequently, he approached the shelf that Zheng He had indicated. Indeed, he found a solitary volume of Xian Zhenyan Tian Shu, standing apart from the others. This spell integrates various applications of attack, defense, speed, and endurance, refining spiritual energy and transforming it into Xian Zhenqi. A minor accomplishment can elevate the success rate of foundation establishment by 30%. Mastery can enhance the success rate of core formation by 20%, and full mastery can boost the success rate of nascent soul by 10%. This spell is notoriously difficult to cultivate and must be begun in the early stages of qi refinement. The challenge is immense. Choose wisely. How extraordinary! Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The prospect of improving the breakthrough rate to the nascent soul stage caused him to gasp in awe. This spell was undeniably powerful. He had to select it. As he moved closer, he suddenly noticed Yi Bufan standing in the corner, intently gazing at Xian Zhenyan Tian Shu. Su Yuan's approach seemed to disturb Yi Bufan, who glanced at him briefly, then cast a lingering look at the spell before turning away to another direction. Su Yuan Basid wondered whether Yi Bufan desired it or not. It appeared that the spell was indeed challenging, but with the system at his disposal, Su Yuan felt undaunted. He picked up the spell and proceeded directly to the entrance to register with the elder. Not long after, Lu Mu Wan arrived, having circled around, and upon seeing the empty space on the shelf, she expressed her surprise. Who selected Xian Zhenyan Tian Shu? Yi Bufan is quite bold. Lu Mu Wan was genuinely taken aback. Since it had been chosen by someone else, she felt no need to linger in indecision. Lu Mu Wan exhaled in relief and turned to leave. Soon after, Yi Bufan seemed to have made up his mind and returned to the empty shelf, his expression darkening as he inhaled the familiar scent in the air. Yi Bufan muttered, "I didn't expect your resolve to be so strong. I underestimated you." Other spells could be freely replicated, but this particular spell allowed only one individual to learn it among the batch of immortal seedlings. He had evidently missed his opportunity. Shaking his head, Yi Bufan declared, "Without this spell, I can still achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul." His gaze sharpened as he selected another powerful spell and departed with a flourish. Chapter 13. Su Yuan's choice. Are you certain you wish to select this particular spell? The elder of the scripture pavilion inquired, astonished. Indeed, Su Yuan affirmed with conviction. You possess remarkable courage. But what of your spiritual roots? The elder shook his head, the implication clear. In response, Su Yuan remained silent. He could not disclose to the elder that he was an extraordinary contender. Very well, the elder conceded, offering a brief admonition, and seeing Su Yuan's determination, he dismissed the matter. He brushed his hand over the ancient tome, which then glowed with a deep violet luminescence. The elder pressed it against Su Yuan's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge surged into Su Yuan's mind. A bead of cold sweat appeared on his brow. Yet he managed to withstand the deluge of information. The elder displayed a hint of surprise. Fascinating. Opening his eyes, Su Yuan exhaled a breath of relief and bowed respectfully. Thank you, elder. Enough. Return now, and do not harbor regrets in the future, the elder instructed. Yes. Su Yuan nodded, and with a light step, he exited the scripture pavilion. Turning, Su Yuan made his way towards the library pavilion to continue his reading. Behind a bookshelf, Zheng He emerged, cradling a tome, his expression somewhat peculiar, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The elder shot him a glance and remarked, Jealousy breeds stagnation. Zheng, his face stiffened, and he lowered his head in explanation. I merely offered him some advice. The choice was his. The elder scoffed softly, choosing not to engage further. What thoughts could escape his keen perception regarding a mere teenager? Hand it over. Yes. Zheng, he quickly offered the spell book to the elder. A low-grade mystic spell? Are you certain? The elder prompted. This is the one. Zheng, he asserted resolutely. The elder nodded, unsealing the book and placing it upon Zheng He's head. Zheng He felt a wave of dizziness, nearly toppling over, but the elder waved his hand, steadying him. After a while, Zheng He regained his composure, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Outside the scripture pavilion, atop a tree branch, the valley master noted down observations. Zheng He is envious of the talented, outwardly gentle, yet inwardly treacherous. Possesses potential for dark cultivation, a promising candidate for an undercover agent. Lu Mian remains aloof, awaiting observation. Yi Bufan displays arrogance and hesitation, requiring refinement. Su Yuan, an intriguing character, remarkably bold. The valley master mused. My observations of the disciples are nearly complete. Time for a restful slumber until the appointed 3 months. With that, he vanished swiftly. The elder of the scripture pavilion glanced in the direction of the valley master's disappearance, muttering. The valley master continues to play the part of the genteel while secretly engaging in subterfuge. No wonder he remains stuck at a bottleneck. Farther away, Zheng, he silently cursed. That elder is truly meddlesome, always interjecting unsolicited advice. Who seeks your counsel? Does he not understand the value of discretion? No wonder he has been relegated to the scripture pavilion as an elder. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, these events transpired behind him. He leisurely entered the library pavilion, casually picking up a book to peruse. The attendant, Inqin, was as usual dozing off in a chair, his arrival failing to rouse any notice. Having grown accustomed to the sound of Su Yuan's footsteps, Su Yuan reveled in his late-night reading. He had devoured yet another 100 books. Inqin awoke with a resigned smile. Little Su, do you intend to read every book in this library pavilion? I shall endeavor to do so. Only 79 days remain. Su Yuan lamented. There are so many books, at least over 100,000 volumes. I was merely inquiring. You truly plan to undertake this? Inqin expressed disbelief. Is that not permissible? Su Yuan guidi passive. It is indeed possible. However, if you find the time insufficient, why not come in at night to guard the place? That way, you could stay overnight to read, Inqin suggested suddenly. Huh? Su Yuan appeared bewildered. I can guard for you? Of course. Inqin thumped his chest. Although these books cannot be taken out, it is not a highly sensitive area, so any disciple could be entrusted with guarding it. Then that works. Su Yuan nodded. Let's finalize this. Tonight you will watch over it. I shall return in the morning to relieve you. You may read to your heart's content. Inqin laughed heartily. All right, Su Yuan replied. Inqin patted his shoulder, handing him a token of the library pavilion, then sauntered out, vanishing swiftly. Su Yuan closed the main door of the library pavilion, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the vast array of books. With Inqin present earlier, he had refrained from excessive zeal, but now, unguarded, he could hasten his reading pace. Approaching a bookshelf, he opened a volume and began to flip through its contents with the swiftness of a wave. With his second level of qi refinement, he swiftly absorbed the entirety of the text before him. While he could not retain it all immediately, the information had already begun to embed itself in his mind. Once the entries activated, he would be able to memorize them rapidly. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. Thus, Su Yuan diligently continued his reading. Morning arrived. Su Yuan lay sprawled on Inqin's chair, lazily dozing, his posture resembling that of his brother. Brother, I wish to read for a while. A melodious female voice startled Su Yuan awake. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he replied, Feel free to read, just do not take anything out and do not make a mess. It's you? Lu Muon exclaimed in surprise. Su Yuan yawned. Ah, it is senior sister Lu. What brings you here? Lu Muon regarded him with a peculiar expression. What are you doing here? Guarding the library pavilion. Is there an issue? Su Yuan responded. No. Lu Muon was at a loss for words. Then I shall read now, she declared. At your leisure, Su Yuan nodded. Lu Muon strolled into the library pavilion. Upon glancing back, she found Su Yuan had once again succumbed to slumber. This Su Yuan sleeps here, and even the lecture hall. How much time does he actually devote to cultivation? Lu Mu Wan found Su Yuan perplexing, sensing an oddity about him. After hearing his assertion that one law encompasses all, she was inspired to seek out cultivation experiences in the library pavilion today, not expecting to encounter this eccentric again, who seemed even more peculiar now. Shaking her head, she searched for cultivation manuals and soon became engrossed. After a while, Yi Bufan entered the library pavilion. Scanning the room, he quickly spotted Lu Mu Wan and was about to casually select a book when he heard a familiar voice nearby. Su Yuan appeared to sense someone entering, and, with his eyes still shut, he remarked, "Feel free to browse, just do not take anything out and do not make a mess." With that, he returned to his slumber. Yi Bufan's lips twitched slightly. Turning to confirm it was indeed Su Yuan, he frowned, casting a glance at Lu Mu Wan. Then back at Su Yuan, snorting softly and randomly picking up a cultivation manual to read. Half an hour later, Xin returned. "How goes it, Brother Su?" Su Yuan awakened, chuckling, "Rest assured, everything is in order. Did anyone come in? Perhaps one individual?" Su Yuan pondered aloud. "Oh, quite remarkable. I rarely see even a single shadow," Xin commented. Su Yuan's mouth twitched. Am I not a person? That is not what I meant," he stammered, as Su Yuan shot him an exasperated glance. After bidding farewell to Xin, Su Yuan made his way to the lecture hall, resuming his usual idle antics. Following the lecture, he returned to his quarters, handing over a portion of his resources to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this for me? I cannot accept it." Su Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. "How naive you are. You must repay me 1,000-fold. Have you forgotten? That would only hinder your own cultivation." Zhang Wei hesitated. "When I lacked resources, it seemed my progress was even better than yours. I had no trouble entering the outer sect, but you might not be so fortunate." Su Yuan replied, "Well." A look of gratitude flickered across Zhang Wei's face. "Are you aware that all my clients have backed out?" "Yes, I suspected as much," Su Yuan responded. "Thank you." Zhang Wei regained his confidence, stating, "Even if others conspire against me, what of it? I possess a low-grade dual spirit root and remarkable comprehension. With your support, entering the outer sect will be a mere formality. Rest assured, we shall become the unrivaled duo of the outer sect, vanquishing all adversaries." Su Yuan's eyelid twitched. "I believe in you." With newfound confidence, Zhang Wei departed. 3 months swiftly elapsed. One day, Su Yuan addressed Xin, "Senior brother, I may not be able to come tomorrow." "Oh, what is the matter?" Xin inquired, surprised. "I must devote myself entirely to advancing my rank in the coming days." Su Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Xin realized that Su Yuan was still a nascent cultivator. Indeed, time was short. Xin sighed. "I hope you can enter the outer sect. We might have the chance to meet again." Su Yuan smiled and nodded. Xin continued, "If you wish to read, you may visit the library within the peak. While it may not be as comprehensive as my collection, it should suffice. That one tea be necessary." Su Yuan shook his head. "Why not? You're not going to read?" Xin asked, astonished. "I've finished reading everything." Su Yuan chuckled. "You rascal. There are a total of 180,000 volumes in this library. You claim to have read them all?" Su Yuan shook his head. "I was merely jesting. Get lost." Xin laughed and scolded. Su Yuan laughed heartily as he left the library, returning to his quarters with a light step. Zhou Wuyo awaited him there. "What did you find out?" Su Yuan asked. Zhou Wuyo replied gravely, "Among the top-grade spirit roots, the strongest, Zheng He, has reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, having just opened 8 acupoints. The weakest among them has achieved the standard of 7 acupoints. Among the mid-grade spirit root disciples, the strongest has reached the 2nd level of qi refinement with 6 acupoints, while the weakest has attained 5 acupoints at the same level. That is the current situation. Reaching 5 acupoints allows entry into the outer sect, and 7 acupoints grants access to the inner sect. Zheng, he has just opened 8 acupoints?" Su Yuan was taken aback. The further one advances in cultivation, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. Zheng He's speed is indeed remarkable. Zhou Wuyo sighed. "And what about you?" "Su Yuan Inquayir. I have just reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, having opened 4 acupoints. Understood. You may return now and await my good news. Yuan declared. Zhou Wuyo's face lit up with joy as he sat down today as 25 resources and departed. After Zhou Wuyo left, Su Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. In the nearly 3 months that had passed without any cultivation, his internal spiritual energy had automatically increased to 300 strands, meeting the requirements to open 6 acupoints. Was cultivation truly this arduous? He glanced at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level, obscure 54-100, realm, second level of Qi refinement, 66-100, entry 1, balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better your cultivation results. Current rest period, 72 days and 2 hours. Having rested for 72 days without cultivating, what remarkable effects might this yield? Su Yuan mused. Chapter 14. Cultivating the Xianzhen Yin Tian technique before departing from the immortal seed valley. There would be an assessment of cultivation levels. Thus, Su Yuan's primary purpose for this session of cultivation was not merely to enhance his cultivation, but rather to delve into the Xianzhen Yin Tian technique. Achieving entry-level mastery would augment his foundation-laying success rate by 10%. Attaining a basic understanding would increase it by 20%. Reaching minor success would yield a 30% increase. Mastery would enhance the foundation-laying success rate by 40%, and the core formation success rate by 20%. Attaining great success would boost the foundation-laying success rate by 50%, the core formation success rate by 30%, and the nascent soul success rate by 10%. This technique held immense significance for Su Yuan, as his spiritual roots were merely of the low-grade 3 types. Breaking through bottlenecks was inherently more challenging than for those with superior spiritual roots, yet this technique would substantially ease the process. However, before comprehending the Xianzhen Yin Tian technique, Su Yuan needed to thoroughly digest the vast array of knowledge from the library and all the teachings he had absorbed in the lecture hall. With a solid foundation of knowledge, his understanding of the Xianzhen Yin Tian technique would surely yield remarkable results. Thus, after hanging a sign at the entrance indicating his seclusion, Su Yuan activated the entry feature. Activate the balance of work and rest instantly. His rest period of 72 days and 8 hours was cleared. In that moment, Su Yuan's mind became astonishingly clear. His memory became photographic, his comprehension and insight soared. Simultaneously, the Ren Mu Duan Ling Gong within him began to circulate automatically, summoning 81 strands of spiritual energy, which coalesced into a 3-colored spirit serpent, deftly weaving through his meridians to facilitate the circulation of energy, while the surrounding spiritual essence surged into his being. For the time being, Su Yuan ignored the operation of his cultivation technique, focusing instead on absorbing knowledge. The content of every book he had perused in the library materialized in his mind, which he swiftly digested, comprehended, summarized, and refined, becoming an integral part of his knowledge reserve. Su Yuan resembled an insatiable abyss of knowledge, continuously filling himself with information pertaining to cultivation, including knowledge of spiritual herbs, elixirs, spiritual mines, talismans, detailed explanations of techniques, classifications of spiritual energy, and identification of spiritual veins, among others, all of which he committed to memory and understood. His comprehension of the world of immortality surged exponentially, and the depth of his knowledge expanded at an astonishing rate. Time gradually passed, and after 6 days, Su Yuan opened his eyes, fatigue absent, his spirit still radiating vibrantly. He had entirely digested a staggering 180,000 volumes of books. Concurrently, he had absorbed and comprehended the insights from 280 lectures he had attended. The magnitude of his gains exceeded Su Yuan's expectations. At that moment, he felt his foundational knowledge was extraordinarily solid, leaving him with little doubt regarding energy refinement and foundation laying, and even providing him with substantial insights into core formation. With a gentle exhale, he stretched his body and, furrowing his brow, ingested a fasting pill. He finally commenced his study of the Xianzhen Yin Tian technique. Indeed, the initial phase proved to be challenging. requiring profound insights into energy refinement. This level of difficulty was hardly suited for ordinary disciples. Su Yuan was astonished. He had not anticipated such a formidable challenge. What intentions did Zheng He harbor in introducing him to this technique? Shaking his head, Su Yuan acknowledged that while Zheng He may not have had benevolent motives, this technique was exceptionally well suited for him. He closed his eyes and began to contemplate the Xianzhen Yin Tian technique. Merely an hour later, he grasped the entry-level concepts and started attempting cultivation. Turning inward to observe his dantian, he found that the total amount of spiritual energy had reached an impressive 112,898 strands. The 5 days of automatic cultivation had allowed his dantian to accumulate an astonishing total of 110,000 strands of spiritual energy. This extraordinary quantity took Su Yuan by surprise. Quickly centering his mind, he began to manipulate the spiritual energy, gradually constructing a three-dimensional talisman as required by the Xianzhen Yin Tian technique. This talisman was exquisitely intricate, encompassing knowledge of formations, talismans, spiritual energy fluctuations, energy fusion, elemental transformations, and energy manipulation. Unsurprisingly, Su Yuan's initial attempt ended in failure. Such difficulty was indeed excessive. Su Yuan lamented the challenges of this technique. Ordinary talismans were two-dimensional, and while they involved numerous strokes, they were not overwhelmingly difficult. However, the three-dimensional talismans of the Xianzhen Yin Tian technique were exceedingly complex, comprising 108 components, consuming 108 strands of spiritual energy. Moreover, if the arrangement failed, those 108 strands would dissipate, vanishing without a trace. A certain force in the cosmos directly seized the 108 strands of spiritual energy from his dantian. The initiation of this technique was inherently linked to the forces of nature. The name Yin Tian was not merely for show. Each failure incurred significant losses. And for a practitioner at the energy refinement stage, losing 108 strands was a painful blow. Few could endure the setbacks. Thus, the level of difficulty was indeed maximum. Yet, for Su Yuan, losing 108 strands of spiritual energy was merely a trifle. Therefore, he maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to experiment. After 9 attempts, all resulting in failure, he found that each failure made the construction of the three-dimensional talisman increasingly complete and solid. Under the influence of the balance of work and rest, Su Yuan identified and corrected the reasons for each failure. Upon the 10th attempt, he succeeded. A three-dimensional talisman materialized perfectly within his dantian. Subsequently, Su Yuan promptly activated this talisman. A significant influx of spiritual energy surrounded the talisman, which, through its transformation, converted into strands of Xianzhen Qi. 12 strands of spiritual energy could be transformed into 1 strand of Xianzhen Qi. In a single transformation, he produced 9 strands of Xianzhen Qi, taking merely a quarter of an hour. Curious about the effectiveness of the technique, Su Yuan focused, directing a strand of Xianzhen Qi through his meridians to his fingertips, where it shot forth, manifesting as a 3-colored shield enveloping him. Su Yuan tapped the shield, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. He then released another strand of Xianzhen Qi, which, upon leaving his fingertips, transformed into a 3-colored spear, the shaft of green wood, the tip of sharp metal, with flames licking its surface, resembling a genuine fire-tipped spear, radiating an astonishing magical aura. However, the confined space of the cultivation room proved insufficient to contain the power of this strike, and Su Yuan waved his hand, dissipating the spear into a myriad of 3-colored light points that merged into the cosmos. This Xianzhen Qi was remarkably versatile, possessing a mimetic quality. Su Yuan mused. However, mastering the application of Xianzhen Qi was no simple feat. It required a comprehensive understanding of the principles of nature, energy transformation, property changes, and foundational magical knowledge. Su Yuan's substantial reservoir of knowledge, combined with the clarity afforded by the entry feature, allowed him to skillfully utilize the shield, spear, and other magical applications in a short span. Overjoyed, Su Yuan felt his powers surge dramatically. At this moment, He was no longer the brute who could only rely on physical strength to resolve conflicts, but had transformed into a noble cultivator. Yet, a single three-dimensional talisman was insufficient to satisfy Su Yuan's aspirations. He immediately set about creating additional talismans. Upon attempting to construct a second three-dimensional talisman, he noticed that the first talisman emitted a sense of repulsion, slightly increasing the difficulty of forming the second Xianjun talisman. After 2 failed attempts, he ultimately succeeded in coalescing the second talisman. The creation of 2 Xianjun talismans not only expedited the generation of Xianjun Qi, but also established a tenuous connection between the 2 talismans. Su Yuan pressed on to form a third Xianjun talisman, only to find that the sense of repulsion had intensified significantly. After 13 failures, he finally succeeded. Upon successfully forming the third Xianjun talisman, it immediately established a connection with the previous 2 talismans. Su Yuan deftly manipulated 3 Xianjun talismans, skillfully crafting a triangular amalgamation that formed a grander Xianjun talisman. The efficiency of spiritual energy conversion was enhanced by more than 3-fold, reaching an astounding 9-fold. Su Yuan then endeavored to coalesce a 4th Xianjun talisman, attempting no less than 99 times, yet met with failure each time. It became apparent that the trio of Xianjun talismans represented the zenith of his current cultivation level. Resolved not to force the matter further, Su Yuan then felt a surge of inspiration. The triad of Xianjun talismans departed from his dantian, traversing his meridians until they nestled within the first spirit aperture, securing themselves at its central position. Within the aperture, spiritual energy surged, and the energy stored therein transformed into Xianjun Qi under the talisman's influence. Furthermore, the spiritual energy that would autonomously replenish within the aperture was also transmuted directly into Xianjun Qi. Following this method, Su Yuan expended spiritual energy to forge several more triads of Xianjun talismans, placing one in each of his other spirit apertures. Notably, during the process of coalescing the triad, he effortlessly opened the 6th and 7th spirit apertures, elevating his cultivation to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. This breakthrough consumed a total of 6,000 strands of spiritual energy, with a remaining reservoir of 100,000 strands of spiritual energy. Su Yuan employed the Xianjun Yin Tian technique, gradually converting it into Xianjun Qi. Simultaneously, he honed his proficiency in utilizing Xianjun Qi. Each practice session consumed a considerable amount of it. While others might lament such expenditure, Su Yuan remained indifferent to the depletion of Xianjun Qi. When the time for practice concluded, only 7,000 strands of Xianjun Qi lingered within him. Yet his mastery of the various techniques involving Xianjun Qi had reached a commendable level of expertise. Thus, his training came to an end. Su Yuan collapsed onto his bed, falling in a slumber in an instant. Bang! 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 Su Yuan! Su Yuan! The knocking at the door jolted the sleeping Su Yuan awake. He yawned widely and opened the window to peer towards the door. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo were peeking over the courtyard wall, eagerly glancing inside. Su Yuan called out, "What is the matter?" Zhang Wei exclaimed with delight, "You've finally awakened. Today is the last day of March. The final cultivation assessment is about to commence, and we shall be departing from Xiamiao Valley." Su Yuan was taken aback. "Oh, is it time already? Wait for me." After refreshing himself, he emerged to open the door. "Let us go. Let us go. Let us go." Zhang Wei pulled Su Yuan towards the square. Zhou Wuyo cast a questioning glance at Su Yuan, who responded with an assuring expression. Sensing relief, Zhou Wuyo followed suit, accompanying Su Yuan to the square. From various abodes throughout Xiamiao Valley, disciples emerged, each bearing emotions of excitement, apprehension, or nervousness as they made their way to the square. Regardless of the identities they would assume upon leaving Xiamiao Valley, their journey into the realm of cultivation within the 7 Absolute Sect was poised to commence in earnest. Chapter 15. The betrayal from the Valley Master. Su Yuan and his companions swiftly arrived at the square, where a considerable number of disciples had already gathered. They each found their designated positions, which this time were arranged according to the results of the last cultivation assessment. Su Yuan stood at the 118th position, while Zhang Wei occupied the 143rd spot. Several disciples with medium-grade spiritual roots glanced at Su Yuan multiple times, prompting him to respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Nearby, Wu Jing greeted him. Su Yuan, it has been a while. Ah, senior brother Wu Jing. How is your cultivation progressing? No issues in the outer sect, I hope? Su Yuan replied with a smile. Haha, it's going quite well. By the way, which peak do you plan to choose? Wu Jing inquired. Su Yuan, taken aback, responded. We can choose for ourselves? Of course. We are not among the top 10 disciples who might be selected by the peak masters. For outer sect disciples like us, it's first come, first served, as long as there are spots available, Wu Jing explained. Understanding this, Su Yuan felt relieved. During his time in the library, he had already familiarized himself with the general situation of the 7 absolute sect. The sect comprised 7 peaks, known for their unique specialties: Danju, Qiju, Shuju, Shinju, Lingju, Leiju, and Xianju. Danju and Qiju focused on alchemy and weapon forging, respectively, and were the 2 mainstays of the sect's income. Shuju was characterized by its intricate and marvelous spells, while Shunju was renowned for its powerful spiritual consciousness. Lingju delved deeply into the study of spiritual energy, and Leiju specialized in thunder attribute techniques. Lastly, Xianju remained shrouded in mystery, with the fewest disciples among the peaks and little detailed information available in the library. Wu Jing remarked, "It would be wonderful to be chosen by a peak master. I've heard such disciples are called core seeds and receive superior training. But that's reserved for those with top-grade spiritual roots. People like me with medium-grade roots have no chance." Su Yuan shook his head, thinking to himself, the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Being chosen might not be a blessing. As the appointed time approached, over 1,000 disciples had gathered in the square, eagerly gazing up at the high platform, which remained empty. Experienced disciples began to look up. Su Yuan also casually raised his gaze to the sky. Suddenly, a sparkling star fell from the heavens, bursting into hundreds of bright lights that shone even in the daylight. The disciples widened their eyes as the myriad lights coalesced back into the center of the high platform, forming the familiar figure of the Valley Master. This old man. Su Yuan thought to himself, realizing it was the Valley Master after all. With a broad smile, the Valley Master addressed the silent disciples. The 3-month period has come to an end. It seems like just yesterday when you first embarked on your cultivation journey here. I hope you will continue to persevere in your efforts. This familiar sentiment left Su Yuan feeling somewhat exasperated. After a quarter of an hour, a cough interrupted the Valley Master. The Valley Master's voice trailed off as the disciples looked up, noticing 7 floating thrones had appeared above them, each occupied by a distinct-looking cultivator, both male and female, young and old. The Valley Master introduced, "The cultivation assessment will be overseen by the 7 peak masters. Let's warmly welcome them." The 7 thrones descended gracefully onto the high platform. Su Yuan observed that each throne bore a character: Dan, Qi, Shu, Shun, Ling, Lei, and Xian, clearly signifying the respective peak masters. The 7 masters scrutinized the gathered disciples, most notably focusing on Yi Bufan and Lu Muwan. "This batch of disciples is quite impressive," remarked the master Danju. "There are 2 with top-grade spiritual roots, which is 1 more than usual. Since it was not my turn last time, it is certainly my chance this time." The order indeed allows Shuju to select first this time. However, it also depends on their willingness, the Valley Master added. The master of Shuju remained calm, confident that no one would refuse the personal invitation of a peak master. The master of Shunju smiled, knowing she would be the second to choose and could select a top-grade route. The master of Lingju furrowed her brow, beckoning the Valley Master and whispering, "Among the upper-grade routes, which has the most potential?" The Valley Master replied promptly, "Lu Mio and Shou's promise." The master of Lingju's expression softened slightly. "Very well, she shall not be neglected." The master of Leiju was particularly unperturbed, as he only needed to select the best among those with thunder attributes. The master of Xianju, Wang Siming, also called for the Valley Master, asking, "Among the remaining disciples, who stands out the most?" The Valley Master hesitated. Wang Siming's eyelids flickered as he said, "A 200-year-old Ziyang flower." The Valley Master's expression brightened. Yet he remained silent. Wang Siming's eyes sparkled, and add a Kaiyang stone. With newfound enthusiasm, the Valley Master exclaimed, "Su Yuan, this lad is remarkable. Among the upper-grade roots, it seems there is no one like him." Wang Siming inquired, as he was already aware of the list of upper-grade root disciples. He himself had a low-grade 3 root and was ranked 299. After the first assessment, he had secured the 118th position, likely to rise even higher this time. The Valley Master concluded his remarks and was soon called away by the masters of Danju and Qiju. Wang Siming fell into contemplation, realizing that Lan Si, with his keen eye for talent, would not easily overlook someone with a low-grade root who possessed extraordinary abilities. However, Xianju had always prioritized quality over quantity, and there had been no precedent for admitting a low-grade root disciple. With a wave of his hand, the Valley Master summoned the assessment instruments, cheerfully announcing, "Now, all disciples wishing to enter the outer sect or above, please step forward. The rest, kindly step back." At once, over 700 disciples reluctantly stepped back, fully aware of their limitations and sparing themselves the embarrassment before the peak masters. Zhou Wuyo decisively joined the crowd, placing all his hopes on Su Yuan. Whether he could enter the outer sect depended solely on Su Yuan's influence. If he could gain entry through Su Yuan's recommendation, the advantages would far surpass the ordinary route, as he would then be affiliated with Su Yuan, allowing him to request more resources from his family thanks to the backing of an inter-sect disciple. A significant difference indeed. Only about 250 disciples remained, particularly those ranked lower, visibly anxious. Starting with the top-ranked, first to be assessed, Yi Bufan, please come to the stage. The Valley Master called out. Yi Bufan hesitated for a moment before calmly stepping forward. The 7 peak masters scrutinized him as if examining a rare gem. Possessing dual top-grade spiritual roots was an extraordinary talent. Golden core was a certainty, and nascent soul was within reach. Who wouldn't desire such a disciple? Yi Bufan bowed to the 7. "I greet the esteemed peak masters." They all smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After completing his greetings, Yi Bufan approached the jade platform. Casting a glance back at the disciples, lingering momentarily on Lu Mu Wan and Su Yuan, a proud smile gracing his lips as he placed his hands on the jade stone. A radiant beam of light erupted, capturing the attention of everyone present. The inscriptions on the stone tablet materialized. 30,132 strands of spiritual energy, 10 spiritual acupoints opened. 4th layer of chi refinement. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. 4th layer of chi refinement? With mere cultivation, one could directly enter the outer sect. An astonishing surplus of spiritual energy amounting to 30,000 threads. How is this even possible? Truly remarkable. The disparity is immense. The peak masters also expressed their admiration. In just 3 months, without relying on abundant resources, but solely through personal cultivation, one has reached the 4th level of chi refinement, an outstanding achievement. The master of Danju Peak chuckled. Not far from the 11th aperture, splendid. The master of Qiju Peak nodded in agreement. Yi Bufan smiled calmly. At that moment, the master of Shuju Peak spoke. "I am the master of Shuju Peak. Do you wish to join us?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan respectfully replied, "I am willing." "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Come on my side." Yi Bufan nonchalantly walked over to the master of Shuju Peak. The onlookers revealed expressions of envy, as Yi Bufan had now become a core disciple in preparation, directly chosen by the peak master. Following Yi Bufan, Lu Mu Wan took the stage. Lu Mu Wan did not indulge in theatrics. She simply pressed her hands against the jade stone. 1,903 threads of spiritual energy, 10 apertures opened, 4th level of chi refinement, another 4th level chi refinement. However, with Yi Bufan's precedent, the crowd, though still astonished, had calmed considerably. Lu Mu Wan lifted her gaze towards the various peak masters. The master of Shunju Peak smiled warmly. "Young lady, come on my side." "Very well." Lu Mu Wan obediently stood beside the master of Shunju Peak. Thus, two individuals with exceptional spiritual roots were selected. The presence of two fourth-level qi refinement practitioners was indeed a steep advantage. It was evident to all that Yi Bufan was significantly ahead of Lu Yuan. The third individual was Zheng He. He too wore a broad smile and saluted. Though the peak master's responses were considerably more subdued, yet they still acknowledged him. Zheng He's performance was commendable. 1,289 threads of spiritual energy, 8 apertures opened, third level of qi refinement. This was already an impressive achievement, and the peak masters offered their praise. He looked expectantly towards the master of Ling Ju Peak. However, the master of Ling Ju Peak remained silent. After a round of assessments, it was finally the master of Qi Ju Peak who spoke. I see you possess a golden attribute. Come learn refining with me. Yes. Zheng He felt invigorated. At last, a peak master had chosen him. He then moved to stand beside the master of Qi Ju Peak. Next, Lu Yuan also reached the 8 aperture milestone and was accepted by the master of Ling Ju Peak. Subsequently, a disciple with a lightning spiritual root was taken under the wing of the master of Lei Ju Peak, and a disciple with dual fire and wood attributes was accepted by Dan Ju Peak. Ultimately, only the master of Xian Ju Peak remained indecisive, leaving the high-quality spiritual root disciples in a state of anticipation and anxiety during their assessments. Su Yuan, observing from below the stage, remained calm, unconcerned with the peak master selections. He was simply looking forward to a hearty meal once he reached the peak, as he had been living on fasting pills for the past 3 months, to the point of nausea. Unbeknownst to him, it was soon Su Yuan's turn for the cultivation assessment. He stepped onto the high platform, maintaining his composure as he pressed against the jade board. Subsequently, he looked at the stone slab, his expression unchanged. 8,083 threads of spiritual energy, 7 apertures opened, third level of qi refinement. A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the crowd. But in comparison to those with exceptional spiritual roots, this achievement was rather modest. Su Yuan thought it may have been a tad ostentatious, yet not excessively so. Ding. Reputation points 1. Ding. Reputation points 1. Ding. Reputation points 1. The system notifications chimed 3 times before falling silent. He had only garnered 3 reputation points, bringing his total to 57, having thoroughly exhausted this group of disciples. Just as Su Yuan was about to leave the stage, the master of Xianju Peak spoke up. Su Yuan, do you wish to join Xianju Peak? Upon hearing this, the entire arena fell silent in astonishment. Even the other peak masters turned their gazes toward him. Chapter 16. Ascending Ranks. New entries. Su Yuan gazed in bewilderment at the master of Xuanjua Peak. His mind raced with conflicting thoughts as he caught sight of the astonished, envious, and perplexed expressions on the faces of the 1,000 disciples below. He also observed the looks of inquiry, surprise, and doubt on the faces of several other peak masters. He realized that he was in a predicament. He could not refuse the peak master, for doing so would jeopardize his standing at Qijua Peak. Yet, mustering his courage, he stated, "Disciple is of mediocre talent and fears he may not achieve great success." At this moment, Wang Siming, the master of Xuanjua Peak, smiled and replied, "With your low-grade spiritual root, yet your cultivation level surpassing that of high-grade spiritual roots, if you consider yourself dull, what can be said of others? Come forth." Yes. Su Yuan felt a sense of resignation as he obediently stood beside Xuanjua Peak. Yi Bufan seemed to perceive Su Yuan anew, finally regarding him with attention. Lu Yuan displayed a look of curiosity, for she knew that after the first round of assessments, Su Yuan had already reached the second layer of qi refinement, and now he was merely at the initial stage of the third layer, clearly concealing his true capabilities. Zheng He, standing with the Qi Ju Peak, wore a complicated expression. Realizing he had underestimated Su Yuan, his previous mockery might have become a harbinger of events to come. Zhang Wei, from his position below, stared vacantly at Su Yuan's accomplishments. Then, his body shook with excitement as he exclaimed to the surrounding disciples, "Su Yuan is my elder brother, and he has become a core seed." He provocatively glanced at a disciple with a medium-grade spiritual root, having already discovered who had targeted him previously. The disciple's face darkened as he evaded Zhang Wei's gaze. filled with regret. Zhou Wuyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is it. I finally made the right bet. Will my family support me vigorously now? Perhaps I might even contend for the position of the family's young master. System notification. Reputation 1, 3 system notification. Reputation 6, 6 system notification. Reputation 7, 10 system notifications echoed in Su Yuan's ears. The 3 notifications, totaling only 3 points, confirmed their origin from the lower-tier disciples. The remaining 6 points of reputation, along with 1 point of 7, came from the peak masters. His reputation had remarkably reached 103 points. System notification. Level up. Name. Su Yuan region. Chinka continent level. Notable 103-1000. Realm. Third layer of Qi refinement. 33-100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest periods, the better the cultivation effect. Current rest time. 6. 8 hours. Entry 2. To be chosen upgraded? Su Yuan felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. He and T paid much attention to the rise in reputation, but unconsciously, it had reached its limit. As he beheld the additional entry options, his heart ignited with enthusiasm. At that moment, a peak master conveyed telepathically, Su Yuan, soon there will be an exit trial from the immortal Seed Valley, a challenge set by our ancestor. You may freely display your abilities. It is likely that Yi Bufan will emerge victorious, so just experience it. Wang Siming offered this advice. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. An exit trial? How had he not come across this in the library? Since the peak master had mentioned not to worry, he felt even less concern. He nodded in understanding while eagerly anticipating the choices for his second entry. His gaze fell upon entry 2. Upon focusing on it, 3 lines of text appeared. Tao follows nature. You excel at comprehending nature, making it easier to perceive the principles of the universe. Skill approaches Tao. You are adept at mastering skills. When pushed to their limits, it becomes easier to grasp the Tao. Arts can communicate with the divine. You excel at studying spells. When pushed to their limits, it becomes easier to comprehend divine powers. Su Yuan contemplated the 3 entry options. The second option was particularly enticing, as skill proficiency directly correlated with earning potential. The better the skill, the more one could earn. The third option was also appealing, as stronger spells naturally translated to greater power and with enhanced strength. Earning money would become easier alongside the potential for comprehending divine powers, a significant prospect indeed. However, both of these entries came with conditions. One must reach the extremes of skill and spellcraft to unleash their full potential. The first entry, in contrast, could yield benefits immediately. Moreover, the combination of entry 1's balance of work and rest with Tao follows nature was particularly harmonious. While skill approaches Tao and arts can communicate with the divine, required extensive practice, each practice session would interrupt the accumulation time for balance of work and rest. Conversely, Tao follows nature would not hinder his progress. Observing the world around him would not count as cultivation, allowing him to accumulate significant rest time and activate balance of work and rest to enhance his understanding of the Tao. With this realization illuminating his thoughts, Su Yuan decisively selected the first entry, Tao follows nature. The second and third entries vanished, and Tao follows nature materialized on his system panel, becoming an intrinsic part of him. As the entry integrated, Su Yuan felt as though he had gained a newfound talent. His perception of the world around him transformed inexplicably, as if he could discern certain rhythms of nature. He stood in a daze, allowing his senses to absorb the essence of the universe without overthinking its intrinsic laws. Wang Siming glanced quizzically at the entranced Su Yuan, impressed by his calm demeanor even in his presence. When Su Yuan finally regained focus, the disciples' cultivation assessments had concluded. Zhang Wei had successfully entered the outer sect and was now excitedly waving at Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled and gave a thumbs up in congratulations, genuinely pleased for Zhang Wei's achievement. Zhang Wei, brimming with pride, immediately began to boast to those around him, exuding an air of arrogance, which earned him the respect of his peers. Su Yuan's smile faltered as he anticipated Zhang Wei's behavior. realizing that the disdain others held for him was not without reason. At that moment, the Valley Master appeared, addressing the crowd. The cultivation assessments have concluded. You may proceed to the Immortal Seed Hall for registration and to select your desired peak to join. The 1,000 disciples dispersed towards the Immortal Seed Hall for registration, marking the separation of this batch of disciples. Yuan felt a sense of nostalgia. Having interacted with most of them through various courses, they were theoretically peers. Yet their futures diverged significantly. The master of Chi-Ju Peak spoke. Now that the disciple selection has concluded, we can commence the exit trial. I am certain that Chi-Ju Peak will secure the top position. A peak master chuckled. However, winning the top spot carries no reward. It is merely ceremonial. The master of Chi-Ju Peak shook his head and laughed. Once upon a time, I walked this path too, yet I gained little from it. The master of Danju Peak sighed. Allowing these youngsters to undergo some training is commendable. Indeed, let us proceed. The 7 peak masters, each accompanied by a disciple, soared into the sky towards the depths of the Immortal Seed Valley. The Valley Master followed suit to join the festivities. Yuan, standing beside Wang Siming, inquired, Master, does this trial offer any rewards? There are rewards, but those are relics of the past. Our ancestor once left behind numerous rewards during the trials, but with each generation of disciples obtaining them, the rewards have long been exhausted. Now, only the trial remains, devoid of any rewards. Wang Siming chuckled. The 7 most formidable secret arts of our 7 absolute sect are, in fact, the finest rewards from the trial, each claimed by 7 extraordinary prodigies. One could say that this exit trial is the origin of our sect. Yuan suddenly understood. With this revelation, he realized why the exit trial was merely a formality. There were no rewards. His enthusiasm waned. As they approached the site, Yuan beheld a silvery portal shimmering at the heart of the valley. Go, Wang Siming urged, pushing Yuan toward the portal. The other disciples met a similar fate, as the 7 core seeds were unceremoniously thrust into the silver portal. The portal rippled momentarily before sealing shut. What do you think? How many stages can they clear? 5 stages, perhaps, if they're fortunate. We'll find out soon enough. The peak masters awaited patiently. Shortly, a disciple emerged first. As he stepped out, 2 beams of light flashed from the portal. 2 colors? Still need to put in more effort, remarked the master of Thunder Absolute Peak, gazing at his chosen disciple. The disciple hung his head in shame. Why be so harsh? The newly emerged disciples haven't learned anything yet. 2 colors are commendable, chuckled the master of Pill Absolute Peak. Soon after, the second disciple appeared, the core seed of Pill Absolute Peak, also revealing 2 colors. The master of Thunder Absolute Peak smiled slightly. That is true. However, the master of Pill Absolute Peak shot an annoyed glare at his disciple. For the next hour, several more disciples emerged. Lu Miaoan stepped out, showcasing 4 colors. Zheng he followed, but only displayed 3 colors. The master of Spirit Absolute Peak flashed a smile at the Valley Lord, who was pleased with his assessment, knowing that the benefits would not escape him. Next, Lu Miaoan also revealed 4 colors, but Yi Bufan astonished all by exhibiting 5 colors. Yi Bufan's accomplishment, c'est unparalleled, bringing pride to the master of Technique Absolute Peak. Yet, as they waited, Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. The Valley Lord turned to the master of Profound Absolute Peak and inquired, Wang Peak Master, did you not inform Yuan to choose martial combat? Surely he hasn't entered the literary combat category? Wang Siming fell silent for a moment before replying. I forgot to remind him. However, ordinary disciples would naturally select martial combat. Wouldn't they? The Valley Lord suddenly recalled something. I believe he opted for the Xianjin Tian Yin technique. He may indeed lack combat prowess. Wang Siming was taken aback. What was he thinking in choosing that spell? Who advised him to select it? The Valley Lord cast a sidelong glance at Zheng He. Wang Siming furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Should we wait for him to emerge? Inquired the master of Divine Absolute Peak. Forget it. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. I too have urgent affairs. I must depart. Several peak masters ascended into the air and departed. The master of technique absolute peak hesitated briefly, but saw no reason to linger. After all, Yi Bufan was already the frontrunner, and that was expected. The duration of the literary combat trial was unpredictable. Some emerged within a quarter of an hour, while others lingered for 10 days or even half a month. After waiting for half an hour, Wang Siming too took his leave, recognizing that Xiamiao Valley was exceedingly safe, providing no reason to remain. The valley lord stayed behind, waiting another half hour, but seeing no sign of Su Yuan, he too departed, needing to oversee the transition of disciples and having no time to linger. Inside and outside the silver portal, only Su Yuan remained. Chapter 17. The trial. Suddenly, Su Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar realm. He gazed in astonishment at the silver grass, silver trees, and even the silver stones that dotted the ground. The entire landscape was suffused with a peculiar silver hue. An extraordinary sight indeed. Just as he was curiously exploring his surroundings, a silver light flickered before him. "What are you doing?" A silver fox materialized out of thin air, casting a stern glance at Su Yuan. "Who are you?" "Su Yuan inquired wearily. I am the spirit of the trial realm, the guardian of this entire domain," the silver fox proclaimed, tilting its head with pride. "Oh, how do I proceed with the trial?" Su Yuan asked, intrigued. "The ancestor has left you two methods of trial, combat or literary challenge. Which will you choose?" "I suggest you opt for combat. It will expedite the process," the silver fox explained. "Your opponent will be a combat puppet, and the initial rounds pose little difficulty." Su Yuan pondered for a moment. Since the spirit of the realm recommended combat, perhaps he should choose the literary challenge instead. What if he were to sustain injuries in a battle? After all, he had entered in his true form. "I choose the literary challenge," Su Yuan declared. The silver fox, taken aback, replied, "Very well, prepare yourself. The first challenge is a test of general knowledge." Before Su Yuan, a table appeared, accompanied by a scroll of white paper laden with numerous questions. Upon reaching the final page, he was struck dumb by the sight of 1,000 questions. 1,000 questions? He echoed, his expression blank. "You chose this path. Now hurry and complete them. No cheating, I'll be watching," the silver fox said, rising to its hind legs and floating beside him, arms crossed. Su Yuan had not anticipated that even in this otherworldly realm, he would still be required to answer questions. He picked up the pen and began to tackle the inquiries. The questions were numerous, yet none exceeded the breadth of his knowledge. He answered them with ease, often without a moment's thought, recalling his past academic life with nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours slipped away. Stretching lazily, Su Yuan sighed. Finally done, the silver fox had observed Su Yuan's progress closely, transitioning from initial disdain to gradual surprise, and ultimately to astonishment. After aligning Su Yuan's answers with the reference ones, it could no longer contain itself. "Are you some kind of monster? What is wrong?" Su Yuan inquired. "You answered every single question correctly," the silver fox replied, its expression a mixture of awe and incredulity. "These are merely common knowledge. They can be found in any library." Su Yuan's chirag. "You are the only disciple so far to answer every question perfectly," the silver fox said, its tone contemplative. "That's nothing. I simply enjoy reading." Su Yuan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. The silver fox then asked earnestly, "What is your name?" "Su Yuan," he replied casually. Notification. Fame value 7. Su Yuan was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the silver fox. "You are quite impressive, Su Yuan. You may skip the first 5 rounds of the literary challenge and proceed directly to the 6th, the silver fox announced. "Oh, Su Yuan nodded nonchalantly. 5th or 6th round. It made no difference to him. There were no rewards at stake. He simply felt that since he had nothing better to do, engaging in the trial wouldn't hurt. In the next moment, a humanoid shadow appeared before him, revealing a network of meridians within, with a wisp of red spiritual energy traversing through it, as if it were attempting to circulate but had only completed 1% of its path, halting in place. Despite this being an unfamiliar technique, Su Yuan immediately discerned that the wisp of fire energy was traversing along the water meridian. His eyelids twitched. Such a basic error was rather surprising. "Based on the flow of spiritual energy, what improvements can you suggest?" the silver fox inquired. "Is that all?" Just reverse for 2 beats, and then proceed from the Qian meridian. That should suffice, Su Yuan replied. The silver fox's eyes gleamed momentarily. Your answer is perfect. Please proceed to the next question. The same humanoid shadow reappeared, but this time the red spiritual energy had traversed 1/10 of the distance, moving sluggishly like a snail. The circulation of this fire energy is slow. Please provide an improvement suggestion, the silver fox asked. This is simple, just reduce the size. The wisp of fire energy is too loose, and its head is not sufficiently condensed, so it's only natural that its speed is sluggish, Su Yuan shrugged. The silver fox paused, seemingly taken aback by this response. It glanced at the reference answers. 1. Charge through in one go. 2. Decrease the quantity of fire energy. 3. Widen the meridians. 4. Alter the flow path. Methods as follows. After confirming that none of those matched his answer, the silver fox said, Please demonstrate. Su Yuan scratched his head, standing before the humanoid shadow. How do I control it? He asked, puzzled. You can directly manipulate it with your spiritual consciousness. Pointing his fingertip at the wisp of fire energy, he found he could indeed control it. He immediately made the wisp rotate and condense, reducing its size by 2/3. With exquisite control of spiritual energy, he shaped it into a small serpent of flame, remarkably lifelike. The fire serpent then slithered smoothly through the meridian, following the calculated path, completing a full cycle of circulation. The silver fox watched Su Yuan's actions, its gaze gradually turning vacant, eyes widening in disbelief. How did you do that? Can spiritual energy transform into a spirit serpent? And have you studied the fire rock cannon? Seeing the silver fox's astonished demeanor, Su Yuan felt somewhat confused. Wasn't this set up by the ancestor? Is my control of spiritual energy really that impressive? It shouldn't be anything extraordinary for a high-level practitioner, right? The silver fox was left speechless. You do realize this is something expected from high-level practitioners. For someone at the 3rd level of Qi refinement like you to achieve this is rather absurd. ISNT it? Also, you still haven't explained how you came to know the fire rock cannon? Su Yuan shrugged. From the path of circulation I observed earlier, it and Oppos, it's evident that this wisp of fire energy is derived from the dual attributes of fire and earth, manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its operation. It's quite easy to deduce the subsequent flow. What do you mean by easy? The silver fox asked, its mouth twitching slightly. Look from this 1/10 path. It's straightforward to infer the next 1/10. Then, from the current 1/5, it naturally follows that the next 1/5 can be deduced. Subsequently, completing the remaining 3/5 becomes a matter of course, Su Yuan explained, gesturing naturally as he spoke, first this way, then that way, and then this way again, and it's done. The silver fox squinted at the meridian diagram, reviewing it several times, and upon confirming it had not understood, it shook its head. Something is amiss with you. Aren't you the spirit of the realm? Why concern yourself with such matters? Has the trial concluded? I'm eager to return. I want to feast on roasted meat. Su Yuan glanced around for an exit, but found none, so he turned his attention back to the silver fox. The silver fox raised a calming hand. Don't rush. You've passed this round perfectly and may skip 3 more rounds, proceeding directly to the final 9th round. How'd that sound? All right, let us get on with it. Su Yuan replied eagerly. The silver fox's expression turned serious as it commanded, Follow me. Where to? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. Yet he had no choice but to follow the fox ahead. As they walked, he heard a distinct rustling sound. The noise grew louder as they approached, until he passed a large tree and beheld a celestial waterfall cascading from the heavens, leaving him momentarily speechless. Silver water flowed gently from the clouds above, plunging into a shimmering silver lake, with mist rising gracefully, evoking a dreamlike atmosphere. I've been meaning to ask, why is everything here silver? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. Here lies the Silver Spirit Waterfall, a breathtaking spectacle born from the wonders of nature. The waters here are of the finest grade, the silver glimmering water, a treasure of the earthly realm. The venerable ancestor once remarked that those of extraordinary comprehension, upon gazing at the Silver Spirit Waterfall, could attain a profound understanding of the essence of heaven and earth. The silver fox, with a tone of awe, exclaimed, Ah, The finest grade of earthly spirit water, is it not immensely valuable? With eyes alight, Su Yuan responded, indeed. The silver fox, momentarily speechless, retorted, have you missed the crux of the matter? You cannot take this water. Even if you were to attempt to carry it away, it would revert to mere ordinary water. Why is that? Su Yuan queried, perplexed. The silver fox shook its head, explaining, to transport the silver glimmering water, one must first comprehend the 18 profound realms encapsulated within a waterfall. However, those who can perceive these realms do not covet the silver glimmering water. Moreover, only newly inducted disciples are permitted entry here. Thus no one can carry it away. Very well. What is your purpose in bringing me here? Su Yuan inquired. Go and seek understanding. See if you can sense even a hint of the essence contained within the silver spirit waterfall. Even the faintest glimmer of comprehension would suffice for passing, the silver fox replied. Su Yuan gazed at the waterfall, then turned to the fox and asked, pray tell, have you secretly observed my choices? If I had chosen differently, would you have subjected me to trials of artifact refinement or spells? The silver fox, bewildered, blinked at Su Yuan and said, you, a mere third-level qi refining disciple, having only just begun your journey 3 months ago, aspire to refine artifacts? Or to be tested in spells? Have you been possessed by another? Su Yuan shook his head, conceding, you make a valid point. How long will the trial last? There is no time limit, the silver fox responded. Astonished, Su Yuan turned to the silver fox. Then may I remain here indefinitely? What do you intend to do? The silver fox asked, astonished. I wish to stay here and cultivate. Su Yuan declared promptly. The silver fox twitched its mouth, saying, in truth, there is a time limit. This place opens once every year. By this time next year, you will be forcibly expelled. Then I shall remain for a year. Su Yuan resolved. The silver fox regarded Su Yuan with a peculiar expression. Weren't you eager to go out for roasted meat? Roasted meat? What is that? I cannot recall. Su Yuan exclaimed. Those silver fruits over there appear quite delectable. That is my sustenance, sighed the silver fox. Oh, why must you be so stingy? I misjudged you. Thus, the fox and the young man engaged in lively banter, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Chapter 18. A year and several days later in the Grand Hall of Xuanju Peak. The peak master Wang Siming had just completed his training and attended to some affairs within the peak. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he called out, come in. A steward hurriedly entered. Master? He inquired. What about this year's core disciple candidates? I haven't seen any records. Ah, it seems he is still within the trial's secret realm. The steward scratched his head in confusion. Still in the trials? Wang Siming was taken aback. Indeed, I inquire daily with the Lan Valley Master, who checks the portal to the secret realm each day to confirm that a disciple remains inside. What is the situation? Wang Siming asked, puzzled. I'm not entirely sure. The steward shook his head. Very well. When he emerges, have him come to see me, Wang Siming instructed. Understood, I will follow up. Days passed. Where's that lad? He still hasn't come out. After several more days, Wang Siming, having concluded his training in business, pondered aloud. It feels like I've forgotten something. He summoned the steward again. Is there anything unresolved? No, the steward replied. A month later, Wang Siming occasionally recalled Su Yuan, yet was quickly distracted by his busyness, ultimately forgetting him entirely. 6 months later, the steward transferred to another position, and the matter of Su Yuan was inadvertently overlooked. Consequently, Su Yuan's name faded from the memories of the upper echelons of Xuanju Peak. Even his fellow disciples swiftly forgot his existence. In this inexplicable manner, Su Yuan seemed to have vanished from the sect, as if he had become invisible. Only Zhang Wei occasionally thought of Su Yuan, frequently visiting Xuanju Peak to inquire about him. Initially, he intended to join Xuanju Peak, but soon learned that the entry requirements were exceedingly stringent, leaving those with inferior spiritual roots ineligible. Regrettably, Zhang Wei returned empty-handed each time. Zhou Wuyo fared even worse. He had hoped to soar alongside Su Yuan, but his unexpected disappearance left him adrift. He found himself relegated to the ranks of miscellaneous disciples, and his family's investments plummeted, nearly failing to fulfill their earlier promise of benefits to 24 disciples. Fortunately, Zhang Wei, remembering Su Yuan's kindness, assisted Zhou Wuyo in repaying the debt. Their relationship improved through this exchange, despite Zhou Wuyo's lingering disdain for Zhang Wei. Among their peers, Yi Bufan and Lu Muan blossomed with exceptional spiritual roots, their talents shining brilliantly as they rapidly ascended in rank under abundant resources. Within a year, they reached the late stage of qi refinement and began to make their mark. Both ventured down the mountain for experience, gaining considerable renown. Yi Bufan, in particular, encountered numerous fortuitous events, even rumored to have an ambiguous connection with a demoness from the demon sect. Shortly after Zheng, he entered the Qi Ju Peak. He too faded from sight, becoming like Su Yuan, seldom mentioned thereafter. Each individual's journey unfolded differently. The world of cultivation would continue to turn regardless of anyone's presence. Yuan, little Li, what is for dinner today? Su Yuan inquired, yawning and blinking sleepily. Lazy bum, all you do is eat and sleep, then stare blankly by the waterfall. Neither training nor practicing spells. Just how lazy can you be? The silver fox, exasperated, flew atop Su Yuan's head and playfully scratched him a few times. Ah, that tickles. A bit more pressure, please, Su Yuan responded. The silver fox was rendered speechless by Su Yuan's lethargy. Your time is running out. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. You shouldn't say such things. Time is nearly up. What do you think? The silver fox pouted. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan glanced at the silver fox and chuckled. Are you reluctant to see me go? The silver fox turned away with a snort. Who would miss you? I can't wait for you to leave. Well, I intended to visit you each year, but alas, little Li is unwilling. Are you dreaming? You still wish to enter the trial's secret realm. The silver fox shot him a look. Do you think I can't manage it? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Little Li huffed. How about we make a bet? A bet on what? The silver fox eyed him warily. I bet I can do it. When I succeed, you will hand over that treasure you've hidden. What do you say? Su Yuan proposed. And if you lose? Little Li questioned. Don't worry, I won't lose. Su Yuan laughed heartily, rising to his feet. The essence of Xianzhen naturally enveloped him, and he swiftly glided towards the silver spirit waterfall. What are you planning to do? Little Li followed closely. Su Yuan seated himself by the lake and said, Next, I will delve into deeper comprehension, so please guard me. Just you? Little Li almost protested, but suddenly noticed a profound transformation in Su Yuan's aura, as if he resonated with the silver spirit waterfall, his essence merging with it completely. What? What is this? Little Li's eyes widened, instinctively holding its breath. Su Yuan opened his system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent, reputation. Notable 1331000. Cultivation level, third layer of Qi refinement, 33100, attribute 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel in balancing work and rest. The longer you rest, the better the cultivation results. Current rest time, 330 days and 5 hours. Attribute 2. Tao follows nature. You are adept at perceiving nature, making it easier to grasp the profound truths of the universe. His reputation gradually increased during his time within the secret realm, yet after a rise of 30 points, it plateaued. His cultivation remained at the third layer of Qi refinement, but the essence of Xianzhen within him had amassed in abundance. The most astonishing aspect was the extension of the balance of work and rest, now reaching an extraordinary 330 days. Such an incredible duration. Su Yuan had waited this long to comprehend the silver spirit waterfall, activating the attribute, balance of work and rest. In an instant, the attribute activated. His thoughts accelerated manifold. Yet before he could begin to perceive nature, the attribute glimmered again, activating a second time. Su Yuan's state elevated once more. Su Yuan suddenly realized that attribute 1 held a hidden effect. The 330 days of rest could sustain a superhuman state for 33 days once activated. Yet if it exceeded 10 days, it would trigger a second activation, reducing the duration tenfold, leaving only 3 days of effect. After this time compression, the results of his cultivation would be even more astounding. In a fleeting moment, grasping the implications, Su Yuan directed all his focus towards understanding the silver spirit waterfall. Instantly, The myriad insights he had gleaned from observing the waterfall over the past year surged forth like a tide from his memory. In his current perception, every trajectory of the cascading silver spirit waterfall seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe, captivating Yuan entirely. His spiritual awareness flowed like the shimmering silver water, ascending against the current of the waterfall, as if he had transcended to the heavens, akin to a celestial being. Visions and memories collided within Yuan as consciousness, and countless insights erupted like a volcano at this moment. Threads of enlightenment surged within him. He seemed to perceive passionate flames, warm spring breezes, and sharp golden rain cascading from the silver spirit waterfall. Little Li was astonished to witness three wondrous rhythms emanating from Yuan, resonating with the ethereal beauty of the silver spirit waterfall on a deeper level. One person, one waterfall, seems to be whispering secrets to one another, while the silver spirit waterfall stands as a silent mentor, personally narrating the mysteries and wonders of the universe to Yuan. Three extraordinary rhythms emanate from Yuan, transforming into an overwhelming aura that causes the little raccoon to involuntarily retreat several dozen meters. He has directly transcended the realm of techniques. The little raccoon is left speechless. It only knows that the profound truths of the universe are divided into four realms: technique, force, intention, and spirit. Upon reaching the fourth realm, the divine intention realm, one can comprehend the path of divine abilities. Although the technique realm is merely the first, it still requires a high level of understanding to grasp. Most cultivators only achieve this comprehension upon establishing their foundation. The force realm is even more remarkable. At this stage, one's understanding of the universe has made significant strides, enabling the manipulation of cosmic forces, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of one's overall strength. Simply overpowering others with force is enough to grant foundational cultivators a substantial advantage in battles of the same tier. The test of the ninth level merely requires the comprehension of a hint of the technique realm. Is Yuan attempting to defy the heavens? Here he is, merely at the third layer of chi refinement, yet he has already grasped the force realm, and not just a single aspect. It appears he is on the verge of mastering three, and it seems he is not even at the initial stage of the force realm. No, his force is still surging. The little raccoon's mind is buzzing. After entering the force realm, Yuan finds communication with the silver spirit waterfall to be effortless, as if he has returned to the embrace of his mother, with the universe nurturing and fostering him naturally. Waves of insights surge and elevate within him, deepening his understanding of the natural world. The silver spirit waterfall, in his eyes, transforms into gentle flames, then into a vibrant spring, and at other times into countless sharp golden sword rains. Observing the waterfall from different angles provides him with a myriad of wondrous experiences. The aura surrounding Yuan gradually ascends to an unimaginable level, fierce and unstoppable, only to then settle into a state of tranquility and serenity. This does not indicate a weakening of his force. Rather, Yuan has attained the ability to control it at will. In this moment, it seems as though he can glimpse the intention of the universe beyond its force. Yet he deduces that the remaining time will only suffice for him to comprehend one aspect of the universe's intention. After a brief contemplation, he chooses the sharp sword rain. Indeed, attack is the best form of defense. The silver spirit waterfall no longer shifts in his perception. Instead, it transforms into a flowing cascade woven with countless golden threads, each resembling the sharpest of blades, piercing through Yuan's body. In an instant, his skin is adorned with wounds, blood erupting from numerous gashes, and he becomes a veritable figure of crimson. The little raccoon's expression changes, anxious to rush forward and heal Yuan. However, the terrifying aura surrounding Yuan erupts with astonishing aggression the moment the raccoon approaches, sending it flying with a golden thread, leaving a noticeable wound on its body. Yuan seems to sense this. With a wave of his hand, he draws forth the shimmering silver water from the lake as torrents of liquid surge over his wounds, mending them. His skin gleams with an unparalleled silver brilliance, while a small stream flows toward the little raccoon, enveloping its injury as well. The little raccoon gazes in awe at Su Yuan, now enveloped in the shimmering silver water, momentarily entranced. Chapter 19. Comprehension of intent suddenly. An overwhelming sword aura erupted from Su Yuan, soaring into the heavens. He surged against the silver spirit waterfall, akin to a golden swordfish bravely swimming upstream. Initially, his power surged forth with great vigor, but as he advanced, the force began to wane, and the immense sword aura rapidly diminished. Yet, Su Yuan continued to grasp the essence of the silver spirit waterfall, emanating waves of sword intent that continuously provided support for the swordfish's ascent against the current. The sword aura surged higher, crashing, impacting, and crashing again. Occasionally, it was swept back a distance by the powerful waterfall, only to rise again with Su Yuan's relentless assaults. The little raccoon stood nearby, cheering Su Yuan on, her hopeful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Surely he would succeed. The little raccoon silently prayed. As if hearing her encouragement, Su Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, and another surge of sword aura shot upwards towards the waterfall, gathering strength ahead, defying the silver spirit waterfall and reaching the clouds. The remaining sword aura instantly underwent a magnificent transformation, coalescing into a point of golden intent that swiftly traversed the sky and entered Su Yuan's brow. A golden sword mark materialized on his forehead, radiating a sharp brilliance. At that moment, Su Yuan felt a faint connection with the silver spirit waterfall, as if he had gained the qualification to re-enter the secret realm. Su Yuan turned to the little raccoon, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze soft as he said, "I did it. Congratulations." The little raccoon exclaimed with genuine joy. Su Yuan chuckled, glancing at the remaining time, realizing only a fleeting hour remained. Yet, he did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he recalled the contents of the burning wood refining spirit technique and began to amend the method. The yellow grade supreme technique was still somewhat lacking. In his superhuman state, drawing upon his current understanding of the two forces and the essence of the intent, he modified the burning wood refining spirit technique as if aided by divine intervention. The trajectory of the technique became exceedingly complex, yet flowed seamlessly. The rushing spiritual energy transformed from ordinary to directly utilizing the profound true chi. He infused the profound true transformation technique into the burning wood refining spirit technique, causing its grade to leap several tiers, approaching the level of a heavenly grade technique, although it was merely a low-grade heavenly technique. For typically, only techniques at the nascent soul level would involve intent, and Su Yuan had now comprehended intent, subsequently revising the technique to align with his current cultivation level, thus accelerating his practice. Once the revisions were complete, Su Yuan began to break through his realm. The 8th and 9th spiritual orifices were shattered at his mere thought. He then constructed the 3 profound, true symbols within 2 of the spiritual orifices. Soon after, the 9 orifices interconnected, forming a complete cycle, with a flow of profound, true chi circulating incessantly within, enhancing both recovery speed and the operational velocity of the profound true chi severalfold. Within his dantian, a small golden cauldron was formed, upon which a small golden sword emerged. Beneath the cauldron, representing the wood element, green wood burned with a warm flame, continuously forging amidst the red flames. Inside the cauldron, the profound true chi churned and refined, transforming into a deeper essence of profound true chi, already beginning to show signs of misting. Su Yuan pressed on, continuing to open the spiritual orifices. In the blink of an eye, he had expended 80% of the profound true chi. With a single breath, he opened 9 spiritual orifices, successfully reaching the peak of the 4th layer of chi refining, and once again constructed a 9-orifice cycle. At this point, the effect of the time-limited entry had expired. 3 days of continuous cultivation left Su Yuan feeling quite fatigued. The moment the time limit cooled down, his mind grew heavy, and he collapsed backward. The little raccoon approached, cradling Su Yuan and placing him on a soft blanket. Gazing at him as he fell into slumber, her eyes wide with curiosity about what kind of creature he truly was. Morning dawned. Su Yuan felt a ticklish sensation on his nose. He swiftly opened his eyes to see the little raccoon retracting her hand. She darted behind a tree, unaware that her rapidly swaying tail was clearly visible from behind the trunk. "All right, little raccoon, I'm awake. Where are you?" Su Yuan called out with a smile. "Huh, you're awake, you lazy bum." The little raccoon nonchalantly emerged. Su Yuan chuckled, "So how was I? I think I passed your 9th trial. Albeit with a bit of effort, I managed to comprehend a fragment." The little raccoon's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Should she tell him he misunderstood her requirements? "Ahem, I'll count it as a pass." She nodded. "Finally, it's settled." Su Yuan said, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. At that moment, the little raccoon pulled out a jade stone from her pocket and handed it to Su Yuan. "What is this? Your treasure bauble? Haha, you're kidding me. You really gave it to me." Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling her to take it back. "No, this isn't my treasure. It's a reward from our ancestral master. Since you passed the trial, it naturally belongs to you," the little raccoon explained. "A reward from the ancestral master?" Su Yuan's eyes widened. Didn't he, the peak master, say all rewards were taken away? Almost all rewards were claimed. But there is still one from the 9th trial of the literary duel left unclaimed. These disciples who came in are all brutes with little knowledge, thinking all rewards were taken. How hilarious! The little raccoon laughed heartily. "Are you not going to tell them?" Su Yuan inquired. "This is the ancestral master's trial. I cannot disclose it." The little raccoon shook her head. Su Yuan nodded and instinctively enveloped both himself and the little raccoon in a profound true shield. Then opened the jade box. Inside lay 3 jade slips of inheritance. 3? Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, they are the ultimate techniques of formations, 1000 formation manual. The ultimate technique of runes and oppos, rune drawing of heaven and earth and oppos, and the ultimate sword technique and oppos, sword chant. And oppos, our ancestral master, known as the 10 absolute recluse, possesses 10 ultimate techniques. But the 7 absolute sect currently only inherits 7 of them, the little raccoon recited proudly. Su Yuan gasped, "Are all these for me? Isn't this a bit of favoritism, giving me 3 at once?" The little raccoon rolled her eyes at him. "You comprehended 3 kinds of universal principles. So isn't it normal to receive 3? The little raccoon raised her head, seemingly worried about some change. However, no changes occurred, and her head lifted even higher. Su Yuan noticed the little raccoon's subtle movements, and seeing she faced no punishment, he decisively tucked the inheritance slips into his robe. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Time is running short." Upon hearing this, the little raccoon immediately looked despondent. "You're leaving?" "Yes, it's about time," Su Yuan replied. "Oh." The little raccoon nodded softly. "Don't worry, I've earned the qualification to enter the secret realm. I'll come and visit you whenever I can. I'll even bring you delicious treats from the outside." Su Yuan laughed heartily. "Really? You mustn't forget the roasted duck." The little raccoon's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course." Su Yuan nodded. He pondered for a moment and added, later, "I'll see if I can obtain the position of the Valley Master of the Immortal Seed Valley. If so, I can come in any time." The little raccoon immediately urged, "You must strive for it. That old man is at the False Dan realm, just a step away from the Golden Dan. If he doesn't break through, his lifespan is running out. In about 10 years, he'll likely venture out to take a risk, and then the position of Valley Master will be vacant. So that old man is only at the peak of Foundation establishment, always so ostentatious. Turns out he has stuck at the Golden Dan bottleneck, with no outlet for his energy." Su Yuan quipped about the Valley Master. In the following days, Su Yuan accompanied the little raccoon in play, gradually becoming familiar with the nuances of power and intent. Eventually, he expressed his desire to take his leave. With the reluctant gaze of the little raccoon upon him, Su Yuan stepped through the silver portal. At the moment he crossed the threshold, 9 radiant beams of light burst forth into the sky. In an instant, a figure materialized out of thin air, pressing down a hand that contained the colorful lights, forcing them back around the portal. Swiftly, dozens of formation flags fell, concealing the scene from view. After a considerable time, when the vibrant lights faded, Su Yuan opened his eyes to behold a disheveled old Taoist observing him with curiosity. "Who are you?" Su Yuan asked, taken aback. I am the strongest genius of the 7 absolute sects since time immemorial, the transformation realm master known as Nangong Xianwang, who once cleaved through 19 continents, establishing an unparalleled name with a single strike. The old Taoist boasted proudly of his title, only to accidentally miss his footing and fall flat on the ground with a thud. "Ouch, my old back!" he cried out, and it seemed genuine. Su Yuan glanced at the cleaning tools nearby, and then at the scruffy old man, his expression filled with skepticism. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you doubt me? Let me demonstrate a sword technique for you, so you may witness my prowess." The old man rose, forming hand seals, and summoned a small, chipped flying sword that wobbled into the air before suddenly darting towards a nearby stone, producing a resounding bang and leaving a bowl-sized crater. "How about that? Impressive, right? You, a mere fledgling in the realm of immortals, must have never seen such magic. This is a sword technique. Quite remarkable. Remarkable. Remarkable." Su Yuan clapped his hands, realizing that the old Taoist mistook him for a novice. It was indeed the season for new aspirants to enter the immortal seed valley. The only young individuals to grace this place, aside from the seedlings, could be none other than aspirants themselves. "Cough, cough, my good sir, you ought to take it easy. With age comes the wisdom of health preservation. Engaging in Tai Chi and taking leisurely walks could be quite beneficial." "Tai Chi? Huh. I happen to have the time to teach you a thing or two." Su Yuan immediately assumed Tai Chi stance, blending the moves he had observed in parks and short videos, imparting them all to the old man in one go. It took a full quarter of an hour to finish teaching. "Have you grasped it?" Su Yuan asked calmly. The old man looked at him with a bewildered expression. "I am an immortal cultivator. Do you think I can be fooled by your mundane martial arts? Do you take me for a fool? You fail to comprehend. Tai Chi embodies the principles of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, and the profound truths of the 5 elements. If you can master just the surface at the very least, you will no longer fear straining your back. If you can grasp even a fraction of its essence, cleaving heaven and earth, even reversing fate against immortals will not be a dream." Su Yuan laughed heartily. "Really?" The old man seemed somewhat intrigued. Su Yuan patted the old man's shoulder and offered him an encouraging glance. "Trust me, I hold great respect for the elderly and cherish the young. I never speak falsehoods." His eyes remained steadfast. "Then I shall give it a try." The old man appeared even more tempted. "Shall I practice it again?" "I have memorized it all." "Very well. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Until next time." Su Yuan bid farewell to the old man and strolled leisurely out, only to realize that his palms were slick with perspiration. Chapter 20 The Forgotten Disciple. The sound of the system notification echoed in Su Yuan's ears, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. The pain in his jaw was palpable. Indeed, a formidable expert had appeared. Undoubtedly, his unusual behavior had caught the attention of that old fellow. To his surprise, the old man refrained from attempting to seize him. Yet, Su Yuan remained filled with trepidation. Fortunately, he was within the righteous sect, and thankfully, that old man was not a malevolent figure. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The world of cultivation was indeed fraught with danger, with a transformation expert surfacing so casually. Su Yuan's momentary arrogance was swiftly extinguished. He treaded quietly through the valley, consciously avoiding any passing celestial seedlings. Soon, he arrived at the valley's entrance, where 2 guard disciples stood vigilantly at the gate. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" one of the guard disciples barked. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Yuan replied, "I am not one of this year's celestial seedlings." He emanated the aura of a 4th-layer Qi practitioner. "Oh, you seem somewhat unfamiliar." One of the guards relaxed his stance. "I possess a certain talent that causes others to easily forget my existence. It inapos, as rather distressing." Su Yuan feigned a look of melancholy. "Is there truly such a talent?" one disciple asked, astonished. "I cannot say for certain, but it seems to be the case." Su Yuan responded, "Impressive. Such a talent. Well, it can indeed be quite useful at times. Alas, I must return to report. With that, Su Yuan nodded and exited the celestial seedling valley. The two guard disciples watched as Su Yuan walked away. One of them inquired, "Hey, what was that person's name?" "I don't know. Did we even ask?" "Are you sure?" "He possesses that talent." "Is the effect that immediate?" The two disciples exchanged glances, bewildered. Su Yuan, overhearing their conversation, thought to himself, "These two disciples are quite amusing." Following the sect map from the library, Su Yuan made his way toward Xuanjua Peak. Along the journey, he witnessed numerous sword lights darting across the sky and individuals riding celestial cranes soaring through the clouds, which made him envious. He could only fly low for now. He resolved to seek a method for sword flight and purchase a flying sword. The sect was undeniably vast. After traversing for a full hour at his current speed, he finally reached the foot of Xuanjua Peak. "Stop! Who approaches?" A guard disciple called out. "This is Xuanjua Peak. What is your business here?" "I'm a celestial seedling, here to join the peak." The guard was momentarily taken aback. "So soon? I thought there were still a few days remaining." "Oh, my cultivation is quite commendable, so I came out early." Su Yuan chuckled heartily, revealing his aura as a third-layer Qi practitioner. "Ah, impressive. Just out of the valley and already a third-layer Qi practitioner. You must have a superior spiritual root?" "Just average." You need to register. Proceed up this path, and in about a quarter of an hour, you will find a grand hall, the Xianxian Hall, where you can register. "Thank you, senior brother." Su Yuan expressed his gratitude politely and headed toward the peak. The guard disciples exchanged a few words. It's that time of year again for celestial seedlings to emerge from the valley. I wonder how many talents will be revealed this year. I've heard there is a peak spiritual root among this batch, though it's merely a 5-element superior root. What a pity. What a pity indeed. You, with your mere mid-grade spiritual root, dare to worry about other superior roots? Well, I am merely concerned for the sect's fortunes. Go on, continue your watch. Ensure no uninvited guests enter. Do we not check that disciple's token? Should we call him back? Forget it. What is there to check? That youthful demeanor clearly indicates he has never seen battle or completed a mission. He is undoubtedly a celestial seedling. I am well versed in this. True enough. Su Yuan ascended and soon arrived at the Xianxian Hall. He peeked inside to find a middle-aged disciple soundly asleep at his desk. "Hello, is anyone there?" Su Yuan's voice was loud, yet the sleeping disciple remained undisturbed, clearly possessing an exceptionally high quality of sleep. Scanning the hall, Su Yuan noticed a registration process posted nearby. First this, then that, and finally this. He paused, thinking I could manage that. Thus, he searched and soon found a registration book and other documents. Flipping through, he discovered a blank entry from the previous year, a spot reserved for an intersect disciple, presumably meant for him. With ease, Su Yuan completed the necessary procedures. After a series of operations, he obtained the official disciple token of Xuanjua Peak, imprinting a trace of his aura into the hall's aura tablet, effectively concluding the process. He then examined the map for his residence, selecting a secluded and tranquil location. Marking it on his map, he pressed the token against it, which emitted a white light, confirming the token's key functionality. All done. Su Yuan clapped his hands, organizing his belongings. Glancing at the middle-aged disciple still blissfully asleep, he pondered, "Do cultivators truly enjoy sleeping this much?" Shaking his head, he exited the hall. Some time later, the middle-aged cultivator awoke, stretching and yawning. After a grueling 360 days, he seized the last moment of leisure to indulge in a brief slumber. It was indeed delightful. He harbored no concerns about anyone intruding, for any entering disciple's token would trigger a defensive mechanism, awakening him instantly. With several days remaining before the celestial seedlings emerged, it was the perfect opportunity for a little laziness. Su Yuan meandered to his designated residence. Xuanjua Peak was vast, and given the remoteness of his chosen spot, it took him a quarter of an hour to locate it. As he passed a large boulder, a charming little valley unfolded before him. In the valley, a flat area revealed 2 acres of spirit fields protected by a formation, emanating a soft white spiritual glow. At the end of the flat ground stood an exquisite two-story building, its dark green walls harmonizing beautifully with the verdant surroundings, evoking a sense of vibrant natural beauty. Approaching, his token emitted a wave of energy, causing the door of the small building to swing open automatically. Inside, the furnishings were complete and arranged with great thoughtfulness. In the courtyard, a pond teemed with lively fish. Upon hearing the door open, the fish swam eagerly to the edge, mouths agape, as if awaiting food, their eyes brimming with innocence. Yuan glanced at them, scratching his head. "I currently have no food for you." He rummaged through his pockets, finding only a few scraps of fruit. "Would you mind this?" He tossed the scraps into the pond, and the fish eagerly competed for the morsels. Yuan chuckled softly and made his way into the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed for a much-needed slumber. 2 days later, in the celestial seedling valley, the 7 peak masters returned to select disciples. The peak spiritual root was claimed by Lingjue Peak, while other peak masters selected 1 disciple each with superior spiritual roots. Afterward, several peak masters gathered at the valley center, ushering a few selected disciples into a trial secret realm. At that moment, the master of Shujue Peak suddenly recalled something and asked, "Brother Simon, I remember you took in a low-grade spiritual root last year. How's he faring now?" Wang Siming slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I just remembered. I completely forgot about him." "Forgot?" The master of Shujue Peak's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you forget something like that? Previously, he remained within the mystic realm. Subsequently, the circumstances of his departure became unclear to me, prompting my inquiry." Wang Siming dispatched a message to his peak, only to receive a response from the immortal profound hall indicating that no such disciple had been received. "What's amiss?" The other peak masters inquired with curiosity. "I'm uncertain. The disciple did not register in my peak afterward," Wang Siming replied. The divine severance peak's master, with a grave expression, questioned the bewildered valley master. "Lancy, what became of that disciple?" "Who?" The Lawn Valley master responded, perplexed. "The one named Su, with an inferior spiritual root, selected by peak master Wang." "Ah, I recall. I haven't seen him since. Had he emerged, I would surely know, as disciples guard the valley entrance." The Lawn Valley master stated. "Could it be that he perished within?" The artifact Severance Peak's master speculated. A hush fell over the assembly. Wang Siming frowned, ultimately sighing, "He is not in the immortal Sprout Valley. Moreover, when we activated the mystic realm, it indicated that no one remained inside. Inquire at your respective peaks whether such a person exists. If not, then it is likely true." The other peak masters promptly inquired at their respective immortal profound halls, confirming the absence of Su Yuan's information. A wave of lament washed over the group. Alas, fate dictates life and death. Though the trial mystic realm is sufficiently safe, combat is still involved. An untimely demise is not uncommon. The collective mood became somber. The old valley master, his expression heavy, reminisced about the youth, a discreet individual cautious in nature. Yet, he ultimately perished within the mystic realm. What then? Was the value of such prudence? Even the safest trial mystic realm could lead to death. Were complacency and excessive prudence truly beneficial? The old valley master, seemingly having reached a decision, declared, "Esteemed peak masters, I intend to depart the sect for experiential training. I implore you to inform the sect master and deliberate on a successor." With that, he bowed to the assembly and departed without looking back. The others were taken aback by the suddenness of his reaction. However, upon reflection, they understood the catalyst for his change of heart. Wang Siming sighed. The youth possessed considerable comprehension. A pity. In the distance, an old man sweeping the floor, his expression peculiar, chuckled in amusement. He was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sense of disbelief. Are you simpletons truly capable of managing the sect? A disciple of such stature brazenly strolled out of the valley, entered the profound Severance Peak, and even registered himself, yet no one noticed? It's utterly absurd. Chapter 21. The business tactics of Neo Bin Su Yuan waited for 3 days. New seedlings began to join the various peaks in large numbers. At this moment, Su Yuan confidently stepped out of his cave dwelling, greeting unfamiliar disciples with cheerful calls of greetings. "Senior brother, And greetings, senior sister. The senior disciples, unsuspecting, assumed Su Yuan was a new initiate and reciprocated with greetings. Junior brother. Meanwhile, the newcomers, having never encountered Su Yuan before, called out to him as senior brother. Su Yuan, in turn, warmly replied with greetings, junior brothers. In essence, he seamlessly integrated into the ranks of the disciples at Xuanju Peak, with no one suspecting anything amiss. Su Yuan approached an elder disciple, asking, senior brother, do you know where I can recommend a miscellaneous disciple for entry into the outer sect? Ah, junior brother, are you of high-quality spiritual roots? Oh, I'm quite familiar with this process. Allow me to guide you. It's just over there. Thank you. Thank you, senior brother. What is your name, junior brother? You can call me Xiao Su. You're quite polite. I'm Niu Bin. If you need anything in the future, feel free to visit me at Cave 9527. Understood, understood. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Niu. Not at all. Niu Bin chuckled, leading Su Yuan toward a grand hall, where he pushed him inside and waited outside. Once inside, Su Yuan noticed several young seedlings already processing their applications. He calmly took his place at the end of the line. After observing the procedure for a while, he grasped the process. When it was his turn, he stated, I would like to recommend the miscellaneous disciple Zhou Wuyo. Which peak does this disciple belong to? I didn't notice. Honestly, you newcomers are so careless. Let me check for you. All right. After a while, the processing disciple finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It's from Danju Peak. Here, your token. Su Yuan received it. The duty officer glanced at the token, confirmed it was that of an inner sect disciple, and without even looking at Su Yuan's name, slapped it onto a magical device. The device emitted a green light, indicating approval. The officer then handed the token back to Su Yuan without raising his head. Su Yuan scratched his head. Is that it? What else do you expect? The officer waved him off, signaling he could leave. Shrugging, Su Yuan exited the grand hall, only to find Niu Bin still waiting for him. Hey, junior brother Yuan. All sorted? All sorted. Come on, you must be tired of staying in the Seedling Valley. I'll take you out for a delicious meal. Niu Bin exclaimed enthusiastically. Su Yuan smirked at the mention of food, unable to refuse. Sure, but I don't have any spirit stones. Oh, what is that? No worries, it's on me. Niu Bin patted his solid chest. The two linked arms and made their way to a street within Xuanju Peak. Su Yuan was surprised to see some disciples setting up stalls. There are actually disciples selling things here? Quite normal. Outer sect and miscellaneous disciples often venture outside, bringing back items they no longer need. They can contribute these to the sect for a discount, hence the stalls. Some skilled disciples also sell their crafts, often at much lower prices than outside, Niu Bin explained. Hey, Brother Niu just back from outside? Indeed. Brother Shui. Selling charms? I see. This batch looks much better than the last. Made some progress. Hey, Brother Niu, are you trying to swindle the new junior brother again? Brother Wu, what nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I'm treating the new junior brother to a meal. Don't you understand the bond of brotherhood? I don't believe you. As Niu Bin walked along, he encountered many familiar faces. Su Yuan, initially speechless, suddenly heard the system notification chime. Ding, reputation points and ding, reputation points and ding. Reputation points 1, a triple notification. Su Yuan was amused. It seemed Niu Bin was quite renowned, and riding on his coattails allowed him to gain reputation points. Niu Bin led Su Yuan to the second floor of a tavern. He laughed heartily. This place is owned by a core disciple and often stocks high-grade and exceptional beast meats. The dishes are excellent. Will be very expensive? Su Yuan inquired. Expensive? Not at all. You're now an inner sect disciple with numerous benefits, and you'll have opportunities to earn plenty of spirit stones. Rest assured, Niu Bin called out. Bring the dishes. What meat do we have today? A miscellaneous disciple swiftly approached. Today we have the meat of the exceptional beast, snow car pig, and also the meat of the high-grade beast, green vine snake. Let us have a pound of each, and the spirit rice as well. Bring 3 assorted side dishes. Understood. Senior brother, coming right up. Niu Bin ordered with flair. Su Yuan was astonished. Can we really eat that much? Don't worry, I have a big appetite. And you're still at a lower realm, so you might not be able to eat much. Just stop when you're full and refine the rest. Niu Bin confidently stated. Su Yuan nadie feigning understanding. Niu Bin smiled inwardly. While he was generous, how much could a newly emerged disciple eat? It would ultimately land in his own stomach, not a loss at all. Before long, dishes began to arrive in succession. The pork was perfectly braised to a golden hue. The snake meat simmered to perfection, and 3 plates of vibrant vegetarian dishes, brimming with spiritual energy, accompanied a bowl of purple and green spirit rice, making Su Yuan involuntarily swallow. Eat up, nu bin laukit heartily, then I shall not hold back. Su Yuan reblave. In the next moment, Su Yuan's chopsticks moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, a piece of braised pork was gone, and with a few quick chews his eyes sparkled. Pairing it with a mouthful of purple rice, a wave of delightful satisfaction washed over him. Delicious, truly delicious, Su Yuan exclaimed after swallowing the rice, genuinely impressed. Niu Bin's eyes widened in astonishment. He knew that disciples from the seedling valley went months without tasting meat, and they would surely feast heartily. Yet, Su Yuan's appetite made it seem like he hadn't eaten meat in a year. In the brief moment of Niu Bin's astonishment, Su Yuan took another piece of snake meat and savored some soup. Wow, so tender and refreshing. It has a flavor reminiscent of fresh bamboo. Splendid. Su Yuan indulged, devouring 3 more vegetarian dishes in a whirlwind manner. Truly, these were spirit dishes, rich in spiritual energy. Once ingested, they began to release energy, and Su Yuan's burning wood spirit refining technique activated automatically, absorbing the energy into his meridians and swiftly transforming it into Xianjin Qi. Hold on. Slow down your eating. Niu Bin quickly grabbed Su Yuan's hand. Soda. It's just been so long since I've had such delicious food. Su Yuan replied awkwardly, thinking he might be eating too fast and disrupting Niu Bin's meal. No, it's just that you're still at the initial stage of qi refining. Eating too much high-grade beast meat could overwhelm you. Are you feeling a rise in internal heat and chaotic spiritual energy? No. Su Yuan responded. No. Niu Bin glared at him. Impossible. I'm at the 5th level of qi refining, and I have to eat slowly to refine it. No feeling at all, Su Yuan replied, grabbing 2 more pieces of meat. Nothing? Has this meat gone bad? Niu Bin took a piece of meat and immediately felt the spiritual energy surge toward his dantian and meridians. Although the amount was small, the impact was strong enough to require focus to digest. No problem at all. Niu Bin was taken aback. Then he looked at Su Yuan, who was already reaching for a 4th piece of pork. Niu Bin suddenly felt nervous, fearing Su Yuan would explode from overeating. Yet, the expected outcome did not occur. Su Yuan continued to relish the braised and stewed meats, cleaning his plate of rice and vegetables. Niu Bin could only stare in disbelief at Su Yuan until the table was completely empty. Are you full? Niu Bin asked, his voice tinged with indifference. I should be about 3/10 full, Su Yuan replied, patting his belly. Niu Bin twitched at the corners of his mouth and called out, Bring another serving of the same dishes. The waiter peeked in and, seeing the empty plates on the table, was astonished at how quickly they had finished. He quickly smiled and said, Certainly, just a moment. Before long, another table filled with food arrived. This time, Niu Bin was no longer surprised and began to compete with Su Yuan for the dishes. After they finished eating, Niu Bin still felt only 3/10 full, as 70% of the food had vanished into Su Yuan's stomach. Niu Bin realized that he was somewhat outmatched in the culinary contest, which was utterly bewildering. Moreover, Su Yuan seemed to consume food effortlessly, a sight that opened Niu Bin's eyes. If he hadn't known that Su Yuan possessed a top-tier spiritual root, he would have surely assumed that Su Yuan was exceptional. Nevertheless, he estimated that Su Yuan must have a unique physique. In truth, Su Yuan had been holding back. Otherwise, Niu Bin would have never managed to taste a single bite. You're impressive. Niu Bin gave Su Yuan a thumbs up. You flatter me. Su Yuan replied, Next time, it will be my treat. Who knows how long I'll have to wait for that. Niu Bin suddenly chuckled ruefully. Do you know how many spirit stones this meal cost? How many? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. 130 spirit stones, with the meat alone costing 120. Niu Bin explained it. So many. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Niu Bin waved his hand dismissively. I'm treating you, don't take it to heart. Yet, the twitching at the corner of Niu Bin's, I suggested he felt a bit of pain at the expense. Brother Nyo, how should I earn spirit stones? Su Yuan asked. Niobin perked up. You've come to the right person. Inner sect disciples receive a monthly allowance of 30 spirit stones, but that is hardly sufficient. Do you know what I do? What do you do? I refine weapons. Niobin replied. Su Yuan was taken aback. I wouldn't have guessed. I thought you were a monster hunter. Ah, that is too mundane, Niobin remarked. Though the truth was he was quite afraid of death. Oh, recently, my weapon refining skills have improved, and I plan to open a shop in the market outside the sect. Niobin said. Oh, that sounds great. But didn't you say you could set up a stall here? Su Yuan asked. Here, prices are low and sales are sluggish. Unlike elixirs, most of our fellow disciples already own magical artifacts. However, the market outside is different. Many loose cultivators lack magical artifacts, allowing for better prices and easier material procurement. Niobin explained. Su Yuan looked puzzled. Are you suggesting that you teach me weapon refining? No, Niobin whispered. Opening a shop isn't as simple as it sounds. Rent, taxes, reputation, and so forth all require expenditure. However, inner sect disciples have a hidden privilege to rent a shop at a lower price in the market. Moreover, as long as you have a name, you can reduce taxes by 50%. The identity of an inner sect disciple carries weight, which loose cultivators recognize, you understand? Niobin gave him a knowing glance, urging Su Yuan to comprehend the implications. Su Yuan looked at Niobin with a strange expression, saying, But I'm not really at the late stage of chi refining. Ah, that is not important. How would those loose cultivators know? Niobin waved his hand dismissively. Then he chuckled. If you can secure a name, I'll give you a 10% share. You won't have to do anything and can effortlessly earn a 20% profit, making 200 spirit stones a month without issue. Su Yuan gazed at Niobin speechlessly, feeling that this proposition seemed a bit dubious. Well, I think I might consider other options. Su Yuan replied. Niobin sighed. It seems I Niobin must figure out how to open a shop myself. Alas, with such high rent and taxes, what am I to do? I just spent over 100 spirit stones. Su Yuan's mouth twitched. Brother, I think you're rather cunning. I'm just a newly admitted disciple. So, would you like to receive 200 spirit stones every month for free? Niobin fixed his gaze on Su Yuan. This could be possible, but it's just for a name. Su Yuan replied. Then let us go register. Niobin exclaimed, pulling Su Yuan along as he tossed aside 130 spirit stones and dashed out. Hey, what are we registering for? Be clear, Su Yuan said, exasperated. Chapter 22. Taking over a shop, Su Yuan accompanied Niobin for 2 days, and with Niobin's diligent efforts, they completed all the necessary paperwork and secured a shop. They now stood before a storefront in the 7 Extreme Square, just outside the 7 Extreme sect. The shop was quite spacious, with a front area of 100 square meters and additional hidden spaces at the back, featuring 4 independent rooms that could be transformed into a refining chamber. Su Yuan's gaze fixated on the plaque above the shop, which boldly displayed the words Su Yuan's refining. Adjacent to it was another line. This store is established by Su Yuan, an inner disciple of the 7 Extreme sect. Dumbfounded, Su Yuan turned to Niobin, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Brother Nyo, is this what you meant by a mere nominal title? This is rather ostentatious, isn't it? Niobin waved his hand dismissively. That's precisely the point. Otherwise, how would others trust our capabilities? Once this plaque is hung, customers will surely flock to us. Su Yuan was left speechless. I think you're in for a disappointment. Confidently, Niobin replied, Don't worry. Business will thrive. I'm planning for a grand opening, with unwavering confidence. Niobin hung up previously crafted magical artifacts in the shop and displayed other low-cost goods. Soon, they were ready for what appeared to be a proper launch. 3 days later, Niobin and Su Yuan sat at the entrance, one on each side, counting the birds perched on the branches. Inside, the 100 square meter shop, not a single customer appeared. Brother Bin, I believe running a shop requires skill. You're too rash. Perhaps you should reconsider. Su Yuan bluntly stated. Niobin wore an expression of disbelief. How can that be? I've seen other shops with the names of inner disciples, and immediately they attract loose cultivators eager to purchase magical artifacts. What is happening here? Niobin looked utterly perplexed. Could it be that others hired actors? Su Yuan revealed the truth. That can't be true. What would they gain from it? It's a marketing strategy. Haven't you heard of the psychological phenomenon of crowd attraction? A busy shop draws more customers, while an empty one is off-putting. Why not hold an event? So Yuan suggested casually. An event? Like discounts, buy 3 get 1 free, and prepare some freebies like pills or talismans. So Yuan elaborative. Niobin immediately shook his head. No way. These magical artifacts are my painstaking creations, and the ones I sourced aren't cheap either. Discounting them would mean a loss. As for pills, I have no means to acquire them at a low price. Talismans are the same. Alas, Brother Nio, weren't you once quite sharp? So Yuan remarked. With resignation, Niobin said, fine, I'll give it a try. 3 days later, the 10% discount promotion yielded no remarkable results. Customers were still absent. Su Yuan observed the passers-by. Most merely glanced at the shop, peered inside, and departed without pausing. When Niobin stopped a wandering cultivator to inquire why they weren't making purchases, the response left him speechless. This is Su Yuan's shop? Who dares to buy? And since it belongs to an inner disciple, it must be expensive. I can't afford it. Niobin was bewildered, realizing that the situation diverged significantly from his expectations. Su Yuan came to understand that not every inner disciple could open a shop without a reputation. Only those with established renown could attract customers. It was comical how Niobin had chosen to open a 100 square meter shop in a bustling marketplace where space was a premium, which naturally conveyed an air of expense. Indeed, Niobin's artifacts were costly, and even with discounts, they remained so. The key issue was that Niobin lacked any reputation in refining, which naturally led to the shop being deserted. Yet, Niobin remained undeterred, persisting for another 2 days. Ultimately, he conceded defeat. He collected his artifacts and returned the goods he had purchased, leaving with a look of dejection. Su Yuan blinked in confusion. Brother Bin, what will happen to the shop? We're closing it, but I've already paid 2 months' rent. Do as you please. If you wish to continue, go ahead. If not, just leave. The marketplace will come to collect rent, and if it isn't paid, the shop will be taken away. It won't affect you. With that, Niobin departed, leaving Su Yuan in a state of disarray. He gazed at the empty shop, silent for a long while. Shaking his head, he closed the door and returned to the sect. This shop could be left to whoever wished to run it. In the miscellaneous area of Danju Peak, Zhou Wuyo was diligently sorting through spiritual herbs, needing to process them before the alchemist's refinement. A year of being a handyman had imbued Zhou Wuyo with a more composed demeanor. Once he finished preparing the herbs, he placed them in various alchemy rooms. Passing by one of the alchemy rooms, he noticed 2 other handymen busy at work. One of them spotted Zhou Wuyo and whispered to his companion, "Hey, look, it's Zhou Wuyo. He said he'd become an outer disciple, yet he has still stuck here as a handyman, just like me, at the 2nd level of Qi refinement." He thought he had latched onto a great opportunity, but the so-called great leg has vanished. A year has passed, and he has practically wasted. One of them scoffed. I even considered joining him back then. How foolish. Their conversation was hushed, yet in the quiet alchemy room, Zhou Wuyo caught every word. He remained unfazed. He had heard such remarks countless times before. Initially, he would feel anger or retort, but now he had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of life. Even his family had drastically reduced their support, cutting it by 99%. To be honest, he had harbored grievances against Su Yuan at first, but he later realized that the world of cultivation was fraught with uncertainties. All he could do was to focus on what he could control. Over the past year, he had settled into a routine, diligently applying the various alchemical knowledge he had acquired in his family. Now his foundational skills had greatly solidified. With a bit more accumulation of spirit stones to prepare spiritual medicines, he would be ready to attempt alchemy. The only issue was that a handyman's free time was exceedingly scarce. At that moment, a paper crane flew in from a distance and landed on Zhou Wuyo's shoulder. Startled, he pointed at the crane. The paper crane immediately emitted a voice. Zhou Wuyo, you have been recommended by an inner disciple and are now eligible to enter the outer sect. Please proceed to the Xianxian Hall to complete the formalities. With that, the paper crane fell, and Zhou Wuyo caught it deftly. The 2 disciples stared in shock, their expressions bewildered. One of them was the first to regain his composure, quickly approaching with a smile. Brother Zhou, congratulations on entering the outer sect ahead of time. Moreover, You were supported by an inner disciple. I heard the benefits are better than those of ordinary outer disciples. The other disciple also snapped back to reality, eagerly saying, Brother Zhou, I've heard your name before. Are you still looking for subordinates? Zhou Wuyo chuckled in response. It's all good, but I'm busy now. I must take my leave. I would want to keep the steward waiting. Farewell. With a polite gesture, Zhou Wuyo set down his work and departed. The two disciples watched him walk away before suppressing their smiles. Who would have thought Zhou Wuyo really did latch onto a great opportunity? An inner disciple, no less. Only those at the late stage of qi refinement qualify to be inner disciples, and there are even combat power requirements. I can't believe he managed to remain so composed. He never spoke up. Looks like he thinks he is above us now. What was the name of that inner disciple he is associated with? Yuan, right? The two resumed their discussion. Zhou Wuyo hurried to the Xian Hall and effortlessly completed the procedures to become an outer disciple of Danju Peak, receiving a monthly supply of 5 spirit stones, 2 more than ordinary outer disciples. Additionally, he was entitled to exchange for a spell free of charge. Zhou Wuyo inquired, Excuse me, esteemed steward, which inner disciple recommended me? You don't know? From Xianju Peak, named Su Yuan, the steward replied, shaking his head, indicating Zhou Wuyo could leave. Su Yuan? In Zhou Wuyo's eyes, there was a profound sense of emotion. Su Yuan had indeed honored his promise and had not forgotten him. He hastened to Xuanju Peak, intending to express his gratitude. However, after searching diligently, he found himself unable to locate Su Yuan, and no one seemed to recognize him. Thus, he resolved to return another day. Subsequently, he contacted his family, and with their assistance, the supply of resources was swiftly restored, even doubling in quantity. Zhou Wuyo immediately immersed himself in the art of alchemy, striving to enhance his skills. Before long, he successfully concocted a batch of inferior-grade pill of abstinence. Zhou Wuyo was taken aback. Could it be that he was a prodigy in alchemy? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he endeavored to create a qi-condensing pill. After 2 failed attempts, he succeeded once more. In that moment, a bright spark flickered in Zhou Wuyo's gaze. He indeed possessed a talent for alchemy. However, the pills he had crafted needed to be sold to recoup his expenses, yet as a novice, he feared that his freshly made pills would be difficult to sell. Meanwhile, at the outer sect of Qiju at Peak, Zhang Wei was diligently forging an inferior-grade magic sword. Sparks flew as intricate patterns began to emerge on the blade, runes being inscribed within it, ultimately culminating in a seemingly unremarkable magic sword. A fellow outer sect disciple, astonished, remarked, Zhang Wei, your talent for weapon forging is truly remarkable. In such a short time, you've managed to craft a magic weapon on your own? Zhang Wei chuckled with pride. I didn't produce this in just a year. I hail from a family of craftsmen and have been immersed in this for many years. Combined with my acute understanding, it's only natural that I possess such abilities. By the way, this isn't my first magic weapon, but my 7th. How about you? How is your forging going? Have you succeeded in creating any? The disciple who had just praised Zhang Wei's skills suddenly stiffened and replied, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, pouted in disappointment. Really now, what can I say? Who asked me to be a genius in weapon forging? He returned the crafted weapon to his storage bag, contemplating the 7 inferior-grade weapons he had amassed. How should he handle these? Should he send them back to the family? They were already well equipped in weaponry. My contribution is hardly significant. Perhaps I could set up a stall and sell them. Dealing with finished products is rather bothersome. Lost in thought, Zhang Wei was suddenly interrupted by a paper crane fluttering towards him. He was taken aback as he accepted the crane, which contained a message from Zhou Wuyo. Zhang Wei, I was recommended to the outer sect by senior brother Su Yuan a few days ago. You should have returned by now. Let us meet at the foot of Xuanju Peak to search for him together. Zhang Wei exclaimed with delight. Has Su Yuan finally made his appearance? He quickly exited the forging chamber and made his way to Xuanju Peak. Chapter 23. Idleness of leisure. My abode lies in the northeast, atop the Songhua River. As Su Yuan strolled leisurely along the Xuanju Peak, he hummed a cheerful tune. He caught sight of the library pavilion nestled halfway up the mountain and sighed, noting that it was significantly larger than the one in Ximiao Valley. Although the latter claimed to possess a more comprehensive collection, it was rather rudimentary. It seemed he had found a promising place to pass the time in the future. Continuing his leisurely exploration of Xuanjue Peak, Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of beautiful scenery. He often paused to assess what supplies he might need for future visits to enjoy the views. He also discovered a serene pool within the peak, igniting his enthusiasm for fishing. Additionally, he stumbled upon a spirit beast garden filled with adorable creatures, wondering if he might someday have the chance to interact with them. Content with the myriad of enjoyable spots on Xuanjue Peak, Su Yuan felt a wave of happiness wash over him, finally identifying several recreational activities to indulge in. As he wandered, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Zhang Wei, Su Yuan called out. The downcast Zhang Wei immediately lifted his head at the sound of his name, his face lighting up with surprise as he hurried over. Su Yuan, you finally showed up. Have you been looking for me? How curious, Su Yuan replied with a hint of jest. If you were a woman, perhaps I would entertain the thought, but as a man, I think not. I owe you some spirit stones, and I've been keeping that in mind, Zhang Wei declared earnestly. He produced a storage bag and handed it to Su Yuan. To Su Yuan's astonishment, upon examining the bag with his spiritual sense, he found it contained a substantial amount of spirit stones, roughly 2,000. Such a fortune. How many do you have left? He inquired. Not much, just around 200. Zhang Wei replied. But it should suffice for my needs. Su Yuan regarded Zhang Wei thoughtfully and patted him on the shoulder. Though you may be a bit arrogant, straightforward, and prone to fits of temper, you are a man of your word. I have great faith in you. Zhang Wei grimaced slightly. Su Yuan, why do I feel as though you're insulting me? Come, let's sit at my place. Su Yuan, wait, I forgot to call Zhou Wuyo. He's here too. Zhang Wei exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He then produced a paper crane, folded it, and whispered a few words infused with spiritual energy, setting the crane to fly into the distance. Su Yuan regarded it with curiosity. What is that? Zhang Wei explained. It's a paper crane for short-distance communication. Very affordable. 3 small spirit stones each. Don't you have any? Su Yuan demanded. Before long, Zhou Wuyo arrived, his eyes brightening upon spotting Su Yuan. Su He, thank you for your recommendation. I finally made it into the outer sect. Otherwise, I would have been stuck doing menial tasks for another 3 years. Epalis Su Yuan replied, shaking his head. I've been trapped in a certain place and couldn't recommend you until now. Not to worry. This past year has been invaluable for my training. I honed my foundation in alchemy, which solidified my skills. If I had entered the outer sect earlier, I might have neglected the basics, Zhou Wuyo said sincerely. He then added sheepishly, I had meant to prepare resources for you, but my family has been a bit stingy lately. I promise to provide ample resources for you in the future. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. Our transaction was completed once I made the recommendation. I borrowed spirit stones from you to enter the inner sect, did I not? Zhou Wuyo appeared slightly regretful upon hearing this. Kulme, let us head back to my cave dwelling. Su Yuan suggested. Sure. The two followed Su Yuan to a secluded valley. Inside, Su Yuan prepared a pot of plain water for the trio. Curiously, Zhou Wuyo remarked, as an inner sect disciple, you could easily have a couple of outer sect disciples to help with chores. I noticed the spirit fields are still vacant. Is that possible? Perhaps I'll look into it later. Su Yuan nodded. As they chatted over the plain water, Zhang Wei suddenly brought up the topic of crafting magical artifacts. Oh, you can already forge magical weapons? Su Yuan inquired, taken aback. Indeed, I am a genius in weapon crafting. Zhang Wei boasted, his confidence soaring. Even though I possess the metal and water spiritual roots, my control over fire is exquisite. Water attribute energy can work wonders during tempering, allowing me to maintain my composure even in high-temperature conditions. In short, I shall become a master craftsman. Zhang Wei laughed heartily. I will surely ascend to become a Golden Core master and lead my family to prominence among the Golden Core sects. Stop right there. I've heard enough. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Zhou Wuyo cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wei, saying, I too have successfully concocted pills, condensing qi pills. Though they are of low quality, my success rate is quite decent, indicating I possess some talent in alchemy, albeit slightly better than this hothead. Zhang Wei glared at Zhou Wuyo. So you think I'm just a hothead, do you? Your alchemical talent surpasses mine? How absurd. That is the truth. Zhou Wuyo replied calmly. You. Zhang Wei was clearly irked. Su Yuan interjected. We were discussing the processing of finished magical artifacts. Were we not? I happen to own a shop where you can handle your products and recoup some of your expenses. Ah, you own a shop? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. I've heard that one needs connections to open a shop in the market. Aren't you from a common family background? Yuan is meticulously. The process was a bit convoluted, but I assure you, I indeed own a shop. Zhang Wei responded. I have friends who are novice crafters. Their artifacts are of mediocre quality, and they feel embarrassed to sell them. Can they display their items in your shop? You have crafting friends? Zhou Wuyo exclaimed, astonished. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, ignoring Zhou Wuyo. Of course, that's no problem. I have plenty of idle time. Zhou Wuyo inquired. What will the listing fee be? Listing fee? Not necessary. Just a 2-month rental fee, and then it's done. What profit would I make from such small change? Yuan Zhou Wuyo said, recently, I've also met a few novice alchemists with some odd stock to sell. Along with my items, perhaps they could also sell at your shop? A lower price might attract buyers. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Didn't you just mention I could have 2 outer sect disciples? They could take turns checking the shop. Zhou Wuyo nodded. That sounds simple enough. The 3 dismissed the matter lightly, viewing the shop merely as a venue for novice creations. Although novice items typically fetched low prices, having a place to sell them was better than letting them take up space. After their conversation concluded, the 2 took their leave, and Su Yuan directed them to the shop's location before heading toward the office on Xuanjua Peak. Esteemed attendant, I wish to recruit 2 outer sect disciples. I am an inner sect disciple. Su Yuan presented his inner sect token. Name? What name? The names of the outer sect disciples. I have yet to find them. Then come back after you found them. I do not assign disciples here. Oh. Su Yuan exited the office, contemplated for a moment, and found a wooden board. He inscribed the following words with Xianzhen energy. Inner sect disciple seeking outer sect disciples for chores and sales. Must travel to the market. Interested parties please inquire. Many disciples noticed Su Yuan's sign and immediately approached. Hello, senior brother. Which inner sect disciple is hiring? It's me. Su Yuan replied. You? Yes. Su Yuan confirmed. What is your name? Su Yuan. I don't recognize that name. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Su Yuan discerned that the outer disciples looked down upon him, an inner disciple. Soon, he comprehended that the admission standards of Xuanjua Peak were exceedingly high. Even the least favored possessed medium-grade spiritual roots. Hence, the outer disciples of Xuanjua Peak were, in fact, also of medium-grade spiritual roots. Naturally, they were reluctant to align themselves with an inconspicuous inner disciple. Just as Su Yuan believed he was alone, a shifty-eyed individual approached. Senior brother, seeking assistance to sell goods? Who are you? Su Yuan inquired with intrigue. My name is Song Kai, possessing medium-grade 5 spiritual roots, an outer disciple. I have no desire to tend to spirit beasts, so I wish to work with you. Are there any benefits here? Benefits? Well, there's the opportunity to enjoy roasted meat together. Deal. Song Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He rubbed his hands together and continued, I have a younger brother working as an outer disciple on another peak. If you're still in need of help, I can invite him to join us. Oh, that sounds fine. What is his name? Song Qian. Your names are quite auspicious. Indeed. Song Kai chuckled heartily. Very well. Su Yuan was indifferent. After all, it was merely a matter of managing a shop and selling goods at a low price. Once the shop closed, he could arrange for the 2 to set up a stall, which posed no significant issue. Song Kai swiftly summoned Song Qian, who presented a similarly cunning demeanor, his eyes darting about. Su Yuan remained unconcerned as he led the 2 to the office for registration. Thus, Su Yuan acquired 2 diligent aides, freeing them from the mundane tasks of the sect and allowing them to assist him instead. The brothers, Song Kai and Song Qian, were overjoyed, revealing their aversion to the arduous duties of outer disciples. Afterward, Su Yuan took them to the shop, handed over the keys, and instructed them to contact Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo. Once matters were settled, Su Yuan cast the affair from his mind and peacefully returned to sleep. Chapter 24. The gradual flourishing of the shop business. Song Kai arrived at Danju Peak and, through the flying crane, found Zhou Wuyo. I am Song Kai, the newly appointed assistant of Senior Brother Su. It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior Brother Zhou. Song Kai greeted with a cheerful smile. Zhou Wuyo waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am Zhou Wuyo. You need not address me as Senior Brother. Haha, you are too modest. I have only just arrived at the peak a few days ago and have much to learn. I hope you will kindly enlighten me in the future, Senior Brother Zhou. Song Kai replied, We are all working for Senior Brother Su, so there is no need for such formality. Zhou Wuyo chuckled. At this moment, Song Kai's curiosity piqued. By the way, Zhou Ge, what kind of items are being sold as mentioned by Senior Brother Su? Zhou Wuyo explained, it's just that Zhang Wei and I have produced some elixirs and magical artifacts that are difficult to sell. Senior Brother Su conveniently has a shop, so he allowed us to sell them there. Additionally, some newcomers we know also have finished products that they will sell through the shop. Song Kai stroked his chin and inquired, I haven't heard Senior Brother Su mention anything about consignment fees. Senior Brother means that there are no consignment fees, Zhou Wuyo clarified. Song Kai was taken aback. No consignment fees? What does that imply? He fell into deep thought. What could this mean? Senior Brother Su mentioned that the lease for the shop is only 2 months, and after that, it will be gone. It's better to use it than leave it empty. Zhou Wuyo replied casually. Upon hearing this, Song Kai shook his head. No one would ever complain about a lack of spirit stones. Although Senior Brother Su did not explicitly say it, I sense there is a deeper meaning. Zhou Wuyo was taken aback. He too began to ponder, but could not deduce the reason. Is it possible that Senior Brother Su intends to operate the shop, using these disciples' affordable magical artifacts to generate interest? If after 2 months it proves fruitful, he may continue. Otherwise, he would simply let it go. It would be unthinkable to rent a shop only to engage in fruitless endeavors. Low-tier items may not yield profit, but high-tier ones possess substantial margins. Song Kai's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Zhou Wuyo exclaimed, I see. It seems I have been rather naive. Moreover, there is another layer to this, cultivating reputation. Song Kai continued. By providing convenience to his fellow disciples, he will foster gratitude among them, gradually building his renown. Who knows? Perhaps Senior Brother Su's ultimate goal is to become the chief disciple of the inner sect. What he is doing now is merely laying the groundwork. Zhou Wuyo's eyes widened in amazement as he gazed at Song Kai. May I ask where you hail from, Junior Brother? I come from the Song family in Hao U.S. City. Could it be the renowned Song clan of merchants? Zhou Wuyo inquired. Precisely, Song Kai affirmed. Zhou Wuyo's expression shifted to one of understanding. It was no wonder this individual possessed such quick wit, being a scion of a merchant family. Song Kai further advised, Zhou Ge, it would be best to leverage your connections to ensure more disciples are aware that you are assisting Senior Brother Su in facilitating consignment sales. However, it is essential not to eliminate consignment fees altogether, as that may raise suspicions. You could state that you only charge a nominal 1% fee, and the more, the better. Leave the sales to me. 1%? Is that not a trifle? What about 5%? Zhou Wuyo questioned. Senior Brother Su is not in it for profit. Song Kai replied. That is true. Zhou Wuyo nodded. I will mobilize my connections immediately. Truth be told, during my years as servant, I have met many alchemists, albeit of lower rank. I also have some juniors who can assist in recording consignment information and verifying spirit stones. By the way, should I also inform Zhang Wei? I'll send my junior over. I'll just have a word with him. Song Kai summoned a paper crane and spoke a few words to it before it took flight. Before long, both Zhou Wuyo and Zhang Wei became busily engaged. Meanwhile, Song Kai and Song Qian headed to the market, enlisting the help of the Song family's contacts there. Although most were mere mortals, they were sufficient to establish the shop's initial reputation. Song Kai even consulted with his elders at home, receiving their approval and encouragement to proceed, as they believed that the young inner sect disciple must possess exceptional spiritual roots, especially being from Xianju Peak, with a promising future ahead. By the very next day, the shop's Su Yuan refining had been restocked with various magical artifacts, elixirs, and even some talismans. These items appear to be of low grade, with prices that seemed quite reasonable. Inside the shop, Song Kai and Song Qian busily arranged the items and set prices, with a few mortal attendants assisting nearby, creating a lively atmosphere. A short distance away, a diminutive fellow pointed to a young cultivator and exclaimed, "Esteemed immortal master, ahead lies the best shop in Chiju Market, known for its quality products at affordable prices. I have spent my childhood in this market and know it like the back of my hand." "Really? You can't fool me. I don't have many spirit stones." The young man tightened his belt. "Esteemed immortal master, I am but a humble mortal. How could I deceive you? I wouldn't dare risk my life. Yes, you. I am truthful. However, it would be best if you did not mention my name to others. If the shop owners find out I shared this information, they might retaliate against me." The short fellow shrank his neck in fear, glancing around nervously. "All right, leave me to take a look," the young man conceded. Before long, the young man was led by the diminutive fellow to Su Yuan Refining. Upon seeing the size of the shop, he began to have second thoughts. While the shop was sizable and the rent was not cheap, he assumed that the items sold would certainly be pricier than those found at street stalls. Turning around, he noticed that the short fellow had already vanished. "Good sir, what do you intend to purchase?" An attendant promptly approached with a beaming smile. "We offer low-tier magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Though they are of lower grade, they are all crafted by disciples of Chiju sect, ensuring high quality at very reasonable prices. For instance, this movement talisman, a lower-grade talisman, typically costs 1 spirit stone elsewhere, but here we only charge 98 fragments of spirit stones." The attendant spoke rapidly, finishing his pitch in one breath. The young man showed a look of astonishment. So cheap? In reality, the movement talisman was priced at 103 fragments of spirit stones among scattered cultivators, making this offer a bargain by 5 fragments. "So affordable, it can't be a defective product, can it?" the young man questioned skeptically. The attendant pointed to a line of text on the wall. "This shop is operated by inner sect disciples of Chiju sect. If defective products were sold, our reputation would be ruined, and the inner sect disciple behind this would face penalties from a sect. Compared to that, how could we possibly risk a few fragments of spirit stones?" the attendant explained. The young man carefully examined the inscription at the entrance and realized that such claims made by shops in the market held genuine weight. Otherwise, the market regulators would shut them down immediately. At this moment, the scattered cultivator felt tempted. "May I step inside to take a look?" "Of course. Please follow me. I will introduce you to our offerings," the attendant replied, guiding the young man to the elixir section. Here, numerous shelves displayed bottles of elixirs. To the young man's astonishment, each elixir bore a description, detailing not only its effects, but also a brief introduction to the alchemist who crafted it, stating which disciple of Chiju sect had produced that particular elixir. The same type of elixir could have different prices based on the alchemist who refined it. Cough, cough. "Esteemed immortal master, all the elixirs here are made by disciples of Chiju sect. Prices may fluctuate based on appearance, but the efficacy remains largely consistent. You may purchase according to your needs. It is undoubtedly a great value," the attendant hurriedly assured. As the young rogue observed, his heart grew increasingly stirred. The alchemists of the sect surpassed the wild practitioners outside, despite the fact that he discerned these potions were mere novice creations. Yet, they were undeniably superior to those concocted by untrained hands, at the very least, ensuring that he would not unwittingly consume a poisonous or inferior pill. Moreover, the prices were remarkably reasonable, although slightly higher than the makeshift stalls. Some even dipped below those rates. Feeling the weight of his meager 7 spirit stones and 238 fragmented stones, the young rogue began to seek out the items he desired. Shortly thereafter, he found himself with only 1 fragmented stone left for emergencies, having exchanged the rest for 2 potions and a talisman. With a cheerful demeanor, he departed. In the shop's backyard, a young attendant handed 2 fragmented stones to a short man. "Well done. Keep bringing in more customers." "Understood, brother." Song Kai, seated behind the counter, observed the sales process with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It seemed the sales techniques he had imparted overnight bore fruit. From the outset, he had focused on the financially constrained low-tier rogues, directing his staff to recruit some from the market stalls. These seemingly inconspicuous individuals were particularly inclined to band together, ensuring a steady stream of clientele for the shop through word of mouth. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the morning saw only a handful of scattered rogues, but by afternoon, their numbers swelled to over a dozen. Numerous potions and talismans had been sold, and even a low-tier magical artifact was successfully traded for the high price of 20 spirit stones. By the second day of operation, the count of visiting rogues surged to over 100, with some returning from the previous day, evidently satisfied with the value they had encountered. As evening descended, Song Kai and Song Qian reconciled their accounts, astonished by the figures before them. "Brother, our sales have reached 358 spirit stones. Our inventory is over half depleted," exclaimed Song Qian in disbelief. Quite normal," replied Song Kai with a smile. "While rogues may be poor, they are not foolish. The profit here is evident. Why wouldn't they spend? Bear in mind, we only charge a mere 1% handling fee. After such hard work, earning a mere 13 spirit stones feels almost charitable. Brother, what do you think Brother Su meant by his initial refusal of even 1%? Should we still be so fervent in this seemingly futile endeavor?" Song Kai's eyes sparkled with insight. "You fail to grasp the situation. Those who ascend to the inner sect's elder positions do so through high cultivation, formidable spells, or deep connections. Yet, none have achieved it by such means as these. This merchant-like approach nurtures from the ground up, subtly influencing the lower disciples. Once these disciples elevate their cultivation and transition into outer or inner disciples, Brother Su will surely rise to the elder position with a mere call. One tee, when others eventually uncover Brother Su's path to prominence, our standing as a merchant family will elevate alongside it." Song Kai chuckled as he patted Song Qian's shoulder. "Do you understand now?" Chapter 25. A day of fishing in the early morning. Su Yuan rose with great vigor. He greeted the small fish in the pond, saying, "Wait here, I shall find you some companions." With a cheerful spirit, he ventured onto Xuanjue Street in search of culinary delights. Upon discovering a type of fish ball he had never encountered before, he was so enchanted that he ordered 3 baskets after savoring just a few bites. Once his hunger was satisfied, he purchased an array of fishing gear from a shop along the street. Then, filled with enthusiasm, made his way to a deep pool he had previously discovered. Setting up a small stool, he meticulously prepared his fishing tackle and bait, and with a flick of his wrist, he cast his line into the water. Suddenly, he felt a tug. Excitedly, he lifted his rod, only to find it devoid of any catch. The bait had vanished. Puzzled, Su Yuan gazed into the water for a long moment, faintly spotting a few fish swimming where his bait had once floated. Among them was a fish adorned with golden stripes, feasting on his bait. "Excellent. That was merely a warm-up. Your luck shall not hold for long." With renewed determination, Su Yuan cast his line once more. A disturbance rippled through the water. He quickly raised his fishing rod again, but to his dismay, the bait was gone once more, and he had caught nothing. "I refuse to believe you've become clever. I came prepared with 10 buckets of bait." Unbeknownst to him, the day slipped away. His bucket remained empty, and so did his bait container. Growing numb to his failures, Su Yuan straightened his hook and cast it into the water again, settling down beside the pool in a meditative state. Though he was unable to catch any fish, he could at least feign depth of thought, couldn't he? A middle-aged man approached the water's edge, swaying slightly. He was the head of the discipline hall and frequently fished at the Bai Shui pool, which had become rather desolate over time. Today, he noticed a disciple whom he had not seen before and observed him closely, recognizing him as a disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Disregarding the distance, he took out his fishing rod and began to fish. As time passed, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed in confusion. What is happening today? Why aren't the fish biting? He observed the pool, noting the lively movement of the fish within. After half an hour of fishing, he felt inexplicably restless. Have the fish already gorged themselves? He suspected the issue lay with the disciple nearby. Upon glancing over, he was astonished to see that the disciple's fishing hook was completely straight. To his surprise, the fish were swimming around the bare hook, seemingly oblivious to the absence of bait. Some were even attempting to bite the straight hook. Had it not been for the hook's straightness, they would undoubtedly have been caught. This situation exceeded his expectations. After observing for a while longer, he discerned no fluctuations of spiritual energy. It was not a spell, but rather a fishing technique. The middle-aged man, captivated by the art of fishing, approached Su Yuan without realizing it. Su Yuan had long been aware of the middle-aged man's presence and had been secretly observing his fishing technique. Upon discovering that the man's skills were equally lacking, he felt a surge of delight. Yet another master of empty-handed fishing. Sensing the man drawing nearer, Su Yuan turned his head in curiosity. Ahem, this disciple seems unfamiliar. Indeed, I too find you somewhat unfamiliar, Su Yuan replied casually. The middle-aged man twitched his mouth in surprise, introducing himself. My name is Wang Jian. Oh, I am Zhou Wei. Su Yuan responded nonchalantly. Seeing that Su Yuan showed no recognition, Wang Jian was taken aback. You don't know who I am? And you do not know me. Su Yuan retorted. Wang Jian chuckled. You are quite interesting, disciple. He settled beside Su Yuan, gesturing toward the latter's hook. With a straight hook like that, you'll never catch a fish. Su Yuan remained unfazed, stating that is not necessarily true. As the saying goes, the willing shall catch. Oh, Wang Jian was skeptical. With a sidelong glance, Su Yuan surveyed the pool and soon spotted a familiar fish, the one with golden stripes that had devoured his bait the most. He positioned his hook before the fish. With a surge of will, he summoned the vitality of nature, wrapping the essence of wood around the hook. The fish circled the hook, catching the familiar scent of bait and sensing the vibrant life force emanating from it. Unable to resist, it took a bite. Su Yuan had anticipated this moment. With a firm tug, he raised the fish from the water. Though it slipped from the hook midair, it fell gracefully into his bucket, completing the act with remarkable fluidity. Wang Jian stood in stunned silence, his eyes nearly bulging from his head. This is impossible. He stared at the golden-striped, bowsprit fish in the bucket, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. The bowsprit fish was highly sensitive to spiritual fluctuations, especially the golden-striped variety, which was considered the king of its kind. Its intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary spirit fish, making it exceedingly difficult to catch through mere fishing skill. Yet, Su Yuan had demonstrated an extraordinary technique to catch such a regal fish, leaving Wang Jian in awe. Su Yuan, however, would not disclose that much of his bait had already found its way into the fish king's mouth, and that this particular fish had grown accustomed to him. Its wariness diminished. He too was surprised to have succeeded, having merely attempted a casual trial. This moment was perfectly executed, beautifully vibrant, and undeniably satisfying. Remarkable, simply remarkable, Wang Jian exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Just a trivial matter, Su Yuan replied with a faint smile. Ahem, Zhou Xiaoyu, might you be willing to teach me your fishing technique? Wang Jian inquired earnestly. Su Yuan glanced at him and replied, Fishing is not merely a skill one can learn at will. It requires a tranquil heart and an understanding of the harmony between heaven and earth, the balance of man and nature, and the natural way of the Tao. Su Yuan emanated an aura of a fishing master, exuding an air of profound mystery. Wang Jian found the discourse rather esoteric. Is this fishing, or is it the path of enlightenment? Wait, enlightenment? Wang Jian momentarily lost himself in thought, suddenly recalling events from 40 years past. At that time, he had been stuck at the pinnacle of the early golden core stage, unable to break through to the mid-stage. His master had advised him that his understanding of the Tao was insufficient, suggesting he let nature take its course and instructed him to come to this by Shui pool to fish. 40 years had passed, and he had forgotten why he came here to fish, doing so merely for the sake of fishing. Yet at this moment, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, he realized that his master had brought him here to attain enlightenment. With a tranquil mindset, harmonizing with heaven and earth, he began to merge with the essence of the Bai Shui pool. He sensed the movements of the Bai Bo spirit fish, felt the gentle mountain breeze caressing the surface of the water, and listened to the melodious chirping of birds mingling with the rippling sounds of the waves. 40 years of introspection cascaded through him like a waterfall at that instant. The mountains, water, wind, fish, and birds intertwined to form a unique energy of nature. Wang Jian's ears seemed to perceive an inexplicable cracking sound. The bottleneck had shattered. With a surge of energy, he ascended dramatically. Nearby, Su Yuan was suddenly swept off his feet by a wave of energy, landing unceremoniously in the water, drenched and bewildered. He stared at Wang Jian in confusion. What has happened? Did he actually break through? Surely not. I merely spoke a few casual words, and he has achieved a breakthrough? Is this even reasonable? Radiant golden light burst forth, his aura swelling further. Realizing the situation was escalating, Su Yuan quickly swam away, scrambling to the shore to escape. As he glanced back, he noticed several beams of light approaching from a distance, forming a protective circle to shield Wang Jian's breakthrough from interruption. Su Yuan silently exclaimed his fortune. If someone were to mistakenly believe he intended to interrupt another's breakthrough and inadvertently cause them grievous harm, it would be utterly foolish. Sighing, he pondered whether that earlier senior brother was truly a prodigy in cultivation. Had he merely uttered a couple of sentences and the breakthrough occurred? Was I the traveler? Or was he? Had he also awakened? Su Yuan cursed under his breath, yet a thought crossed his mind. Since I have aided him in his breakthrough, surely that warrants a token of gratitude when we next meet. He considered this a fortunate occurrence, thus remaining unperturbed. But where was the fish? Wait, I have yet to bring back my catch. Su Yuan gazed anxiously toward the direction of the azure pond. He certainly did not wish to return empty-handed. Chapter 26. The nine-colored celestial fish, a soft chime echoed in Su Yuan's ears, signaling an increase in his fame points. He paused for a moment, taken aback by the unexpected notification. Can one truly gain fame without using a real name? After a brief contemplation, he concluded that it was quite reasonable. A name is merely a label, and as long as it points to him, it constitutes his fame. It was evident that the fame points were attributed to Wang Jian. As he continued on his way, another notification chimed in his ears. Ding, fame points 1. Su Yuan was momentarily perplexed. Where could this notification possibly originate from? Was Wang Jian speaking of him to others? As he walked, the notifications continued to sound intermittently, ceasing only after a few instances. Noticing the silence, Su Yuan dismissed it from his mind. Before long, he arrived at a fish stall where he found himself pondering over a few swimming fish. How much are these? He inquired. These are falling star fish, quite inexpensive, only 7 spirit stones per pound. The vendor replied cheerfully. And how do they taste? Su Yuan asked. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. The vendor insisted. In that case, I shall not purchase them. I fear they may attract thieves. In truth, the taste was rather ordinary. Then I certainly won't buy them. If I can't eat them and they aren't visually appealing, what use are they? The vendor's expression stiffened, and his gaze turned unfriendly. Su Yuan cast a glance at a nearby tank, where he spotted a lethargic little fish that, despite its lack of energy, exhibited vibrant colors that shifted like a neon light, captivatingly beautiful. What sort of fish is this? Su Yuan inquired. The vendor quickly masked his emotions and replied, This is an extraordinarily precious ornamental spirit fish, the 9-colored celestial fish. Legend has it that with each elevation in its realm, it gains an additional color. To become 9-colored and achieve celestial status is truly miraculous. Though this one is merely a fry, it possesses innate tricolor potential, capable of reaching the foundation establishment realm. With proper care, you could cultivate it into a foundation establishment spirit fish, a most profitable endeavor. Su Yuan asked, Why does it appear so listless? Oh, it's simply hungry. The vendor explained, tossing a fragment of spirit stone into the tank. The little fish perked up immediately, swimming over to devour the stone. Its vitality visibly restored as it glided about, its colors sparkling even more brightly. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? The vendor beamed. Nearby, a seller of talismans discreetly cast a glance towards Su Yuan, but he paid no heed. Indeed, quite impressive. How much for it? Su Yuan asked eagerly. A mere 200 spirit stones, the vendor proclaimed. Su Yuan stood up and turned to leave. Wait, the price is negotiable, the vendor called out. Su Yuan turned back to haggle, ultimately purchasing the 9-colored celestial fish for 130 spirit stones. The little fish seemed aware of its new ownership, gazing curiously at Su Yuan through the tank, blowing tricolor bubbles from its mouth. After completing the transaction, Su Yuan carried the tank back home, relieved to finally have company. Once Su Yuan had departed, the talisman seller remarked, "Isn't it a bit unscrupulous to sell that? The soul-eating fish is notoriously difficult to sustain. An ordinary disciple would quickly find themselves impoverished." "What soul-eating fish?" "That is the 9-colored celestial fish." The vendor shot back, rolling his eyes as he packed up his stall. The talisman seller scoffed. How could it possibly be the 9-colored celestial fish? While they may appear similar, the distinctions are vast. The soul-eating fish does not reciprocate spirit stones, while the 9-colored celestial fish, on the other hand, can yield high-quality spiritual energy. And even if it is a 9-colored celestial fish, the requirements for recognition are exceedingly stringent. I've heard it demands comprehension of the natural laws. Ah, you think you know so much. The fish vendor retorted, finishing his packing and leaving. Once back in his courtyard, Su Yuan found the night had fallen. He transferred the 9-colored celestial fish into a pond, where the vibrant little creature began to swim energetically, its brilliance standing out against the dark. The surrounding fish soon gathered around it, and in no time, the tricolor fish had established itself as the leader of the group. Su Yuan watched in delight, but soon noticed that the little fish appeared to be growing listless again. Is it hungry? He wondered, puzzled, recalling that the vendor had just fed it. The tricolor fish surfaced, looking at Su Yuan with a pitiful expression. Su Yuan chuckled softly. You certainly have quite the appetite. He took out a low-grade spirit stone, crushed it, and scattered the fragments into the pond. The little fish eagerly began to consume the shards, and Su Yuan found joy in observing its feast. However, he soon sensed something amiss. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, before long, the entire low-grade spirit stone had been devoured. The little fish resurfaced, gazing at Su Yuan with a forlorn look. A realization struck him. This little creature, with its weak aura akin to a low-tier spirit beast, was somehow capable of consuming an entire spirit stone in one sitting. The fish stared back at him, confused, as it opened its mouth and blew bubbles, still seemingly eager for more. Well, let us see just how much you can eat, Su Yuan declared, tossing more spirit stone fragments into the pond. The tricolor fish wasted no time, eagerly gobbling them up. Su Yuan watched in astonishment as the little fish consumed 10 entire low-grade spirit stones before finally appearing satisfied. Swimming energetically in the pond, its faint tricolor glow mingling with the water. Su Yuan was flabbergasted. You little rascal, eating 10 low-grade spirit stones in one sitting? My monthly allowance is only 30 spirit stones. At this rate, I'll be bankrupt in no time. Truly, the 9-color celestial fish is beyond my means to care for. He shook his head, deciding that if he could not maintain it, he would just let it go free in a river later on, turning back towards the house. The tricolor fish surfaced again, watching Su Yuan's departing figure with a contemplative expression. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Su Yuan was roused from sleep by the persistent chimes of system notifications in his mind. Ding, fame points 1. Ding, fame points 1. What is happening? Su Yuan wondered, bewildered as he rose from his bed. Standing by the window, he gazed thoughtfully at the swimming fish in the pond below. How am I still gaining fame points? Could Wang Jian's influence be so profound? It made sense. His few encouraging words had helped Wang Jian break through, undoubtedly leading him to mention Su Yuan to others, thus increasing his fame points. But would Wang Jian seek him out? With a pseudonym, he should remain inconspicuous. Even if he were found, what harm could there be? After all, he had done nothing shameful. With these thoughts settled, Su Yuan felt more at ease. He ventured into the courtyard, prepared himself a pot of tea, and settled into a chair, enjoying the sight of the fish while sipping his drink. Suddenly, he noticed the little fish surfacing again, looking at him with its big, innocent eyes. You're not hungry again, are you? Su Yuan shot a glance. The little fish gazed back with an expression of innocence, opening its mouth to blow bubbles in a playful manner. Su Yuan sighed. Oh, what can I do? I did by you, after all. I suppose I should take care of you. He tossed 10 spirit stones into the pond. The little fish joyfully began to feast once more. Su Yuan wasn't overly concerned. He wasn't in a rush to cultivate, planning to take his time and accumulate more spirit stones later. He could always earn more when needed. As he sipped his tea, system notifications chimed in his ears every half hour, prompting a sense of exasperation. Could you not be so noisy? This is quite bothersome. To Su Yuan's surprise, the system notification sound had indeed ceased, bringing him a sense of comfort. Today, he had no intention of fishing. Instead, he made his way to the library of Xuanju Peak to explore its vast collection of books. To his delight, the library housed millions of volumes, accumulated over countless years. While many of these texts held little practical value, Su Yuan appreciated them nonetheless, savoring each one with careful consideration. That evening, he returned home, fed Xiao Kai 10 low-grade spirit stones, and then succumbed to a deep slumber. Thus, without realizing it, a month slipped by. At Shuju Peak, Yi Bufan wore an expression of dissatisfaction. How has the income from spirit stones dropped so dramatically this month? Forgive me, senior brother. Recently, a new shop has emerged in the 7 Absolute Marketplace, operating in low-tier magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, just like us. However, their prices are even lower than ours, making it impossible for us to compete. An external disciple lamented, his face filled with helplessness. Why was I not informed sooner? Ye Bufan Inuited. You were away from the sect. We couldn't reach you, the disciple replied. Ye Bufan paused, recalling that during his recent escapades with the witch, he had deliberately disabled his communication devices. How could that shop offer lower prices than mine? I already provided the lowest rates. He questioned in bewilderment. The shop assists our sect's low-tier artisans and alchemists in selling their goods, charging merely a minimal handling fee. They are essentially operating at a loss to gain visibility, hence the low prices. What do we know about this shop? It seems to be run by an inner disciple from Xuanju Peak, but I have not heard of him before. His name is Su Yuan. What? Su Yuan? Yi Bufan was taken aback upon hearing that name. Is it the same Su from the grass head? The one whose name implies distance? Yes. The subordinate was surprised that Yi Bufan recognized Su Yuan's name, wondering if he was indeed a formidable opponent. Is it him? What is he up to? Yi Bufan pondered. Should we take some measures? The subordinate suggested tentatively. Yi Bufan furrowed his brow and shook his head. No, that shop ostensibly benefits the low-tier disciples. Any underhanded tactics on our part would only give them ammunition against us in the struggle for the position of senior brother. He paused slightly, narrowing his eyes. Could this young man be vying for the position of senior brother as well? Now, that's an intriguing strategy. If I were to take charge, my chances of success would surely increase. He then commanded, mobilize our resources on Xuanju Peak and locate Su Yuan for me. I wish to meet him. Understood. Chapter 27. Yi Bufan's astonishment, Xiao Kai. How is it that your aura seems to have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement? Su Yuan crouched beside the pool, sensing the presence of the 3-colored little fish. The fish surfaced, blowing bubbles. He also noticed that the other fish in the pool exuded a faint ripple of spiritual power. They had merely been ordinary fish before, but now they seemed to be evolving towards spiritual fish. Su Yuan's gaze toward Xiao Kai shifted subtly. He gently patted Xiao Kai's head, and the little fish affectionately nudged Su Yuan's palm, displaying evident delight. Amused, Su Yuan produced some spirit stones to feed it. Xiao Kai eagerly accepted, devouring the spirit stones one after another. To Su Yuan's surprise, Xiao Kai exhibited an enormous appetite this time, consuming a full 30 spirit stones before its aura surged unexpectedly. Ascending to a new level, its size increased slightly. It now radiated the aura of a mid-grade spiritual beast. Indeed, a breakthrough. Su Yuan marabed. At that moment, Xiao Kai levitated into the air, and a brilliant 3-colored light erupted. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, directly illuminated by the dazzling glow. The next instant, the 3-colored light transformed into a chain, binding Su Yuan and Xiao Kai together. A golden sword materialized above Su Yuan's forehead, surrounded by a halo of 3 colors, rendering him even more enigmatic. After 3 breaths, the radiance dissipated, and Xiao Kai plunged back into the pool, startling Su Yuan from his reverie. He felt a mysterious connection forged between himself and Xiao Kai. Subsequently, streams of 3-colored spiritual power surged into Su Yuan's dantian from thin air. Su Yuan's cultivation technique activated automatically, effortlessly converting it into profound, true energy. His profound, true energy inexplicably increased significantly. Xiao Kai transmitted a thought urging Su Yuan to praise it. Su Yuan regarded Xiao Kai with a perplexed expression. Did you do this? Xiao Kai promptly nodded its head and swam excitedly in the pool, clearly overjoyed. Understanding the situation, Su Yuan recognized that this was the instinctual recognition of a spiritual beast towards its master, typically seen in high bloodline spiritual beasts, indicating at least the potential of the golden core stage. At the moment of establishing this connection, he indeed received feedback, revealing that Xiao Kai was a 9-color celestial fish. Did that vendor truly not deceive me? I thought he was merely boasting. I only bought it because I liked it, but it turns out to be genuine. Su Yuan was astonished. He felt a surge of emotion. Such a precious spiritual fish was sold for merely 130 spirit stones. That vendor is truly a good person. Could he be another high-ranking individual traversing the mundane world? If I encounter him again, I must express my gratitude in person. Su Yuan attempted to feed Xiao Kai more spirit stones, which it eagerly accepted, clearly quite hungry after its recent breakthrough. Xiao Kai consumed 20 low-grade spirit stones, and upon finishing digestion, more streams of 3-colored spiritual power flowed into Su Yuan's dantian through their mystical connection, easily transforming into profound, true energy. Glancing at the system panel, Su Yuan was astounded to see that his rest time had not been interrupted. Was this a bug? Wait. Su Yuan's eyes widened as he observed the system panel. Name, Su Yuan, region, Chinka continent, level, notable, 9761000, realm, 4th layer of Qi refinement, 99-100, entry 1, balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest time, the better your cultivation results. Current rest time, 39 days and 11 hours. Entry 2, natural law. You possess a keen understanding of nature, making it easier for you to comprehend the Tao from the mysteries of heaven and earth. My fame value has increased by over 300 points? When did this happen? Su Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't checked the system panel in quite some time, having turned off the system notifications. So he was oblivious to when his fame had surged so significantly. Something is amiss. Very amiss. Su Yuan felt an uneasy sensation. Bang! Someone knocked on the courtyard door. Su Yuan turned to see a familiar figure, Yi Bufan. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. Yi Bufan looked up, revealing a faint smile upon seeing Su Yuan. Su Yuan, it's me, Yi Bufan. Do you remember me? Of course. You're the talented disciple with dual spiritual roots from our generation. What brings you to my humble abode? In just a few days, the triennial intersect competition will commence. All inner disciples who have been here for 10 years are eligible to participate. I am confident that I will secure a top 3 position in this competition, Yi Bufan declared with a proud demeanor. Surprised, Su Yuan asked, are the rewards substantial? Yi Bufan chuckled lightly. Naturally, they are significant. The key is that I will receive a nomination for the position of intersect senior brother. Curiously, why do you aspire to be the intersect senior brother? Because that is a prerequisite for contending for the position of sect leader. Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled as he openly expressed his ambitions. Su Yuan was astounded. You wish to become the sect leader? Impressive. Yi Bufan chuckled. Who in the sect wouldn't want to become the sect leader? What about you? Me? Su Yuan pointed at himself, bewildered. I have no desire to become the sect leader. Then why establish a shop to attract low-ranking disciples, raising your profile among them? Isn't that a stepping stone towards competing for the intersect senior brother position? Ye Bufan's gazish sherpinit. Are you looking to become my competitor? Finally, grasping the source of the misunderstanding, Su Yuan realized that his fame value was indeed linked to that shop. What exactly were Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo up to? Su Yuan shrugged. Brother, you're overthinking it. I merely dabbled a bit. That shop is only rented for 2 months, and I will close it when the time comes. Really? Yi Bufan narrowed his eyes skeptically. It should be. Then, would Su Shidi be willing to transfer the shop to me? Yi Bufan finally revealed his true intention. Su Yuan scratched his head. But that shop isn't mine to rent. It's leased by a senior brother named Niobin. Niobin? Yi Bufan was taken aback by Su Yuan's response. Which inner sect is he from? I've never heard of him. He's an outer sect brother. You can speak with him. Su Yuan replied. Yi Bufan, upon hearing this, smirked internally, interpreting Su Yuan's words as a rejection. It seems Su Shidi indeed harbors intentions towards the position of intersex senior brother, Yi Bufan stated calmly. Su Yuan, hearing this, was speechless. Are you misunderstanding something? I am merely at the fourth layer of chi refinement. How could I possibly contend for the intersex senior brother position? Is that so? Then let me test your mettle. Yi Bufan's eyes narrowed as he reached for Su Yuan, flames surging from his palm, emanating a powerful wave of magical energy. Su Yuan's expression changed. He hadn't expected Yi Bufan to attack directly. This was within his own abode. Sensing the impending danger, Su Yuan instinctively retaliated. After a year of playful sparring with Shaoli, he had instinctively mastered the use of the profound, true heavenly transformation technique. A golden shield enveloped Su Yuan in an instant, its metallic sheen reflecting a robust solidity. Sizzle. The flaming palm collided with the golden shield, producing a fierce hissing sound. Yi Bufan's previously casual demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as the initially mild flames surged tenfold. However, that thin, golden shield, akin to a turtle shell, effortlessly withstood Yi Bufan's assault. Yi Bufan even noticed glimmers of red light flickering on the golden shield, dispersing his flames upon impact. After a tense stalemate lasting several breaths, the golden shield suddenly trembled violently. Yi Bufan's body was sent flying out, directly soaring beyond the gate. In midair, he unsheathed his flying sword, stepping onto it to stabilize his form with remarkable speed. He then cast his gaze towards Su Yuan, who wore an expression of nonchalance, his eyes deep and contemplative as they met Yi Bufan's. Yi Bufan's demeanor turned serious. At that moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the soft bubbling of a spiritual fish by the pond. This is my cave dwelling. I would appreciate it if you could conduct yourself with decorum. Senior brother, Su Yuan said calmly. Yi Bufan inhaled deeply, responding, Su Yuan, I underestimated you. To think the one who hides the deepest in this generation is you. Su Yuan's expression remained unperturbed. What do you mean by that? What have you concealed? Yi Bufan's expression stiffened before he regained his composure. Very well, I acknowledge you. I hope to engage in a full battle with you during the grand competition. He cast a profound glance at Su Yuan before taking flight on his sword, not pausing for a moment. Su Yuan spoke softly, Mudman. He surveyed his surroundings, relieved to see nothing had been damaged by the earlier encounter. Subsequently, he summoned his paper crane to call upon Zhang Wei, Zhou Wuyo, and Song Kai. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo arrived promptly, with Song Kai soon following on his sword. Looking at the three, Su Yuan inquired, What is the situation with the shop? What happened? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Song Kai quickly reported, Senior brother, I took the liberty of increasing the service fee by 1 point. I beg for your forgiveness. Zhou Wuyo interjected, This was a joint decision between Song Kai and me. It's not solely his fault. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. I'm not referring to the service fee. What exactly have you accomplished? What is the daily customer flow? Upon hearing this, Song Kai smiled. Senior brother, rest assured, I have managed everything meticulously. We have at least 200 customers daily. The turnover reaches 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones, and even with the service fee, we profit 30 spirit stones. We have become quite a notable establishment near the 7 Absolute sect. Trust me, this is just the beginning. Once our reputation grows, we can venture into the mid-tier product realm, and profits will surely soar. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched as he replied, Do you understand the phrase, a tall tree attracts the wind? Just now, Yi Bufan came looking for me. Yi Bufan? Zhang Wei's eyes widened. He came here? What for? You want me to transfer the shop? Su Yuan scoffed. This is outrageous. Zhang Wei exclaimed, angered. We have worked hard to establish this business, and he wishes to pluck the fruits of our labor. What if he has a supreme spiritual root? So be it. We'll fight to the bitter end. Zhou Wuyo, anxious, asked, Senior brother, what should we do? Song Kai cautiously inquired, He has left? Did you agree to anything? I told him to seek Niu Bin, the actual owner of the shop. He didn't believe me, and even resorted to violence. Su Yuan was incensed. Fan Wei scrutinized Su Yuan, perplexed. Were your injuries? Su Yuan shot him a glare. I repelled him. Really? Song Kai's eyes sparkled. Then we can continue our business. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Not necessary. From now on, do not sell low-tier items. Find Yo Bin and let him take over the shop. One must be wary of fame. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Song Kai pondered. Could it be that senior brother is already aware of the recent scarcity of goods? Over the past month, with the substantial sales, the low-tier alchemists and blacksmiths of the Seven Absolute sect had nearly exhausted their stock. It was indeed the right moment to enter the mid-tier market, with Yo Bin as a source for such resources. Clearly, senior brother had anticipated this. Furthermore, it seemed he aspired to the position of the eldest senior brother, having even repelled Yi Bufan. By the way, the internal competition is approaching in a few days. I should help senior brother register. Senior brother, will you participate in the competition in a few days? Song Kai asked. Su Yuan replied, exasperated, I am merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Do you think I can participate in the internal competition? I barely meet the qualifications. Song Kai responded, there are no restrictions on cultivation levels for the competition. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan retorted, then you go ahead and register. I understand. Song Kai nodded, determined to assist Su Yuan with the registration shortly. Chapter 28. Guidance. Yi Bufan hurriedly returned to his residence. His subordinates, noticing the grim expression on his face, wisely chose to remain silent and did not approach him to invite reprimand. Seated in his room, Yi Bufan's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. Su Yuan. It is no wonder he was selected by the master of Xuanju at peak. The potential of his inferior spirit root allows him to match my superior spirit root's prowess. This young man is indeed enigmatic. The cultivation speed of a superior spirit root is theoretically 27 times that of an inferior spirit root. And when factoring in the disparities between dual and triple spirit roots, this difference can reach 30-fold. What treasures, physiques, insights, or opportunities does he possess? Or does he possess them all? Yi Bufan's eyes narrowed. He reflected on himself and realized he had been excessively confident over the past year. Previously, he had scoffed at the notion that there were always greater beings beyond. Yet today's demonstration by Su Yuan served as a sobering wake-up call. If someone with an inferior spirit root, like Su Yuan, can keep pace with him, then surely other superior spirit roots, upon acquiring some fortuitous opportunities or treasures, could easily surpass him. Yi Bufan composed himself, sinking into deep thought. Should he consider an alliance with the demon sect? He recalled the words of the demoness and found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows behind Yi Bufan's cave, a golden core elder observed him with an expression of indifference. The formation around the cave was impenetrable, yet could not hinder the perception of a golden core elder, especially since he had personally arranged this formation, allowing him to effortlessly sense the emotional fluctuations emanating from Yi Bufan. How should one choose? Yi Bufan. The elder contemplated calmly. Unbeknownst to Yi Bufan, he was being observed. After all, he was merely at the 7th level of qi refining. Ultimately, Yi Bufan remained indecisive and instead consumed a high-grade qi gathering pill to commence his cultivation. The golden core elder glanced at him before departing swiftly. This elder made his way to the summit of the 7 absolute peaks to report to the sect leader. Master, Yi Bufan remains rational, he stated. Oh, a handsome young man nodded calmly. By the way, Master, there's an inner sect disciple at Xuanju at peak whose strength is surprisingly comparable to that of Yi Bufan, and he is from the same generation. I believe he warrants our attention as well. The elder continued. Who? The sect leader inquired, taken aback. Su Yuan. I have investigated. He possesses an inferior triple spirit root and was favored by Master Wang, becoming an inner sect disciple. He is currently at the mid-stage of qi refining, radiating a remarkably profound aura of spiritual energy with a solid foundation, and has comprehended the Xianzhan Yen Tian Shu with astonishing insight. The sect leader expressed his surprise. Such talent exists? Why have I not heard Master Wang mention him? I just acquired this information. It seems Master Wang assumed Su Yuan had perished in the secret realm. The elder scratched his head. What? The sect leader exclaimed, astonished. Master Wang is not one to be so careless. The elder shrugged. That is indeed the case. I found it quite unbelievable when I looked into it. The sect leader grew intrigued by Su Yuan, inquiring, "Where is he?" Cave 4399 at Xuanju Peak. I understand. Keep an eye on those superior spirit roots. At your command. The golden core elder withdrew. The sect leader stroked his chin, then with a flash, vanished from the hall. In the cave, Su Yuan addressed the others. Have you encountered any doubts in your recent cultivation, alchemy, or artifact forging? Please share them with me. Are you going to guide us, Su Yuan? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Our cultivation techniques differ, and our spirit roots are not the same. Can you truly provide guidance? Moreover, what do you mean by alchemy and artifact forging? Feel free to speak up, Su Yuan encouraged. Zhang Wei, you go first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei candidly expressed, I have reached the 3rd level of qi refining and opened 8 spiritual acupoints, but I hesitate to open the 9th. The issue lies in my uncertainty about how to connect the previous 8 acupoints and construct a cohesive whole. Zhang Wei elaborated on his concerns. Su Yuan listened attentively and instructed him to try operating his circulation. Just as I thought, you are too eager and reckless in your practice. Despite having a water spirit root, you're primarily utilizing a metal spirit root in your cultivation, and there are 88 notable errors in your circulation, of which 68 can be temporarily disregarded. The remaining 20 can be amended. The first issue is as follows. Su Yuan systematically provided his guidance. Zhang Wei appeared bewildered as he followed Su Yuan's instructions to adjust his circulation. Zhou Wuyo, watching from the side, was astonished. He had heard of high-level cultivators assisting those of lower realms in refining their techniques, thus achieving a harmonious and perfect state with their cultivation methods. Su Yuan was only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Could he truly accomplish this? Zhang Wei thought little of it and diligently adhered to Su Yuan's requirements. Upon completing the revised circulation, the fluidity of his technique improved by an astonishing 35%, and the refinement of his spiritual power showed notable enhancement. Once the circulation concluded, Zhang Wei leaped up, embracing Su Yuan's leg. Adoptive father, allow me to pay my respects. Su Yuan, speechless, pushed Zhang Wei away. Get off. Zhou Wuyo covered his face. He would never engage in such embarrassing behavior and felt an inexplicable envy for Zhang Wei's audacious character. There are still 68 issues to address, Zhang Wei exclaimed. Su Yuan waved his hand. Once you break through to the 4th level of qi refining, I shall discuss those with you. You must also engage in more contemplation regarding your artifact forging challenges. Zhang Wei promptly voiced the difficulties he faced during artifact forging and presented one of his creations to Su Yuan. Su Yuan utilized his spiritual sense to examine the internal spiritual patterns of the artifact and noted, your foundation in artifact forging is indeed somewhat lacking. This inferior-grade artifact is predominantly composed of communication patterns, with burning patterns and vibrating patterns as supplements. You have made 48 errors in these 3 fundamental patterns. It is astonishing that you managed to forge this artifact at all. Furthermore, the shaping process was rather careless. You must understand that the artifact's exterior must align with the spiritual patterns. This artifact is not only ugly, but also contains a conflict with the spiritual patterns, causing a noticeable stagnation in spiritual energy flow. Such a significant flaw, and you dare to attempt selling it? Zhang Wei's confidence began to wane. Su Yuan, I thought my foundation was decent. Since childhood, I have had genuine artifact masters instructing me, especially since my father is a 2nd-tier inferior-grade artifact master. He taught me well. This artifact is the best I have produced recently. Previous ones were even worse. He turned to Song Kai. ISNT, that right, Song Kai? The loose cultivators praised it highly when they purchased it. Indeed, Brother Zhang's artifacts sell exceptionally well. They fly off the shelves. And some even wished to commission custom pieces from him. Song Kai affirmed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan scrutinized their expressions, which did not seem to convey jest, and he fell into contemplation. Artifact forging appeared to be easier than he had anticipated. Shaking his head, Su Yuan remarked, you cannot compare yourself to those loose cultivators. If you believe your foundation is solid, let me show you otherwise. Su Yuan proceeded to point out the 48 errors, saying this spiritual pattern turns too sharply, and here, the connection is too rigid. It would be best to reduce your water attribute spiritual energy by a third when hammering Zhang Wei listened in growing astonishment. Ultimately, he lapsed into a prolonged silence. Upon reflection, it seemed his artifact was indeed quite poor, leading him into a spiral of self-doubt. Su Yuan dismissed him and turned his attention to Zhou Wuyo and Song Kai, both of whom displayed eager expressions. Zhou Wuyo, you are next. Su Yuan stated calmly. Yes. My questions are. Zhou Wuyo eagerly began to relay the various cultivation challenges he faced. Su Yuan nodded in understanding and provided guidance to Zhou Wuyo. Unbeknownst to them, overhead, a young man was openly observing their exchange. As the youth listened attentively to Su Yuan's guidance, he initially found it rather ordinary. However, after Su Yuan highlighted more than a dozen issues, he began to feel astonished. For instance, Zhang Wei had only identified 48 problems regarding his cultivation. If the numbers Su Yuan mentioned were indeed accurate, then his insights were indeed remarkable. Even discounting the unmentioned aspects, Su Yuan's profound foundation in cultivation was undeniably impressive. Whether it pertained to cultivation, artifact refinement, or alchemy, his theoretical knowledge had reached an exceptionally high level, seemingly surpassing even that of the current intersect senior brother. Zhuge Jian, Zhang Wei, Zhou Wuyo, and Song Kai all benefited from Su Yuan's counsel, each feeling as though their paths had been illuminated. Zhou Wuyo even experienced a breakthrough, advancing to the third level of qi refinement. This exemplifies the advantages of having a renowned teacher. Many of their challenges were not due to an inability to resolve them, but rather because they could not even identify the problems. With Su Yuan pinpointing these issues, they had already achieved significant gains, not to mention the numerous corrections he provided. Su Yuan could have effortlessly resolved all their problems in one go, but he chose not to, allowing them the opportunity to ponder and find solutions independently. With his suggestions serving as a reference, they could comprehend and break through on their own. Otherwise, relying solely on themselves would ultimately lead to stagnation. The three soon bid farewell and departed. Song Kai left behind the shop's earnings of 1,000 spirit stones for the month, and upon returning, he exchanged some song money for further guidance from Su Yuan. By the time Su Yuan had addressed their queries, it was already afternoon. With no necessity to peruse the library, he strolled around Xuanjue Peak and was soon captivated by the lively scene at the square of the Yanfa Hall. A multitude of disciples had gathered, including several intersect members engaged in combat on the platform, with attendants stationed nearby to prevent any mishaps. Su Yuan watched with great interest as some disciples unleashed fiery assaults while others shot a barrage of water arrows, creating a formidable defense. Although he had read numerous spell descriptions in books, this was his first encounter with such a plethora of spells in practice. Hey, junior brother, who do you think will win on that platform? A nearby youth suddenly inquired. Su Yuan was taken aback, turning to see a dashing young man. He promptly replied, "Greetings, senior brother. Both of these senior brothers are masters at the late stage of qi refinement. As I am merely at the mid-stage, I cannot discern the outcome. I hope for your understanding." "Oh, you can't tell?" The youth questioned, puzzled. "Indeed, is that not quite normal?" Su Yuan nodded. "Why not take a guess? If you guess correctly, I shall reward you with 50 spirit stones," the youth proposed with a smile. "And if I guess incorrectly?" Su Yuan asked, skeptical. "If you miss, you simply owe me 5 spirit stones. Are you not deceiving me, senior brother?" Su Yuan inquired. "Of course not," the youth exclaimed, producing a medium-grade spirit stone. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he observed the two disciples on the platform. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I believe the disciple wielding the long sword will triumph." In the arena, one intersect disciple wielded a sword while the other brandished a knife, both using spiritual power to engage in aerial clashes, deftly dodging attacks, and employing defensive measures. After a quarter of an hour, they remained evenly matched. The youth expressed surprise. "Are you certain?" "I simply made a random guess," Su Yuan admitted. The youth nodded, watching intently. After a full quarter of an hour, the sword-wielding cultivator ultimately secured victory with a decisive move, and both combatants ceased their engagement. The youth appeared astonished as he handed Su Yuan a medium-grade spirit stone, then inquired, "How did you arrive at that conclusion?" Su Yuan shrugged. A sword is simply more elegant than a knife. Thus it has a higher chance of winning. In truth, he had merely made a whimsical guess, and losing would only cost him 5 spirit stones. The youth shook his head. I do not believe it. He pointed to another platform and stated, having just given you a medium-grade spirit stone worth 100 low-grade spirit stones, you need not return the remaining half. There is another match. I urge you to make another guess. Su Yuan regarded the youth with exasperation. Yet he could not possibly return the spirit stones that had already found their way into his pocket. Casually, he remarked that disciple utilizing water-based spells will emerge victorious. The youth scrutinized the scene with focused intensity, seemingly weighing the potential outcomes. Ultimately, the victor indeed turned out to be the disciple employing water-based spells, with the margin of victory being razor-thin, merely a fraction of a move. Even he could not discern who would triumph in the end. The youth's gaze towards Su Yuan transformed into one of newfound respect. Su Yuan remained composed. Once again, he had simply made a guess. To guess correctly twice in succession was hardly an extraordinary feat, akin to flipping a coin and landing on heads both times. Was that truly so challenging? Chapter 29. Conspiring with the sect leader to establish a betting scheme. Come, let me treat you to a meal. Tell me, how did you deduce that? The young man spoke. Su Yuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. The scene felt eerily familiar. Was Niobin's trickery being employed against him once more? Ahem, ahem. May I ask your name, senior brother? The youth appeared contemplative. It has been long since anyone has mentioned my name. I had nearly forgotten it myself. I am Gu Qingzhu. Ah, so it is senior brother Gu. Su Yuan nodded, then inquired. You're an intersect disciple, correct? Quite so. Will you be participating in the intersect competition? Not at all. The young man retorted, what about you? Of course, I shall not participate. I am merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the young man and said, Senior brother Gu, are you perhaps considering establishing a betting scheme? Just to clarify, I possess no discernible insight. I was merely guessing. The sect leader Gu was nearly taken aback by Su Yuan's sudden leap in reasoning. He fell silent for a moment. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he clapped Su Yuan on the shoulder. Ha, junior brother, you possess keen insight. I never imagined my intentions would be so easily discerned by you. Su Yuan, assuming an air of seasoned experience, replied, I was certain of it. How could there be an intersect competition without a betting scheme? However, such matters are not easily undertaken. Do proceed with caution, as the sect will undoubtedly investigate. Gu pondered for a moment before stating, I have not encountered any regulations regarding such matters. Really? Su Yuan was taken aback. Gu shook his head. No. Is the sect leadership truly so carefree? Alas, the future seems bleak. Su Yuan marveled. Gu looked at Su Yuan's candid critique of the higher-ups and couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Enough, follow me. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Very well, I shall offer some suggestions, but I cannot guarantee anything beyond that. Agreed. Soon, they arrived at an inn and ordered a lavish spread of food and drink. Gu stared in astonishment as Su Yuan devoured the meal with astonishing speed, as if a storm had swept through, leaving the table bare in mere moments. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yuan said, I apologize. It has been a month since I've dined so freely, and it seems rather impolite. Gu waved his hand dismissively, glancing at Su Yuan's ample appetite. Your stomach seems rather unique. Su Yuan replied with calm confidence. It is a natural gift. I simply have a hearty appetite. Gu chose not to press further and asked, regarding the betting scheme you mentioned, what approach would prove fruitful? It seems you have considerable experience. Experience is a strong term. Su Yuan began, in my view. The crux of establishing a betting scheme lies in creating an information gap. The more one understands the competitors, the more comprehensive the information, the greater the chance of victory. Additionally, one must learn to mislead others. While gathering the most complete data, one should promote partial information about the competitors, concealing crucial details to artificially create an information disparity. Once that is achieved, the betting scheme can be established, significantly enhancing the odds of success. Concealing information does not equate to fabricating falsehoods, even if others lose. They have no grounds for complaint. This venture is foolproof. Of course, such endeavors require a robust intelligence network, without a certain standing, I would advise against it. He cautioned senior brother Gu with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Gu nodded in understanding. If implemented as you suggest, how much spiritual stone do you believe could be earned? Perhaps several million spiritual stones? Su Yuan replied casually. Gu's eyes gleamed with excitement. How could such an amount be possible? Several million spiritual stones is no trivial sum. I may have underestimated the potential. Su Yuan continued. Our sect boasts over 100,000 disciples. Although most are trivial workers, it is not uncommon for them to possess dozens of spiritual stones. Outer sect disciples typically have assets ranging from hundreds to thousands of spiritual stones. Inner sect disciples are even wealthier, with holdings in the thousands or even tens of thousands. If each person contributes a mere 100 spiritual stones, that could easily amount to several million. Su Yuan chuckled. Of course I jest. Even if it were to materialize, the sect leadership would undoubtedly reap the rewards and might even impose penalties. Thus, it is wiser to keep things modest and avoid making a grand spectacle. Are you interested in collaborating with me on this betting scheme? Gu inquired. Su Yuan, taken aback, pointed at himself. Me? Senior brother, do you truly have such faith in me? I believe you are quite talented. Gu affirmed. Su Yuan hastily waved his hands. I prefer to avoid such exposure. It tends to attract trouble. 10%. Gu offered. What? Su Yuan was perplexed. I'll give you 10% of the profits if you assist me in managing this betting scheme. Intelligence and promotion will be my responsibility. It's a conservative estimate. Earning over 100,000 spiritual stones shouldn't pose a problem. 10% would still yield over 10,000 spiritual stones. Su Yuan was astonished. You are truly remarkable? I am, in fact, a core disciple. Gu said with a gentle smile. This seems too risky. Su Yuan shook his head. 20%. Gu countered, extending 2 fingers. Su Yuan swallowed hard but still shook his head. Senior brother Gu, I am not that kind of person. 30%. Gu extended 3 fingers. Su Yuan scrutinized Gu Qingzhu. Hesitating. Are you certain there are no regulations against this in the sect? You may review the sect rules. There truly is no mention of such matters. Even if the sect were to blame you in the end, the most they would do is confiscate your spiritual stones. There would be no further penalties. Gu asserted confidently. Senior brother, do you genuinely hold me in such high regard? This is our first meeting. Su Yuan remarked. I feel a sense of familiarity with you. Gu insisted. I have little interest in spiritual stones. I merely find the notion of establishing a betting scheme intriguing. I believe you and I are well suited to this endeavor. Will you join me? Su Yuan recalled the sect regulations and, upon reflection, found no specific rules regarding such betting schemes. Not only were there no penalties, but there were also no explicit clauses. I shall consider it, Su Yuan stated. Tomorrow, I will provide you with the most detailed information regarding the inter-sect competition. You can assess my abilities. Then give me your answer. This opportunity is singular, Gu said with a light chuckle. Very well. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Su Yuan nodded. He realized that accepting 30% of the profits would undoubtedly place him at risk, yet risk and reward are inherently proportional. The potential profit was staggering. Financial pursuits take precedence. At worst, I could make a profit and then retreat into the trial's secret realm. Who would dare to pursue me? Truth be told, Su Yuan was tempted, yet he still intended to conduct thorough investigations. After parting ways, Gu instructed the Golden Core Elder to prepare a dossier on the disciples participating in the inter-sect competition, while simultaneously fabricating an identity dossier for a core disciple named Gu Qingzhu. Meanwhile, Su Yuan summoned Song Kai to investigate whether any betting schemes had been established in past competitions and to gather information on Gu Qingzhu. Song Kai, understanding the importance of the task, set out immediately to conduct the investigation and returned late at night to report to Su Yuan. Senior brother, it appears no one has engaged in betting schemes in recent years. It seems everyone subconsciously believes the sect forbids such activities. However, there is indeed no explicit regulation against it. Furthermore, I discovered basic information on Gu Qingzhu. There is a core disciple from Xianzhu Peak named Gu Qingzhu, at least at the foundation establishment stage, though I do not possess further specifics. Song Kai reported. Su Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he is indeed a core disciple, then he should have no trouble covering several 100,000 spiritual stones. Others will be unaware of my 30% cut. They will simply perceive me as a pawn sent by the core disciple. He sensed the potential in this venture. Monetary gain was secondary. Primarily, he relished the idea of assisting others. Though risky, Su Yuan harbored a small ulterior motive. He could leverage this opportunity to gain a measure of fame. While he was not particularly inclined to seek notoriety, the dangers within the sect were comparatively minimal. This prospect was promising and well worth exploring. Upon mentioning the system, he cast a glance at the system panel and was taken aback. Name: Su Yuan region, Chinka continent, level. Rising fame, 11-26-10-000. Realm, 4th layer of Chi refinement, 99-100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the greater the cultivation effect. Current rest time, 41 days and 8 hours. Entry 2. Tao follows nature. You possess a profound understanding of nature, allowing you to more easily grasp the principles of the universe. Entry 3. To be chosen. How did I accumulate over 100 fame points? It has only been a day. Su Yuan found it peculiar. The system's notification sound was muted. It indeed hindered progress, so he decided to enable it once more. After a brief wait, there was no increase in fame points. Shaking his head, Su Yuan focused on entry 3, and 3 lines of text materialized before him. Divided attention. You possess a remarkable ability to multitask, allowing you to engage in various activities simultaneously. Unimpeded meridians. All your meridians are unobstructed, enhancing your cultivation speed. 7 stars shine bright. You have established a mysterious connection with the Big Dipper, yielding numerous benefits. Su Yuan pondered thoughtfully, dismissing the second entry, as the cultivation speed from balance of work and rest was already exceedingly swift, rendering it somewhat redundant. Next, he considered the first entry. Although the ability to multitask was advantageous and could enhance combat effectiveness, whereas ordinary cultivators could only wield 1 or 2 magical tools, he could potentially control 4 or 5, allowing him to engage multiple opponents simultaneously. Even in the intersect competition, he could shine brilliantly. However, having studied various texts, Su Yuan was aware that certain unique techniques possessed this capability, such as the profound skills from Xinhua Peak. Therefore, mastering such an entry could be achieved through practice, and there was no need to squander an entry slot. The final entry seemed to delve into the realm of the esoteric. Yet Su Yuan happened to possess an esoteric entry. Tao follows nature. There appeared to be a potential synergy between the two. Thus, Su Yuan resolved to select 7 stars shine bright. With a mere thought, he chose this entry. In an instant, 7 stars shine bright was activated. He raised his gaze and immediately witnessed the 7 stars illuminate brilliantly, their radiant beams traversing the galaxy and enveloping his being. At this critical juncture, Su Yuan decisively activated entry 1, balance of work and rest. The rest time was instantly reset. Chapter 30. The understanding of the 7 stars with the activation of the balance of work and rest. 41 days and 9 hours of respite transformed into 4 days and 2 hours of cultivation time. Su Yuan, not wishing to squander this opportunity, chose to autonomously reactivate the first entry. To his delight, his endeavor succeeded. The 4 days and 2 hours of cultivation time was further condensed to a mere 5 hours. Yet, the state of cultivation experienced a second amplification. 7 celestial pillars descended from the heavens. A star map of the Big Dipper first caught Su Yuan's gaze. Following that, the 7 stars fell, a spectacle that left one in awe, as the starlight entered his body, forming 7 celestial orifices that connected heaven and earth. Su Yuan's mind was cleared of distractions, his thoughts became swift, and his comprehension soared. The natural law passively activated, and the Big Dipper star map naturally resonated with the wonders of the universe, enhancing Su Yuan's understanding of the star map. The 3 major inheritances obtained from the trial's secret realm: Thousand Array Technique, symbol guiding heaven and earth, and Sword Chant, alongside Mysterious True Transformation Technique, Burning Wood Tempering Spirit Technique, and the various tomes related to the stars he had perused during this period flooded his mind. Waves of enlightenment surged forth. Within his body, the 7 orifices pulsed, and in his consciousness, the 7 stars shone brightly. With each step of the 7-star stride, he was enveloped in the radiance of the 7 stars. Crowned by the star map, Yuan comprehended the path. Waves of enlightenment arose within him, and he began to create spells of his own. Using the 7-star map as his foundation, sword chant as the essence, thousand array technique as the framework, the energy of the mysterious true as his flesh and blood, and symbol guiding heaven and earth to connect with the starry skies, he crafted a sword array technique named 7-star mysterious true sword classic. Subsequently, utilizing the 7 celestial orifices within his body, he established a grand array for body tempering, creating the 7-star mysterious true body refinement technique. With the star map emerging in his consciousness, he drew upon the starlight of the heavens to refine his spirit, birthing the 7-star mysterious true spirit refinement technique. Upon his body, he manifested a suit of starry robes, creating the spell 7-star body guarding mysterious light. Following the guidance of starlight, he walked the path of the stars, establishing the 7-star flowing light step, gazing at the starry sky. The methods of celestial derivation from mysterious true transformation technique fused with the celestial guidance from symbol guiding heaven and earth, leading him to comprehend a deduction technique named 7-star celestial derivation technique. He improved the burning wood tempering spirit technique by incorporating the ability to draw upon starlight to enhance the energy of the mysterious true, thereby accelerating his progress in cultivation. Seizing the remaining time, Yuan drew the starlight into his body. He refined his physical form, honed his spirit, and elevated his cultivation without hindrance. An abundance of starlight entered his being, instantly dividing into 3 parts for his physical body, consciousness, and dantian. Within the dantian, a vast quantity of mysterious true energy had already accumulated, beginning to surge forth. In the early stages of energy refinement, 3 orifices constituted 1 level. In the mid-stages, 9 orifices made 1 level. And in the later stages, 27 orifices formed 1 level, culminating in 9 levels in total. A small note: in ancient times, 9 orifices formed 1 level, dividing the energy refinement into 13 levels, typically reaching the 9th level of refinement before attempting to establish a foundation. The difficulty of unblocking each orifice nearly doubled. Yuan successfully unblocked the first 18 orifices, consuming over 10,000 strands of mysterious true energy. Now, he had gained an additional 30,000 strands of mysterious true energy within him, of which 10,000 were from the 3-colored spirit energy gifted by Shao Kai. Another 10,000 were granted at the moment the 7 stars illuminated him, and the remaining over 10,000 were produced by the cultivation techniques and the natural operation of the spiritual orifices. This mysterious true energy was sufficient for him to unblock several more orifices. Notably, the instant the 7 stars entered his being, he successfully unblocked 7 orifices, an unexpected benefit bestowed by the entry. The 7 celestial orifices were scattered throughout his body, not following the usual order of refining energy. However, because of this, using these 7 orifices as support points to unblock the spiritual orifices saved a considerable amount of effort. Yuan no longer hesitated and began to unblock the 19th orifice. Indeed, after the enhancement of the burning spirit refinement technique, the energy consumption drastically reduced, with merely 3,000 strands of mysterious true energy. Yuan unblocked 8 orifices in succession, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level of energy refinement, bolstered significantly by the assistance of the celestial orifices. Yuan continued to break through, yet the energy consumption for the 6th level of refinement surged. The remaining 30,000 strands of mysterious true energy were depleted after unblocking 7 spiritual orifices, leaving him just 1 orifice short of reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of energy refinement. With a hint of obsession, Yuan wasted no time. pulling out his remaining 2,400 low-grade spirit stones to begin the absorption and refinement. The starlight continued to transform into mysterious true energy, preparing Su Yuan for the unblocking of his spiritual orifices. Before long, dawn approached. He practiced through the night, refining 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, producing a staggering 10,000 strands of mysterious true energy. Such a rate of absorption was unparalleled. Ordinarily, a disciple at the 6th level of energy refinement would consider themselves a genius for refining 10 low-grade spirit stones in a single night, while Su Yuan's refining efficiency had surged 100-fold. With his 10,000 strands of mysterious true energy, he unblocked the final spiritual orifice of the 6th level of energy refinement, connecting the 8 orifices and forming a cycle of 9 connected orifices. At this point, cycles of 9 connected orifices had emerged within him, enhancing both the quantity and quality of mysterious true energy recovery. Su Yuan concealed his aura, resuming an ordinary appearance. He stretched lazily and exited the room. In the courtyard, he spotted dozens of spirit fish in the pool, each adorned with glimmering starlight, a magnificent sight. "Ah, you have borrowed my starlight, truly becoming spirit fish," Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Those fish, already on the verge of transforming into spirit fish, had successfully broken their shackles today, thanks to his 7 stars glimmer. A stroke of fortune indeed. Xiao Kai leaped out of the water, tracing an arc of 3-colored light in the air, though it bore no starlight, only leaving behind a brilliant tricolored radiance above the pool. Xiao Kai jumped several times, leaving 7 trails of tricolored light, quite a sight to behold. "Oh, it seems you have grasped a bit of understanding too," Su Yuan remarked in astonishment. Xiao Kai emerged from the water, gazing innocently at Su Yuan with wide eyes, blowing bubbles, begging for spirit stones. Su Yuan's lips twitched. "All right, I was overthinking it." He produced 20 spirit stones to feed Xiao Kai, lamenting, "I'm starting to feel I can't afford to keep you." Of course, the most pressing concern was that his consumption of spirit stones during cultivation was also astonishing. 1,000 spirit stones could vanish in an instant. Ultimately, he decided he needed to procure more of those stones. At the tavern, Su Yuan encountered senior brother Gu once more, whose youthful yet mature appearance led Su Yuan to suspect he was in his 30s. Master Gu laid a stack of papers before Su Yuan. "Take a look. These are the inner disciples and oppos. Records," he said calmly. He regarded Su Yuan with surprise, sensing his aura at the 6th level of energy refinement. His astonishment was not at Su Yuan's level, which was slightly below that of a top-grade spiritual root, but rather at the rapidity with which Su Yuan had broken through. This indicated that Su Yuan had unblocked 18 spiritual orifices in a single night, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery of spiritual energy and profound understanding of cultivation techniques. Truly remarkable. Su Yuan perused the documents in his hands. Entry 1. Wei 1, inner disciple of Xianju Peak, has been in the sect for 9 years. Possesses a top-grade single spiritual root, is at the 9th level of energy refinement, and practices the top-grade Earth-level technique, Earth Pulse Movement, mastering 3 mid-tier mysterious spells with varying degrees of comprehension. Minor achievement, rough understanding, rough understanding. He has slain 67 fellow disciples of the same level and 889 same-level beasts, and has also killed 17 disciples of higher levels and 378 beasts, including a half-step second-tier beast. Entry 2. Yang Mengting, inner disciple of Shunju Peak, has been in the sect for 8 years. Possesses a top-grade triple spiritual root, is at the 9th level of energy refinement, and practices top-grade Earth-level techniques. She has slain 53 fellow disciples of the same level. Entry 3. Sun Hong, inner disciple of Danju Peak, has been in the sect for 7 years, possesses a top-grade dual spiritual root, is at the 9th level of energy refinement. Su Yuan gasped in awe at this information. The details in the materials were so profound that Su Yuan was utterly astonished. This individual named Wei Wen was nothing short of a killing machine. Over the course of 9 years since his initiation, he had slain more than 1,000 demon beasts. Excluding the time spent on cultivation, whenever he ventured out, he was either engaged in combat or en route to confront his foes. As Su Yuan perused the profiles of others, he discovered that each was a remarkable talent. There were as many as 5 experts at the 9th level of qi refinement. Flipping further back, he finally located the information on Yi Bufan. Serial number 33, Yi Bufan, inner sect disciple of Shuju Peak, joined 1 year and 4 months ago. Exceptional dual spiritual roots, qi refinement at the 7th level. Cultivating a top-tier earth-rank technique, Liao Yuan, proficient in 2 low-grade profound spells and 3 top-grade yellow spells. Has slain 7 opponents of the same realm, 32 demon beasts, and has transcended realms to kill 1 cultivator and 2 demon beasts. Is this all? Su Yuan scoffed. Yi Bufan boasted of ranking among the top 3, yet he couldn't even secure a place in the top 10. He was still too young. Stealing a glance at senior brother Gu, who remained unfazed, Su Yuan silently admired his composure. The acquisition of such detailed information indicated that senior brother Gu possessed extensive connections. His ties to various sects stewards allowed him to gather these insights with such precision. How about it? Shall we collaborate? Elder Gu inquired calmly. I am willing to give it a try, but I hope you can provide personnel to assist me, Su Yuan replied. That is not an issue. Elder Gu responded nonchalantly. Very well, let us draft a preliminary plan and promotional materials based on this information. Su Yuan quickly immersed himself in the task, organizing the content in accordance with the details provided. Elder Gu observed Su Yuan's methods with increasing curiosity. The more he watched, the more his perception of Su Yuan shifted. After this matter concludes, a new set of regulations must be established immediately. Such incidents must not occur again. Elder Gu resolved inwardly. Chapter 31. The betting controversy the following day, in an exquisite courtyard atop Xuanjue Peak, Wei Wen was savoring tea, his demeanor remarkably serene. The thick aura of murderous intent coalesced in the water pool, tinting it a faint red hue, where a bloodthirsty red fish swam, absorbing the lethal energy. Brother, a feminine voice echoed within the courtyard. Wei Wen turned to see the door open automatically as a woman entered. What is it? He inquired. Brother Wei, it has come to my attention that someone within the peak has established a betting platform for the upcoming intersect competition. I find this matter rather peculiar, hence my visit to report to you. Oh, who initiated it? Wei Wen queried, a look of curiosity on his face. A disciple named Su Yuan, but I suspect he is merely a puppet, as many individuals have been mobilized within the peak, including several intersect disciples. I have no recollection of this, Su Yuan. The woman replied. Oh, intriguing. What are the betting options? Wei Wen pressed further. The woman glanced at him before responding. There are numerous betting categories. Firstly, there is a bet on the top 3 contenders, which includes you, Yang Mengting, and Sun Hong. Your odds are 1-to-1. 3. Yang Mengting is 1-to-1. 2. And Sun Hong is 1-to-1. 1. Additionally, one can propose their own disciple's name, with odds set at 1-to-2. Wei Wen's eyes narrowed. How interesting. My odds are higher than the others. Who made this foolish arrangement? If he dares to gamble, place a bet for me. Here are 30,000 spirit stones. Wager it all on my victory. The woman hesitated. What's wrong? Wei Wen frowned. I've heard whispers that Sun Hong has entered a golden core cave recently, and his current strength is uncertain. A golden core cave? Wei Wen was taken aback, then fell into contemplation. I did hear he entered a cave, but he merely claimed it was a foundation establishment cave. Could it truly be a golden core cave? What Yang Mengting? Wei Wen inquired. I heard she ventured into the Valley of Divine Winds and acquired a low-grade spiritual wind, which she refined, thereby attaining half-step foundation establishment strength. How could you possibly gather such intelligence? Wei Wen asked. I heard it from a senior sister of the intersect from the Divine Absolute Peak. This information was revealed before the betting platform was established. The woman explained. Upon hearing this, Wei Wen fell into deep thought. Will you still place a bet? Bet. Why not? Well, let us wager half. Wei Wen decided. What other betting options are available? There are bets for the top 10 and top 20. And there is one particularly unique option. She paused before continuing. Betting on which peak will have the most disciples in the top 10. Betting on our peak winning offers odds of 1-to-3, while betting on another peak winning only pays 1-to-1. 3. Wei Wen frowned. This seems rather underhanded. As an intersect disciple of Xuanjue Peak, I must strive for the peak's top position. It would be unwise not to bet, but if I do, I must support my own peak, yet I know there aren't many capable contenders besides myself. Forget it. Let us not dwell on that for now. Wei Wen shook his head. The woman nodded and departed. After a while, she arrived at the location where the betting was established, at the intersection of the 7 peaks. The previously empty area had been transformed with a platform, surrounded by numerous disciples, with Su Yuan at the center, overseeing the proceedings. There were 10 windows, each bustling with discussions, though few had placed actual bets. The woman, a subordinate of Wei Wen, approached the first window without hesitation and announced, "I bet 15,000 spirit stones on Wei Wen to secure first place." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was taken aback and approached her with a smile. "Are you certain you wish to wager 15,000 spirit stones on Wei Wen for first place?" "Absolutely," she affirmed, nodding. She handed over a substantial sum of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. The scene astonished many disciples. "Who is she? What a generous bet. Ah, I recognize her. She is a servant disciple of Brother Wei. Ah, so she is betting on Brother Wei to win. That is perfectly fine." Su Yuan, overhearing the chatter, brightened and declared, "Currently, the highest bets are on the tactics peak, amounting to 30,000 spirit stones, while Xuanjue Peak has the least at merely 2,000 spirit stones." His words caused discontent among the disciples of Xuanjue Peak. "Hey, junior brother, do you not have faith in our Xuanjue Peak? Only 2,000 spirit stones in total is unacceptable," someone shouted from the crowd. "Damn, Xuanjue Peak is embarrassing. I would rather lose than see my stones bet on another peak. I have 20 spirit stones here. I'm betting it all on Xuanjue Peak having the most in the top 10. A servant disciple of Xuanjue Peak, seemingly provoked, stepped forward and placed 100 spirit stones on their peak. Su Yuan regarded him with approval. The disciple, calm and resolute, turned back, embodying a sense of righteousness. "Young brother, well done. Even in defeat, we must uphold our honor. I too will place a bet. I'll join too. Sigh, Brother Wei is so wealthy. He dares to bet on himself winning. Why won't he wager on Xuanjue Peak? We cannot blame Brother Wei. He is more prudent. Spirit stones are not easily acquired." "That may be true, but the senior sister might hear." "Let her hear. What of it?" The woman, a subordinate of Wei Wen, smirked, hastily leaving the area and heading back to the peak. Soon, she returned to report the situation to Wei Wen. Wei Wen frowned initially, but then his expression softened. "I understand this matter. I shall personally attend to it." He took to the skies on his sword, swiftly landing near the platform. The disciples of Xuanjue Peak quickly gathered around. Brother Wei, Brother Wei." Wei Wen nodded, a faint smile gracing his handsome face. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, I am aware of the betting situation and will wager on Xuanjue Peak. Brother Wei is magnificent. Brother Wei is formidable." He approached Su Yuan, scrutinized him, and tossed a storage bag, 20,000 spirit stones, wagered on Xuanjue Peak. Su Yuan's eyes brightened, and he promptly recorded the bet, providing Wei Wen with a betting receipt. He then announced loudly, "The total amount wagered for Xuanjue Peak has reached 30,000 spirit stones, placing us third, while Divine Absolute Peak is at the bottom with only 9,000 spirit stones." The disciples erupted in commotion, and the news quickly spread to Divine Absolute Peak. Before long, Yang Mingting arrived on her sword, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the betting situation and the throng of gathered disciples. She realized she cannot back out now. Casting a deep glance at Su Yuan, she produced a storage bag and declared, "I bet 30,000 spirit stones on Divine Absolute Peak to win." "Understood." Su Yuan promptly counted the stones and announced, "The total wager for Divine Absolute Peak has now reached 40,000 spirit stones, placing it in first position, while Dan Absolute Peak has a total of 12,000 spirit stones, currently at the bottom." Murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. Dan Absolute Peak at the bottom? Aren't alchemists among the wealthiest professions? Not necessarily. I've heard that while alchemists can earn spirit stones rapidly, they also spend them just as quickly. Medicinal herbs, materials, and flames all require funds. Many alchemists are perpetually broke. Impossible. As the discussions continued, Some disciples from Dan Absolute Peak could no longer remain idle and stepped forward to place their bets. The total amount wagered by Dan Absolute Peak surged upward. Su Yuan periodically announced the total bets, and gradually, the disciples began to regard him with peculiar expressions. This fellow seems to thrive on chaos. Although he was aware that this individual was embellishing the truth, the crowd felt compelled to place their bets. This marked the first time such a grand wagering event was taking place, one that held significant implications for the reputations of the various peaks, the cohesion among their disciples, and their financial resources. No one wished to find themselves at the very bottom, for that would invite ridicule for an extended period. Yuan furrowed his brow as he observed the scene, sensing that something was amiss. He glanced towards the peaks, noticing that, thus far, no law enforcement team or elders had intervened to stop Su Yuan's actions. He found himself perplexed. Was the sect truly allowing this disciple to flout the rules? Rules? Upon careful reflection, Yuan was astonished to discover that the regulations did not explicitly prohibit this action. Absence of a ban implied permission. Had this young man found a loophole? Nevertheless, Yuan was certain that Su Yuan was not the mastermind behind this. A disciple bold enough to undertake such a venture would at least need to be a core disciple. As the stakes continued to rise, he promptly reached out to seasoned inner disciples. Just because those who had been in the inner sect for over a decade chose not to participate in the grand competition did not mean they were unable to place bets. With the amounts wagered escalating, Su Yuan's initial elation gradually morphed into anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, the total sum wagered by each peak had astonishingly soared to over 500,000. Cumulatively, this approached 4 million spirit stones. This figure did not even take into account the wagers from several other betting platforms, with the total for those betting on first place exceeding 1 million spirit stones. Su Yuan suddenly felt a pang of panic. This situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Curse it! How many disciples did Brother Goon mobilize to spread the word? Why did it feel as if everyone in the sect was aware of this? When Su Yuan noticed a core disciple at the foundation establishment stage approaching curiously and placing a bet of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, the situation began to escalate dramatically. The arrival of a core disciple at the foundation establishment stage immediately drew in other core disciples from various peaks to place their bets. The total wager soon surpassed 10 million. At this point, Su Yuan thought it might be nearing its peak. However, when a golden core elder arrived, silence enveloped the crowd, as they anticipated that the elder would reprimand Su Yuan and the others. To their astonishment, the elder remained remarkably composed and placed a bet. I wager that the absolute peak will win, with a stake of 100 superior grade spirit stones. The million spirit stone wager left Su Yuan utterly stunned. He stood agape as dozens of golden core elders soared through the air, each placing bets, resembling a gathering of gamblers. Yuan, Yuan Qing, Li Ping'an. Come to my cave abode, called a golden core elder from the Xianju Peak. The 3 inner disciples, all of whom had the potential to rank in the top 10, were momentarily taken aback, but then they burst into joyous exclamations. Clearly, the elder intended to provide them with special treatment. Other peaks followed suit, emulating the example. Su Yuan was left in a daze. The situation seemed to have spiraled beyond his control. Yet, it appeared that no one cared about this minor player seated at the center of the betting platform. He was merely regarded as a tool. A flicker of joy crossed Su Yuan's face. With this turn of events, he had perfectly executed his prior plan, achieving fame without the burden of notoriety, accruing both reputation and a substantial fortune in spirit stones, all while remaining an outsider. This was a resounding success. A true spiral of ascendance. Chapter 32. The Precious Sword. The 9 Stars Convergent Sword. Nightfall. The betting closed. In a clandestine location, Su Yuan met with his senior brother, Gu Qingzhu. Su Yuan appeared somewhat anxious, while Gu Qingzhu maintained a tranquil demeanor. Su Yuan swallowed hard and said, "Senior brother Gu, I fear we may not be able to keep this under wraps. Surely you have connections with the Golden Core Elders? Perhaps we could share some of the profits to mitigate the risks?" Gu Qingzhu, unfazed and with a calmness akin to a placid lake, smiled lightly and replied, "Why the haste, junior brother? It's merely a handful of spirit stones. Can others truly commit murder and theft within the sect? Even so, the sheer quantity of spirit stones has me quite concerned. What if someone discovers the exact amount? I wouldn't dare venture outside, even during the day. Su Yuan said with a wry smile. Gu Qingzhu patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, declaring, "It's just a small matter, a trifling affair." As a formidable nascent soul expert, he had encountered far greater challenges. His interest in this situation was merely for amusement. Eagerly anticipating Su Yuan's reaction upon learning the truth, which he believed would be quite entertaining. By the way, how many spirit stones are we dealing with? Gu Qingzhu casually inquired. Quite a substantial amount. I think we should seek out the Golden Core Elders. If possible, it would be even better to approach a nascent soul elder, Su Yuan replied, his tone tinged with astonishment. Speak, Gu Qingzhu gestured. 38 billion spirit stones. Su Yuan blurted out. Gu Qingzhu, initially composed, suddenly faltered, his body swaying momentarily before he steadied himself with his profound cultivation, though he still trembled slightly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he grasped Su Yuan's shoulders, his breath quickening. How much did you say? Su Yuan's face flushed with discomfort. Senior brother, not so tight. Regaining his composure, Gu Qingzhu released his grip, smoothing out the wrinkles on Su Yuan's shoulder with a warm smile. I didn't quite catch that, Su Yuan. What was the amount? 38 billion spirit stones. Su Yuan reiterated. Though Gu Qingzhu had calmed himself, he was still taken aback. How could there be so many? Su Yuan explained, some disciples suggested using contribution points instead of spirit stones for betting. I thought it was reasonable, so I agreed, not expecting it to balloon to such a figure. Additionally, this is the first round of the grand competition, and everyone wants to get involved. So this amount isn't entirely outrageous. Not outrageous? Gu Qingzhu gasped, already calculating how to spend such wealth. Importantly, this sum was his profit. Half would go to the sect, but the other half was his. What do you estimate the earnings to be? Gu Qingzhu asked, his voice slightly urgent. Not much. Perhaps 1 or 2 billion. Su Yuan replied. This drop in expected earnings caused Gu Qingzhu's expression to shift. How could it be so little? That is already quite a lot. Su Yuan coughed. Initially, we only aimed to earn a few 100 million spirit stones, remember? Gu Qingzhu took a deep breath. That was then, this is now. Since we have the chance to earn such a fortune, we must seize it all. Su Yuan sighed. However, there are too many participants now. The information has become transparent, and everyone has regained their composure, leading to a higher success rate for betting. If it weren't for the competitive spirit among the peaks, we wouldn't earn much at all. In fact, we could end up losing. Luck has been on our side. Oh, which peak is most likely to win? Gu Qingzhu pondered, recalling the data. Is it the Lingzhu Peak? Indeed, Su Yuan affirmed. Though Lingzhu Peak lacks any disciples in the top 5, it boasts 3 in the top 10. Their strength lies in their spiritual power, both in quality and quantity, especially in prolonged arena battles, enhancing their chances of victory. Many disciples from other peaks have even placed bets on Lingzhu Peak to win. Gu Qingzhu fell into contemplation, his gaze inadvertently resting on Su Yuan. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, Su Yuan coughed and suggested, perhaps we should invite a Golden Core Elder to mediate. We cannot manage this many spirit stones alone. Gu Qingzhu nodded with a smile. You make a valid point. I will find someone to back us. There may be a share of the profits for you. Rest assured, your portion will not be diminished. At least 3 million is guaranteed. Su Yuan's expression eased. Even 3 million would suffice for his satisfaction. Suddenly, Gu Qingzhu remarked, during the grand competition, there are certain restrictions on talismans and elixirs, but fewer limitations on magical artifacts, as the ability to wield them is part of one's own prowess. I recall you do not possess any exceptional magical artifacts. Su Yuan paused. Are you implying? I see you've registered for the grand competition. Are you trying to deceive me? Gu Qingzhu gazed at him quizzically. Gu Qingzhu continued. I shall provide you with a magical artifact as a reward for your efforts. Oh, really? Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Of course. What type of magical artifact do you require? Do you have a complete set of sword-type magical artifacts? Ideally, more than 7. Su Yuan expressed his hope. 7? Gu Qingzhu was taken aback. A Qi refinement disciple should be able to wield 2 at most. Well, I need backups just in case one gets damaged, Su Yuan replied. Very well, I shall see what I can find. Gu Qingzhu's consciousness delved into his storage ring, searching diligently. Su Yuan scratched his head, noting the lavishness in Gu Qingzhu's words. No wonder he was a core disciple. Although he was a core seed, he still felt no different from ordinary intersect disciples. 300 years ago, I believe I collected a set of top-tier sword-type magical artifacts. Where could I have placed them? Gu Qingzhu mused while searching through the vast storage ring, soon zeroing in on a sword box. His eyes lit up. Found it. With a wave of his hand, a massive sword box appeared before them. Su Yuan was taken aback. The box towered high and was exceedingly wide, resembling a thick door. This Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. Gu Qingzhu patted the sword box with glee. This is one of my prized possessions. What do you think? Curiously examining the box. Su Yuan couldn't discern much and shook his head. I can't tell what it is. Gu Qingzhu smiled faintly and opened the box with a flourish. A dense aura of sword energy surged upward. The overwhelming sword energy swirled like a storm, brushing against Gu Qingzhu like a gentle breeze, while Su Yuan felt as if he were an abyss, effortlessly absorbing the emanating sword energy. Far from being harmed, Su Yuan found the sensation quite pleasant. Gu Qingzhu was taken aback, having initially anticipated seeing Su Yuan in distress, but was now genuinely astonished. This fellow was quite extraordinary. Looking into the sword box, Su Yuan discovered it contained a total of 9 flying swords, each radiating a unique aura: azure, crimson, white, purple, yellow, black, gray, blue, and more. The sword bodies were entwined with fierce sword energy, resonating with one another, creating a symphony of vibrations that sent shivers down the spine. Gu Qingzhu introduced. These 9 flying swords are each top-tier magical artifacts. Forged at once by master craftsmen, they are intricately connected, and when paired with the sword box, operating them becomes significantly easier. They can be considered the pinnacle of magical artifacts, known as the 9 Stars Convergent Sword. As Su Yuan gazed upon these sword artifacts, he began to question Gu Qingzhu's true status. He suspected that merely being a core disciple was insufficient, and he might indeed be a true inheritor or a golden core elder. This set of magical artifacts is truly exquisite. It must be noted that exceptional magical tools are notoriously difficult to forge, requiring an unwavering pursuit of perfection, devoid of any flaws or blemishes. Even a mere first-tier exceptional artifact is arduous to create. Yet here, astonishingly, there are a total of 9, forming a complete set, the value of which is immeasurable, reaching the level of collectible grandeur. There is something amiss with Brother Gu. Su Yuan struggled to lift his head, swallowing hard as he asked, Brother Gu, is this truly a gift for me? Indeed, if you do not accept it, I shall take it back. Gu Qingzhu extended his hand. Without hesitation, Su Yuan placed his hand upon the sword box, enveloping it with his spiritual sense before storing it in his spatial pouch, which immediately became stuffed to the brim. Su Yuan felt a surge of joy. Master Gu nodded with a smile. Excellent. If this collaboration proceeds smoothly, I shall grant you a significant opportunity. Su Yuan nonchalantly replied. The spirit stones are sufficient for me. They will be enough for my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. As for opportunities, I do not seek them. Master Gu looked at Su Yuan with confusion, suspecting that he had misunderstood the requirement of over 3 million spirit stones for foundation establishment. Wasn't that enough even for the late stage? Cough, cough, well, I must attend to my matters now. You should return to refine the artifact. This is an exceptional magical tool. Refining and mastering it will not be easy. So you must dedicate some time. It may prove useful, Master Gu hinted. Understood, Su Yuan Kachulinadith. Naturally, he anticipated the performance after refining the exceptional artifact. He had created the 7 Stars Mysterious True Sword Classic, but had yet to use it personally. The two parted ways, each retreating to their respective quarters, while the spirit stones from the trading stalls remained temporarily sealed at the main Peaks Training Plaza. Upon returning to his residence, Su Yuan eagerly retrieved the sword box and began to play with the flying swords. What a splendid sword! He exclaimed with delight. As he probed the sword with his spiritual sense, he unexpectedly sensed a faint trace of sentience. This is, Su Yuan gasped in astonishment. This indicates a potential evolution into a spiritual artifact. He was greatly surprised, for in the foundation establishment stage, one typically employs spiritual artifacts, which differ from magical tools primarily in their sentience. With sentience, a magical tool possesses a soul and autonomy, reducing the cultivator's consumption, easing control, and enhancing the artifact's power. Remarkably, within this flying sword resides a hint of sentience. He promptly examined the other flying swords, discovering that they too contained a trace of sentience. Upon inspecting the sword box, he found the existence of nurturing runes within. Their nurturing efficiency was quite low. How long had these flying swords been nurtured to develop even a hint of sentience? What status does Brother Gu hold to so casually offer such artifacts, each with a base value exceeding 100,000 spirit stones? The more he pondered, the more he admired them, and he immediately began to infuse his mysterious true energy and spiritual sense into the refinement process. As for the grand competition, it mattered little to him. He would simply await his share of the rewards. Chapter 33 Prelude to the Great Competition. On this day, the sky was clear and bright, and the entire 7 Absolute sect buzzed with excitement. Disciples hurriedly made their way to the main peak, their faces animated as they engaged in fervent discussions. Which peak did you bet on? Hee, Lingzhue peak. Damn traitor. And you? I'm also on Lingzhue peak. Same here. Who do you think will take the championship? I placed my bet on Senior Brother Wei 1. I bet on Sun Hong. I heard he is almost at the 9th level of perfection. Every disciple was abuzz. From the humble errand boys to the esteemed Golden Core realms, all sharing in the fervor. Past intersect competitions had never been this lively. But this time it was different. The stakes involved everyone's wallets. How could they not be concerned? As dawn broke, the performance square at the main peak was already teeming with people, all gathered around the arena. Some intersect disciples preparing for the competition wore tense expressions. Their anxiety was palpable. Although it seemed they didn't need to compete for the top 10 spots, they were mistaken. If they encountered someone from the top 10, even a slight exertion of their energy, spirit, or strategies could influence the outcome significantly. This pressure left all participating disciples on edge, fearing they might be harshly criticized. Many regretted signing up, but they had committed too early and could only give their all. At Xuanzhou Peak, Su Yuan stretched lazily, sipping tea while feeding the little fish. A total of 49 swimming fish had stabilized at the lower-grade spirit fish level. The advantage of their promotion was the ease of feeding. Each spirit fish required only a piece of broken spirit stone. As Su Yuan tossed fragments into the water, the fish eagerly leapt up, their large eyes sparkling with anticipation. They gracefully caught the stones mid-air, leaving trails of shimmering starlight. A beautiful sight indeed. Particularly lively was the little colorful fish, which brought Su Yuan a great deal of joy. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking echoed at the door. Senior brother, came a frantic voice from outside. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Su Yuan summoned his spiritual energy to open the door. Song Kai hurried in, and upon seeing Su Yuan calmly sipping tea, his initial impatience subsided somewhat. What is the matter? Su Yuan inquired. The competition is about to begin. Aren't you going? Song Kai asked. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo have already saved you a spot. Of course I'm going. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. He was keen to see the results of the competition and was eager to know how many spirit stones he might earn. I'll feed the fish and then leave. Wait a moment. Okay, senior brother. Curious, Song Kai glanced at the fish pond. The little colorful fish noticed his gaze and spat out a mouthful of pond water. Song Kai tried to dodge, but the 3-colored water was too swift, and he found himself drenched. The little fish danced joyously, clearly pleased with its prank. With a wry smile, Song Kai wiped his face, realizing he was outshone even by a mere fish. Little Kai, stop messing around. Su Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. He recognized that the splash contained some 3-colored spiritual energy, which would benefit Song Kai. The little fish is just playing with you. As Song Kai absorbed the faint spiritual energy now mingling with his own, he looked at the little fish with newfound admiration. Even the fish by Senior Brother S side are extraordinary. After feeding a few more pieces of spirit stone, Su Yuan finally declared, "Let us go." "All right." Song Kai nodded. Stepping out of the courtyard, Su Yuan summoned a low-grade flying sword and took to the skies, leisurely heading towards the main peak. The art of sword flight was simple. He had learned it for the library with just a glance. It was an uncomplicated skill, though merely a foundational technique. Song Kai followed closely behind, soaring into the air. From a distance, Su Yuan could see the bustling scene at the main peak. A multitude of disciples gathered, creating a magnificent spectacle. As he surveyed the scene from above, he spotted Zhou Wuyo and Zhang Wei waving at him. Confirming their location, Su Yuan descended outside the martial arts square. Song Kai cleared a path, and after a while, Su Yuan managed to squeeze into the area occupied by Zhang Wei and the others, which provided a good view from a small hilltop. So many people. Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is my first time seeing so many disciples gathered together." Zhang Wei said excitedly, "I want to stand on the arena in the future, basking in everyone's admiration. It's a pity I can't this time." Zhang Wei lamented, then turned to Su Yuan. "What about you? Can you make it into the top 10? I placed my bet on you to enter the top 10. Zhou Wuyo chimed in, "I bet senior brother can make it to the top 3. Su Yuan was taken aback. "Why are you betting on me? I'm not even participating in the competition." Both Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo looked surprised and turned to look at Song Kai. Song Kai's face stiffened, and sensing Su Yuan's gaze, he awkwardly glanced at them, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Wei transmitted a message. "Song Kai, what is going on?" Song Kai scratched his head and replied, "I think I misunderstood senior brother's meaning." Zhou Wuyo asked through transmission, "Did you place a bet?" "I bet that senior brother would win the championship. Honestly, it doesn't matter whether I win or lose. It's the thought that counts." Song Kai replied. Zhou Wuyo gave a thumbs up. "You're amazing." Su Yuan sensed something was amiss and looked at the three of them. "What are you whispering about? Are you hiding something from me?" Song Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly resonated throughout the venue, silencing the crowd. Everyone looked up. In the next moment, 7 beams of light soared from various peaks, converging in midair above the sect, forming a magnificent rainbow bridge that swiftly connected to the main peak. The immense rainbow bridge was graced by the peak masters and golden core elders, their imposing presence causing the disciples to breathe in quickened gasps. The grandeur of the scene left those who had witnessed past competitions in awe. Was it truly this extravagant? The 7-colored rainbow light connected to the martial arts square, enveloping all in a radiant glow. As the rainbow light descended onto 7 viewing platforms, golden core elders and true disciples appeared, filling the previously empty seats in an instant. The 7 peak masters took their places on the main seats of their respective platforms, surrounded by various phenomena, some adorned with blooming lotus flowers, others shrouded in colorful clouds, exuding an undeniable grace. Once the rainbow light dissipated, the crowd regained their senses. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "I must admit, this sect is steeped in tradition. Even their entrance is so ostentatious. Sigh, I might need to devise some grand entrance myself. Who knows, if I attain a higher realm in the future and lack a special presentation, I might just be ridiculed." At that moment, Su Yuan felt a piercing gaze upon him. He turned to find Wang Siming, the master of Xuanjue Peak, staring at him with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. A clear look of confusion etched on his face. A voice resonated in Su Yuan's mind. "I heard you were placing bets, but I thought it was just a coincidence. I didn't expect it to be really you, kid. Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Su Yuan was taken aback, whispering, "What? I'm not dead. When did I die? How come I wasn't aware?" As the grand competition drew to a close, Wang Siming communicated through sound transmission. "Once the contest is over, I shall take you for the Zhuangzi baptism. You, my friend, have lingered for an entire year and still have yet to be entered into the core roster of Zhuangzi Peak." Though perplexed, Su Yuan nodded in comprehension. Wang Siming was astonished himself. He had not anticipated Su Yuan's return. Fortunately, it was not too late. The lad had now reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refining. With a low-grade spiritual root, such progress was remarkable. His potential was extraordinary and must not be allowed to be snatched away by other peaks. Unaware of Wang Siming's thoughts, Su Yuan eagerly anticipated the commencement of the competition, looking forward to admiring the prowess of his senior brothers and sisters. Suddenly, the 7 peak masters rose in unison, directing their voices skyward. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Upon hearing this, the multitude of disciples rose swiftly, bowing in reverence towards that direction. The entire martial arts square, filled with over 100,000 disciples, resounded with a powerful cry. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." The grandeur of the sound reverberated through the heavens, embodying the majesty befitting the leader's entrance. Su Yuan lowered his head and shouted in response, then curiously lifted his gaze. He beheld a young man striding through the air, each step accompanied by the blossoming of golden flowers, a spectacle of splendor. Yet, it was not the young man's magical display that captivated Su Yuan. It was the striking visage of the youth that left him utterly astonished. This. Su Yuan was left speechless. The young man seemed to sense Su Yuan's gaze and glanced in his direction. Their eyes met in the air, a fleeting connection that was soon severed. Su Yuan felt as though he had glimpsed a smile that was neither here nor there upon the sect leader's countenance. My goodness! Su Yuan's heart raced in disbelief. The esteemed senior brother, Gu, was none other than the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. This was the individual wielding the greatest power beneath the high elders, the very authority of the sect itself. What was he playing at with Su Yuan? This was too much to process. Alas, Su Yuan lamenti di internity. The intricacies of the sect run deep. I must return to the secret realm. Yet, after a few moments of shock, joy bubbled within him. Steady now, steady. The odds are in my favor. It turns out the sect leader himself is orchestrating the game. No wonder there's no fear of higher-ups reprimanding him. I am destined to triumph effortlessly. The sect leader shall claim the MVP, and I shall bask in effortless victory. With a sweeping glance around the assembly, sect leader Gu proclaimed, I hereby announce the commencement of this sect's grand competition. Elder Yu, you shall preside over the proceedings, starting with the servant disciples contest, followed by the outer disciples competition. Yes, an elder with a youthful appearance, despite his white hair, stepped forward. He then soared into the air to oversee the competition. Su Yuan watched with great interest as the servant and outer disciples contests unfolded with much excitement. However, the participants were eager, and the battles concluded swiftly, resulting in the rapid completion of both contests. In merely 2 hours, both competitions had come to a close, marking the fastest contests in history. Typically, these 2 events would consume an entire day. Now, I shall announce the commencement of the inner disciples competition, 10 matches at a time. Those whose names are called, please proceed to the stage for your contest. Zhou Honghua, Li Xing, Yuan Dao. The names were announced one by one, and Su Yuan remained composed. Until, Su Yuan, all disciples, please proceed to the corresponding arena for your contest. Su Yuan's expression froze in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. However, the elder repeated the call, affirming that he had indeed heard correctly. Instantly, he turned to glance at Song Kai with a look of horror. Song Kai, feeling awkward, stammered, Well, senior brother, I signed you up. You should hurry to the stage. The elder is waiting impatiently. Chapter 34. The First Battle. The inexperienced Su Yuan. In the brief moments leading up to his ascent onto the arena, the incessant chimes of notifications echoed in Su Yuan's ears, causing an unbearable throb in his head. Resigned, he silenced the system alerts. A fleeting glance at the system panel revealed. Name, Su Yuan region. Chinka continent level. Rising fame, 392610-000. Realm. Chi refinement stage. 6th level, 99-100. Entry 1. Work and rest balance. Current rest time, 5 days. Entry 2. Natural law, entry 3. 7 stars shining brightly during this period. His fame had surged by an astonishing 2,500 due to the opening of betting, and merely by calling his name, he had garnered an additional 323 points of fame. Truth be told, such a wealth of fame was enticing, but also rather ostentatious. Unlike the betting phase, where he could lay low for a spell and be forgotten, revealing formidable strength would ensure he remained in the minds of others. An entirely different scenario. In the realm of cultivation, What mattered most were one's cultivation level and power. With this in mind, he decided to feign weakness. Losing would not be a significant issue. Lost in thought, he approached the edge of the arena. On the opposite side, a woman gracefully alighted onto the stage, moving like a delicate swallow. Sister Xiao, Xiao triumphs. Ah, it's Sister Xiao Xiao. Victory is assured. Her Qingfeng Ju technique has reached a level of mastery, rivaling the prowess of an 8th-level Qi refinement expert. Excited whispers surged through the crowd. Isn't that the disciple who opened the betting? Why is he on stage too? It feels rather peculiar that he would compete after initiating the betting. I've sensed his aura. He is merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. How can he dare to compete? Such confidence. Su Yuan maintained a serene expression as he ascended the arena steps. Upon stepping onto the stage, the outside noise faded into silence. Li Xiao Xiao of the Shujue Peak. Let's have a fair match. Came a spirited call from across the arena. An elder overseeing the match gestured for Su Yuan to acknowledge. Xuanjue Peaks, Su Yuan. I look forward to your guidance. He replied promptly. The two stood 30 meters apart, awaiting the elder's command. Among the spectators, many disciples from Su Yuan's cohort were taken aback by his presence. Lu Mu Wan, among them, recognized Su Yuan and was struck by a sense of disbelief. How does he dare to compete? The lowest level in the intersect competition is 7th-level Qi refinement. Su Yuan's participation seems pointless. Beside her, Yi Bufan bore a serious expression, unlike his usual disdain. He is formidable. Yi Bufan asserted. Lu Mu Wan was momentarily stunned, observing Yi Bufan's rare display of seriousness. She turned her gaze back to Su Yuan, curiosity sparking in her eyes. Whom do you believe will emerge victorious? She inquired. Yi Bufan narrowed his eyes, declaring, It must be Su Yuan, and he shall win with overwhelming dominance. Surely not. Lu Mu Wan's expression reflected her skepticism. Everything outside the arena was inconsequential to Su Yuan. The elder announced, The match commences. Strikes are to be light. Li Xiao Zhao's petite form swiftly retreated, an azure glow enveloping her as her speed surged. She then brandished a blue feather fan, directing it toward Su Yuan. In an instant, dozens of azure wind blades surged toward him. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. His opponent had ingeniously combined a single-target offensive spell with a magical artifact, transforming it into a barrage of spells. Each spell bore the might of a high-grade yellow tier attack. Should 3 of the azure blades strike simultaneously, the resulting force would be akin to an exceptional yellow tier blow. Such a powerful spell made Su Yuan feel that feigning defeat was indeed a reasonable course of action. However, he also feared pain. Thus, he needed to avoid being struck by too many blades. 7-star flowing light step. Employing his self-developed footwork, 7 star-like points shimmered around him. With each step, he darted between these points at an astonishing speed, causing his movements to become exceedingly elusive and intricate. This was the 7-star flowing light step, where starlight served as a guide, allowing for spatial transitions. At that moment, the azure wind blades assailed him from all directions. Su Yuan instinctively evaded, his form transforming into starlight, as if 7 shimmering phantoms materialized and vanished, effortlessly weaving through the onslaught of wind blades. Su Yuan paused, glancing back to see the wind blades crashing against the arena's protective formation, dissipating into nothingness. He turned to regard Li Xiao Xiao, whose expression had grown serious, and felt a flicker of embarrassment. Had he truly evaded such an attack? Su Yuan pondered, realizing that his lack of combat experience rendered him somewhat rigid in his spellcasting, making it difficult to control the potency of his spells. He needed to refine his skills. Merely hoping to collide with a wind blade would not suffice. This junior's strength is not to be underestimated. I must give my all, Li Xiao Xiao resolved in her heart. With a second flourish of her fan, azure wind blades spun at the tip, then surged towards Su Yuan in a sweeping motion. Su Yuan's expression grew grave as he focused intently on the 15 intertwining wind blades. His spiritual awareness seemed to discern the subsequent trajectories of the blades. And seizing the moment, he lunged towards one of the blade's predicted paths. Li Xiao Xiao smirked. I anticipated your evasion. Witness my change in trajectory. With her spiritual awareness, she deftly altered the wind blade's course mid-flight, showcasing her mastery over the spell. The azure wind blades instantaneously shifted direction with astonishing speed and complexity, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. Su Yuan found himself halted, his anticipated attack nowhere to be found, as the blades, akin to a skilled artist's brush, traced his form with precision. Standing still, he looked back at the wind blades that had vanished upon striking the arena as formation. Confusion etched across his face as he regarded Li Xiao. What on earth was happening? Li Xiao furrowed her brow, realizing that her opponent had predicted her prediction. His combat experience was extraordinarily rich, particularly that nonchalant glance back, infused with a taunting essence, yet devoid of any theatrical pretense, which left her gritting her silver teeth in frustration. The audience below was equally astonished. What they had expected to be a one-sided contest had turned into a display of Su Yuan's agile footwork, slightly edging out the competition. Junior brother, impressive footwork. Let's see how you handle this move, Li Xiao declared as she tossed her feather fan, which folded and transformed into a shimmering blue feather sword. The blade glistened with brilliance as it shot forth at lightning speed. Su Yuan's expression shifted. He sensed that being struck would be excruciating. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to evade rather than absorb the blow. As the blue sword approached, starlight flickered beneath his feet. In a graceful dance, he and the sword glided past each other without a scratch. In an instant, Li Xiao altered her hand gestures, causing the blue sword to change its trajectory and surge towards Su Yuan once again. As it neared, it transformed, projecting several azure phantoms from its tip, blocking his escape routes. Su Yuan stepped forward, 7 starlight points coalescing in midair as he leapt skyward, executing 7 rapid steps that allowed him to evade the sword's fierce assault and close the distance to Li Xiao. The starlight lingered in the air, ethereal and breathtaking. Su Yuan's figure soared like an eagle, exuding an aura that was both commanding and graceful. Such remarkable footwork, Wang Siming exclaimed in admiration from the sidelines. Truly splendid. Many disciples held a significantly changed perception of Su Yuan. Possessing such remarkable agility made his performance on stage far from a disgrace. On the high platform of Xianzhu Peak, Wang Siming's eyes gleamed. This young man possesses extraordinary footwork. Where did he acquire such skill? It is truly exquisite. And, with this ability, he could be summoned as a core disciple at once. The elders of the Golden Core stage nearby displayed expressions of approval, clearly possessing discerning eyes. Su Yuan's footwork was exceedingly swift, allowing him to soar above Li Xiao in just a few strides. He glanced down at her, their surprised gazes colliding. Li Xiao was readying her defenses, anticipating Su Yuan's attack, with her magical artifacts still at a distance. At that moment, she was channeling energy, caught in a state of defensive vulnerability. Su Yuan flew directly over her head, landing softly, and then unleashed a low-grade flying sword toward her. The sluggish speed of the sword was more than 10 times slower than Li Xiao's azure sword. She attempted to evade, but to her astonishment, the languid flying sword seemed to anticipate her evasive maneuvers, arriving at her intended position before she did and striking her protective garment. As Li Xiao began to accept the reality of her defeat, a twist of fate occurred. The defensive quality of her garment proved formidable. The meager power of the low-grade artifact could not breach its protection. Instead, the flying sword was deflected and returned to Su Yuan's grasp. At this moment, the azure sword returned to encircle Li Xiao, bolstering her defenses, yet she still regarded Su Yuan with a fluctuating expression of uncertainty. "Are you humiliating me?" Li Xiao gritted her teeth. "Senior sister, please do not misunderstand. It seems reasonable for someone who has only been initiated for a year to possess but a single low-grade artifact, does it not?" Su Yuan replied. Li Xiao's gaze sharpened. "You have only been initiated for a year?" Su Yuan shrugged. "What is wrong with that?" "Everything is wrong with that," she retorted, for she had been initiated for 7 years. "Senior sister, let us continue. Please refrain from using the flying sword. Its power is excessive. The azure blade from earlier was just right. I cannot evade every time." Su Yuan Li Xiao snurta coldly. her feather fan flickering as she summoned another dozen wind blades to assail him. This time, Su Yuan, having gained experience, seized the opportunity to collide with one of the azure blades. Naturally, he could not withstand it with his flesh alone. That would be painful. Instead, he enveloped himself in a thin shield of Xianjin Qi, aligning his arm with the azure blade to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Moreover, he had intentionally positioned himself at the edge of the formation, ensuring that being struck by the wind blade would allow him to gracefully exit the contest. The execution was flawless. Clang! A collision occurred. Su Yuan's eyes widened. The immense force he anticipated did not materialize. The azure wind blade struck the Xianjin shield as if it were a stone wall, shattering into azure fragments that swiftly transformed into azure motes of light. Failing to breach the shield he had effortlessly conjured, Su Yuan stared in astonishment at the azure blade, and then at Li Xiaoxiao, his expression rife with disbelief. Li Xiaoxiao, provoked by Su Yuan's seemingly innocent bewilderment, indignantly turned and leapt off the stage. I concede. I will not grant you the opportunity to humiliate me further, Li Xiaoxiao declared defiantly, tossing her head and departing. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Senior sister, do not leave. I was merely careless, and now I have experience. Yet Li Xiaoxiao had already vanished into the crowd. The Foundation establishment elder proclaimed loudly, Xianju Peak, Su Yuan emerges victorious. Afterward, he transmitted a message to Su Yuan. Young man, you possess some skill, but do not tease others in such a manner next time. This is the arena. Defeating your opponent with full effort is, in fact, a form of respect. Su Yuan sighed inwardly, reflecting, I never anticipated she would be so weak. Chapter 35. Su Yuan's strength. Alas, he has actually defeated senior sister Xiao. This brother's prowess is formidable, his footwork exquisite, and his defenses astonishing. Many cultivators participating in the intersect competition turned their attention, pointing and discussing fervently. This left Su Yuan rather speechless. A glance at the system panel revealed a surge of fame points, approximately 600. Senior Su, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Zhou Wuyo, excitement evident in his voice. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Zhang Wei echoed, equally exhilarated. Su Yuan shot them a glare. Cease your shouting. Turning to Song Kai in the corner, he inquired, when did I instruct you to sign me up? Song Kai replied, wasn't it during your guidance the last time? I asked if you wished to participate, and you told me to register. Indeed, I told you to register, not to enroll me. But I am merely a servant disciple, lacking the qualifications to compete in the intersect competition. I assumed you wanted my assistance in signing you up, Song Kai explained, shaking his head. Su Yuan regarded Song Kai with a skeptical expression. From now on, be mindful. I prefer to act discreetly and avoid fame. Zhang Wei questioned, if you dislike fame, why then open a betting pool? Su Yuan retorted, I wish to earn spirit stones. Is that not reasonable? Can you not distinguish between the two? At this moment, Zhou Wuyo interjected, is it possible to earn spirit stones from the competition as well? Su Yuan boast, intrigue. How much can one earn? Zhou Wuyo elaborated. The champion can receive 50 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 500,000 low-grade ones, along with a spirit tool worth 300,000 spirit stones, and the privilege to select 3 profound spells, plus the nomination as the intersect senior brother. 50,000 spirit stones? A spirit tool? Su Yuan felt a flicker of temptation, but ultimately dismissed it. The competition could yield 300,000 spirit stones without exposing his trump cards. Thus, he resolved to forfeit in the next round. There was still time. On the main peak's platform, Sect Master Gu overheard Su Yuan's conversation and thought to himself, this young man seems disinclined to win, which is quite concerning. He has cultivated the profound, true transformation technique, granting him tenfold strength compared to others of the same realm. Coupled with a top-notch magic weapon and his exquisite footwork, securing a place in the top 10 seems within reach. The spirit stones would be. As Su Yuan awaited the next match, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Little Su, this is your senior brother Gu. Surprised, Su Yuan looked up to meet the warm gaze of Gu Qingzhu. He promptly clasped his hands in greeting. Consider aiming for the top 10. Are you worried about gaining notoriety and attracting unwanted attention? While it is true that a tree standing out will attract the wind, one cannot witness a rainbow without enduring a storm. Sect Master Gu conveyed through sound transmission. Su Yuan spread his hands, summoning a mist of spiritual energy, which coalesced into a shimmering rainbow. Gu's eyes twitched at the sight. Should you secure a top 10 position, I shall ensure you become a core disciple of the main peak. You may reside with me, and should anyone dare to trouble you, they shall face my protection. Unleash your talents without reserve. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to infiltrate and attempt to harm you, I could intercept them. What is there to fear? Gu's words brimmed with a commanding presence and unwavering confidence, stirring something within Su Yuan. He found himself in a quandary. Furthermore, should you attain a top 10 finish, the portion of spirit stones awarded to you would multiply tenfold. 300,000 could transform into 3 million, or even more. Consider this carefully, Gu urged, adding at worst. Once you gain fame, you can retreat and cultivate in seclusion, avoiding any external visitors. I will accumulate your assignments, ensuring you remain within the sect. Gu had seen through Su Yuan and Appo's mindset and character. He was both cautious and covetous, reluctant to seek fame, yet not opposed to it, an intriguing contradiction. Su Yuan, indeed tempted, acknowledged that while he preferred to remain low-key, resources cannot be acquired through mere avoidance. Seizing this opportunity could secure ample resources for years to come. Thus, his current visibility would pave the way for future discretion. This is your promise. I shall rely on your protection henceforth, Su Yuan whispered, unable to transmit his thoughts over such a distance. Not a problem. You have piqued my interest. Once you advance to Golden Core, I shall welcome you as my true disciple, Gu declared with a hearty laugh. Su Yuan scoffed inwardly. Such promises felt like empty vows. Golden Core? That was a distant prospect. As the two schemed from afar, the others observed Su Yuan with curiosity. Turning to them, he smiled. I hear you have bet on me to place in the top 10, the top 3, or even first. What amounts have you wagered? Zhou Wuyo replied. 300 spirit stones for the top 10, with odds of 2 to 1. Zhang Wei chimed in. I wagered most of my fortune, 800 spirit stones on the top 3, with odds of 2.5. Su Yuan turned to Song Kai, who gulped nervously. I haven't wagered much. Only 3,000 spirit stones, all on your victory. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. You possess such wealth? My family is a merchant clan, so we have a bit of money, Song Kai admitted sheepishly. Su Yuan regarded him thoughtfully before addressing the group. Prepare to collect your winnings. The three were taken aback, bewildered by Su Yuan's sudden change in demeanor. He then began to earnestly observe the duels on the platform, mentally cataloging the combat scenarios presented. Soon, a familiar figure stepped onto the stage. Yi Bufan faced off against an opponent with 5 years of experience and superior spiritual roots, emerging victorious after several exchanges. Lum Yuan also participated. Despite her exceptional roots, her brief cultivation period resulted in defeat, concluding her first round with regret. As she descended, Lum Yuan instinctively glanced toward Su Yuan. He nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting. She pursed her lips and returned the gesture before joining the crowd as a spectator. Understanding that this year was not her time to showcase her talents, but rather to participate, Su Yuan also observed the top 10 contenders in action, each demonstrating immense strength, dispatching their opponents in mere exchanges, showcasing a stark disparity in skill. The pressure on Su Yuan intensified. It was clear that securing a top 10 spot would not be an easy feat. The first round had attracted 280 participants, with 140 eliminated. The second round commenced swiftly. Su Yuan, Huang Bo, to the stage. Go, senior brother. Zhou Wuyo cheered immediately. Good luck. Su Yuan nodded, stepping lightly onto the platform. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Look, it's senior brother Huang from Lingju Epique. He's a strong contender for the top 20. I placed 50 spirit stones on him, making the top 20. The one who had previously toyed with senior sister Xiao was now in for a challenge. After humiliating my senior sister Xiao, he shall face his retribution. A bun-headed junior sister remarked gleefully. Li Xiao clenched her fists, coldly responding, a loss is a loss. Next time, I shall personally defeat him. The bun-headed junior sister comforted. Sister, perhaps it's best to reconsider. He is several years younger than you and may surpass you. Whose side are you on? Li Xiao Jiao retorted. Sitikink had companion pilai fully. Ouch. I understand now, sister. Opposite Su Yuan stood a robust figure, Huang Bo. Su Yuan eyed the platform suspiciously. Was this a covert maneuver by sect Master Gu? How was it that in the second round, he faced such a formidable opponent? Gu Zhangmin furrowed his brow. He had not engaged in any underhanded tactics. Yet the unpredictable nature of luck was undeniable. On the high platform of Xianfeng, Wang Siming smiled and remarked, "What a pity. Su Yuan's strength is still formidable. But encountering Huang Bo so early means he is eliminated prematurely. Perhaps it is for the best, sparing him from lingering concerns." The majority of the observing disciples tacitly accepted Su Yuan's defeat, diverting their attention from his battle to other evenly matched duels, which were far more visually appealing. Huang Bo scrutinized Su Yuan and stated, "Your footwork is quite impressive, yet must consume a significant amount of energy, does it not? If I can strike you even once, you will lose. Should this prolong, victory will undoubtedly be mine. You might as well concede. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Su Yuan remained composed, fully aware of all the information regarding Huang Bo stored in his mind. Originally at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Huang Bo had unexpectedly ascended to the 8th level, excelling in physical cultivation, his body robust enough to contend with fierce beasts. Wielding a hammer with remarkable finesse, a single strike could inflict severe damage upon a beast. The Foundation establishment's steward calmly observed the two, and upon confirming their readiness, announced, "The match begins." In the next instant, Huang Bo advanced towards Su Yuan with agile strides. Su Yuan's expression hardened as a low-grade magical artifact materialized in his hand. From his sidelines, Li Xiaoxiao scoffed, seeking death. This time, however, Su Yuan was different. The sword was enveloped in a dense aura of Xianzhen, radiating with a tricolored brilliance. "Go!" Su Yuan softly commanded, and the three-colored sword light surged toward Huang Bo with a speed rivaling that of Li Xiaoxiao's previous green sword. Huang Bo's brow furrowed as he drew a massive hammer, preparing to strike the tricolored flying sword. The material of that low-grade artifact would undoubtedly shatter under his blow. The flying sword sliced through the air with a piercing cry. Its elegant trajectory suddenly accelerated, evading Huang Bo's defense and aiming directly for his face. Huang Bo's expression shifted as he swiftly conjured a layer of earthy yellow shield before him, shielding himself. With a resounding cry, the sword's song reverberated, launching a direct assault on Huang Bo's consciousness. What? Huang Bo was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated a spiritual attack. The sword's resonance disrupted his mental focus, rendering his spellcasting increasingly obscure. The earthy yellow shield surrounding him dimmed significantly. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly identified the shield's weakness. The flying sword collided with the shield, piercing through it with ease, and struck Huang Bo's arm. A tremendous force erupted from the impact, the Xianzhen energy tearing through Huang Bo's formidable physique, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Recovering from the shock of the sword's resonance, Huang Bo grasped the now powerless sword with one hand, squeezing tightly. The low-grade artifact shattered in his grip. Yet he stood transfixed, staring at his own injury. He had lost. Had that wound landed on his heart or neck, he would have been gravely wounded. To retaliate against Su Yuan's artifact now would only reveal his humiliation. Su Yuan of Xuanjue Peak wins, proclaimed the Foundation establishment steward. This declaration sent ripples through the crowd. Many disciples who had not been paying attention to the match now turned in astonishment. Those who had been following the duel were even more stunned. A decisive victory, another instance of overwhelming superiority. Yet, the victor was an unfamiliar figure. Su Yuan's prowess was far beyond what anyone had anticipated. Even Wei Wen and Sun Hong cast their gazes toward him, scrutinizing Su Yuan intently. Su Yuan had become the focal point of the arena, his renown soaring rapidly. Chapter 36 Clash of Momentum. Su Yuan returned to the viewing platform and opened the system panel to check his fame points, which had surged to 6,300, an increase of nearly 2,000. It could be said that he had become renowned throughout the seven absolute sect. Su Yuan was quite satisfied. If he performed even better later, his fame points could rise further. Initially, he thought it would take a long time to accumulate 1,000 fame points. But now he realized the difficulty was not as daunting as he had imagined. However, the next level would likely be more challenging. After this wave, the resources of the seven absolute sect would probably be nearly exhausted. Just as Su Yuan steadied himself, he noticed a familiar disciple from the Xuanjue peak approaching. Wei Wan. Senior brother Wei. Su Yuan greeted first. Junior brother Su, you truly are astonishing. Wei Wan exclaimed. Su Yuan smiled shyly. I am far inferior to you, senior brother. Wei Wan became serious. This inter-sect competition is of great importance. It concerns the interests of everyone in our peak. I hope both you and I can secure places in the top 10. Of course. Su Yuan replied. Let me brief you on the situation, Wei Wan continued. You may not be aware, but in recent days, each peak has had golden elixir elders intervening to provide special training for their disciples. As a result, I have benefited and am now at the 9th level of Qi refinement, equipped with a top-tier magical artifact and excellent protective gear, as well as unique secret techniques. My combat power has significantly improved, and I believe the top disciples from other peaks have received similar treatment, thus widening the gap between the top 10 and the next 20. Wei Wan suddenly smiled. By the way, I must thank you for the betting odds. I indeed reaped quite a harvest. Su Yuan quickly shook his head. The odds were not set by me. I merely managed them. Haha, I understand that. But I still want to express my gratitude. At the same time, I must warn you to be cautious. For instance, there are Sun Hong from Danjue Peak, Yang Mingting from Xinjue Peak, Sima Jikong from Shujue Peak, Lan Sishan from Qijue Peak, Lei Yuqin from Leijue Peak, Huang Yi from Lingjue Peak, Helian Yu, Dongmin Wan, and others. They are formidable opponents. As he finished speaking, Wei Wan furrowed his brows and turned to see 3 experts from Lingjue Peak approaching. Huang Yi sized Su Yuan up and said, You have some strength, but it is merely that. The gap in cultivation level between us is like a chasm. With that, he deliberately released an aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement, pressing down on Su Yuan. Wei Wan frowned and stepped forward to shield Su Yuan. But at that moment, Helian Yu and Dongmin Wan blocked Wei Wan. Wei Wan's expression darkened. What are you trying to do? Are you resorting to underhanded tactics? He glanced at Su Yuan, worried that the pressure might affect Su Yuan's state of mind before the battle even began. However, contrary to his expectations, Su Yuan remained utterly unfazed under the oppressive aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement. It is known that the disparity in strength between levels can vary from 2 to 3 times, and the gap between the 6th and 9th levels is particularly pronounced. Lingjue Peak excels at enhancing spiritual power, making the difference even more apparent. Especially at such close proximity, the pressure of the aura is most evident and direct. Yet Su Yuan remained composed. Huang Yi frowned as well, feeling as though Su Yuan was an endless abyss, absorbing his aura completely. Not one to be deterred, Huang Yi focused his gaze and stirred his own spiritual power, intending to amplify his pressure. Su Yuan found it amusing to see Huang Yi's attempt to intimidate him, feeling no effect whatsoever. On the contrary, he secretly studied Huang Yi's technique of exerting pressure. It was straightforward. By projecting one's spiritual power and consciousness outward, one could impose a certain pressure on the surrounding environment. If the disparity in spiritual power and consciousness is too great, this pressure could even disrupt an opponent's spiritual energy. Su Yuan too summoned his own aura. With a thunderous surge, the fire attribute spiritual energy in the surroundings was stirred by Su Yuan's consciousness. The spiritual energy within a radius of several meters seemed to heed his call, all converging towards him. As Su Yuan directed his pressure toward Huang Yi, the spiritual energy of this small domain simultaneously bore down upon Huang Yi. The immense pressure of the surrounding spiritual energy was far from trivial. Huang Yi stood rooted to the spot, suddenly feeling as if a volcano was bearing down upon him. In his eyes, Su Yuan transformed into a raging sea of flames, fiery tongues lashing towards him, making his skin feel as if it might char. The spiritual power and physique he took pride in felt as fragile as paper before the approaching wave of fire. Huang Yi could not help but exclaim, retreating repeatedly. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the sea of flames vanished, the volcano dissipated, and everything returned to normal. His skin was unscathed, and he suffered no injuries. Yet beads of sweat poured down his forehead, face, and back. The surrounding disciples stared in astonishment at this scene. Helian Yu turned to Huang Yi and asked, "What has happened?" Huang Yi trembled, struggling to articulate his recent experience, unsure of how to begin. He glanced at Su Yuan, whose demeanor remained calm, and a distinct look of apprehension flickered in his eyes. Su Yuan offered him a gentle smile, which Huang Yi perceived as mocking. "Let us go." Huang Yi, unable to remain in the area any longer, turned and left. Helian Yu and Dongmin exchanged puzzled glances, both looking at Su Yuan. The recent contest of auras had targeted only Huang Yi. They had not felt the pressure, yet they sensed the air had seemed to thicken. Both disciples took note of Su Yuan as they withdrew, awaiting their turn to compete. Wei Wan, standing next to Su Yuan, felt the situation more acutely. He recalled the sensation of the spiritual energy fluctuations. "Senior Brother Wei, I called you," Su Yuan said. It turned out the elder had already summoned Wei Wan to the stage, but he had not reacted immediately. Wei Wan snapped back to attention, nodding, "All right, I'm heading up." He soared towards the arena, and as he soared into the air, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the golden elixir elders on the high platform. And suddenly it struck him. That was the momentum of heaven and earth. Wei Wan's expression shifted. Indeed, that sensation was reminiscent of the impression given by the golden elixir elders. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Initially, he found it difficult to associate Su Yuan with the golden elixir elders, so it had slipped his mind, but now he was deeply astonished. Su Yuan had comprehended the momentum of heaven and earth, something only a foundational cultivator or stronger could grasp. As the competition commenced, Wei Wan became distracted, almost failing to evade his opponent's attack. Once he regained his focus, he poured all his energy into defeating his opponent quickly, eager to inquire about Su Yuan's true situation. Meanwhile, the golden elixir elders observing from the high platform noticed the earlier anomaly. An elder from Donjue Peak widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Was that the momentum of heaven and earth? The momentum of fire. It contains elements of explosion, warmth, and combustion. How could he, at his current level of cultivation, possibly comprehend such power?" He hurriedly addressed the Peak Master of Donjue Peak. "Peak Master, this disciple must be taken in. He is a rare talent in alchemy." The Peak Master of Donjue Peak was likewise stirred. "I remember this disciple is named Su Yuan. I don't believe I saw his name on the core seed roster." Wang Siming, the Peak Master of Xuanjue Peak, overheard this and immediately rebuked. Hey, what are you old folks thinking? Su Yuan is my disciple from Xuanjue Peak." Just you? You can't even ensure the welfare of your disciple. How can you teach him?" The Peak Master of Donjue Peak retorted unhappily. Wang Siming faltered. He realized he had indeed overlooked this matter, but at that moment, was the other party also present? The Peak Master of Chijue Peak then cleared his throat and interjected, "Actually, I think he would also be suitable for Chijue Peak." "Get lost," exclaimed the leaders of the Danju Peak and Wang Siming in unison. The countenance of the leader of the Chi-Ju Peak darkened. Were these two seeking a quarrel? At that moment, aside from the Lei-Ju Peak, the other peaks had gathered to witness the spectacle, evidently astonished by Su Yuan's recent display. Although Su Yuan's prowess in the realm of heaven and earth appeared somewhat immature, the distinction between possessing it and lacking it was fundamentally profound. Elder Gu cast a casual glance at the squabbling peak leaders, his expression nonchalant. Let them bicker. After all, no one could usurp what he had already conspired with Su Yuan to achieve. His insight was unparalleled. Elder Gu had entirely forgotten that he had initially found Su Yuan merely intriguing. The second round of the competition concluded swiftly. All the top 10 contenders remained unscathed, successfully advancing to the next stage. The upcoming third round would see the competition intensify as the field narrowed from 70 to 35. Soon, the third round commenced. Su Yuan was again among the first to take the stage, which was quite customary. Upon hearing his name announced, he stepped onto the arena. Opposite him stood the grave-faced Huang Yi. Huang Yi, a distinguished disciple from the inner sect of Ling Ju Peak. The audience erupted in a clamor. Ha ha! Su Yuan faced Huang Yi. What narrow path for foes. Just moments ago, Huang Yi's kin, Huang Bo, was vanquished by Su Yuan, and now he encounters Huang Yi. Huang Yi was a formidable contender, vying for the top position alongside the likes of Sun Hong. It seemed that Su Yuan was destined for defeat. Initially, some believed Su Yuan could secure a place within the top 10. However, hopes now appeared futile. The majority of disciples expressed their regrets for Su Yuan, lamenting his fate. Clearly, they were convinced of his impending loss. Nevertheless, in the observation area of Ling Ju Peak, Helian Yu and Dong Min, one did not underestimate Su Yuan. Though they had not fully grasped the preceding events, Huang Yi had kept silent. They were certain that Su Yuan was no ordinary individual. Why had they chosen to provoke him? It was merely a tactical move, anticipating a confrontation between Huang Yi and Su Yuan to gain a slight edge. Yet, it seemed their plan had backfired. Huang Yi was the first to clasp his hands in a gesture of respect. I am Huang Yi of Ling Ju Peak. I humbly request guidance from senior brother Su. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but returned the gesture. I am Su Yuan of Xianju Peak. I look forward to your instruction. The foundation building steward cast a perplexed glance at Huang Yi before announcing, the competition begins. Chapter 37, Subduing the Opponent. Huang Yi's expression turned grave as he immediately activated his superior robe, a brilliant aura of spiritual power enveloping him in a protective glow. Yet this was insufficient. He simultaneously cast a defensive spell, enveloping himself in a translucent, earthy yellow shield, adopting a defensive stance from the outset. The thick, rich yellow shield expanded, forming a barrier that shielded Huang Yi from all directions. In his hand, he summoned a remarkable hammer, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yuan. Such formidable armor. Su Yuan inhaled sharply, taken aback by the apparent timidity of his opponent. Come on, Su Yuan, let me experience your might. Huang Yi and Appo's tone was serious yet tinged with eagerness. Had he disowned my intentions? Su Yuan relaxed slightly, glancing at Master Gu on the platform, who gave him a reassuring nod. With his mind at ease, Su Yuan declared, Then please prepare yourself, Brother Huang. Here comes the sword. With a swift gesture, a superior flying sword emerged from Su Yuan's storage pouch, its blade humming as if imbued with sentience, resonating in harmony with its master. This was one of the 9-star convergence swords, which he had named the Shaking Light Sword. A smile graced Su Yuan's face as he altered his hand seals. Sword chant, first form, sword rises. Mind extinguished. The essence of the Xian true energy swiftly depleted, flames seemingly igniting upon the Shaking Light Sword. The surrounding spiritual energy converged toward it, amplifying its might. Go! With a whoosh, the Shaking Light Sword soared high into the sky, then plummeted like a falling star, emitting a piercing shriek that resonated throughout the arena. Countless disciples, even from a distance, felt a sharp pain in their minds, as if flames were igniting within their consciousness, albeit for a fleeting moment, causing their expressions to change drastically. What must it be like inside the arena? Huang Yi's lips quivered, but his resolve solidified. His hammer, aglow with yellow light, was raised as he chose not to evade. Instead, he crouched low, then sprang up, swinging the hammer at the Shaking Light Sword. Clang! The sword and hammer collided with a resounding crash. The fiery red light clashed with the earthy yellow glow, and in that instant, the yellow light shattered like fragile earth, sending the hammer flying to the side. The Shaking Light Sword, undeterred, struck the earthy shield. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered dramatically, revealing Huang Yi, who knelt with one knee on the ground, propping his forehead with his hand. The powerful spiritual shockwave from the sword rendered him unable to stand. The Shaking Light Sword pressed on, striking the protective aura of Huang Yi's superior robe. The protective glow trembled, dimming slightly, yet it remained robust, true to its superior craftsmanship. Su Yuan beckoned the Shaking Light Sword back to his side, drawing in streams of Xian true energy to reignite its brilliance. Sword chant, second form. Sword divides. Soul disturb. The sword hummed in the air, and in the next moment, an illusory version of the shaking light sword appeared, mirroring the original. Two swords flew forth, intertwining as they raced toward Huang Yi. At that moment, Huang Yi finally broke free from the spiritual shock, only to see the second wave of attacks approaching. His expression rigid with fear. This time, he dared not confront it head-on. Employing his agility, he darted away at great speed. Huang Yi envied Su Yuan's graceful footwork, capable of maneuvering effortlessly through the air. While cultivators could typically fly on their swords, the complexity of controlling them made aerial evasion less practical. Su Yuan's footwork, however, required no sword, significantly enhancing his agility and combat practicality. As the swords approached, Huang Yi enacted another defensive technique, conjuring a swirling earthen wall around him to evade the corporeal shaking light sword. However, he was unexpectedly struck by the illusory sword, which pierced through both layers of defense and directly into his consciousness. The shaking light sword stirred chaos within his mind, forcing Huang Yi to channel his spiritual awareness to suppress and dispel the sword's illusion. Yet, as he struggled, his movements became sluggish and rigid. The actual shaking light sword struck him unimpeded. The fiery sword energy cleaved through the earthen wall of spells, colliding violently with the protective aura of his robe. The glow of the robe dimmed rapidly, its spiritual energy depleting by 2/3. Finally regaining his composure from the disarray, Huang Yi saw the waning glow of his robe and panicked, hastily infusing it with spiritual energy. However, his replenishment was outpaced by the relentless assault of the sword, and the protective glow continued to fade. Under such pressure, Huang Yi knew he could not strike Su Yuan, yet Su Yuan could persistently drain his energy, and defeat was merely a matter of time. I must retaliate. Refusing to succumb to defeat, Huang Yi summoned a flying sword of his own, a remarkable weapon. The rare superior flying sword, often seen within the Qiju sect, was a testament to the efforts of the Qiju peak. Go! Huang Yi commanded, channeling his swordsmanship to launch a rapid attack towards Su Yuan. Unfazed, Su Yuan countered, 7-star protective Xian light. 7 beams of starlight shimmered around him, forming a protective barrier. As the superior flying sword penetrated the 7-star protective Xian light, it felt as though it had entered a realm of heavy gravity, becoming immobilized. Unable to advance, the starlight, though seemingly insubstantial, bore immense weight, with each strand equivalent to 1,000 pounds. The Xian light served as impenetrable armor, safeguarding Su Yuan meticulously. With a mere gesture, Su Yuan condensed Xian true energy into a sword strike, which collided with the superior flying sword, sending it careening back to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Huang Yi's face paled as the impact disrupted his spiritual awareness. At that moment, the shaking light sword finally extinguished the protective glow of the robe. Sitiking Huang Yi upwas, seixulde. His flesh, as resilient as iron, met the sword and Appo's edge without yielding immediately. The outer layer of his dark skin was pierced, a trickle of blood seeping forth, only to regenerate instantaneously. Su Yuan couldn't help but commend, "What a resilient physique. Are you some sort of armored behemoth?" He genuinely admired Huang Yi. The 2 defensive spells he wielded possessed the might of superior yellow-gray techniques. For an ordinary disciple, breaching such defenses was no simple task. The subsequent superior robe was equally disheartening, continuously replenishing itself, rendering it nearly invincible. Furthermore, Huang Yi had even cultivated a defensive technique enhancing his physical body, making that layer of black light sturdier than bronze. Huang Yi realized that his body could not withstand Su Yuan's relentless assault. Faced with the futility of both attack and defense, he sensed that Su Yuan had yet to unleash his full potential. Yet he found himself in a state of utter disarray. At that moment, Huang Yi was thoroughly subdued, crushed in every aspect. He had anticipated this outcome upon stepping onto the stage. A qi-refining cultivator capable of comprehending the forces of heaven and earth was, after all, an extraordinary anomaly. Raising his hand, Huang Yi addressed the officiant, "I concede." The officiant nodded, casting a glance of admiration at Su Yuan before declaring, "Su Yuan of Xianju Peak is victorious." A roar erupted from the crowd. The recent battle, which had seemed prolonged, was in reality remarkably brief. In the blink of an eye, Huang Yi had been defeated. Although it might have appeared that he lasted longer than Huang Bo, this was Huang Yi. After all, the most formidable disciple of Lingzhu Epique in a decade has been effortlessly subdued by a newcomer with merely a year of experience. The onlookers gazed at Su Yuan with bewilderment, as if he were a monster. Incredible, utterly extraordinary. Where did this prodigy emerge from? What sort of technique is that? It appears somewhat unfamiliar, yet its power is overwhelming. Is it the sword technique that is strong? No, it is the individual who possesses strength. Defying the odds, he triumphed despite being at the 6th level of Qi refinement against an opponent at the 9th level, winning with an air of dominance. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I would find it hard to believe. The crowd abuzz with chatter. Lumu Wan's mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to close it, covered her lips with her hand, her eyes betraying astonishment. How has he cultivated to this level? Yi Bufon's lips twitched. This fellow. Was he the one who challenged me? He recalled the earlier encounter where he had provoked Su Yuan and felt as though he had been courting death. Had it not been within the confines of the sect, he reckoned that he would already be 6 feet under. Moreover, he acutely recognized the vast disparity in strength between himself and the top 10, while Su Yuan's potential seemed boundless. Yi Bufon found himself engulfed in a struggle, indecision flickering across his face once more. As Su Yuan traversed the edge of the arena, disciples offered him looks of admiration, envy, and awe. His reputation soared, firmly establishing him within the 7 absolute sect. Numerous female disciples cast frequent glances in his direction. Su Yuan remained unfazed. He had already planned his upcoming seclusion for cultivation. Typically, disciples would not venture to the main peak, for it was the sect's core. Instead, one could seek a secluded spot to cultivate for a decade or two before emerging. The world outside felt distant, almost ethereal. Su Yuan calmed his mind and returned to the spectators' area. Meanwhile, the top 10 disciples from other peaks had begun to regard him as a formidable rival. The intersect senior brother, Zhuge Jian, smiled and remarked, "Ah, it is that Su Yuan. When I heard his insights, I sensed profound depth and extraordinary comprehension. I surmise that this young man possesses remarkable talent and would surely soar to great heights, navigating the seas of clouds and conquering the world." See, my predictions were not amiss. Beside him, the intersect's second senior sister, Nangong Huiyu, interjected, "Are you planning to invite him along?" "Why not? I believe such a prodigy would not refuse my invitation." Zhuge Jian smiled gently. As a genius himself, he understood the hearts of fellow prodigies. Their destined path was to brave the world and explore the vastness of life. To Zhuge Jian, this grand competition had lost all suspense. It had become a stage for Su Yuan's performance, and the outcome of first place was no longer in doubt. Chapter 38. The Majestic Sword Cannon and Unmatched Power. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then turned his steps towards the area where the disciples of the Divine Absolute Peak were observing the battle. Many noticed his actions, finding them somewhat peculiar. With swift movements, Su Yuan soon arrived at the Divine Absolute Peak, directly approaching Yang Mengting. Yang Mengting's expression was slightly grave. She was unaware of Su Yuan's intentions. "Senior Sister Yang, I have a rather unusual request. Would you be willing to hear me out?" Su Yuan began. "What do you wish to say?" Yang Mengting inquired. Su Yuan smiled and replied, "I feel that the current arena battles are rather slow. Thus, I would like to request that Senior Sister engage in a duel elsewhere to swiftly determine the victor. Rest assured, I will arrange for an elder to supervise the match." Hesitating for a moment, Yang Mengting finally nodded. "If you can persuade an elder to oversee it and acknowledge the results of the duel, I shall agree." Su Yuan grinned upon hearing this. "Excellent. Please wait a moment while I make arrangements." Yang Mengting watched curiously as Su Yuan swiftly departed, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Su Yuan then made his way to the disciples of the Pill Absolute Peak. Sun Hong had also noticed Su Yuan's strange behavior and was waiting for him to approach. Before Sun Hong, Su Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Sun, the arena battles are too slow. Why don't we find a place to duel first? Some techniques are not suitable to be displayed in public. You understand my meaning, right? Sun Hong replied indifferently, I have no interest. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan grinned. So it seems Brother Sun is afraid. Sun Hong retorted coldly, childish. Oh, and what about now? A surge of pressure emanated from Su Yuan, bearing down upon Sun Hong. Sun Hong's expression shifted to one of seriousness, the earlier indifference vanishing in an instant. Very well, I agree. Sun Hong's gaze burned with a fierce combat spirit. Su Yuan realized that Sun Hong was a cold and fierce warrior. He then proceeded to invite other disciples from various peaks, including Sima Jikong from the Technique Absolute Peak, Lan Sishan from the Tool Absolute Peak, Lei Yuqin from the Thunder Absolute Peak, Helian Yu from the Spirit Absolute Peak, Dongmin Wan, and even mentioned Wei Wen and Huang Yi. Next, Su Yuan turned to the sect leader and whispered, Brother Gu, could you arrange for a more secluded arena? I intend to complete the intersect competition in one go. The sect leader had already observed Su Yuan's movements and responded telepathically. What are you up to? Nothing much. The arena battles are random, and since the top 10 will need to compete against each other later, it would be more efficient to settle it in advance. Su Yuan explained. You seem quite confident. I am curious to see what schemes you have. The sect leader became intrigued and agreed to assist Su Yuan in making arrangements. Thus, the observing disciples noticed that the strong contenders among the top 10 began to leave the martial arts plaza, all heading towards another grand hall for combat. 3 foundation-building elders entered with them, stirring a sense of mystery among the onlookers. What are they planning to do? I don't know. It seems the top 10 are gathering in advance. Are they going to engage in battle right away? Why not fight in the arena? Why hide away? I place my bets. What if there is something fishy going on? That seems unlikely. Did you not notice the peak masters entered as well? Even sect leader is there. Ah, does that mean we cannot witness the top 10 and oppos? Duel? Who knows? Let us wait and see. Everyone was filled with curiosity about what was unfolding, though many suspected it had something to do with Su Yuan, whose earlier actions have been quite conspicuous. Inside the Grand Hall of Martial Arts, 10 elite inner disciples gathered. Sun Hong, Yang Mingting, Wei Wen, Sima Jikong, Lan Sishan, Lei Yuqin, Helian Yu, Dongmin Wan, Huang Yi, and Su Yuan. How shall we compete? Shall we start 5 matches simultaneously? Sun Hong glanced quizzically at Huang Yi, who had already been eliminated. The sect leader observed from the viewing platform, equally curious. Su Yuan, hearing the inquiries, cheerfully responded to the other 9. Let us not complicate matters. I wish to challenge all of you at once. 1 against 9. The expressions of the other 9 shifted in shock as they stared at Su Yuan. Wei Wen immediately cautioned, Su Yuan, don't be foolish. How could you possibly defeat all 9 of us? Sun Hong frowned. I have no desire to team up with anyone. Su Yuan laughed heartily. That decision is not up to you. With that, Su Yuan executed the 7-star flowing light step and leapt into the air. Suddenly, a grand sword box appeared behind him. With a mere thought, numerous flying swords shot forth from the box, encircling Su Yuan as 9 radiant swords illuminated the expansive martial arts hall, casting him as the king of swords. An invisible aura enveloped everyone, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Buzz! The spiritual energy within 100 meters of Su Yuan began to stir violently. The golden attribute spiritual energy became particularly vibrant, and the previously invisible energy began to shimmer with a golden hue. In that moment, the heavens seemed to shift. Around the 9 flying swords, countless golden threads extended, linking to the surrounding golden attribute spiritual energy, amplifying the sword's terrifying presence. The 9 inner disciples were aghast, each mobilizing their spiritual power to resist the immense pressure that surged from all directions. What is happening? Sun Hong's eyes burned with battle intent, yet confusion was evident. The other disciples shared similar bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the viewing area, the 7 peak masters and the sect leader stood, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they gazed at Su Yuan. The peak master of the divine absolute peak felt a flush of excitement, exclaiming this is an intent, a golden attribute sword intent. As a pinnacle golden core cultivator, she sought to comprehend the essence of intent, yet had not yet grasped it herself. She looked to the sect leader for confirmation. Another peak master chimed in. Indeed, this is intent. It can generate the momentum of the heavens and earth, creating a favorable area for oneself, while the intent can directly influence the surrounding spiritual energy, harnessing it for one's own use, exponentially increasing power. But how is this possible? The peak masters collectively turned their gaze toward the sect leader. Only Wang Siming appeared deeply moved, having realized that what Su Yuan displayed was indeed sword intent. The sect leader, regaining composure, remarked with admiration, "Indeed, this is intent, golden attribute sword intent, sharp and cutting, yet possessing a certain fluidity. It is a unique form of sword intent. Though it is but a trace, it is indeed a comprehension." The peak masters focused intently on Su Yuan's movements, eager to glean any insights. Su Yuan glanced at the onlooking sect leader and others, his expression calm. This was intentional. Why? To ensure his future stability. By showcasing his talent and potential, he could later refuse any external distractions, and when the time came to acquire resources, he would do so without hesitation. He did not wish to expend effort and draw attention for a single resource. Rather, it was better to seize a substantial opportunity all at once. In the future, he would not need to exert such effort for resources. Moreover, he would only reveal himself to the higher-ups, while the outer sect remained oblivious to his situation, eliminating any concerns of exposure. An utterly perfect plan. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan looked at the poised 9 geniuses and cheerfully asked, "Are you ready?" Sun Hong yelled, "Bring it on." The others brandished their artifacts, preparing for a fierce confrontation with Su Yuan. Su Yuan formed a hand gesture and declared, "First style of the 7-star Xianjun sword cannon, 7-star descent." Boom! Inspired by the sword chant, the 7 stars mysterious sword classic is initiated with a striking technique that descends from the heavens. However, this time, Su Yuan unleashed 7 swords simultaneously, which united to form the Beidou 7-star sword array. 2 additional swords transformed into hidden stars, accompanying the 7 stars sword array as they fell. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though true celestial bodies were plummeting to the earth, their immense aura pressing down with formidable force. Concurrently, 9 swords resonated in harmonious unison, producing a melody that shattered souls, surging toward the consciousness of the 9 individuals. Yang Mengting of divine absolute peak changed her expression, immediately employing the secret technique of special spiritual attack from her sect. Within her consciousness, a protective pagoda stood guard, nurturing a green, ethereal sword. The bizarre, soul-shattering sound waves that invaded her consciousness transformed into 7 beams of sword light, darting toward her. Yang Mengting activated the green sword to collide with one of the beams, producing a tangible chime within her illusory consciousness. As the green sword was struck, it emitted cracking sounds, breaking apart partially, yet managed to fend off that particular beam of sword light. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 beams of sword light crashed against the 2-tiered pagoda, causing it to shatter significantly, leaving only the base intact. Yang Mengting's expression eased slightly. She had managed to block the attack, albeit at the cost of nearly obliterating her protective technique. However, this was merely a single strike. Others could continue their onslaught. Yang Mengting was acutely aware that this was just the prelude to the real killing move. Indeed, as she opened her eyes, she saw 9 flying swords already closing in. Among the 9 present, 4 had already fallen. What a cunning strategy! Sun Hong gritted her teeth, fixating on an approaching flying sword, and fiercely thrust her fire-tipped spear forward. The spear's tip clashed with the swords in midair, but after merely a moment of confrontation, Sun Hong's spear flew from her grasp, hurtling toward the wall, emitting a mournful cry as if lamenting its fate. The flying sword shattered through Sun Hong's numerous defenses, ultimately coming to a halt, poised at her brow. Sun Hong gazed intently at the sword and the distant figure of Su Yuan, as if etching this scene into her memory. With a single move, Sun Hong was defeated, and the others followed suit. Wei Wan, also a prodigy in chi refining, found a blue flying sword hovering before his heart, rendering him motionless, paralyzed by fear. Yang Mengting sighed. Her expertise lay in spiritual techniques, It was evident that Su Yuan surpassed her in this regard. The spiritual assault intertwined within the sword technique was merely a supplementary effect, an accompaniment to the performance, yet it had already proven overwhelmingly difficult to resist. Su Yuan, what manner of being are you? With a wave of his hand, the 9 swords returned to the sword box on his back, which automatically shrank to the size of a ruler and slipped into his sleeve. Subsequently, Su Yuan bowed respectfully to the 9 individuals, saying, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, I am grateful for your graciousness." Chapter 39. The conclusion of the grand competition after a considerable time. The grand hall of the competition finally opened its doors. Sun Hong and the other disciples emerged, their expressions heavy with solemnity. Su Yuan was the last to exit, his demeanor reflecting a similar gravity. The 10 participants seemed to have lost the capacity for speech, silently returning to their original resting places. Curious eyes observed this scene, pondering the outcomes of their contests and why their faces bore such seriousness. One reason for their somber expressions was undoubtedly Su Yuan's swift defeat of them. Another cause for their distress was the stern warning imparted by the sect leader and peak masters, instructing the disciples not to disclose Su Yuan's true prowess to anyone, not even to the Golden Core elders. Failure to comply would result in charges of treason against the sect. How could their expressions not be grave? "I shall take my leave now. You may continue to observe the battles," Su Yuan said to Song Kai and the others. Song Kai was taken aback. "Senior brother, are you not going to continue fighting?" Su Yuan smiled. "It is unnecessary. I have matters to attend to at the main peak." The others were momentarily dumbfounded. Their words caught in their throats as they watched Su Yuan vanish into the crowd. At this moment, the sect leader on the high platform declared, "I announce that Su Yuan has triumphed over Sun Hong, Wei Wan, Yang Mengting, and 7 others, achieving victory after victory and temporarily claiming the first position. Anyone who can defeat Sun Hong and the others may challenge Su Yuan for the title of first place. If there are no challengers, the title will belong to Su Yuan. The subsequent matches will continue to determine the second, third, and the top 10 positions. Let the competition resume." Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted among the crowd. What? Su Yuan has achieved consecutive victories? This is astonishing. He has defeated 9 of the top 10 contestants. Even Sun Hong has fallen? Did he not acquire treasures from the Golden Core Cave? How could he lose so easily? Is there some hidden agenda? Did you not witness Su Yuan's effortless victory over Huang Yi? His strength clearly surpasses Huang Ye's, so this outcome is not entirely unexpected. The crowd buzzed with excitement, many expressing their astonishment. Meanwhile, the disciples who had placed bets grew anxious, as Su Yuan now occupied a position in the top 10, top 3, and first place, sending waves of concern through them. Particularly, those who had bet on the first position felt as if their fortunes had been decimated, with some lamenting their immense losses. At this moment, Song Kai exclaimed with joy, "Haha, I won my bet. I just made 6,000 spirit stones. I'm rich. I also profited. Unfortunately, I only wagered 80% of my assets. I believe Su Yuan wouldn't place in the top 3, so I reserved some spirit stones for purchasing refining materials." Incredible. Our Su Yuan is amazing. Zhang Wei marveled. Zhou Wuyo cast a glance at the 2, his expression dimming. He had won the least among the 3, and he pondered why. He had discovered a certain talent for alchemy, which led him to gradually distance himself from Su Yuan. He was not one to remain perpetually beneath others, aspiring instead for independence. This subconscious shift had gone unnoticed until just now. Zhang Wei, though appearing foolish, had consistently supported Su Yuan, clinging to him for support. In contrast, after learning of Su Yuan's inferior spiritual root, Song Kai did not abandon his status as a dedicated disciple, but rather grew to value Su Yuan even more. Zhang Wei was the most naive, Song Kai the most astute, while Zhou Wuyo occupied a middle ground, believing himself to be the most intelligent. Zhang Wei patted Zhou Wuyo on the shoulder. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Let us hurry and queue for our rewards. We need to go share the good news with our boss, Su Yuan." Zhou Wuyo snapped back to reality, smiling. "All right, Zhang Wei, let us go." Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned, having heard Zhou Wuyo address him by his proper name for the first time. He regarded Zhou Wuyo oddly, sensing something peculiar about him today. Song Kai smiled, his expression brimming with the wisdom of a merchant. The subsequent matches within the intersect were rather uneventful. The top 10 contestants exhibited an insurmountable gap in strength, swiftly defeating their opponents in mere dozen or even 1 or 2 moves. The defeated disciples bore bruises, feeling as if the top 10 were merely venting their frustrations upon them, yet they were powerless to resist. Soon, the top 10 were determined. The Xinjiang Peak secured 3 positions, with Su Yuan and Wei 1, alongside an unexpectedly fortunate disciple named Yuan Qing, claiming a spot. Thus, the largest betting pool was won by Xinjiang Peak. The disciples of Xinjiang Peak erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices shaking the main peak and causing a layer of dust to fall. The disciples of the other 6 peaks were despondent, their spirits crushed. They searched for the sudden dark horse, Su Yuan, only to realize that he had already slipped away. Nevertheless, the competition was not yet over. The final contest for the top 3 was fiercely contested. Yang Mengting, Sun Hong, and Wei Wen each exerted their utmost efforts. Ultimately, Wei Wen suffered a surprising defeat. He fell to both Yang Mengting and Sun Hong, with Sun Hong securing 2nd place and Yang Mengting 3rd. The payout ratio for that betting pool turned out to be prophetic. On the high platform, Master Gu's face radiated with delight. Not only had he uncovered an extraordinary talent, but he had also accrued a significant amount of spirit stones. He had scored a tremendous victory. However, Master Gu still needed to address the assembly. His authoritative presence swept across the crowd. All fell silent, turning their gazes toward Gu Qingzhu. With a solemn expression, Master Gu proclaimed, "Recently, our sect has encountered a severely detrimental betting incident, leading to substantial losses for numerous disciples." The disciples who had lost their bets brightened, wondering if they might recover their spirit stones. However, due to previous deficiencies in the sect's regulations, the penalties for such actions were not clearly defined. Yet, such behavior threatens the harmony of our sect. Therefore, the results of this betting pool shall remain unchanged. The initiator, Su Yuan, must still exchange spirit stones for the total amount wagered, and half of the gains will be surrendered to the sect as punishment. As for Su Yuan himself, he shall face 10 years of confinement as a lesson to others. In the future, such incidents must not occur again. This rule will be added to the sect's regulations, with severe penalties for violators, ranging from the loss of cultivation to the forfeiture of life itself. Remember this well. Master Gu's gaze swept across the assembly, instilling fear in all present. Over 100,000 disciples trembled, awakened to the gravity of the situation. The 7 peak masters secretly cursed the sect leader's shamelessness. They knew full well that he had orchestrated this betting pool. Now, having profited immensely, he had effectively closed the door on others attempting to replicate his success, which was utterly despicable. Master Gu concluded, "I hereby declare the conclusion of this sect competition. You are all dismissed." With that, Master Gu departed. The elders of the other peaks took flight, returning to their respective peaks, their mutterings echoing in the skies, filled with complaints about the unjust fate they had suffered at the hands of their leader. Not long after, in the main hall of the main peak, Master Gu and the 7 peak masters were gathered. Su Yuan stood proudly among them. Master Gu, with a warm smile, said, "Su Yuan, I have decided to accept you as my personal disciple. Do you agree?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised his hand to respond. However, at that moment, Wang Siming interjected, "Sect leader, I have a word that may or may not be appropriate to say." "Then do not say it." Master Gu replied. Wang Siming persisted. "Very well. I shall speak. Sect leader, Su Yuan is already an inner disciple of Xinjiang Peak, a core seedling. If he is to ascend to the rank of a true disciple, it should rightfully be as a true disciple of Xinjiang Peak. Is this not inappropriate?" Su Yuan looked at Wang Siming in astonishment, thinking to himself how particularly brave Peak Master Wang was. Hearing this, Master Gu smiled lightly and remarked, "It is merely an inner disciple. I have checked, and Su Yuan is not yet on the core seed list. Furthermore, over the past year, you have not taught him even half a spell or offered a single word of guidance. In contrast, I have developed a close friendship with Su Yuan, and I have already recorded him in the core roster of the main peak, deserving of recognition as a true disciple. Wang Siming, astonished, inquired, when did this happen? Master Gu calmly replied, a few days ago, I registered him. You may verify the records. Even if one were to enter the secret realm and encounter the nascent soul elders, my claim would still hold. Wang Peak Master, you ought to reflect on your own actions. Consider whether you have been negligent in disciplining your disciples over the years, or if you have failed to diligently manage your peak. One should seek the cause within oneself. Also, I am a master. Master Gu spoke rapidly, like a volley of bullets, leaving Wang Siming at a loss for words. Su Yuan gazed at the fluid exchange, momentarily captivated by the brilliance of Master Gu's eloquence. Master Gu then turned kindly to Su Yuan and asked, what say you? Are you willing? I'm willing. Su Yuan responded, casting an apologetic glance at Wang Siming. Wang Siming appeared frustrated, but he acknowledged that the fault lay with him. He had indeed been somewhat indifferent towards his disciples, having comprehended a deeper essence and preparing to attempt a breakthrough to nascent soul. In recent years, he had primarily focused on solidifying his foundation and had begun to scout for a successor, with Su Yuan being quite suitable, though alas. Ultimately, in the presence of 7 peak masters, Su Yuan formally became a disciple of the main peak, recognized as a true disciple of the master. Well, Su Yuan, you may now claim your rewards from the grand competition, and then you can go reflect in solitude, Master Gu said with a cheerful smile. Su Yuan's previously joyful expression suddenly froze. He exclaimed, am I really to reflect in solitude? And what about my share of the rewards? The 7 peak masters exchanged glances. Master Gu quickly signaled and replied, what share? I do not comprehend. Now, prepare to go to the Yuan pool for your reflection. Yuan pool? What place is that? Su Yuan asked, perplexed, looking at the sect leader. Yet, Su Yuan was aware that the Yuan pool was a marvelous location rich in liquid spiritual energy. As recorded in the library, cultivating there was akin to absorbing spirit stones. 10 years spent there would likely equate to the value of spirit stones promised by the master. However, this was the sect's asset. There was no need for the sect leader to personally expend spirit stones. This sect leader was truly miserly. Chapter 40. Relocation and preparation. The 7 peak masters had departed, leaving only Su Yuan and Master Gu behind. Master Gu glared at Su Yuan, exclaiming, you brat, do you understand the rules? Can matters of division be discussed so openly? Oh, I fear you might go back on your word, Su Yuan replied softly. Am I that kind of person? Master Gu feigned anger. Su Yuan remained silent for a full 10 breaths. The silence was deafening. Master Gu's expression darkened as he tossed a ring to Su Yuan. Look, this is a true transmission token worth 30 million spirit stones. Don't say I lack credibility. Master Gu snorted coldly. Su Yuan accepted the storage ring and curiously probed with his spiritual sense. Inside was an expansive space containing several sets of true transmission robes, a true transmission token, and a pile of spirit stones. A rough count confirmed there were indeed 30 million. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yuan remarked, I estimated that the final yield should be 1 billion spirit stones, and if it's 30%, that would be 300 million. Master Gu shot him a glare. Do you even understand the rules? Half must be submitted to the sect. The remaining 500 million will be divided among the disciples who assisted, along with various invisible expenses that you can't see. Moreover, that storage ring is worth as much as a magical artifact. You should be grateful. Su Yuan replied leisurely. If I recall correctly, the library records state that this ring is standard for true transmissions. Master Gu's expression froze, and he looked at Su Yuan with a somewhat peculiar gaze. What strange books have you been reading? Shouldn't such matters be beyond the knowledge of a mere cheer-of-finding disciple? Don't return it. Master Gu insisted. Yes, yes. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Su Yuan respectfully bowed. Master Gu chuckled. You brat. Hurry to the main peak and find a cave residence. You can choose a 3rd-tier cave. Do you know where the Yuan pool is? You can enter with a true transmission token. You can practice for a while each day or continue for extended periods. It's entirely up to you. The total time is 10 years, so make good use of it. Understood. Su Yuan took his leave. Gu Qingzhu, with a relaxed expression, stroked the ring in his hand, a small profit of 970 million spirit stones. Alas, how should I spend it? How troubling. Master Gu feigned distress, but no one was there to witness it. Su Yuan arrived at the Xianxian Hall on the main peak and selected a third-tier cave, situated in a relatively secluded area. The spiritual energy concentration in the third-tier cave was sufficient for the cultivation of golden core masters, making it more than adequate for Su Yuan. Subsequently, Su Yuan returned to the cave on Xuanjue Peak, purchasing a fish tank magical artifact along the way. Upon returning to his small courtyard, a splashing sound erupted from the pool as a group of spiritual fish poked their heads up to investigate. Little Kai leaped into the air, joyfully waving its tail and creating a beautiful tricolored arc. Su Yuan casually tossed several spirit stones into the pool, declaring, "Are you hungry? Eat as much as you like. There are plenty of spirit stones." The spiritual fish began to swarm around the spirit stones, happily wagging their tails. Su Yuan sat nearby, observing, and unexpectedly noticed that the scales of the spiritual fish surrounding Little Kai had developed tricolored spots, as if they had been imbued with Little Kai's unique hues. Curious, Su Yuan caught one of the spiritual fish for inspection, finding nothing unusual within. On the contrary, the spiritual energy inside seemed richer and purer. The fish gazed at him innocently with one eye, while the other kept darting towards the coveted spirit stones, their eagerness making Su Yuan want to laugh. He fed it a fragment of a spirit stone before returning it to the pool. After a moment, seeing that they were all satiated, Su Yuan summoned a fish tank-like magical artifact. As he infused it with his Xianjin Qi, the artifact expanded, and then, channeling his spiritual power, he drew all 49 spiritual fish, along with Little Kai and the pool water, into the tank. The 50 fish quietly settled in the tank, curiously examining Su Yuan and their surroundings, seemingly puzzled about his intentions. Off we go to our new home. Su Yuan laughed heartily, stepping into the air with the 7-star step. In the blink of an eye, he soared upwards, a shimmering sword following closely behind, swiftly transporting him to the main peak. After settling the spiritual fish, Su Yuan returned to Xuanjue Peak and made his way to the library. Clad in true transmission robes, he entered with a composed demeanor. The steward of the library, upon seeing the purple robe, immediately changed his expression, rising respectfully to bow. Just as he was about to pay his respects, he recognized Su Yuan's face and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you? What's with your attire?" As a frequent visitor, the steward was already well acquainted with Su Yuan. With calmness, Su Yuan produced a true transmission token, stating, "I recall the library has copies available. Please package them all for me. I will take them all." "What?" The steward glanced at the true transmission token, then back at Su Yuan's face, confusion flooding his mind. When he expressed his bewilderment, it was clear that the issue lay not with him, but with Su Yuan. "Is there a problem?" Su Yuan pointed again at the true transmission token. May I check it?" the steward asked. "Certainly." Su Yuan nonchalantly handed it over for inspection. The steward placed it on a specialized artifact, and lines of text began to scroll across the screen. His expression turned strange as he looked at Su Yuan. "Main peak true transmission. Su Yuan, this name is indeed yours. You, cough cough, Sutru transmission. I trust one have been taking good care of you during this time. Once you achieve great success, do remember to take care of me." Su Yuan was taken aback by the steward's sudden shift in attitude. He didn't even know the stewardess name yet. It's all good. Can this be processed?" "I would like to borrow the library copies," Su Yuan inquired again. "Of course. My name is Jiozong. Be sure to remember it. By the way, what copies does Su brother wish to borrow?" the steward asked. "All of them," Su Yuan replied. "All of them?" This. Jiozong was stunned. "Is that not feasible? I feel it's quite a hassle to come back repeatedly." Su Yuan sighed. Jiozong's eyes brightened as he said, "Su brother, this is indeed difficult to arrange. No one has ever borrowed so many copies at once. Let me check. According to true transmission privileges, one can borrow up to 10,000 copies at a time with no time limit. However, to borrow again, you must return the previous ones first. Such a bother?" Su Yuan frowned. Jiozong immediately adopted a thoughtful expression, then suddenly struck his right fist into his left palm. "I have a solution." "Oh, Su brother simply wishes to avoid the hassle of back and forth. Leave it to me. Once you finish with Su True Transmission, send me a message, and I will personally deliver new copies to you. In Jiuzong said enthusiastically. Su Yuan gazed at In Jiuzong, realizing the man's intentions were quite transparent. However, given that he would face punishment for the next 10 years and would need to reflect in solitude, remaining at the main peak would indeed be somewhat cumbersome. But it was merely a small matter. Very well, I shall entrust you with this matter, Steward In. Su Yuan agreed. Haha, a trivial matter. In Jiuzong hurriedly replied. Is there any way to borrow from the libraries of other peaks on my behalf? Su Yuan inquired further. In Jiuzong replied immediately, no problem. As long as you have your token, I can borrow on your behalf. Hearing this, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, and he promptly borrowed 10,000 copies from the library on Xuanjue Peak. He then took to the skies on his sword, gracefully departing. In Jiuzong, clutching the communication jade slipped tightly, wore a smile on his face, feeling that he had inexplicably formed a connection with a true transmission disciple. Most true transmission disciples of the Seven Absolute sect were already golden core cultivators, and even if they were not at present, their future prospects were promising. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Observing Su Zhenchuan's penchant for eclectic literature, it is evident that the collection of sacred texts within the library may not endure for long. I previously noted his apparent lack of discerning preferences regarding the books he peruses. As long as they possess some substance, he seems willing to explore any genre. In light of this, why not leverage the resources of my family to gather literary treasures from outside and continually present them to Su Zhenchuan? Such an endeavor would surely cultivate a lasting relationship. In Jiuzong's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. The Yin family excels in this domain, with many members engaged in collecting manuscripts within libraries, book halls, and academies, thus rendering the task exceedingly convenient. Clearly, Su Yuan has yet to grasp the significance of Zhenchuan. As he soared through the air clad in the purple robe of Zhenchuan, he caught the attention of numerous disciples. Presently, Su Yuan's reputation is considerable, and many disciples recognized him. Consequently, news of Su Yuan's ascension to Zhenchuan spread like wildfire. Many were left astounded, seemingly unable to believe the veracity of such tidings. As Su Yuan soared aloft, intending to return to the main peak, two figures ascended from a neighboring peak and flew toward him. Upon recognition, Su Yuan identified them as two familiar instructors from the immortal Seed Valley. He greeted them respectfully. Ah, it is Brother Zhuge and Sister Nangong. I extend my greetings. Zhuge Jian hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, Su Zhenchuan, you humble me. With your current rank of Zhenchuan, you hold authority equivalent to that of an elder. I can no longer address you as brother. If an elder overhears, I may find myself in trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan chuckled softly. Brother Zhuge, do you have any pressing matters to discuss? Zhuge Jian replied with a smile. Indeed, there's a personal matter, but might we find a more secluded place? Very well. Let us proceed to my cave dwelling. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Excellent. Zhuge Jian had no objections. Meanwhile, Nangong Huiyu scrutinized Su Yuan, seemingly trying to discern the extraordinary qualities that allowed him to ascend to Zhenchuan so effortlessly. The trio then flew together toward the main peak. Upon reaching the summit, Zhuge Jian adopted a more reserved demeanor. The main peak is home to many foundational disciples and golden core elders, and Zhuge Jian dared not act with irreverence. Descending from the air, they walked along the main path and soon arrived at cave dwelling 369. Su Yuan welcomed the two, and the trio settled beside a small lake within the cave, sipping tea while admiring the ethereal fish swimming gracefully in the water, relishing the tranquil ambience. Chapter 41. Invitation and Divination. The Seven Stars Celestial Technique. Nangong Huiyu blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at the spiritual fish in the lake with curiosity. Brother Su, you actually have a school of spiritual fish in your lake. They appear to be of the same variety? Shao Kai hid away, unnoticed by the two. Su Yuan chuckled, yes. Perhaps they come from the same place. Zhuge Jian glanced over and dismissed them as mere low-grade spiritual fish, showing little concern. He solemnly stated, Su Yuan, the reason we have come to find you is to invite you to a place of opportunity. Zhuge Jian observed Su Yuan's reaction. Su Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, calmly picked up a cup of tea, and took a sip, showing no response. Zhuge Jian's heart sank. This attitude seemed off. As the air fell silent, Su Yuan raised his head in confusion. And then? What? Zhuge Jian's expression was puzzled. Su Yuan mirrored his confusion. You only mentioned a place of opportunity. But what exactly is it? What dangers lie there? Aren't you going to elaborate? Zhuge Jian nodded. It is an ancient relic, containing a sealed battlefield that has transformed into a secret realm. We unexpectedly discovered the entrance to this realm, which will not open for another 3 months. So I immediately returned to report to the sect. Subsequently, the sect dispatched a Yuanian elder to investigate, only to discover that only qi refining cultivators could enter this secret realm. There must be abundant opportunities inside, and the entry requirements are limited. Thus, if you join forces with us, we are bound to gain significant fortune, and there may even be chances for transformation. Zhuge Jian's expression grew excited as he fixed his intense gaze on Su Yuan. With only a month left, we have specially come to invite you. Both Fire Feather and I can challenge foundation building across boundaries. And with you, along with a hidden disciple from the sect, we are sure to achieve tremendous success. Hidden disciple? Su Yuan seized upon a key point. Oh, the hidden disciple is a secret strength of the sect. Their exact location is unknown, but the disciples there are formidable. Don't speak of this to others. You are a true inheritor, so I can share this with you, Zhuge Jian replied. Su Yuan nodded in understanding, took another sip of tea, and even took out some spirit stones, tossing them into the lake, causing the spiritual fish to scramble for them. Though the fish were small and could only be fed a few spirit stones, it did not imply that the feeder lacked financial means. What do you mean? Zhuge Jian inquired. Well, Su Yuan smiled and fed the fish again. Nangong Huiyu observed this scene, her expression contemplative. Zhuge Jian, not overthinking it, frowned and said, Su Yuan, even though you are now a true inheritor with ample resources, the path of cultivation cannot be traversed solely by solitary endeavor. Mindset will, spiritual light, and the understanding of the Tao must all be honed through experience and trials. As someone who has walked this path, I want to remind you, do not underestimate the journey. Although I'm only at the 9th level of qi refining, my foundation is solid. When I reach foundation building, I will possess an exceptional Tao foundation, and breaking through to the golden core is just around the corner. Yuanying is within reach. Zhuge Jian's tone was impassioned. Su Yuan was speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he directly stated, to be honest, I truly have no desire to venture out for training at this time. So I'm afraid I must decline this so-called place of opportunity. Zhuge Jian frowned. Nangong Huiyu tugged at Zhuge Jian. Zhuge Jian looked at her questioningly. Nangong Huiyu pointed at the spiritual fish and tossed out some spirit stones, enticing them to compete for the food. Zhuge Jian glanced from the fish to Su Yuan and sighed. Indeed, you've become a true inheritor, and if your enthusiasm has waned, that's understandable. Su Yuan was at a loss for words, feeling provoked further. He spoke up. Give me a strand of your hair. What for? Zhuge Jian asked warily. And yours too. Su Yuan glanced at Nangong Huiyu. Nangong Huiyu didn't hesitate, snipping off a lock of her hair, wrapping it in a handkerchief, and delicately handing it to Su Yuan. Seeing this, Zhuge Jian also plucked a few strands for Su Yuan, puzzled. What do you intend to do? Su Yuan smiled and explained. I possess a divination technique that I haven't utilized much. My hands are itching to try it out, and I'll use your hair to see the results. Moreover, I will be able to ascertain your fates through your hair. Don't think too much of it. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Zhuge Jian's eyelid twitched, but he remained astonished. Divination technique? Where did you learn that? Ah, that is not for disclosure, Su Yuan replied, glancing at the sky. Let's wait a bit. Hearing this, Zhuge Jian could only exercise patience and continue sipping his tea. During this time, Song Kai arrived to procure items for Su Yuan's cave dwelling. Song Qian, who managed the shop, also delivered goods multiple times. The Song brothers quickly organized the cave dwelling, planting flowers and plants, cleaning up, fixing the stone bricks, and arranging furniture. They worked diligently, and although Su Yuan had not provided them with many benefits, numerous hidden perks made them quite invested. The simplest advantage was that their family recognized their association with a true inheritor elevating their status to that of foundational offerings within the family, increasing resource supply by at least 20-fold, along with numerous benefits within the sect. In essence, one person's ascension brings elevation to all around them. It is not mere rhetoric. Later, even the top 10 from the intersect competition came to congratulate Su Yuan on becoming a true inheritor, and he greeted each with a warm demeanor, maintaining the decorum befitting his status. Finally, night fell. The moon hung high among the branches, and the sky sparkled with countless stars, among which the Big Dipper shone exceptionally bright. At this moment, Su Yuan had ascended to the highest point of his cave, where a cliff stood. He had set up a ritual platform. Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu stood by, watching. Suan is per al rovebilat, its faint lavender glow lending him an air of mystery. Draw the sword. With a wave of his sleeve, Su Yuan released a sword box, from which 7 flying swords shot forth, hovering around him. The profound, true energy within Su Yuan was unleashed, coalescing into threads of starlight that gathered at the tips of the flying swords. The 7 stars, celestial array. With a flick of his consciousness, the 7 flying swords ascended to the platform, and in an instant, they traced intricate lines, revealing a mysterious star map upon the ritual platform. The 7 swords were embedded at 7 points, forming the array's core. The swords resonated with the entire star map, their energies interlinking, with the sword tips pointing skyward, directing towards the constellation of the Big Dipper. Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu exchanged astonished glances, the operation far exceeding their expectations. At that moment, Su Yuan turned to them and said, "The divination consumes spirit stones. May I seek reimbursement from you both?" "Of course, that is no problem." Zhuge Jian nodded. Nangong Huiyu also agreed. Su Yuan's expression eased as he focused. Then 2 strands of hair flew into the center of the array. With rapid hand seals, Su Yuan infused his consciousness into the formation, activating his profound, true energy. Most critically, he infused his own comprehension of intent and the power of the natural world. The essence of sharp metal, the force of fire, and the energy of wood merged into the 7 exquisite flying swords, elevating this array to an unprecedented level. Then, Su Yuan shouted, 7 stars, celestial secret technique. Metal intent converges, fire and would follow. Guided by the 7 stars, fortune and misfortune unveiled. Array, rise. 7 beams of starlight soared from the core of the array, shooting skyward. These radiant pillars of light were visible from afar. Many elders atop the main peak turned to gaze at Su Yuan's cave, their expressions filled with astonishment. Elder Gu glanced over, puzzled. What on earth is Su Yuan doing? This has even stirred the protective array of the sect. This talent is truly impressive. The sect leader Gu cast a fleeting glance, confirming that there was no significant matter at hand, and thus turned his attention elsewhere, dismissing the trifling matter of mere qi refinement as inconsequential. For a quarter of an hour, the starlight streamed down, finally connecting with the northern dipper in the sky. Su Yuan, sensing a shift, immediately began to calculate with his right hand, deducing the fortunes and misfortunes that might arise from the exploits of Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu in the secret realm. Meanwhile, his left hand activated the ring, causing spirit stones to cascade into the formation like a waterfall. These stones spontaneously ignited, transforming into a surging torrent of spiritual energy that surged toward the heavens, as if engaging in a transaction with the northern dipper. Zhuge Jian felt an inexplicable tension rising within him, his palms moistening with sweat. Such methods of divination were exceedingly rare in the world. Although the 7 absolute sect possessed such techniques, few could master them. While Su Yuan's display astonished him, it also filled him with concern over potential adverse outcomes. His greatest fear was not merely the prospect of a dire result, but the notion that such diviners could not reveal the secrets of fate directly, instead uttering cryptic phrases that required interpretation. Misinterpretation could yield disastrous consequences. Suddenly, the torrent of spirit stones halted. Su Yuan's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As soon as the blood was expelled, it evaporated into nothingness, leaving Zhuge Jian in a state of shock. Nangong Huiyu hastily produced a medicinal pill and tossed it to Su Yuan. He caught it deftly and swallowed it, soon regaining his color. Alas, I was too ambitious. My cultivation is somewhat lacking. It seems only at the nascent soul stage can one fully wield such powers, Su Yuan lamented inwardly, shaking his head. Zhuge Jian, witnessing Su Yuan's repeated head shakes, felt a tremor of concern. Su Yuan, how is your condition? He inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Su Yuan cleared his throat, regaining composure, and replied, I am well, no internal injuries, merely a depletion of vital energy. A half-hour of rest will suffice. Zhuge Jian fell silent, pondering whether his inquiry pertained to Su Yuan's physical state. Nevertheless, he expressed, I truly appreciate your assistance. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It is no trouble. The insights I have derived may lack precision. Consider them merely as guidance. Zhuge Jian's expression grew solemn as he prepared to heed the enigmatic words. Su Yuan began. When uncertain whether to veer left or right, choose to advance forward. When you encounter a great serpent, meet its gaze. And when you believe the journey has become entirely safe, remember to employ your life-preserving measures. That is all. Zhuge Jian was taken aback. While Su Yuan's words were somewhat cryptic, they were far clearer than the esoteric verses of other diviners. Isn't this rather too straightforward? Zhuge Jian could not resist asking. Is directness not favorable? Su Yuan replied, astonished. Very well. Allow me to rephrase. In uncertain paths, discern the way ahead. When confronting the serpent, muster your courage. Tranquility is not synonymous with safety. In dire straits, defy fate to find life. Zhuge Jian. Nangong Huiyu. By the way, I apologize, but we need to settle the accounts. The expenditure was, 370,000 spirit stones. Would you prefer to use contribution points or spirit stones? Su Yuan's teeth gleamed with a radiant white light under the night sky. Zhuge Jian was taken aback. He felt that the expenditure had not been nearly so substantial, merely a fraction of that amount. However, he refrained from further comment, recognizing that acquiring 3 prophetic phrases was already a significant gain. Zhuge Jian promptly settled the account for the spirit stones. Seeing this, Su Yuan slapped his thigh in frustration, cursing inwardly. How reckless, how reckless. I didn't realize Zhuge Jian was so wealthy. What a loss, what a loss. I missed out on a fortune. Had I known that blood was unnecessary, I wouldn't have wasted it. Chapter 42. Leisurely Life, Fishing and Cultivation. As Su Yuan gazed at the departing figures of the 2 adventurers, he could only offer them silent blessings. Unlike him, they were determined to strive for their future, while Su Yuan, endowed with extraordinary advantages, was destined to follow a different path. May they return safely, he sighed. The art of divination is not infallible. Placing absolute trust in its outcomes could very well lead to one's demise. Little Kai emerged from the depths of the lake, bubbles escaping from its mouth. Its large eyes fixated intently on Su Yuan. Are you hungry again? Su Yuan and Appo's expression stiffened. Little Kai nodded its tiny head. Amused, Su Yuan tossed some spirit stones towards it, which Little Kai joyfully devoured. As it consumed the stones, a steady stream of profound energy surged within Su Yuan. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He recalled the Yuan pool. Continuous cultivation within it would inevitably disrupt his moments of rest. However, if Little Kai were to cultivate there, it would be a perfect utilization of the pure spiritual energy within, while also conserving the spirit stones needed for feeding it. The more he pondered, the more promising the thought became. His gaze towards Little Kai sparkled with enthusiasm. Sensing Su Yuan's fervent gaze, Little Kai raised its head in confusion. Misinterpreting his intentions, it reluctantly nudged one spirit stone back towards him. Su Yuan chuckled at its protective stance over the remaining stones, which it guarded fiercely. Prepare yourself. We are heading to a wonderful place where you can feast to your heart's content. As he contemplated what else he might need to prepare, an unsettling feeling crept over him, as if he had forgotten something important. Yet, no matter how he racked his brain, he could not recall. Indeed, I have organized all my belongings, and there is nothing left in the cave. I haven't been at the sect for long. I plan to visit Little Lee once she has completed her foundation establishment. What could I possibly be missing? Finally, it dawned on him. The store in the market. I believe I instructed Song Kai to hand it over to Nyobin. That should be all settled. Furthermore, it won't affect me. It might even help me accumulate some reputation. A glance at the system panel revealed that he needed 2,000 reputation points to level up. Su Yuan remained calm, unconcerned about the urgency of this goal. He was confident that once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would easily meet the requirements for advancement. Let's depart. Su Yuan summoned a fish tank, swiftly placing little Kai and 49 spirit fish within, before heading towards the Yuan pool. Meanwhile, in the 7 absolute market, at the shop of Su Yuan's weaponry, Nyobin was drenched in sweat as he attended to a steady stream of customers. Is this the shop opened by senior brother Su Yuan? Indeed. I specifically asked relatives in the market, and it is confirmed that it was personally established by senior brother Su Yuan. This is the shop of the first place winner of the intersect competition, who triumphed over the intersect prodigies. I must partake in the brilliance of senior brother Su Yuan. The quality of goods from senior brother Su Yuan shop is undoubtedly guaranteed, and the prices are fair. Song Kai and Song Qian, the 2 brothers, busily attended to the shop, with their hired low-level assistants scurrying about to fetch, collect, and deliver goods. It's absolutely bustling, incredibly bustling. The emergence of Su Yuan had caused a significant stir among the disciples of the 7 absolute sect, and the small factions of cultivators and freelancers who relied on the market were naturally even more curious about him. As Su Yuan's sole venture, the shop quickly drew the attention of many cultivators. Even if only a fraction came out of curiosity, it was enough to make the store quite crowded. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Qian took a moment to rest in a chair, exclaiming, "Thank goodness senior brother Su Yuan instructed us to halt sales of low-level items. Otherwise, our shop would have been completely overwhelmed. This is senior brother Su Yuan's foresight and strategy. It is not to be underestimated. You must learn, observe, and ponder more." Song Kai encouraged. "Understood, brother." Song Qian nodded. "Indeed, this shop is exceedingly popular. What do we do, Nyobin?" Song Kai turned to him. Nyobin approached, puzzled. "What can I do? I am merely an outer sect disciple. Senior brother Su Yuan entrusted you with managing this shop for a reason. Think carefully," Song Kai urged. Nyobin fell into contemplation. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind until he hesitantly remarked, "The only idea I have is to open a branch." Song Kai was taken aback. "Is that permissible?" Nyobin nodded. "In fact, this shop was established jointly by myself and senior brother Su Yuan, granting me the authority to open more branches under the same name." Upon hearing this, Song Kai understood. "I see now. You are indeed the one who must lead this endeavor." "But," Nyobin inquired, "but what?" "But, we are essentially profiting from senior brother's reputation, so we cannot offer him the majority of the profits." "I hope he understands," Song Kai stated plainly. While it might seem inappropriate for Su Yuan to hear this, it was a different matter for Song Kai to convey it. Nyobin quickly replied, "I certainly don't expect much. Being able to work alongside senior brother Su Yuan is already a tremendous honor." Song Kai then softened his tone. "In that case, let us arrange for another shop in the 7 absolute market. We will make it larger this time, with resources from the Zhang and Zhou families, as well as our Song family, plus the low-cost consignment from numerous disciples of the 7 absolute sect. We will have no shortage of goods, and with senior brother's name, we need not worry about sales. This way, senior brother Su Yuan's enterprise will flourish swiftly." Song Qian immediately asked, "Brother, should we consider opening branches in other markets?" Song Kai shook his head. "Do not act without consulting. Opening a branch in the 7 absolute market is acceptable, as senior brother Su Yuan entrusted us with this shop. However, if we venture to other markets, we must report to senior brother Su Yuan first. We will discuss this with him later." Having reached this consensus, Nyobin hurriedly took the spirit stones provided by Song Kai and rushed to the market management office to lease a shop. Behind the main peak, at the 9th mountain, Su Yuan cautiously approached a secluded stone valley. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed the rich spiritual energy, comparable to that within a 3rd-tier cave abode. And that was just in the open air. "What are you doing here? This is a restricted area." A commanding voice startled Su Yuan. He turned to see a bald man glaring at him from atop a stone pillar. Su Yuan retrieved his true transmission token and infused it with spiritual energy to activate it. I am the true disciple Su Yuan, here to utilize the Yuan pool. He declared promptly. Oh, it's you. The bald man nodded. You may enter. Will the elder not inspect me? Su Yuan queried, intrigued. I am merely the gatekeeper. The man replied. There is a formation here connected to the protective array of the sect that will automatically monitor and deduct your usage time. Ah, understood. Thank you, elder. Su Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude. The man scoffed. I'm not an elder. With that, he rolled over and transformed into a green bull, leaping gracefully to a nearby patch of grass to graze. Su Yuan stood momentarily stunned, his expression slightly peculiar. He stole glances at the bull, which rolled its eyes at him, snorted loudly, and resumed its leisurely munching on the spiritual herbs. Su Yuan noted that the area was indeed filled with spiritual herbs, clearly cultivated by someone, likely disciples of the sect tasked with planting and tending to them. He offered a slight bow to the bull before proceeding deeper into the stone valley. Once Su Yuan vanished from sight, Qing Niu murmured to himself, I, Niu Lao San, have indeed opened my eyes. Such a treasure as the Yuan pool is granted to a mere 6-layer Qi refinement novice. While he may not utilize it to its fullest, it is still the first time I have witnessed someone of the Qi refinement realm enter. What sort of path does this young man tread? Should I cultivate a friendship? No, he is but a novice. We shall see how things unfold later. Qing Niu held little regard for Su Yuan, as all his disciples were of the foundation establishment realm, making the Qi refinement youth hardly worthy of attention. Upon entering the valley, Su Yuan found himself faced with 9 diverging paths. 5 of these routes were sealed, leaving only 4 open for passage. Cautiously, he approached one of the unsealed paths, not out of fear for danger, but rather concern over his ability to escort Shao Kai and the others inside. As he traversed the middle of a path, a wave of array energy swept over him. In the next moment, his true disciple token illuminated, displaying the date as the 29th day of the 11th month of the 9th year at 11 hours. Subsequently, a beam of white light radiated from the token, enveloping Su Yuan and marking him with a passage-like insignia. The white light extending from Su Yuan formed a slender thread, connecting him to the fish tank artifact, which linked to Shao Kai. Bewildered, Shao Kai twitched her body and glanced curiously at her now luminous tail. Almost instantly, the white light surrounding the 9-colored celestial fish dispersed into 49 finer beams, each connecting to the 49 spirit fish. Observing the spectacle, Su Yuan smiled faintly. It appeared to be a success. Su Yuan pressed forward, scrutinizing the happenings within the fish tank. Indeed, the formation posed no barriers to their entry. It was only after Su Yuan had fully entered that the path sealed once more. He followed the path to its end, where he was astonished to discover a pool measuring 100 meters in length and width. The stones encircling the pool were composed of a single, massive block of milky white spirit stone, which, judging by its quality, was at least of superior grade. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, absorbing the spirit energy, and approached to investigate, only to find that it had been arrayed to prevent direct absorption. Looking into the pool, he was taken aback by the sight of liquid spirit energy flowing within. What an astonishing spirit liquid, he exclaimed. He procured a container, intending to scoop some out, but predictably, he failed. Shrugging off the disappointment, he observed Shao Kai and the 49 spirit fish, who were now exhibiting a remarkably lively demeanor. Shao Kai opened her mouth wide, inhaling deeply as spirit energy wafted up from the Yuan pool, drawing it into her body. Meanwhile, Su Yuan felt the emergence of Xuanjin energy within himself. The effects were indeed manifesting. The plan was in motion. Chapter 43. The self-cultivation of the spirit fish. Su Yuan watched with delight as Shao Kai absorbed the spiritual energy. Eventually, he decided to place them all into the Yuan pool. He kept a vigilant eye on the spirit fish, fearing any mishap would be a disaster. Fortunately, his concerns proved unwarranted. Due to the formation, the spiritual energy could not be taken away in bottles, nor could it be extracted by the spirit fish. Once the spirit fish reached their limit of energy absorption, no matter how vigorously they swam in the Yuan pool, they could not take in more energy, thus preventing their bodies from bursting. Nevertheless, being immersed in spiritual energy significantly accelerated their growth rate. After a while, Shao Kai also reached a temporary limit and could absorb no more. Su Yuan discovered that the maximum amount of spiritual energy Shao Kai could absorb equated to the value of 40 low-grade spirit stones. It seemed that Shao Kai had been requesting fewer spirit stones than needed, perhaps out of fear of startling him and risking the continuation of his support. From that point onward, Shao Kai's absorption speed would depend on its digestion rate. The faster it could digest, the more it could absorb. However, Su Yuan was unconcerned about this aspect, as he had witnessed Shao Kai's astonishing ability to refine spiritual energy. In the Yuan pool, it merely appeared to absorb energy slowly. Suddenly, Su Yuan pondered aloud, "With so much spiritual energy here, Shao Kai, you mustn't let it go to waste." He gestured, sending a strand of spiritual consciousness into Shao Kai's mind. Shao Kai looked at Su Yuan in confusion, noticing the lack of response. Su Yuan continued to impart the contents of the techniques he had created. 7-star Mysterious Body Refinement Technique, 7-star Mysterious Spirit Forging Technique, 2 techniques. One for refining the spirit and the other for the body. Shao Kai absorbed both techniques, yet remained bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend them. Su Yuan, un surprise, had a backup plan. He infused his spiritual consciousness along with spiritual power into Shao Kai's body and began to explore its anatomical structure. He discovered that the internal meridians of the 9-colored celestial fish were remarkably intricate. To Su Yuan's astonishment, he found 118 already activated acupoints within Shao Kai. Although these spiritual points were small, they gradually expanded with the absorption of spiritual energy, eliminating the need for any further unblocking. "My goodness, Shao Kai, are you inherently adept at unlocking all acupoints?" Su Yuan gasped, realizing the remarkable nature of Shao Kai's lineage. He quickly focused his mind and began to circulate his energy according to the requirements of the 2 techniques. Indeed, the meridians of fish differ from those of humans, with variations in the positioning of acupoints. However, these distinctions were trivial in Su Yuan's eyes. After all, he was the creator of these techniques, and he knew the details well enough to modify them to suit the needs of a fish. The paths of the 2 techniques began to circulate within Shao Kai's body, operating without interference, continuously drawing in spiritual energy to refine both its soul and body. Shao Kai cooperated willingly with Su Yuan's manipulations. "Remember the route I have established for you. Try to practice it yourself," Su Yuan conveyed through their bond. Shao Kai nodded eagerly and began to learn Su Yuan's circulation route. True to its nature as a 9-colored celestial fish, although it was still somewhat bewildered, it grasped the route with an instinctual ease. In just half an hour, Shao Kai had mastered all. Su Yuan released his control over the spiritual consciousness, and soon Shao Kai was able to operate the 2 techniques independently. Coupled with its innate talent for absorbing spiritual energy, the rate of energy consumption surged dramatically. Su Yuan chuckled, "Excellent, every bit counts." With that, Shao Kai's absorption limit soared to 120 spirit stones. Su Yuan then turned his attention to the other spirit fish, attempting to impart the same techniques to them, only to find that their intelligence was too rudimentary and they lacked any special lineage to learn the techniques. Just as Su Yuan sighed in resignation, a tricolored radiance enveloped Shao Kai. To Su Yuan's astonishment, the colors connected to 49 other spirit fish. Subsequently, these fish began to increase their intake of spiritual energy, seemingly having instinctively learned the 2 techniques under Shao Kai's influence. Su Yuan was taken aback. "Shao Kai, you are truly impressive." Shao Kai joyfully flicked its tail, lifted its head, and poked above the water's surface, releasing several bubbles of spiritual energy, clearly pleased with itself. The consumption limit of those spirit fish also rose to about 1 low-grade spirit stone, no longer limited to the meager shards of spiritual energy. Su Yuan chuckled softly, realizing that he had unknowingly begun to absorb spiritual energy himself. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the 7-star Mysterious Body Refinement Technique and 7-star Mysterious Spirit Forging Technique were autonomously operating within him. Glancing at the system panel, he noted that his rest time had not been deducted. What was going on? He looked at Shao Kai, Pondering thoughtfully, it seemed that the feedback from their bond had activated the corresponding techniques within him. Thus, he was not practicing, but rather, Shao Kai was cultivating him, all while he remained in a state of rest. After confirming that the system was functioning correctly, he felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. Could this system truly allow him to exploit such a loop? Would it break down? After an hour without any issues, and with the confirmation that both his physical and spiritual aspects were indeed growing, he felt completely at ease. Su Yuan retrieved a reclining chair, a small table, a cup of spiritual tea, and pulled out a copy of a treasured book, settling in to read comfortably. This book was an autobiography of a Golden Core elder from 3,500 years ago, recounting his legendary life over 2 centuries, filled with amusing stories and insights into cultivation. Su Yuan read it with great enthusiasm, treating it as a novel. In the main hall of the peak, Master Gu placed his hand on the control core of the mountain protecting formation. He had received news that Su Yuan had entered the Yuan pool for cultivation. Soon, he pinpointed Su Yuan's location. A hazy mist obscured Su Yuan's situation, a privacy measure suggested by many female elders who wished to avoid being spied upon while immersed in the Yuan pool. The consumption rate indicated that each hour, 289 low-grade spirit stones worth of spiritual energy was being consumed. Master Gu was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. That was 289 spirit stones consumed in just 1 hour, over 3,000 stones a day. Even a top-tier single spiritual root wouldn't achieve such a rate. How was this young man cultivating? However, he quickly calmed himself and calculated. At this rate, it would take 10 years to deplete 12 million spirit stones. Moreover, Su Yuan wouldn't be continuously cultivating, so the total would decrease accordingly. Considering the increased cultivation speed from breakthroughs, it would still amount to over 1 million spirit stones. With a composed smile, Master Gu acknowledged that this Yuan pool benefit was self-funded by Su Yuan, since Su Yuan had made no contributions or achievements. He had no right to a spot in the Yuan pool, even as the master. This was all out of his own pocket. If the consumption was too high, he would incur losses. Having already set high expectations for Su Yuan, Master Gu was pleasantly surprised by this revelation. If Su Yuan's cultivation speed kept up, combined with his rare talent, he could reach the nascent soul stage. As for the transformation stage, well, he hadn't achieved that yet himself. With a sigh of relief, Master Gu left the control core, ready to attend to the sex affairs. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. By the Yuan pool, Su Yuan's expression was grave as he forcefully cast his fishing rod, the hook darting through the water like a swift dragon, rapidly closing in on the spirit fish swarm. The spirit fish immediately scattered in a flurry. One fish, momentarily hindered by a companion, faltered in speed and was ensnared by the hook, dragged to the shore by Su Yuan. In exasperation, he chided, "Shao Sanshi, how could you be so foolish? Have you not learned the 7 stars flowing light leap? If you cannot evade this, have you not been diligent in your studies?" The captured spirit fish hung its head, displaying a dejected demeanor, accepting the reprimand with resignation. In the Yuan pool, a group of spirit fish floated at the water surface, observing the scene and emitting a series of peculiar chuckles. The ability of fish to laugh was indeed a marvel. Su Yuan glanced at the spirit fish and scoffed. "You are all mid-tier yellow-grade spirit beasts, equivalent to the 6th level of Qi refinement. This is a crucial time for your elementary school graduation exams in cultivation. If you cannot manage the physical education, 7 stars flowing light leap, step alteration, subject, then what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be diligently reviewing your language? 7 stars profound truths of spirit refinement. Mathematics, 7 stars profound truths of body refinement. Foreign languages, 7 stars profound truths of water swordsmanship, sword compendium alteration, and other subjects? If you fail, you will all have to retake the exams." Instantly, the spirit fish withdrew their heads and scurried away to resume their training. Su Yuan flicked his fishing rod, releasing Shao Sanshi, which hurriedly swam back to its companions, bumping into one in a huff. Shao Kai then approached, comfortingly patting Su Yuan's foot with her fin. "Su Yuan chuckled softly. I was merely teasing them." He sensed the spiritual orifices within the 9-colored celestial fish and discovered they had expanded significantly. In just half a year, Shao Kai had already advanced to a high-tier yellow-grade spirit beast and was on the verge of reaching its peak. It was preparing for a breakthrough in these past few days. Su Yuan was astonished by the rapid cultivation progress of the 9-colored celestial fish. Due to Shao Kai's efforts, his dantian was nearly full, leaving him with no choice but to prepare for his own breakthrough as well. Su Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how, if an ordinary person were to obtain a 9-colored celestial fish, they could easily rely on it to simplify their own cultivation journey. He was puzzled as to why others did not bond with Shao Kai and why someone would sell her for over 100 spirit stones. Was it solely due to the high consumption of spirit stones? Surely, there must be ways to manage that. Perhaps, though he found it incomprehensible, Su Yuan felt compelled to express gratitude once more to that fish merchant senior. By the way, what was that senior's name again? Chapter 44. The mysterious Yuan pool of heaven and earth. Su Yuan sat cross-legged within the Yuan pool. He cast a glance at the system panel. Name: Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level. Renown 9,389 10,000. Realm: 6th layer of Qi refining, 99-100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. Current rest time, 183. 7 days. Entry 2. Natural law. Entry 3. 7 stars shining bright, the rest time reset. In an instant, Su Yuan's mind cleared exponentially. Yet this was not the end. On this foundation, the entry of balance of work and rest entered a state of secondary activation. His cognitive processing speed surged several times. The cultivation time reached 8 days. Sufficient indeed. With closed eyes, all the texts he had perused over the past 6 months materialized in his mind. Countless cultivation insights organized, summarized, and presented themselves within Su Yuan's consciousness. Flashes of enlightenment coursed through Su Yuan, elevating his understanding of cultivation to a new pinnacle. Previously, he had a profound clarity regarding the Qi refining realm, akin to a master of Qi refinement, while his grasp of the foundation establishment level was merely that of an ordinary adept. Now, enriched by vast knowledge, Su Yuan's comprehension of the entire foundation establishment realm had ascended to the level of a master. His insights into the golden core realm had also expanded significantly. Foundation establishment serves to lay a fundamental base for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. What constitutes this foundational base? It prepares one for the subsequent understanding of the laws of nature. Both the might of the cosmos and the realm of intent are mere representations of these laws. Foundation establishment is thus about creating a route to bear these manifestations, progressively delving from the surface to ultimately touch the essence of the laws. The so-called supreme and top-tier qualities in the mundane world refer to the most suitable foundations for bearing might and intent. The higher the compatibility, the better the quality. Supreme spiritual roots inherently possess the best foundational support: spiritual roots themselves. Constructing a foundational base upon spiritual roots naturally yields supremacy. However, this path does not align with my own. Su Yuan fell into contemplation. Having grasped 2 mights and 1 intent, if I construct a foundational base around this core, wouldn't that be a perfect match? He murmured. As Su Yuan organized these cultivation insights, he confirmed that his reasoning was impeccable. Others might not foresee what might emerge from their understanding of the cosmic might and intent, so they could only approach the foundational base they could comprehend. Thus, even when nearing the future cosmic might, it could only be an infinite approximation, a mere supreme quality. Conversely, Su Yuan's constructed foundational base would be a perfect fit, termed a perfect foundational base. Consequently, the quality of his true essence would undoubtedly rank among the strongest in the current era. Upon this realization, a smile crept upon Su Yuan's face. One ancient text mentioned the existence of perfect foundational bases in antiquity. Yet in this age, few know how to construct a perfect foundational base. It seems one must first grasp intent before building the foundational base. Truly, ancient cultivators were formidable. I wonder if any old monsters have survived? With a sigh of admiration, Su Yuan continued to refine his knowledge. After thoroughly organizing his insights, he gazed once more at the Yuan pool, where a plethora of realizations surged within him. Natural law activated. This Yuan pool was, indeed, a realm of celestial wonder. Suddenly, the scene before Su Yuan transformed. He appeared to perceive the veins of the universe manifesting in the heavens. Within the massive spiritual stone foundation, channels akin to the meridians of the human body rapidly conveyed spiritual energy, converging within the Yuan pool. Spiritual veins. Su Yuan gasped in astonishment. He had directly witnessed the spiritual veins. The effect of balance of work and rest amplified the effect of natural law, manifold. This enabled Su Yuan to grasp the mysteries embedded within the celestial wonders with greater clarity. Simultaneously, memories of every corner and detail he had observed around the Yuan pool over the past 6 months surged forth, providing a continuous spark of inspiration to his understanding. The entire framework of the Yuan pool's stone valley unfolded in Su Yuan's consciousness, vividly reconstituted. He saw strange cosmic veins combining to form a grand spiritual gathering array. Was this an array? It bore a resemblance, but was somewhat different. It resembled the natural array restrictions recorded in the thousand arrays technique. No, it was akin to the naturally occurring array restrictions of heaven and earth. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. One of the illustrious techniques of the 10 Absolute Wanderer. Thousand arrays technique is a profound legacy. The text describes that arrays are the language through which cultivators elucidate the mysteries of the universe after comprehending nature, while array restrictions are the inherent languages of heaven and earth that require no translation for direct use. In essence, both are forms of language, thus lacking fundamental distinction. However, array restrictions are significantly more potent under equivalent conditions, and there exists a crucial difference. Array restrictions can be comprehended holistically without needing to grasp every detail, enabling one to unleash their full power. They function like a black box. One need not understand the principles inside, merely the overall effect of the black box. These individual black boxes can be termed restrictions. Restrictions are also arrays. Some array masters specialize in employing restrictions to arrange arrays, achieving even more formidable formations. Such masters can be referred to as restriction masters. Restrictions are at the core of array inheritance. The more restrictions one masters, the more powerful the array master becomes. In the future, the ability to unravel the true operational principles of restrictions will elevate one to the rank of a true array master, an array grandmaster. Before him, the Yuan pool's array restriction was one he had never encountered in the thousand arrays technique, evidently a creation arising after the era of the patriarch. Upon closer examination, Su Yuan discovered that this entire natural array restriction consisted of 118 individual restrictions. The more he observed, the clearer it became. This natural array restriction could easily be likened to the acupoints of the human body. Turning back to regard the position of the Yuan pool, he realized it corresponded precisely to the location of the Dantian. This truly miraculous. Su Yuan was enraptured as he delved deeper into comprehension. He perceived flowing symbols within the array restriction. Many resonated with the contents of another legacy from the 10 Absolute Wanderer, symbols guiding heaven and earth. Gazing at this natural array restriction, his understanding of both thousand arrays technique and symbols guiding heaven and earth surged exponentially. Though I might not yet grasp the essence of these mysteries, I can transfer this entire array restriction into my own body. Asada inspiración struck Su Yuan, and his heart raced with excitement. He was taken aback by his audacious idea. This was, after all, a natural array restriction, according to the thousand arrays technique. Each array restriction is extraordinarily powerful. The notion of directly transferring one into his body could only be entertained during the cultivation time afforded by balance of work and rest. He began to ponder the feasibility of this idea, discovering that it was not difficult. On the contrary, this auxiliary natural array restriction appeared exceptionally gentle. The burning wood refining spirit technique had become outdated. It seemed time to innovate. A glimmer of clarity dawned upon Su Yuan. He resolved to integrate the perfect foundational method with the method of natural array restrictions into the burning wood refining spirit technique. and then make a decisive breakthrough to become one of the strongest in foundational establishment. Floating atop the surface of the Yuan pool, Su Yuan extended his spiritual consciousness to delve into the deepest levels of enlightenment. However, as time passed, he gradually sensed an elusive incomprehensibility. Having just constructed a preliminary form of a technique, he found himself ensnared in an inexplicable bottleneck. The nine-colored celestial fish glanced at Su Yuan, observing his lack of response, and promptly commenced its breakthrough. Within it, a force akin to a bottomless abyss erupted, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. And the spiritual pressure emanating from its form rapidly intensified. A group of ethereal fish huddled together in a corner, gazing at one another with eyes full of anticipation. The resplendent nine-colored celestial fish radiated a tricolor glow, enveloping the entire Yuan pool. All the spiritual fish were shrouded within this luminescence, their bodies similarly manifesting the tricolor light, as if they were undergoing a transformation into three-colored fish. At that moment, their aura began to ascend, and their demand for spiritual energy surged dramatically. The rapid absorption of spiritual energy by the ethereal fish and Shao Kai caused a swift decline in the spiritual energy concentration within the Yuan pool. Consequently, the natural array formation had to increase its operational speed to draw in spiritual energy from afar. The natural array formation commenced its rare rapid operation, and it was this accelerated motion that allowed Su Yuan to discern more intricate details of the formation. Waves of clarity surged within him as he rapidly unraveled the bottleneck of integrating the natural restrictions with the spiritual orifices and meridians. A quiet chuckle arose in his heart. Truly, heaven was aiding him. The breakthroughs of Shao Kai and the ethereal fish provided him with the strength to comprehend the path, serving as a rewarding reflection of his diligent cultivation over time. Every sip and peck seemed preordained, akin to the cyclical nature of the heavens, possessing an inherent rhythm. At the same time, a thought struck Su Yuan. He extended his spiritual consciousness into Shao Kai's body, observing the process of Shao Kai's breakthrough and the changes occurring within her spiritual orifices. To his astonishment, he discovered that Shao Kai's spiritual orifices formed a unique system of their own. Although not a natural array formation, it seemed to embody some profound truths of the universe. Mysterious, profound, and unfathomable. Yet, through this sensation, Su Yuan had a reference template for integrating the natural array formation into his cultivation system. And inspiration surged forth like a wild stallion, unstoppable. A natural smile graced Su Yuan's lips, reminiscent of an enlightened sage, serene and contemplative, watching the clouds drift by, his heart as clear as a high-hanging mirror, unperturbed by worldly chaos, finally grasping the wonders of the great path. Remarkable, remarkable, remarkable. Su Yuan clapped thrice in joy, his eyes sparkling with radiant spiritual brilliance, as various insights melded into one. At last, he comprehended. In the main hall of the peak, Master Gu hurriedly arrived. He immediately activated the core of the array, observing the situation in the Yuan pool. There, he saw a shadow seemingly seated above the Yuan pool, voraciously consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy. In truth, it was Shao Kai and the ethereal fish absorbing the energy. What was happening? Could it be a breakthrough? Master Gu quickly assessed the consumption of spiritual energy in the Yuan pool and found the depletion to be extraordinarily exaggerated, surpassing the level of qi refinement and certainly indicative of a foundation establishment level. It truly was a breakthrough. Good lad. Excellent. Master Gu promptly began to remotely replenish the spiritual energy into the Yuan pool, as the consumption at the foundation establishment level was easily manageable for the Yuan pool, and thus he paid no heed. However, when he inadvertently noticed the previously consumed amount of spiritual energy, he was utterly taken aback. Chapter 45, Improved Techniques. Su Yuan's Double Victory. 897 million low-grade spirit stones? The eyes of Master Gu nearly bulged out. Something was amiss. Master Gu murmured to himself. It has only been half a year. The consumption of spirit stones has astonishingly reached 1 million. This is exceedingly peculiar. Suddenly, Master Gu seemed to recall something and promptly manipulated the core of the formation, retrieving the imagery from 6 months prior. Arriving swiftly at the day, Su Yuan entered the Yuan pool to commence his cultivation. Master Gu found Su Yuan, and then his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably as he beheld that fish tank artifact and the spirit fish within it. He pointed towards the core of the formation and demanded, with a fervent spirit, "Formation elemental spirit, what is the situation? Wasn't it stated that spirit beasts and pets could not be brought into the Yuan pool? What is happening here? He has brought in 50 of them. My spirit stones. Do you comprehend? Those are my spirit stones." The core of the formation fell silent. After a moment, it emitted a wave of thought. Detection indicates that the opponent's spirit pets possess a shielding ability against the formation's perception, akin to obscuring the heavenly mechanisms. Improvements are currently underway, marking the opponent's spirit pets. "Please wait, Master." Master Gu questioned incredulously. "What? Shielding against the formation's perception? Do you even know what grade of formation you are? Does any of those fish even reach the second tier? Useless. Truly useless." The elemental spirit of the formation coldly replied, "Please supplement your spirit stones or deduct contribution points. Your pre-stored spirit stones are about to be entirely consumed." "You." Master Gu trembled as he pointed at the core of the formation. "Improvement successful. When the opponent enters next time, their spirit pets will be barred entry. Please evaluate this enhancement." The elemental spirit continued devoid of emotion. All right. You, damn it. Thank you for the 3-star evaluation, Master. Please promptly replenish your spirit stones, as your contribution points will soon be automatically deducted," the elemental spirit stated. Master Gu begrudgingly accepted the elemental spirit's capabilities. Lamenting that the 7 absolute sect was somewhat deficient in formations, the intelligence of the elemental spirit was alarmingly low. Even the foxes within the trial's secret realm surpassed this fool in wit, but that was left by the founding ancestor, so a bit of superiority was to be expected. Pinching his nose, Master Gu deposited 100 million spirit stones into the core of the formation. "Huh, kid, I refuse to believe you can use them all up. But first, I need to coax him out." Master Gu immediately sent a message to Su Yuan's true transmission token, requesting him to come out, as he had a great treasure to show Su Yuan. The nature of the treasure was irrelevant. What mattered was that Su Yuan quickly brought those fish out. Those were all his spirit stones. If Su Yuan absorbed them, that could be overlooked, but if the fish absorbed them, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? What kind of fish were those? They appeared somewhat familiar. Could it be? He pondered as he departed for the scripture pavilion to investigate further. On the other side, Su Yuan's creation of techniques was still ongoing. His framework for the technique had nearly taken shape, and the circulation routes within his body had begun to adjust. Should any other qi refinement cultivators witness the diagram of Su Yuan's technique circulation routes, they would undoubtedly be rendered dizzy. The intricate web of paths encompassed countless meridians, each spiritual aperture resembling a super operating hub, connecting a multitude of channels. The interior of the spiritual apertures was even more complex, its profundity surpassing the comprehension of foundational cultivators. Even Su Yuan himself could not fully grasp the current internal structure of his spiritual apertures, for he had directly adapted the restrictions from the natural formation of forbidden techniques into them. Though he could not discern the subtleties, he could already utilize these effects, experiencing a significant leap in the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and refinement. The moment spiritual energy entered the apertures, it was instantly transformed into profound, true energy. Moreover, the original profound, true energy symbols from the profound, true transformation technique had been utterly transformed. Aside from the name possibly remaining the same, everything else was entirely different. Among them, the largest spiritual aperture, namely his dantian, had evolved into a being akin to the Yuan pool. Under the modification of the Yuan pool's restrictions, the size of the dantian expanded more than tenfold. Moreover, the spiritual power within it faintly exhibited signs of automatic liquefaction. It is noteworthy that only foundational cultivators utilize liquid true essence. Within the dantian, streams of 4-colored spiritual power flowed in through the contract bridge. swiftly converting into profound, true energy upon entering the dantian. This transformation already bore the natural essence of completeness. Once the modifications to the Yuan pool's restrictions were completed, Su Yuan commenced to cultivate the perfect foundation. In the center of his dantian, a square furnace was formed from the profound, true energy, the might of heaven and earth, and the essence of intent. The furnace material appeared akin to both gold and wood, yet was neither. It contained the essence of gold, while also embodying the momentum of wood. Within the furnace, a wisp of ethereal flame, born from the force of fire, flickered and burned. This was the embryonic form of the foundation Su Yuan was constructing. The burning, wood-forging gold furnace. The name may seem humble, yet the profound mysteries it encapsulated were astonishing. One could see that within the flames of the furnace, a golden grain seemed to endure the baptism and refinement of the flames. That was the essence of Su Yuan's future golden core. The gold within the burning, wood-forging gold furnace referred not only to the essence of gold, but also to the golden core itself, representing Su Yuan's vision of the immortality of the golden element. This technique was profound in its implications, transcending the theoretical boundaries of ordinary techniques. Should Su Yuan compile it into a tome, only a few at the golden core stage would be able to comprehend even a fraction of it. That golden grain was not an illusory presence, but a reality. He would condense a grain of gold sand upon breaking through the foundational realm. Since he possessed the golden core, why not directly reach the golden core stage? Why not begin from a single grain of gold sand? This was yet another cutting-edge insight he gleaned during the process of creating his technique, a crystallization of wisdom birthed from a vast reservoir of knowledge, constructed from a lofty perspective. Thus, the transformation of the technique was nearing its conclusion. In the final stages, Su Yuan also integrated 7 stars profound true body refinement technique and 7 stars profound true spirit refinement technique into his technique, achieving a level of perfection that was within his current capabilities. The burning wood forging gold technique was complete. At this moment, Shao Kai emitted a peculiar cry akin to a dragon's roar, its body expanding significantly, its scales becoming more translucent and beautiful, shimmering with 4 colors. As a regal aura emanated outward, causing the 49 spirit fish that had already broken through to the high-quality yellow tier to bow in submission. Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at Shao Kai's aura. If he was not mistaken, it should undoubtedly be a manifestation of the might of heaven and earth. Shao Kai had evidently awakened its bloodline during the breakthrough to the foundational realm, instinctively comprehending a form of heavenly might. This damned bloodline talent left Su Yuan envious. Indeed, reincarnation was an art. Shao Kai, who merely indulged in eating and playing, had managed to instinctively grasp the heavenly might of the golden core level ahead of time. Wasn't that just absurd? With a flick of its tail, Shao Kai soared into the air, and moisture beneath it coalesced into a fluffy cloud, allowing Shao Kai to float gracefully. Shao Kai was overjoyed, circling around Su Yuan. Su Yuan felt his head spinning from the dizzying display. Slow down, he chuckled. Shao Kai halted, nudging Su Yuan with its head. Su Yuan waved his hand. All right, you've also broken through. Stand guard for me. It's my turn to cultivate. He noticed a message left by the master on the true transmission token, glanced at it, and seeing it was not urgent, he officially activated the burning wood forging gold technique. Crack! It was as if a colossal ancient divine beast suddenly raised its head and opened its massive mouth, inhaling deeply, drawing a substantial amount of liquid spiritual energy from the Yuan pool into his body through all his spiritual apertures and pores. Simultaneously, Su Yuan began to open the remaining apertures. As effortless as the act of eating and drinking, a spiritual aperture was instantaneously unlocked, successfully activating the innate restrictions. With a series of splashes, it felt akin to beginning cultivation at the first level of qi refinement. Su Yuan's immense spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, breaking through one aperture after another. In the blink of an eye, 9 apertures were shattered. A quarter of an hour later, 18 apertures opened. After another 30 minutes, 27 apertures burst forth. The 27 apertures of the 7th level of Qi refinement had all been breached, activating the innate formation restrictions. The newly opened 27 apertures immediately connected with the previous ones, creating an extraordinarily stable structure, thus making the subsequent openings of apertures significantly easier. At that moment, the liquid spiritual energy in the Yuan pool had diminished by 1%. Gu Zhongmin, who was perusing a secret tome on celestial beasts in the library, promptly received an alert from the formation spirit. Upon inspecting the situation, his expression shifted dramatically. In just one day's time, unbeknownst to him, half of his pre-stored spiritual stones had been consumed. That amounted to a staggering 100 million spiritual stones. What manner of devil is that Su Yuan? Gu Zhongmin hastily set aside the secret tome and rushed back. At this juncture, Su Yuan had already commenced his breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refinement. The vast amounts of profound, true energy within his dantian were evaporating, creating new spiritual apertures. Again, 9 apertures, 18 apertures, 27 apertures. In merely 3/4 of an hour, the spiritual energy in the Yuan pool evaporated by an additional 5%. The innate formation restrictions within Su Yuan's body were becoming increasingly complete, bolstered by the influx of profound, true energy. Su Yuan had not anticipated that establishing a truly complete innate formation restriction within himself would require such immense spiritual energy. Fortunately, being in the Yuan pool, he was surrounded by abundant liquid spiritual energy, leaving him entirely unperturbed. However, Gu Qingzhu was in a state of panic. The pre-stored spiritual stones were rapidly depleting. Spiritual stones do not instantaneously replenish the energy in the Yuan pool. The deduction occurs first within the formation's core, to be gradually converted into spiritual energy to replenish the Yuan pool later. The Yuan pool was currently consuming the liquid spiritual energy that had already been stored, meaning that whatever was depleted must be replenished by the master. Upon arriving at the formation's core, Gu Zhongmin observed that his 100 million spiritual stones were on the verge of exhaustion. Please replenish the pre-allocated spiritual stones, master, or the formation will expel the disciples cultivating within. Understand. It's not that I am unwilling to provide. Gu Zhongmin scoffed, tossing out another 100 million spiritual stones. He decided to remain, standing still to watch, eager to uncover what kind of anomaly Su Yuan truly was. Was the 9-colored celestial fish truly this exaggerated? Such outrageous accounts were absent from the secret tome on celestial beasts. Gu Zhongmin clearly could not comprehend the situation. It exceeded the bounds of his understanding. If the cultivators inside were at the golden core stage, he could grasp it to some extent, but they were merely at the foundation establishment stage. This was utterly preposterous. Su Yuan exclaimed, "Yo feli, excellent. I am ready to advance to the 9th level of Qi refinement." He once again began to assault the 9th level with ease. For Su Yuan, the secrets of Qi refinement were thoroughly familiar. There were no missteps in any of the steps. The breakthrough unfolded naturally, with only the innate formation restrictions proving somewhat challenging. The Yuan pool's energy level dropped by another 10%. Su Yuan remained unfazed, gathering momentum to initiate his foundation establishment breakthrough. Foundation establishment pills? Unnecessary. With such an abundance of spiritual energy, what need had he for foundation establishment pills? At this moment, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. The sect leader has done well. The Yuan pool has truly earned the MVP title. I continue to effortlessly win. Haha. A win-win situation. It's as if I've won twice. Chapter 46. The realm of golden sand. After preparing himself, Su Yuan commenced the operation of his cultivation technique, setting his sights on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. As his thoughts shifted, the mystical energy within him began to circulate rapidly. When Su Yuan regained his senses, the energy in his dantian transformed in a chain reaction, evolving into true essence with every breath. Gaseous spiritual energy transmuted into liquid spiritual energy, known as true essence. This breakthrough felt as though the very heavens were aiding him, facilitating the simultaneous conversion of all his spiritual energy into true essence, which would later be refined through the circulation of his energy. As a slight pull emanated from Su Yuan's body, the surface of the Yuan pool trembled momentarily, and he felt his aura rise slightly, signifying his attainment of the foundation establishment stage. Su Yuan blinked in surprise, locking eyes with the innocent-looking Shao Kai. With a flick of her tail, Shao Kai expressed her confusion. "I'm here to protect you. You can begin now." "I'm ready," replied Su Yuan. Shao Kai looked puzzled. Su Yuan's expression grew peculiar. The numerous texts within the library vividly described the arduousness of establishing a foundation, necessitating the preparation of foundation establishment pills worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, as well as various spiritual objects to enhance the chances and quality of the breakthrough. Yet for him, it was as simple as a mere thought, and he had successfully established his foundation. The furnace within his dantian solidified somewhat, and then nothing further transpired. The anticipated requirement to absorb vast quantities of Yuan pool liquid did not materialize, and it was far less demanding than his previous experiences during qi refinement. Upon reflection, Su Yuan realized the disparity. A typical individual expends approximately 100,000 spirit stones transitioning from qi refinement to foundation establishment, akin to crafting a bicycle with that amount. In contrast, he had expended an estimated 100 million spirit stones to construct a natural array, equivalent to the value of a high-performance Xiaomi Su-Chi Ultra, clearly superior in capability. While both may traverse 1,000 meters, the bicycle requires considerable time, whereas the Su-Chi Ultra achieves it in an instant. This distinction in foundation was profound. Figures like Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu had the potential to break through to the foundation establishment stage many years prior, but they refrained, striving instead to forge a more robust foundation. Foundation establishment is not merely about establishing a base at that stage, but rather solidifying it during qi refinement. By the time one reaches foundation establishment, the groundwork is already laid. Zhuge Jian and his peers sought rare treasures and foundation establishment spiritual objects in secret realms to create a superlative foundation. Otherwise, why would they venture to such fortuitous places? With their talents, they could easily attain the golden core stage through solitary cultivation at home, compressing their training time to mere years. But would they be content to stagnate at the golden core and nascent soul stages? Individuals like Zhuge Jian, who are geniuses even among those with excellent spiritual roots, aimed directly for the soul formation stage. Only Su Yuan could construct a natural array within his abode, using it as a conduit for perfect foundational breakthroughs, showcasing a distinction between innate talent and sheer luck. At this moment, however, Su Yuan found himself in a quandary. His immensely powerful foundation rendered it impossible to exert himself fully during cultivation. Should he attempt to circulate his energy with all his might, his meridians might rupture. Just as the Su-Chi Ultra could only operate at a modest speed on a regular road, lest it collide with obstacles and incur damage. Yet, the concept of balancing work and rest was too precious to squander. A thought flickered in Su Yuan's mind. If he could not race on a regular road, could he not race on a racetrack? The 118 spiritual orifices within him served as an infinite racetrack. External spiritual energy could flow directly into these orifices and, through their interconnectedness, into his dantian. The furnace within his dantian would then utilize this influx of spiritual energy as fuel to refine golden sand. Recognizing the challenge of traversing the conventional path, increasing true essence, and the need to pave the way, tempering his physique and meridians before he could accelerate, he resolved to exert himself fully on the racetrack, utilizing his spiritual orifices to condense golden sand, without hesitation. With that determination, Su Yuan unleashed the extraordinary suction of the 118 natural arrays, swiftly drawing in a plethora of spiritual energy from the Yuan pool. The spiritual liquid entered his orifices, transforming directly into gaseous mystical energy, which was then transmitted into his dantian. Soon, a substantial amount of mystical energy amassed within, not circulating to condense into true essence, but rather flooding directly into the furnace. As the mystical energy surged into the furnace, it gradually acquired the essence of wood and the significance of gold, igniting a complex and profound reaction as it burned in the flames. The wood essence sustained the fire, while the gold essence interacted intricately with the mystical energy, causing the latter to evaporate while the golden sand within the flames grew increasingly solidified. Even the sect leader would be astonished at this scene. It hardly resembled the typical cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. What difference was there from the golden core stage? Yuan would assert that indeed there was a difference. The golden sand he was condensing was merely a simplified version of the golden core. And as it was subordinate to that tier, it remained a matter of foundation establishment, a perfectly reasonable scenario. The natural arrays within Yuan were truly remarkable, resonating subtly with the external natural arrays. The spiritual liquid from the Yuan pool divided into 118 streams, continuously infusing him. With his eyes closed, Yuan diligently operated the furnace, refining the golden sand. Soon, the equivalent of the spiritual energy contained in 10 top-grade spirit stones was consumed, and a minuscule golden sand grain finally emerged from the furnace. Yuan could proudly declare that he had reached the realm of golden sand. He had effectively inserted a realm between foundation establishment and golden core, and he could further ascend to realms such as golden grain and golden pearl. In truth, Yuan believed that this method of cultivation was the most rational, a gradual progression akin to a 10-month pregnancy. While other cultivators birthed a treasure of a golden core from nothing, he nurtured his growth slowly. Though the pace might be slower, the risks were minimal, and the attention to detail was undoubtedly superior to conventional cultivation, promising immense potential for the future. Clearly, Yuan had not considered that for other cultivators. Condensing golden sand, as he did, was no less challenging than coalescing a golden core. In fact, it was even more formidable. His condensation continued, and after successfully forming 1 grain of golden sand, Yuan grew adept. The second grain coalesced at an even swifter pace, floating amidst the flames alongside the first, both continuously absorbing the nourishing essence of wood and gold that permeated the furnace. With a calm expression, Yuan persisted in his endeavor to condense golden sand. Upon reaching a total of 7 grains, an idea struck him. He arranged them in the formation of the Big Dipper constellation. It was nighttime. The 7 stars in the sky suddenly gleamed brighter, and 7 beams of light descended, penetrating through layers of arrays and directly infusing Yuan's being. At that moment, the 7 grains of golden sand seemed to be endowed with a special, mysterious augmentation. As Yuan watched in astonishment, they underwent an immensely intricate transformation, generating 365 variations of stellar patterns in a brief span, all of which he comprehended in an instant. This was a heavenly bestowal of profound knowledge. Pondering further, Yuan meticulously condensed 2 additional grains of golden sand, which seamlessly merged among the 7 grains, forming the Big Dipper constellation, gradually vanishing as if they had never existed. Subsequently, the influx of mystical energy into the furnace ceased to condense more golden sand, instead continuously nourishing the grains he had already formed. A complete diagram of the Beidou 7 stars golden sand formation operates within the confines of a flame-forged gold cauldron, as flames gradually envelop these golden sands, transforming them into entities that burn like true stars. Remarkably, Yuan's cultivation technique has been completely altered, straying far from tradition. This so-called flame-wood gold forging technique has become beyond his ability to assess its rank. However, he harbors aspirations to preserve this technique as a unique legacy, intending to simplify it into 9 distinct versions for future practitioners to gradually master. The simplest iteration would likely be tenfold more challenging than the profound, true transformation technique found in the immortal Seed Valley. Yet it is conceivable that an extraordinary talent could successfully cultivate it. He plans to continue refining the technique, innovating, and updating its versions. Should an unparalleled genius truly embark on his path, the future would undoubtedly be tumultuous. As time passes slowly in the grand hall of the sect, Master Gu stands before the core of the formation, his demeanor numb. The stored spirit stones are on the verge of depletion. Please replenish them promptly, Master. I am aware. Here you go. The stored spirit stones are almost exhausted. Please replenish them promptly, Master. I know, no need for reminders. Master Gu's composure falters as he glances at the usage records of the spirit stones, which have already surpassed 800 million. Is this truly the cultivation of an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner? It defies all reason. Where's the logic in this? The realm of cultivation adheres to fundamental principles. One cannot possess the energy of the golden core stage while remaining in the foundation establishment stage. Either they would explode, or they would have already ascended to the golden core level. If a foundation establishment practitioner possesses golden core level power but lacks the golden core itself, does that not imply they are not at the golden core stage? What then is the false core realm? Is it not defined as a practitioner who possesses golden core strength without the actual golden core? Isn't the term false core merely another way to refer to a minor immortal? To possess energy and power at the golden core level is to be at the golden core stage. The presence of a golden core is inconsequential. Master Gu furrows his brow, pondering, could this lad be practicing incorrectly? If he were to directly break through to the golden core stage, his foundation would be far too unstable, leading to potential disaster. Yet, he refrains from intervening in Su Yuan's absorption of spiritual energy. On the contrary, he amplifies his investment. His consciousness delves into his vast spatial storage ring, uncovering 4 mountains of spirit stones. A mountain of low-grade spirit stones, a mountain of mid-grade spirit stones, a mountain of high-grade spirit stones, and a small mountain of top-grade spirit stones. The ring he possesses is, in fact, the treasury of the 8th sect, allocated by the sect leader, allowing for preliminary withdrawals, with subsequent reporting to the Yuaning Elder Council or the Supreme Elders. His awareness reaches the high-grade spirit stone mountain, extracting over 100,000 stones from its base, which he promptly casts into the formation S spirit, observing the noticeable gap left at the mountain's base. Master Gu chooses to avert his gaze. The pain is palpable. Not only has he lost the 900 million spirit stones he just acquired, but he must now invest an additional 10 billion. If Su Yuan were to ruin this, he would undoubtedly make the lad toil like a beast of burden, determined to recover every lost spirit stone. Sleepless at midnight, I hastily composed and released this chapter in advance. Chapter 47. The new appointment upon witnessing the liquid spiritual energy within the Yuan pool being completely drained. Master Gu felt a profound emptiness within his own heart. He then let out a long howl, transforming into a beam of golden light, racing towards the 9th mountain behind the main peak. When he arrived at the entrance of the Yuan Pool Stone Valley with an imposing presence, he was taken aback to see an old man in gray robes feeding grass to a blue ox. This scene was reminiscent of a mundane village where an old farmer tended to his livestock, startling Gu Qingzhu so much that he plummeted from midair, landing clumsily beside the elder. Greetings, Elder Nangong. Master Gu respectfully saluted. The elder turned, offering a faint smile as he remarked, Ah, young Gu, you remain as impulsive as ever. Such demeanor is unbecoming of a sect master. Gu Qingzhu chuckled awkwardly, but replied, as for Su Yuan, I cannot fathom what manner of creature he is, having consumed 2 billion spiritual stones worth of energy in one go. I require several months to absorb such a quantity myself, hence my haste to investigate the situation. The elder gazed deeply into the abyss of the Yuan pool and inquired, does this scene evoke any familiarity? Reflect carefully. Gu Qingzhu fell into contemplation. The elder's question hinted at deeper implications, yet he could not immediately discern its meaning. Elder Nangong, observing Gu Qingzhu's momentary mental lapse, shook his head in silent exasperation. Enough of this idle chatter. Once Su Yuan emerges, let's appoint him as the master of Hidden Peak. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingzhu's pupils constricted. What exactly was Hidden Peak? At the inception of the 7 Absolute sect, there was no such designation. Rather, a reserve peak had been established. Historically, whenever a prodigious talent emerged and acquired the ancestral arts, a new peak would be created, designating them as a founding master. However, it was implausible for a founding master to establish a peak from scratch, hence the creation of the reserve peak, which would become relevant upon the emergence of a new prodigious talent. Yet, in the wake of the seven absolutes, it had been ages since a new ancestral art was unveiled, and thus the reserve peak had gradually transformed into what other disciples perceived as hidden peak, shrouded in mystery and regarded as the sect's clandestine strength. In truth, its essence remained unchanged. Although most believe the ancestral arts have been exhausted, what if the establishment of a reserve peak signified a lingering hope? Why did the transformation god Elder personally oversee the immortal Seed Valley? Because the Seven Absolute sect long understood that its foundation did not lie in territory or wealth, but in people. Specifically, the continuous emergence of new immortal seeds constituted the sect's true foundation. Consequently, each batch of immortal seeds was meticulously scrutinized by the transformation god Elder, who would observe for 3 months, eliminating internal threats, infiltrators, and those with fragile wills, while seeking out individuals of high comprehension, virtuous disposition, exceptional talent, stable mindset, and abundant fortune. Su Yuan must have been under the close watch of the transformation god Elder, and given the Elder's assertion, it was evident that Su Yuan had indeed attained the ancestral art's inheritance. Gu Qingzhu recalled the accounts of past founding masters, whose otherworldly experiences he had once dismissed as exaggerations by predecessors extolling their greatness. However, upon witnessing Su Yuan's current situation, he suddenly realized that those records appeared to be genuine, not embellished in the slightest. Should he document the sect's history now, it would undoubtedly be perceived as overly glorified by future generations. He might indeed leave a mark in the annals of sect history. This thought illuminated Gu Qingzhu's eyes. "What are you pondering?" Elder Nangong inquired curiously. "Oh, I was just considering how to handle Su Yuan, now that he is my true disciple," Gu Qingzhu replied, unable to suppress a grin. Elder Nangong casually remarked, "That does not pose an issue. It would be entirely normal for him to succeed you as the sect master in the future." Indeed, Gu Qingzhu joyfully nodded. He envisioned the privileges awaiting him upon entering the nascent Soul Elder Council, as he would be revered as the esteemed master of a founding ancestor. He, Gu Qingzhu, was wealthy. Was it not merely 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones? Perhaps too much. Elder Nangong, discerning part of Gu Qingzhu's thoughts, scoffed. "Focus on your cultivation. Do not dwell on frivolous matters. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself." "Understood." Gu Qingzhu nodded dismissively. Elder Nangong patted the blue ox's head before soaring into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The blue ox sighed in disappointment, lamenting its insufficient cultivation, which prevented it from becoming a mount. Suddenly, a thought struck the blue ox, and a gleam flashed in its eyes. Though it could not serve as Elder Nangong's mount due to the Elder's high cultivation, this new ancestor was of a lower realm. Perhaps serving as a mount would be quite fitting. The blue ox glanced at the sect master and declared, "Master Gu, I shall no longer perform this duty." "What?" Gu Qingzhu looked at the blue ox in confusion. Was this not a task it had eagerly sought? A leisurely and comfortable existence, with disciples tending to its needs. That was in the past. What future does being a gatekeeper hold? The blue ox retorted disdainfully. Gu Qingzhu waved his hand. "Suit yourself. I shall simply appoint another elder to guard instead." The blue ox began to gather its provisions, its ear-s storage ring glowing as it swept away the surrounding spiritual herbs and medicines, leaving nothing but a barren patch behind. Gu Qingzhu's lips twitched in disbelief. He was still present. Was such shamelessness truly warranted? It was merely a former mount of an elder. In the future, he would still be the master of a founding ancestor. Gu Qingzhu ignored the blue ox and awaited Su Yuan's emergence. Before long, Su Yuan indeed emerged, leisurely carrying a fish tank artifact, stepping out from the Yuan pool. Upon spotting Gu Qingzhu, he paused momentarily, then maneuvered the fish tank to hover in the air, performing a respectful greeting. Su Yuan pays respects to Master Gu. Rising to his feet, he inquired, "Brother Gu, what brings you here?" Gu Qingzhu, unperturbed by Su Yuan's antics, maintained a serious expression and stated, "Su Yuan, are you aware of the mistake you have made?" "What mistake?" Su Yuan replied, bewildered. Master Gu pointed at the floating fish tank. eyeing the multitude of spirit fish within, his lips twitching in irritation. Is there an issue? Su Yuan asked cautiously. It is strictly forbidden to bring spirit beasts or pets into the Yuan pool. Do you realize what you have done? You brought in 50 spirit pets in one go. How audacious! Master Gu seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, awkwardly rubbed his cheek and lowered his head in defense. No one informed me. I thought it was permissible. That is a falsehood. Su Yuan had perused similar records in the library, yet he merely wished to experiment. What if he had not anticipated success? After all, no one had explicitly told him otherwise, and there were no prohibitions listed. Ignorance was no sin. Master Gu shot him a glare. Let this serve as a lesson. Su Yuan sighed in relief. His perception of Master Gu greatly improved. The sect master was rather reasonable. By the way, what is your current cultivation level? Master Gu asked. I have detected that you absorbed an immense amount of spiritual energy, enough for a breakthrough to the golden core. Su Yuan shook his head. I have not yet broken through to golden core. Is that so? Try levitating without using any internal power, relying solely on your will. Master Gu instructed, scrutinizing Su Yuan intently. How could one possibly levitate just by will? Wait. Su Yuan found himself floating in midair, bewildered. This was one of the fundamental abilities of the golden core, levitation, but he had always assumed he was not at that level, unaware that even the golden sand realm could achieve it. Master Gu stroked his chin, circling around Su Yuan, shaking his head. I cannot fathom it. Such a peculiar being. Su Yuan's expression darkened. Master, what do you mean? He replied, well, you have reached the golden core stage. It is time for you to contribute to the sect. Have you considered what you wish to do? Gu Qingzhu suddenly inquired. Su Yuan ceased to argue and asked, may I go to the immortal seed valley? It seems quite intriguing. What? Gu Master was taken aback. You wish to go to the immortal seed valley? Is that permissible? Su Yuan inquired. This was a strategy he had devised to subtly garner fame. Although new disciples initially generated little renown, they would eventually grow and contribute significantly to the sect's reputation over time. Such a gradual accumulation of fame would be beneficial. Yes, it is possible. Gu Master pondered for a moment before responding, but you will also need to serve as the master of a peak. What? Me, the master of a peak? Su Yuan was astonished. Gu Master continued in a solemn tone. You have mastered one of the ancestral master's ultimate techniques, have you not? Every successor of such techniques must ensure the legacy is passed on. It cannot be allowed to fade. Do you understand my meaning? Su Yuan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the sect was aware of certain aspects of his situation. He had inherited the ancestral master's favor and was naturally inclined to continue the lineage. Furthermore, passing on his ultimate technique would undoubtedly enhance his fame, creating a continuous source of recognition. An advantageous situation indeed. Very well. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Seeing Su Yuan's candid acknowledgement, Gu Master felt a profound shock within. The significance of passing on ultimate techniques was not solely in the transmission itself. The true essence lay in the individual capable of carrying on that legacy. What extraordinary talent must one possess? Moreover, the further one delved into the ultimate techniques, the more exceptional the talents capable of comprehending them became, especially since the seven absolutes. It had been ages since anyone had grasped an ultimate technique. This signified that Su Yuan's aptitude surpassed that of all past prodigies of the seven absolute sect, including the ancestral masters of the seven lineages. Let us go. I will take you to Hidden Peak. You can ponder what name you would like to adopt. It shall be your domain henceforth. Gu Master soared into the air, heading into the distance. Su Yuan floated, preparing to follow. Beside him, a green ox had already arrived beneath him. Su Yuan glanced down in confusion and met the innocent gaze of the green ox. The ox blinked, its eyes wide with innocence. Taken aback, Su Yuan nevertheless mounted the ox's back. The green ox then leaped into the air, following Gu Master forward. Gu Master turned to witness this scene, astonished as he looked at the green ox. Well, you old bull, no wonder you haven't been guarding the gate. You aim to recruit a potential prodigy. Chapter 48. Entering the Peak Master Circle, take a look at this document. Master Gu presented a list of disciples. Currently, There are 438 elders or disciples at the Golden Core stage in the Hidden Peak, alongside 4,000 foundation establishment deacons or disciples, and 12,000 chi refinement disciples. The proportion of those above the foundation establishment stage is notably high, primarily due to the stringent recruitment criteria for disciples at the Hidden Peak. Elders who ascend to the nascent soul stage automatically join the main peak, but those who advance after you take over the Hidden Peak will still belong to it. Master Gu provided a general overview of the Hidden Peak. Su Yuan listened in astonishment. Outside, a foundation establishment cultivator could establish a sizable cultivation family, securing a foothold in a cultivation city, while a Golden Core master could effectively rule a small nation. The presence of such formidable individuals within the Hidden Peak was a testament to the strength of the Seven Absolute Sect. Could he truly manage such a vast force? Hesitant, Su Yuan pondered. Would it be too hasty for me to become the Peak Master? This is the command of Elder Nangong, Master Gu replied. Su Yuan's pupils contracted. Was he referring to the elder who had significantly boosted his reputation? Suddenly, everything made sense. I understand now, Su Yuan exclaimed. Then what will you name your peak? You may draw inspiration from the names of other peaks, Master Gu suggested. Su Yuan contemplated and replied, let us call it the 3 Absolute Peak. 3? Master Gu inquired. Puzzled. What does that signify? Su Yuan casually remarked, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Master Gu was taken aback, seemingly surprised by Su Yuan's profound insight. He silently committed the phrase to memory and responded, very well, since you did not choose this name arbitrarily. It shall be established. I will arrange for you to meet the other peak masters formally. Excellent. Master Gu immediately rang the bell to summon the peak masters. As the bell tolled, those engaged in various tasks or meditation across the peaks exhibited expressions of surprise. Such a formal summons was a rarity, signaling that significant matters were afoot. 7 streams of light shot forth from each peak, converging upon the main peak. Soon, within the grand hall of the sect, 7 peak masters had assembled. Wang Siming, upon seeing Su Yuan, grinned and said, Kid, long time no see. How has the wall sitting been? Not enjoyable, I presume? Have you regretted coming to the main peak? Why not return to my Xian Absolute Peak? I can teach you an extraordinary technique. Su Yuan chuckled and gestured toward the now darkened face of Master Gu. Gu Qingzhu coldly interjected, silence. I have important news to announce. Wang Siming's expression turned serious, casting a puzzled glance at Su Yuan. Wasn't he there important news to announce? What was this kid still doing here? Gu Qingzhu continued calmly from today onwards. Our 7 Absolute Sect will have an additional peak named the 3 Absolute Peak. The 7 peak masters' expressions changed simultaneously. They all gazed in shock at Master Gu. Wang Siming suddenly realized, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He swiftly turned to Su Yuan and then to Master Gu, his unwillingness evident. Ignoring him, Master Gu pointed at Su Yuan, declaring, this is the first master of the 3 Absolute Peak, Su Yuan. He already possesses Golden Core strength and will henceforth be your equal as a peak master. Let's welcome him. Master Gu clapped his hands, yet no one joined in, as the peak masters remained in a state of bewilderment. Unperturbed, Master Gu introduced Su Yuan to the others. This robust gentleman is Shi Jian, the master of the Qi Absolute Peak. Su Yuan promptly bowed in greeting. Su Yuan pays respects to Master Shi. Shi Jian, regaining his composure, nodded with a complex expression. Master Su, we are all peak masters now. If you require any artifacts, feel free to consult me. Thank you, Master Shi. Master Gu then pointed to a beautiful woman, saying, this is Tao Yao Yao, the master of the Dan Absolute Peak. You may address her as Sister Tao. Taken aback, Su Yuan replied, I have met Sister Tao. The master of the Dan Absolute Peak sighed. No need for such formality. Sister Tao may require your assistance in the future. If you need any elixirs, do not hesitate to approach me. Su Yuan nodded in gratitude. Master Gu introduced another female peak master. This is Yu Chunli, the master of the Shun Absolute Peak. She possesses profound knowledge in spiritual consciousness. Some of your techniques may benefit from her expertise. Su Yuan also greeted her, sisterly. Yu Chunli smiled warmly. I would not dare to claim expertise. Let us exchange experiences instead. Master Gu continued with introductions for Lei Ming, the master of the Lei Absolute Peak, Qin Rong, the master of the Shu Absolute Peak, and Huang Shanbua, the master of the Ling Absolute Peak. Finally, he introduced Wang Siming, the master of the Xian Absolute Peak, formally acknowledging Su Yuan's ascension into the upper echelons of the sect. Master Gu addressed the assembly. I trust you all understand what the new peak master signifies. Although our sect is currently strong, we remain surrounded by formidable enemies, and the demonic sect harbors intentions to eliminate us. We must proceed with caution. During this period, refrain from seclusion and keep an eye on the disciples. Address any suspicious behavior promptly. His tone carried a weight of seriousness. Understood. The peak masters nodded, their expressions grave. Su Yuan recognized that Master Gu intended to purge any potential threats to him, eliminating all issues. What might have been overlooked before could no longer be ignored. Once the notifications were completed, Master Gu dismissed the peak masters. As Wang Siming lingered, he whispered, Su, come visit my Xian Absolute Peak sometime. I will. Su Yuan replied in kind. After everyone departed, Master Gu led Su Yuan to the hidden peak. This peak bore no fundamental differences from the others, appearing quite similar. Master Gu guided him, bypassing the array S barriers, and directly ascended to the main hall at the Mountain S summit, arriving at the core of the array. From now on, the core of this Mountain S array will be under your control. The spirit of the Sect S protective array will assist you in its management. You need not manipulate it directly. However, do be cautious. The spirit here has some issues, Master Gu remarked, indicating his head. At that moment, a voice emanated from the array S core. Master, all systems of my array core are functioning normally. Please rest assured in its use. Now, kindly present the Sect Leader S token to verify your identity for the next step in the transfer of authority. The emotionless voice of the array spirit echoed. See, Gu Qingzhu sighed, producing the Sect Leader S token for verification once more. Su Yuan chuckled quietly. It wasn't he that the spirit was unintelligent, merely rigid. Yet, this rigidity prevented many issues, each having its own merits and drawbacks. Subsequently, Su Yuan acquired the authority of the Peak Master, taking command of the mountain. That should suffice. The Immortal Seed Valley will open in 2 months. You may head there to preside over the proceedings then. Gu Qingzhu instructed. I understand. Su Yuan nodded. After imparting some final instructions, Master Gu departed, leaving Su Yuan alone. Su Yuan glanced around the Peak Master's cave residence. The spiritual energy was abundant. It was devoid of furnishings. Shaking his head, he exited the 3 absolute peak and returned to his cave on the main peak, collapsing on his bed to sleep. As Su Yuan slept, the reverberations of his ascent began to manifest. Within the peaks, some enforcement disciples mobilized, apprehending several disciples. Any attempts at explanation were futile. They were taken away without delay. The protective forces surrounding the sect have significantly increased, and the Yuanian cultivators who were in seclusion within the secret realm have emerged, taking control of various nodes within the sect. Some wandering Yuanian experts, even those at the transformative level, have been summoned back in secrecy. In the hidden peak, now known as the 3 absolute peaks, several Golden Core Masters have already learned of the emergence of a new Peak Master. Some Golden Core Masters, unaware of the hidden peak's mysteries, have rushed to the Master's cave to investigate, while those who have guessed the situation are eager to congratulate the new Peak Master. However, they are met with disappointment as the new Master is nowhere to be found. Despite these significant changes, the disciples at the Foundation establishment level and below remain largely unaffected. After sleeping for 3 days and nights, Su Yuan awoke to a system notification. Ding, level up, what? Su Yuan immediately became alert and glanced at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent, level, renowned 13872-100000, realm. Initial stage of Foundation establishment, 3100, entry 1, balance of work and rest. Current rest time 3. 5 days, entry 2. The Tao follows nature, entry 3. 7 stars shine bright, Entry 4. Awaiting choice upon awakening, his fame value had increased by over 4,000. The reason was evident. It was undoubtedly due to the various influences following his ascension as peak master, which did not surprise him. Curiously, he clicked on Entry 4, and 3 lines of descriptive text appeared before his eyes. Thunderous reputation. Your renown is exceedingly high. Beings harboring malice towards you will experience a moment of mental shock upon hearing your name, followed by a thunderous cleansing. Infamous. Your renown is exceedingly high. When your name spreads to wolf-like creatures, it will automatically transform into their reputation, naturally establishing you as their king, capable of commanding packs of wolves. Echo of thought. Your renown is exceedingly high. Any being sincerely reciting your name will elicit a response from you, allowing you to perceive situations within a certain range. Yuan scratched his head. This selection of entries pertains to additional effects of renown. The first one is remarkably intriguing as it can directly inflict area damage. If he were to announce his name on the battlefield, the opposing side might very well face annihilation. To speak my name is to instill fear. Thus, Yuan considered this first entry as an offensive option. The second entry left him with a peculiar expression. Although it appeared whimsical, its effect was not to be underestimated. Wolf-like creatures are exceedingly common across the realm, and if his reputation were to spread throughout the continent, it would signify that his network of relations extends far and wide. Among these wolf-like beings, there would undoubtedly be formidable individuals, ensuring he would not lack for subordinates. This entry could be classified as both intelligence and dominion, making it a valuable choice. As for the third entry, it seemed akin to a form of remote viewing reminiscent of certain divine abilities, such as wind listening, eye, or thousand-mile ear. Divine ability? These 3 entries appear to bear resemblance to divine powers. Yuan gazed at the 3 entries in realization, and the more he read the descriptions, the more he confirmed that these truly were 3 forms of divine abilities. Chapter 49. The power of new attributes. He truly wished he could select them all. Each of the 3 attributes was impressive, and he felt he could make use of any of them. However, he was rather lethargic. The second attribute appeared to require active engagement with wolf-like creatures, which did not pique his interest, leading him to dismiss it. As for the first attribute, he deemed it unnecessary. While it seemed formidable, the actual power of a lightning strike remained uncertain. More critically, it was far too ostentatious. If anyone were to harbor malice towards him while uttering his name, they would be struck by lightning, making it painfully obvious that he was the orchestrator of their misfortune. Such an attribute would indeed be effective in spreading his notoriety, potentially causing an explosive increase in his fame. Yet he felt it was too conspicuous. The higher one leaps, the harder one falls. This attribute was overly risky. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to forego it. The third attribute appeared to possess little utility at first glance, yet he had already conceived a potential application for it. He envisioned employing the harmony with nature attribute in conjunction with this one. To harmonize with nature, one must grasp the profound mysteries of the universe. But how could he explore and comprehend these enigmas while seated comfortably at home? With this attribute, he would gain the ability to manipulate space. If someone ventured into wondrous realms while thinking of him, wouldn't he be able to perceive the mysteries from afar? Coupled with the balance of work and rest attribute, even if his awareness of the scene was fleeting, he could still absorb as much wisdom from the universe as time permitted. The more he pondered, the more fitting this choice seemed. Thus, he finally opted for the third attribute. Consequently, resonance of thoughts instantaneously manifested within the system panel, becoming a cherished member of his array of attributes. The moment he successfully made his choice, he immediately sensed the presence of thousands of thoughts. The sheer multitude was entirely unexpected. These thoughts emanated from all directions, one of which extended towards the grand hall atop the main peak. He then attempted to activate the resonance of thoughts attribute. A flash of light accompanied the activation, and in the next moment, he felt his consciousness bifurcate. One part remained in control of his body, while the other swiftly soared into the grand hall. The formations outside the hall could not impede the entry of his consciousness. Inside, he He beheld the scene of the grand hall, where Gu Qingzhu was engrossed in writing at the table, a hint of worry etched upon her features. He gazed at Gu Qingzhu in confusion, for it was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state of distress. According to the intelligence from the undercover agent, the heavenly demon sect seemed to have deduced some kind of revelation and had intensified their assault on the seven absolute sect, albeit without clear details. Gu Qingzhu murmured to herself, "Fortunately, Su Yuan has remained within the sect, not entangling too many people. Otherwise, the results of a deduction would be far less ambiguous." She glanced at the core of the formation, deep in thought. Su Yuan consumed 3 billion spirit stones in one session of cultivation. The current expenditure is manageable, but what shall we do in the future? Regardless, he must be nurtured. He shall dominate the world. In the future, I will undoubtedly be renowned in the annals of the sect. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingzhu's musings continued for a while, but she did not mention Su Yuan again. The scene concluded, and all of Su Yuan's consciousness returned to him. He fell into a contemplative silence, his fingers unconsciously twirling the ring of transmission. Shao Kai, noticing Su Yuan's dazed state, floated over in curiosity, circling around him. Su Yuan blinked, offering a gentle smile as he patted Shao Kai's head. "Shao Kai, you're truly carefree. With me around, you need not worry about spirit stones." Shao Kai playfully rolled over, exposing its adorable belly, blowing bubbles and gazing up at him with innocent eyes. It then conjured a burst of multicolored light that rained down upon Su Yuan. He felt a slight increase in his inner true essence, its quality imperceptibly enhanced, and he expressed his admiration. "You are indeed a lucky charm." Shao Kai swam joyfully in midair. Regaining his composure, Su Yuan's consciousness locked onto another thought. In the next moment, it transcended space once more, soaring beyond the sect's confines. At midnight, Song Kai was diligently sorting through accounts in the accounting chamber. With ledgers meticulously organized around him, the entries clearly visible. A smile spread across his face as he mused, "I wonder when senior brother Su will summon us. I've heard he has emerged from seclusion, yet we have not yet delivered this half-year's harvest to him." Next to him, Song Qian hesitated as he scrutinized the numbers in the accounts. "Brother, we've earned a substantial amount of spirit stones over the past 6 months. But this was all through our hard work. Why should we give it all to senior brother Su, who has done nothing? If we retain a tenth, won't that help us in the future with foundation building and golden core cultivation?" With a sudden outburst, Song Kai erupted in rage, delivering a sharp slap to Song Qian. The latter was sent spinning through the air, crashing against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth, his aura diminished. "Brother, get out, you scoundrel!" Song Kai's face flushed with anger. "Do you know why our Song family thrives? Is it truly due to our superior business acumen? No, many possess such skills. If that were the case, merchant families would be ubiquitous. Our Song family flourishes because of sincerity. Once we commit to a master, we must serve wholeheartedly, without a trace of selfishness or hope for chance. The heavens are watching. Do you not realize that your words could bring about the family's ruin? Such examples are as numerous as the waters of the seven absolute river." Song Qian retorted, "How could he know? Just as he cannot fathom the effort we have invested in his endeavors, laboring day and night for 6 months. What does it matter? He is a true disciple. Why would he care for a mere handful of spirit stones?" Calming himself, Song Kai suddenly stepped forward, pressing a hand against Song Qian's dantian, ultimately relenting and sealing his cultivation entirely. Subsequently, he drafted a letter. "Esteemed master, I confess my failure in discipline, leading to Song Qian's greed and disregard for family rules. I have sealed his cultivation and request your intervention to apprehend him. He shall face 100 years of confinement. I am willing to provide resources for his future cultivation. I humbly await your consent." "Brother, what are you doing? You cannot treat me this way. I am your own brother," Song Qian exclaimed in terror. Song Kai remained silent, sealing his mouth. "I was wrong." Song Qian's whimpers emerged from his throat, but Song Kai remained unmoved. "The moment you harbored a greedy thought, even voicing it, you violated family rules. Once a transgression occurs, a second is inevitable. I should have ruined your cultivation, but I have chosen to show leniency. I hope you will cultivate diligently within the family. In 100 years, I shall release you, Song Kai stated flatly. Regret and indignation filled Song Qian's eyes. He had merely spoken thoughtlessly. Why was he subjected to such treatment? He knew he would not dare act without his brother's approval. Song Kai ignored him, continuing to organize the ledgers. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a sigh. Startled, he looked around, exhaling a breath of exasperation. This brother of mine has me second-guessing everything. In the cave dwelling, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, an unexpected sigh escaping his lips. His unintentional actions had led to the two auxiliary disciples tirelessly attending to his needs. To speak candidly, he did not pay much heed to these two menial disciples, and their appointment was merely a casual act on his part. Yet, he somewhat ethereally forgot that menial workers, too, are human beings, each possessing their own lives, thoughts, convictions, aspirations, and ambitions. His single command could be the culmination of another's arduous efforts, all of which he remained oblivious to. A thought inexplicably crossed his mind. One should harbor gratitude towards every individual who has shown kindness, for they may be silently contributing to your well-being, even if what ultimately presents itself to you is merely a simple fried egg, a cup of fragrant tea, or the faint smile that lingers after a hard day's toil. Su Yuan gazed upon the myriad of heartfelt thoughts, feeling an inexplicable weight in his heart. There are certain truths that, when unknown, allow one to drift through life with ease. However, once awareness dawns, an invisible burden settles upon the soul, some of it responsibility, some guardianship, and some sheer respect. His gaze traversed through these sentiments, finally resting upon the thickest strands of intertwined thoughts, which extended far into the distance. Su Yuan infused his consciousness into them, traversing an unknown expanse until he arrived at a desolate forest of dark wood. In the tranquil woods, several cultivators stood back to back, their faces etched with panic as they stared at the spectral figures encircling them. It was the celestial demons. Cursed be it, how could disciples of the celestial demon sect be here? Zhuge Jian fumed, believing they had safely departed the secret realm, only to find themselves randomly teleported beside the very minions of the celestial demon sect. A stranger from the seven absolute sect sighed in despair. Thankfully, senior brother Zhuge and sister Nangong reacted promptly, activating their golden core talismans. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated at the first opportunity. Another disciple chimed in. Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu both displayed expressions of relief, feeling immense gratitude towards Su Yuan. It was not merely because they had activated their life-saving measures upon confirming their safety, but also because they had narrowly escaped calamity thanks to Su Yuan's prior warnings, which had granted them a stroke of fortune. However, even though they had temporarily evaded the recent deadly strike, they remained ensnared in peril. Unexpectedly encountering you righteous disciples of the seven absolute sect in the Darkwood Forest. Ha ha ha. It seems I, old Demon Wu, can earn a little bounty today. From behind the celestial demons emerged a frail, withered old man, wearing a sinister grin, his green eyes fixated on the talismans adorning Zhuge Jian as he sneered. How long do you think you can hold out? A moment, or perhaps two? Or would you rather surrender to spare yourselves the suffering? Old specter. Our elder is nearby, and he will arrive shortly. Nangong Huiyu retorted. Ha ha ha, do you think I will believe that? The decrepit old man immediately commanded the celestial demons to assault Zhuge Jian and his companions. Zhuge Jian looked up to the heavens, gazing at the Big Dipper, and inwardly lamented, "It seems I shall not have the chance to repay Su Yuan's kindness." Within the cave dwelling, Su Yuan furrowed his brow deeply. Upon witnessing this dire situation, he promptly moved to a specific location within the cave. A 7-star altar remained in place, and 2 strands of hair appeared in his hand. I hope this proves useful. Su Yuan sighed. Chapter 50. The Big Dipper, the Fall of the 7 Stars. From the cuff of Su Yuan's sleeve, a sword box emerged. 9 flying swords soared forth, and as Su Yuan infused them with his true essence, the spiritual energy at the core of the swords suddenly intensified its absorption of his essence. Interesting, Su Yuan mused, slightly astonished. The 9-star convergent sword was beginning its metamorphosis. Perhaps 3 centuries of nurturing had been sufficient, for under the stimulation of Su Yuan's true essence, the spiritual energies within the 9 swords flourished. The spiritual energies merged with Su Yuan's true essence and divine sense, coalescing into a form imbued with a hint of sentience. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 flying swords emitted harmonious sounds, conveying their respect and affection towards Su Yuan. With a smile, he declared, "Excellent, the timing for ascension is perfect." Big Dipper convergence array, arise. The 9 swords soared into the air, seamlessly forming the diagram of the Big Dipper, suspended above the ritual platform. Su Yuan gazed at the night sky, his eyes fixed on the Big Dipper. 2 strands of hair floated at the center of the platform, igniting spontaneously to serve as a guide for his spellcasting. 7-star convergence secret art, golden sword soaring, fire, and would assisting the spirit, 7-star sword array. Invoke the heavens and move the earth coalesce. Su Yuan activated the Big Dipper convergence technique, enveloping the essence of fire and wood around the golden realm. Ascending directly into the sky, from Su Yuan's storage ring, spirit stones flew forth, merging into the ritual platform, igniting into a vast sea of spiritual energy, providing the necessary power for the golden sword and Appo's ascent. This time, he had reached the realm of gold sand, far more formidable than before. His divine sense had also transformed into a higher consciousness, and his spiritual power had metamorphosed into true essence, leading to significant enhancements across all aspects. His control over the 7-star convergence technique became remarkably fluid. At that moment, Su Yuan activated the entry, balance of work and rest. The 3 days of rest time instantly reset to 0, and Su Yuan initiated a second activation. The duration of this entry was merely a quarter of an hour. Yet, it was ample time. During the activation of the 7-star convergence technique, he began to modify certain secret methods within. After establishing a connection with the Big Dipper, it began to provide him with instantaneous feedback, a response that seemed to transcend the speed of light, arriving around him in an instant. Thus, modifying the feedback direction of the Big Dipper was entirely feasible. For the Big Dipper, the distinction between any point on the ground was negligible. Guided by his hair, the feedback from the Big Dipper could carry his golden essence across vast distances to descend upon the Blackwood forest. Countless insights surged through his mind, particularly those relating to long-distance manipulation spells, which he quickly reviewed and integrated. Once confirming a degree of feasibility, Su Yuan once again lifted his gaze skyward. The golden sword intent continued to ascend, and with the power of the ritual platform, he finally connected with the Big Dipper in the starry expanse. The Big Dipper resembled a super server, promptly responding to Su Yuan's access request. In the next moment, the 7 stars shone brightly, and 7 beams of starlight, infused with a touch of golden essence, descended from the horizon. However, the landing point was not at Su Yuan's location, but in a distant realm. Meanwhile, in the Blackwood Forest, the golden Dan sword talisman held by Zhuge Jian had dimmed within moments. Surrounding them, 5 heavenly demons formed a 5-element formation, sealing off their escape routes while relentlessly unleashing attacks infused with demonic energy, rendering Zhuge Jian and his companions' defenses precarious. As Zhuge Jian's golden Dan sword talisman shattered, Nangong Huiyu immediately activated a fiery feather, its fibers igniting to form a protective fire shield once more. Merely at the Qi refinement stage, yet possessing such treasures. It appears your status is not low. Could you be the extraordinary talents of the 7 Absolute Sect? Let me investigate what you're truly made of. Old Demon Wu flipped through a tome that seemed to contain information on the 7 Absolute Sect. He quickly located the profiles of Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu. Zhuge Jian? Inner Sect Senior Brother? Nangong Huiyu, descendant of Nangong Xianweng, Inner Sect Senior Sister. It's actually you too, Old Demon Wu exclaimed, his tone laced with a hint of tension, yet brimming with exhilaration and glee. Old Demon Wu, am about to strike it rich. He realized that these 2 youngsters were indeed the prodigies of the 7 Absolute Sect, and their earlier statements were likely not fabricated. It was highly probable that an elder from the 7 Absolute Sect was nearby. He had just observed them arriving through some form of teleportation, having separated from the elder. Time was of the essence. This opportunity could not be squandered. Old Demon Wu became serious, doubling the frequency of his assaults while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Wary of any Goldan elder from the Seven Absolute sect attempting a sneak attack. Zhuge Jin's expression turned grave. He glanced at Nangong Huiyu, his hand instinctively grasping her left hand. Nangong Huiyu paused, her typically cold demeanor revealing a rare, shy smile in this dire moment. Huiyu, do you regret joining me on this adventure? Zhuge Jin sighed. I know your family has long prepared a foundation-building spirit object. Nangong Huiyu shook her head, smoothing her disheveled hair, and replied softly, as long as you are here, it is enough. Zhuge Jin smiled in return. In that case, let us strive together one more time. The two junior brothers beside them exchanged glances, feeling somewhat redundant. Old Demon Wu sneered, still playing the love-struck game with me. Are you? Do you wish to break through and explode with power at the last moment? Even if you could break through, it would only be to the foundation establishment stage. Do you truly believe you can turn the tide? Perfect. You can all become my heavenly demons. You shall pair up in my banner, and that will be delightful. Zhuge Jin's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Old Demon Wu. My elders and senior brothers will avenge us. Just you wait, he declared. The crimson shield was growing increasingly dim. The expressions of the four within it grew more anxious, all preparing for a desperate struggle. Yet Old Demon Wu remained undaunted by the imminent victory, his vigilance unwavering. In moments like this, he needed to be especially cautious. He was somewhat skeptical of Zhuge Jin's earlier words. Suddenly, the night sky seemed to brighten. Zhuge Jin looked up, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Big Dipper, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Old Demon Wu sensed something amiss and immediately raised his head. In the starry sky, the Big Dipper appeared to shine more brightly. And then, as if 7 beams of light descended from the heavens, they shot towards the earth. A sense of foreboding crept into Old Demon Wu's heart. Is it the true disciple of Su Zhen? Nangong Huiyu exclaimed in delight. Old Demon Wu's ears perked up, his heart racing. The true disciples of the 7 Absolute sect were at the Goldan level, each one a distinguished practitioner among them. If a true disciple of the Goldan were to arrive, his demise would be inevitable. Old Demon Wu anxiously scanned the sky, feeling the 7 beams of starlight drawing ever closer. No, they are coming for me. With a contraction of his pupils, he instantly recognized the danger. Without a second thought, he hastily fled, spitting out a mouthful of blood, igniting his vitality to accelerate his escape. The 5 heavenly demons returned to him, further amplifying his speed. Meanwhile, a fragment of Su Yuan's consciousness remained within the heart-resonant state, capable of perceiving the events surrounding Zhuge Jin and the others. Initially, his consciousness was unable to influence the scene. It was simply too far from the 7 Absolute sect. However, leveraging the power of the Big Dipper, his golden essence, along with the descending strength bestowed by the Big Dipper, manifested at this location, and his consciousness found a means of control. In an instant, his consciousness merged with the 7 beams of starlight. Subsequently, he activated the first form of the 7-star profound true sword classic, the Fall of the 7 Stars. The original sword technique was inspired by the imagery of the Big Dipper's descent, yet now embodies the genuine power of the Big Dipper falling. This transformation elevates the technique to an unparalleled pinnacle of perfection. 7 beams of starlight coalesced in mid-air into 7 radiant sword lights, which instantaneously arranged themselves into the formation of the Big Dipper sword array. The piercing intent of the golden sword first descended upon the scene, charging directly toward the heart and mind of the Elder Demon Mo. Startled, Elder Mo staggered, his previously swift movements faltering as he plummeted. He hastily steadied his mind, halting his fall, and swiftly summoned his life-bound treasure. A demonic soul banner materialized above his head, concealing his position in an attempt to evade the impending assault. However, against a cross-domain remote combat technique derived from the Big Dipper 7 Stars transformation, such concealment was mere child's play. The 7 swords instantaneously locked onto Elder Mo's position, descending in unison. The demonic soul banner erupted with a formidable black light, momentarily clashing with the 7 swords before the darkness dissipated. allowing the sword light to cleave through the banner, severing a substantial fragment and causing Elder Mo, connected to it, to spit forth a mouthful of black blood. Go! Elder Mo gritted his teeth, manipulating 5 mature sky demons to counter the flying swords. With a series of collisions, the sinister forms of the sky demons met the sword lights, creating a cataclysmic reaction akin to thunder and fire, resulting in mutual annihilation in midair. 5 sky demons perished, extinguishing 5 sword lights. Yet, 2 sword lights continued their assault. Elder Mo unleashed a defensive artifact, which at the cost of its destruction, blocked one of the sword lights. The final sword light left him no choice but to endure. Elder Mo evaded desperately, yet his legs were severed. With a swift gesture, the severed limbs ignited in midair, transforming into a stream of bloodlight that enveloped the remainder of Elder Mo's body, accelerating his escape in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Elder Mo vanished without a trace. Although he appeared gravely wounded, Zhuge Jian and the others dared not pursue further. Zhuge Jian gazed around in bewilderment, calling out, "Brother Su, where are you?" No response ensued. Nangong Huiyu, looking up at the Big Dipper in the sky, remarked, "Perhaps Su Zhenchuan is still within the sect." What? Zhuge Jian stared at Nangong Huiyu in shock. Finally, he looked skyward. The Big Dipper had regained its former brilliance, and everything seemed as though nothing had transpired. Yet, they understood that they had been rescued. Chapter 51. Re-entering the secret realm across the vast expanse of the Chinka continent, numerous cultivators gazed skyward, directed towards the constellation of the Big Dipper. A profound transformation unfolded as a venerable cultivator from the Zhaixing Tower murmured incantations to decipher the celestial phenomena. Recently, the Big Dipper has exhibited 2 anomalies, one above the 7 Absolute Sect and another near a certain relic, both seemingly linked to the sect itself. It appears that a remarkable master of star cultivation has emerged from the 7 Absolute Sect, officially recognized as a celestial official of the Big Dipper, with a grave countenance. The venerable cultivator pondered. It seems the hidden powers of the 7 Absolute Sect surpass my expectations. Who could this formidable figure be? Elsewhere, another esteemed cultivator lamented. In the future, the art of divination will reveal a place for the 7 Absolute Sect. Should we extend an invitation to this fellow practitioner for the next divination conference? Such discussions circulated among the elite of the continent, remaining largely unknown to the mid and low-tier cultivators. Suddenly, a series of astonishing system notifications echoed in Su Yuan's ears. 27 notifications rang out, each bearing substantial values, culminating in an impressive increase of 500 points of reputation value. This surge eclipsed all his prior accumulations, elevating his total reputation to an astonishing 25,000. This unexpected turn of events took Su Yuan by surprise. He cast a curious glance at the celestial Big Dipper, contemplating the source of his newfound reputation, though deep down, he knew it was unnecessary to speculate. Typically, a reputation value around 500 indicates recognition from cultivators at the transformation stage, suggesting that over 20 such powerful figures had suddenly become aware of him and held him in regard. The recent celestial event was undoubtedly the cause of this newfound attention. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is perilous. A mere invocation of the Big Dipper has attracted significant interest from numerous transformation stage experts. Thankfully, I did not choose thunderous reverberation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Su Yuan shuddered at the thought of a congregation of transformation cultivators visiting the 7 Absolute Sect, realizing that the resultant reputation would have been overwhelming and the ensuing troubles far more complex than the current situation. For now, the celestial phenomenon had merely resulted in a subtle shift, one that did not provoke an overly dramatic response from others. Lowering his gaze, Su Yuan discovered that his storage ring had shockingly diminished by 3 million spirit stones. This expenditure is absurd. When Zhuge Jian and the others return, I must ensure they reimburse me. At least 5 million, he muttered, then reclined languidly in his chair, retrieving a tome to peruse at his leisure. Let them worry about the transformation stage cultivators. I shall remain comfortably ensconced at home, driving them to distraction Peace once more enveloped the surroundings. The Sanju Peak, formerly hidden peak, had stirred briefly, but as the disciples noted the absence of their peak master, they resumed their prior activities, behaving as they had when the peak master was away. A new recruitment cycle for disciples had commenced, with many students taking to their flying vessels to visit various ascension cities to gather new talent. The Xianyao Valley was on the verge of reopening. Days later, Su Yuan, seeking to alleviate his boredom, summoned Song Kai. The latter arrived in haste, presenting an account book. Senior brother, here are the records from the past 6 months. We have earned a total of 920 spirit stones. Please review it. Song Kai stated with utmost respect. Su Yuan expressed astonishment. 370,000? Are you certain? That figure seems a bit exaggerated. Song Kai replied, we rented a large commercial building, selling goods at competitive prices and high quality, which has been quite popular among loose cultivators and small factions, resulting in a booming sales volume. With the cooperation of the Zhou, Zhang, and our Song families, we have maintained a steady supply. Given your esteemed reputation, such earnings are only to be expected. This is merely from yellow-tier items. Once we venture into the sale of profound-tier goods, our revenue will surely soar. However, as time progresses, sales are likely to stabilize at around 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones monthly, he added. Su Yuan waved his hand from now on. Let's focus on the trade of qi refinement tier items. We need not delve into the foundational tiers. The shops should be modest, akin to our previous smaller establishments, preferably positioned in more secluded areas of other markets, retaining the same name. Startled, Song Kai quickly nodded in agreement. Senior brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. You may keep half of the spirit stones, while I shall handle the other half, distributing as necessary among the families, subordinates, channels, and rent. Will you take on this responsibility? With excitement evident in his face, Song Kai replied eagerly, I will. Senior brother, rest assured, I shall manage it diligently. By the way, where is Song Qian? I haven't seen him around, Su Yuan inquired. He was called back due to family matters. Will you be recruiting more disciples to handle affairs? No need for that. Are you still a miscellaneous disciple? Su Yuan asked. Thanks to your guidance, I have now become an outer disciple. Song Kai replied proudly. Oh, your cultivation has reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Commendable, yet there is still room for improvement. I shall recommend you for inner disciple status. While managing affairs is important, do not neglect your cultivation. Su Yuan declared. Song Kai was taken aback, then nervously responded, but isn't that a bit inappropriate? It seems there are only 2 slots available for internal recommendations. A trivial matter. Su Yuan waved dismissively. Relieved, Song Kai felt elated, realizing the trust his master had in him. Such a master was worthy of his loyalty, and he resolved to diligently manage the business. If you have any questions about your cultivation, do share, Su Yuan encouraged. Of course, senior brother, Song Kai replied. The two engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, with Su Yuan calmly and casually addressing Song Kai's numerous queries, illuminating his path in qi refinement. Song Kai felt as if he were in the presence of a great master, deeply moved by Su Yuan's effortless elucidations. This is the true value of inner discipleship. Having concluded his errands, Su Yuan ventured forth with a group of spirit fish to the Xianyao Valley. He arrived at a shimmering silver portal, and upon gazing at the entrance to the secret realm, a smile graced his lips. With a resolute step, he crossed the threshold, entering the silver portal with unruffled composure. Upon reappearing, he found himself in a realm of silver. A silver fox materialized before him, delicately covering its mouth in surprise. Su Yuan, you have finally arrived. With a grin, Su Yuan replied, Little Li, I've kept you waiting. Look what I brought for you. He revealed a steaming platter of roasted chicken. What is this? It smells delightful, Little Li exclaimed, curiosity piqued. It's roasted chicken, incredibly fragrant. Come, let's savor it by the Silver Spirit Waterfall. Su Yuan declared, stepping forth, with the stars in tow as he traversed half the secret realm to the waterfall's edge. As the spirit of the secret realm, Little Li swiftly kept pace with Su Yuan, astonished. Your strength has grown tremendously. Has it only been a year? With a chuckle, Su Yuan replied, Just a minor improvement. Now let us eat. Seated by the lakeside, the duo relished the view of the Silver Spirit waterfall while enjoying the roasted chicken. Lily took a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight as she eagerly devoured more, completely absorbed in the feast. Yuan tossed her a storage bag filled with a plethora of delicacies, enough to sustain little Li for an entire year. Overjoyed, she frolicked by the lake, her spirit youthful and playful, despite her many years of existence. Yuan, meanwhile, admired the Silver Spirit waterfall, attuning himself to its essence. He sensed that within the waterfall lay 18 profound truths of the cosmos, the true treasures of the seven absolute sect. By the way, little Li, do you seek companionship? Yuan inquired. The little raccoon, filled with curiosity, replied, of course. Here, there are hardly any beings to converse with, and it's exceedingly dull. Yuan understood, and with a flick of his wrist, a fish tank artifact soared forth and expanded. 50 ethereal fish sprang into existence, lively and vibrant within it. Xiao Kai leaped directly from the artifact, and clouds of vapor coalesced beneath her. As she circled the silver fox with great intrigue, seemingly fascinated by this new entity. This is Xiao Kai. She appears to possess the bloodline of the 9-colored celestial fish, making her an ideal companion for you, Yuan remarked. The little raccoon, intrigued, observed, I can sense that she has already reached the second tier in strength. Yet it seems she cannot speak or communicate through divine consciousness. Her bloodline must be exceptionally noble. Presently, she is still in her juvenile phase. About right. Yuan nodded. Glancing at the shimmering silver water of the lake, he asked, can this spiritual water sustain fish? That should be possible. The little raccoon responded uncertainly. Let's give it a try, Yuan called out. Xiao Kai, go and frolic in the water. Xiao Kai nodded and dove eagerly into the lake composed of silvery, luminous water. Soon, she emitted joyful sounds, swimming merrily as strands of the shimmering water infused her being, subtly enhancing her colors. Observing that there were no adverse effects, Yuan released the remaining 49 ethereal fish into the lake. The fish, akin to wild stallions freed from their restraints, swam blissfully in the water. Each bore the vibrant hues of Xiao Kai, rendering them strikingly beautiful amidst the silvery lake. As they swam, they gradually absorbed the luminous water, which, being a third-tier spiritual essence, served as a tremendous boon for them, fortifying their vitality significantly. Suddenly, Yuan noticed that Xiao Sanlu, unbeknownst to him, had ventured curiously to the base of the Silver Spirit waterfall, gazing up at the cascading waters with a glimmer of yearning in its eyes. Puzzled, Yuan contemplated the little creature's intentions. Then, to Yuan's astonishment, Xiao Sanlu sprang into action, leaping against the waterfall, propelling itself upward 3 times, covering a distance of 3 meters, only to be swept down by the torrent of shimmering water, landing back at the lake's bottom. Yet, this setback did not deter Xiao Sanlu. It emerged once more from the depths and leapt again, striving to ascend against the waterfall. This time, it made a slight improvement, reaching 3.5 meters, but was still overwhelmed by the cascading waters. Yuan observed that despite these repeated failures, Xiao Sanlu's energy did not wane. Rather, it seemed to strengthen with each attempt. Astonished, Yuan lifted his gaze toward the upper reaches of the waterfall, where a silver portal subtly emerged. This was a recent phenomenon. Initially, he had perceived it merely as an exit from the secret realm, but now, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over him. Fish leaping over the dragon gate. Chapter 52. The transformation of fish into dragons. The actions of the small 36 captured the attention of the other spiritual fish. Unbeknownst to them, 49 spiritual fish gathered beneath the waterfall. Subsequently, as if awakening their ancestral bloodlines, they began to swim upstream, climbing with fervor. This exuberance stirred the hearts of onlookers. Seeing this, the small colorful fish eagerly swam to the base of the waterfall and began its ascent. It effortlessly reached the top of the waterfall and even passed through a portal, yet nothing occurred. Confused, the small colorful fish circled around the portal, looking quizzically at Yuan. With a chuckle, Yuan explained, "You are a 9-colored celestial fish, and your bloodline is singular. The others possess numerous bloodlines, perhaps even a dragon lineage, and this is their chance. Just keep an eye on them, ensuring they do not get hurt. The small, colorful fish innocently blew a bubble and flew to the middle of the waterfall, curiously observing the movements of the spiritual fish. The small raccoon joined it, cheering on the spiritual fish from the side. Yuan, too, watched with intrigue. 3 hours later, the progress of the spiritual fish approached a bottleneck. The strongest, small 36, could only ascend to a third of the waterfall's height, with the leap to the silver gate still a distant aspiration. Yuan shook his head. This is no easy feat. During his observation, he discerned a crucial fact. The opportunity to leap through the dragon gate was granted only to those spiritual fish at the chi refinement stage. Once they advanced to the profound tier akin to the foundation establishment level, their dragon bloodline would be suppressed by their ordinary bloodlines, nearly vanishing, thus losing the chance to leap through the dragon gate. Therefore, this opportunity was exceedingly rare, yet equally arduous. After some contemplation, Yuan decided to offer them assistance. The small, colorful fish had significantly enhanced their potential, elevating them to the peak of the yellow tier, but this enhancement also imposed a counterpressure on their dragon bloodline. Without the small, colorful fish, these spiritual fish might never even reach the inferior tier, yet now they attained the pinnacle of the superior tier, a testament to the small, colorful fish's formidable bloodline. However, this influence was overwhelming. Yuan summoned the small, colorful fish back. It quickly flew to him. For the next few days, play by the lake with the small raccoon, Yuan instructed. The small, colorful fish nodded in confusion before darting off to play. Yuan then, based on the 7-star profound body refinement technique, devised a new cultivation method suited for the spiritual fish. This technique was distinctive in that it shifted the focus from physical training to the purification of bloodlines, enabling these spiritual fish to refine their most potent bloodlines. Modifying this technique was relatively simple for Yuan. He effortlessly created it without interrupting his resting period. Let it be called the 7-star pure blood secret technique, he declared. With a flick of his finger, 49 beams of spiritual light surged into the bodies of the spiritual fish. Immediately, they were taken aback, some sinking to the bottom of the water. Yuan remained composed, sitting by the lakeside and waiting. Soon, some spiritual fish regained their senses, seemingly due to the foundation laid by the 7-star profound body refinement technique, quickly mastering the new method and beginning to purify their bloodlines. The small 36 was the first to awaken, surfacing and bowing gratefully to Yuan before rejoining the effort to conquer the waterfall. Yuan smiled. A bond had formed between him and these spiritual fish. Despite being at the superior yellow tier, their intelligence was akin to that of 13 or 14-year-old humans, surpassing even the small, colorful fish. Their perceived simplicity was merely a reflection of their cooperation with the small, colorful fish. The transformation brought about by the new technique was evident. After each attempt at the waterfall, the 4-colored light surrounding small 36 dimmed slightly, while its dragon bloodline subtly strengthened. This was not an illusion. It was an inherent effect of the Dragon Gate leap. The waterfall also possessed the ability to purify dragon bloodlines, and the combination of internal and external influences made the transformation of the spiritual fish more pronounced and swift. To Yuan's surprise, some spiritual fish did not lose their 4-colored light. Instead, it grew stronger. Although the number of colors diminished from 4 to 2, their lineage from the 9-colored celestial fish increased. Their performance in leaping the waterfall did not improve, but rather declined. Yet their aura surged rapidly. This indicated that, through the natural selection of bloodline purification, their dragon bloodlines were suppressed, favoring the bloodline of the small, colorful fish. Yuan marveled at the wonders of nature. The acquired bloodline had surpassed the innate bloodline within them. The level of the small, colorful fish's bloodline was already superior to some dragon lines, truly deserving of its title as the 9-colored celestial fish. Among these spiritual fish, Yuan also spotted a particularly unique one, the small 9. It had neither transformed into a dragon lineage nor approached the bloodline of the 9-colored celestial fish. Instead, its body shimmered like silvery crystal water. Clearly, Within its bloodline lay a compatibility with the silvery water, and in this advantageous setting, its bloodline choice shifted in that direction. Su Yuan could not help but marvel at the mysteries of existence. Noticing that 27 days had passed, he realized he had been observing the spiritual fish attempting to leap the dragon gate for nearly a month. He sensed their growing impatience. Was time running short? Su Yuan understood. He gazed at the portal in the sky, which had begun to shimmer faintly. Evidently, the opportunity to leap through the dragon gate was even rarer than he had anticipated, and his ability to assist was limited, as external interference during the leap was ill-advised. Otherwise, the dragon gate would not be as formidable as the legend suggested. At that moment, the strongest, small 36, had traversed 90% of the distance. Yet the remaining 10% was far more challenging than the previous 90. The other spiritual fish were similarly caught between 80 and 90%. They were so close to success, yet unable to reach it, which was immensely frustrating. Su Yuan could see the evident dissatisfaction and helplessness in their eyes. With a sigh, he pondered a solution and called out to them. Can you work together? One after another, support each other in your ascent. His words caused the group of spiritual fish leaping through the dragon gate to pause. They gathered beneath the waterfall, communicating amongst themselves. Ultimately, the 49 spiritual fish began their challenge anew. However, this time was different. All the fish leaped simultaneously, upon reaching 1/3 of the height. Those with the bloodline of the 9-colored celestial fish began to falter. They positioned themselves beneath the dragon bloodline fish and vigorously flicked their tails. The other fish reciprocated, forcefully slapping their tails against them from the opposite direction. The crisp sounds resonated along the lake, and the tense atmosphere caused the small, colorful fish and the small raccoon to cease their playful antics, while Su Yuan watched with great anticipation. At 1/3 of the waterfall's height, the two groups of fish completed a relay. The fish with the 9-colored celestial fish bloodline provided their partners with a boost, significantly increasing the speed of their ascent. Soon, the second group of fish reached 2/3 of the way up. Some, sensing their lack of hope, followed the first group's example, accurately slapping their tails to assist the remaining fish still striving to leap through the dragon gate. The first group propelled 20 fish forward, while the second group added another 15, leaving 14 fish to continue their ascent upstream. Soon, they arrived at the brink of success. At this moment, each of them possessed a strength far greater than before, each one holding the potential to leap over the dragon gate. Yet, rather than taking the gamble, 7 spirit fish resolutely chose to relinquish their chance. These 7 spirit fish leaped beneath the other 7. Little 36 and the little 7 exchanged a glance, their eyes meeting in midair for a fleeting moment. In little 7's gaze, there was encouragement and hope, while in little 36's eyes, there flickered a mix of emotion and confidence. The tails of the 2 spirit fish collided, and little 36 harnessed this surge of energy, propelling itself upward once again, swiftly drawing closer to the dragon gate. Beside it, the other 6 spirit fish that had completed their relay also ascended rapidly. The 7 spirit fish, bearing the hopes of their remaining companions, boldly leaped over the crest of the waterfall. They had succeeded. Little 36's head was the first to breach the dragon gate, and in that moment, a wondrous cosmic law descended. That flattened fish head transformed into a dragon's head. Dragon horns emerged, along with the dragon's mouth, whiskers, and scales. What was once a fish head had entirely metamorphosed into a dragon's head. The golden scales appeared exceedingly noble. This was a golden dragon. Following the dragon head was the dragon body and claws. The speed and marvel of this transformation left onlookers in awe of the mysteries of the universe. Su Yuan, sensing this profound change, activated the entry state without hesitation, instantly triggering the 4-time activation state. 30 days of rest transformed into 4 minutes of enlightenment. The various transformations of little 36 and the 6 spirit fish unfolded before Su Yuan's eyes, revealing a glimpse of the enigmatic cosmic laws. The way follows nature, activated. The profundities Su Yuan could perceive became increasingly rich and far-reaching. The bloodline-derived transformation deeply shocked him. The metamorphosis of the spirit fish was remarkably brief. achieving the astonishing transition from fish to dragon in mere minutes. They had evolved. At the moment they passed through the Dragon Gate, their auras surged from the first tier to the peak of the third tier, a truly miraculous leap. This should have been a cause for celebration for the seven spirit fish. Yet transformed little 36 turned to gaze at the spirit fish in Silverlight Lake and at Su Yuan by the shore. From its dragon eyes flowed two streams of dragon tears as it opened its dragon mouth, seemingly wanting to convey something. However, its body slowly began to dissipate. The remaining 6 spirit fish, now transformed into azure dragons, yellow dragons, and so forth, also turned to look downward, their dragon eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Their figures vanished, along with the Dragon Gate, completely disappearing without a trace. Clearly, this Dragon Gate possessed a teleportation function, forcibly taking the newly birthed dragon clan away. Su Yuan sighed softly. Children must one day soar through the heavens. The future is now in your hands. He extended his palm, and 14 drops of dragon tears fell from the air, resting in the center of his hand, coalescing into 14 orbs of varying colors. Chapter 53. The Art of Transformation. Little Kai lay despondently by the water's edge, her eyes reflecting a palpable sense of reluctance as she rested beside Su Yuan. He gently patted her head. Do not be sorrowful. You should rejoice for them. They have now truly transformed into genuine dragons, having ascended to the pinnacle of the third tier. After spending some time among the dragonkin, they will effortlessly reach the fourth tier of the Yuan-Ing level. Moreover, dragons are renowned for their long lifespans. You will have the opportunity to reunite in the future. Su Yuan, risusureter. Little Kai nodded, her naive eyes now shining with an intense desire for strength. The remaining 42 spirit fish swam around her, gradually lifting her spirits. Those spirit fish that had begun to show signs of dragon transformation quickly reverted to the multicolored celestial fish lineage. Little Kai's bloodline influence was no less potent than that of the Dragon Gate. Only little Gio, the peculiar spirit fish, remained encased in shimmering silver light, seemingly unable to change. The 40-odd spirit fish frolicked joyfully in the lake. Meanwhile, Su Yuan reflected on his recent insights. In the brief span of 4 minutes, he had gleaned only a modest amount of understanding. Primarily, he made slight advancements in the earthly forces of fire and wood, drawn from the profound truths contained within the Silver Spirit Falls. Since this was not the focus of his recent meditation, he achieved only a minor elevation, progressing from the initial to the mid-stage of the Force. However, his most significant breakthrough lay in the process of the 7 spirit fishes' transformation into dragons. This metamorphosis was a profound shift in the essence of life, embodying intricate laws that Su Yuan could not fully comprehend in such a short time. Yet, he had managed to grasp some superficial aspects, leading him to discover a unique spell, the art of transformation. This spell did not alter the essence of life, but merely the external form. Although it was solely an exterior change, it was sufficiently practical for everyday applications. With a thought, Su Yuan summoned an extraordinarily complex magical talisman within his dantian, a manifestation of the art of transformation he had just comprehended. It was composed of 7 sub-talismans, referencing his own insights into the 7 stars techniques and drawing upon a fragment of the Northern Dipper's power to coalesce into this form. Should Su Yuan attempt to recreate it himself, he would find it impossible. While he remembered the process, the esoteric nature of the talisman was far beyond his usual capabilities. 7-star fish dragon transformation. Su Yuan's body shimmered with 7 colors as a mysterious wave of energy flickered by, transforming him into a silver fox in mere moments. Little Li appeared beside him, extending her hand to pinch his tail. Upon feeling its tangible texture, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in sheer shock. Do not touch. Su Yuan, unaccustomed to the sensation, flicked his tail and assessed his transformation. Physically, he had indeed become a spirit entity. His aura resonated similarly to Little Li's. However, his gender remained unchanged, indicating a flaw in the spell. The power within him was still that of the profound, true essence, making it easy for his true identity to be revealed upon casting the spell. Little he exclaimed, "How did you manage this? How did you become one of my kind?" Yuan explained, "I witnessed little San and the others transform into dragons and gain some insights. I discovered the art of transformation. It does not involve a fundamental change in essence. I am still of the human race, merely taking on the appearance of a spirit entity through this spell. My ability to mimic is far inferior to yours. That is already quite marvelous." Little he marveled. "You merely observed, yet you managed to comprehend a spell? That is somewhat outrageous. If our ancestor were here, he would surely kneel to seek your tutelage." "Not at all. I am still far from reaching the level of our ancestor," Yuan humbly replied. "What tier is this spell? Can I learn it?" Little he inquired warmly. "It is at least a celestial tier. If you wish to learn, it may prove quite challenging. It is not that I do not wish to teach you. Rather, you would likely struggle to grasp it." Yuan responded. "I want to give it a try," Little Li declared. "Very well." Yuan pointed with his finger, transmitting all his insights regarding the spell directly to Little Li. After 3 full hours of dazed reception, she finally came to her senses, her eyes wide with confusion and terror as she gazed at Yuan. This, how can a mere human comprehend such a thing? What is the difference between this and divine abilities?" Little Li exclaimed. "Of course, there is a difference. This is not true divine ability. In theory, even an ordinary golden core cultivator could learn it." Yuan clarified. Little Li sighed. "I'm going to play with little Kai." She turned away, clearly wishing to escape the pressure of the moment. Yuan was speechless. Wasn't this what she had wanted to learn? The art of transformation encapsulated the essence of all he had learned. To master it, one would need to grasp everything he had studied to a considerable extent. This was merely the foundation. Thereafter, one would require an exceptional level of comprehension to understand the profound changes in the path of dragon transformation. Indeed, it was quite challenging. Did this spell possess any unique applications? Yuan pondered, realizing that apart from amusing Little Li and Little Kai, it would not be particularly useful in other situations. Dismissing the spell, he restored his original form and glanced at the spirit beasts in the valley before leaving the secret realm. The time for the reopening of the immortal seed valley was approaching, and he needed to attend to his duties. Gu Qingzhu searched the immortal seed valley repeatedly, yet he could not locate Yuan. He ventured deep in the valley and found Elder Nangong, his expression anxious as he inquired, "Elder, where is that lad Yuan? He has been missing for some time, and I have searched everywhere without success. He is in the secret realm, likely meditating by the Silver Spirit Falls," Elder Nangong replied. "What? He can re-enter the trial's secret realm?" Gu Qingzhu exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, I witnessed it myself. He even brought in dozens of fish," Elder Nangong replied nonchalantly. "Fish?" Gu Zhangman's lips twitched, clearly recalling some unpleasant incident. Elder Nangong suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain direction in the valley. "He is coming out." Gu Zhangman breathed a sigh of relief. This lad, he had to wait until just one day remained. "Very well. I need to have a word with him and teach him a lesson. That indeed requires some guidance. His lazy demeanor needs adjustment," Elder Nangong concurred. Subsequently, Gu Zhangmin hurriedly departed. Elder Nangong observed as Gu Zhangmin eagerly approached Yuan, enthusiastically introducing him to the various structures of the immortal seed valley and mentioning the upcoming disciples. The fervor in his demeanor seemed rather incongruous with the notion of imparting advice. Elder Nangong's brow twitched, suddenly feeling that this leader was somewhat inept. With such individuals in charge, this sect is bound to face ruin. He lamented, recalling the words of his junior, Nangong Huiyu, during a recent visit. This lad could cast spells over such vast distances. What extraordinary skill was this? For a golden core cultivator to achieve such feats was somewhat absurd. Suddenly, he felt a desire to learn this as well, but to approach him directly would be too embarrassing. However, this lad seemed inclined to impart his skills to the disciples. If that were the case, a sly smile crept across Elder Nangong's face as he activated a certain divine ability. His body underwent a remarkable transformation. Appearing as if he were regaining his youth, he transitioned from an aged figure into a robust middle-aged man, then into a youthful visage, radiating the vigor of a teenager. his eyes now sparkling with vitality. His attire shifted as well, transforming into the simple garb of an impoverished commoner, his skin darkening slightly, and calluses appearing on his hands. Nangong Xianwang spun around in place and trimmed away the excess hair, transforming himself into a newly initiated disciple of the immortal Seed Valley. He even utilized his divine consciousness to alter the records within the valley, a process observed by the array's spirit. However, this time, the array's spirit refrained from emerging to offer loud reminders as it would in the presence of the sect leader, demonstrating remarkable discretion and silence. Don't ask. Just assume it didn't see anything, for only that foolish sect leader would fail to recognize its intelligence, acting rather dim-witted. Sect leader Gu, sensing something, looked up at the sky in confusion. "What is the matter?" Su Yuan inquired. "I have this peculiar feeling that someone is cursing me from behind. It's a sensation I experience periodically, but it's nothing significant. Perhaps it's just the demons thinking of me." Sect leader Gu shook his head. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. It seems the sect leader has quite the reputation among the demon sects. Sect leader Gu smiled faintly. "Indeed, during my time, I infiltrated the demon sect 7 times, successfully slaying 3 Yuan-ing demon cultivators and acquiring a treasure in the process. I made quite a fortune in spirit stones, ha." Sect leader Gu laughed heartily. Su Yuan nodded appreciatively. "That is truly impressive." Sect leader Gu humbly smiled. "Well, that is enough about the immortal Seed Valley. You might also take this opportunity to scout for inheritors of the supreme arts. The new disciples can be molded freely, and there are indeed a few promising talents among them this year. Certainly, I will impart some of the supreme arts and see how much they can grasp." Su Yuan responded, not holding high expectations. "Ah, that may not be the case. The upper echelons of the sect are already aware of your exploits. This time, they have brought in a substantial number of true geniuses, so it will be quite different." Sect leader Gu patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. "Do you have any concerns?" "None. Anyone can come. But to truly learn, they must possess some talent." Su Yuan believed. "That is their own affair then." Sect leader Gu shook his head. "If they cannot learn, they are simply foolish. They have no one to blame but themselves." As sect leader Gu concluded, a sudden tension gripped his heart. He looked up at the sky, anxiety creeping in. "Su Yuan, I must take my leave. I sense a powerful demon from the transformation stage is cursing me. I need to return to the sect's main hall to find refuge." Damn it. Was it just for slaying 3 magical beasts? They still remember that? With exasperation, Gu Qingzhu departed, muttering under his breath. Chapter 54. Su Yuan. At last, it is my turn. The immortal Seed Valley buzzed once more, as over 1,000 youths from the territories controlled by the 7 Absolute sect gathered here, ready to embark on a new journey. They explored the valley with a mix of curiosity, reverence, and trepidation. Among them, however, were a few disciples who remained remarkably composed. One young man stood with his sword in hand, eyes closed beneath the shade of a tree, resembling a shadowy assassin. A tall maiden, her gaze occasionally igniting with fervor, possessed an innate aura of the extraordinary. Others comfortably settled together, animatedly discussing their future in the realm of cultivation. "Hey, Brother Wang, do you know what's going on? I was summoned from my family's secret grounds and have a feeling something significant is about to unfold. I don't know, but I've heard that disciples with true celestial-grade spiritual roots have also arrived at the immortal Seed Valley." Celestial-grade spiritual roots? Goodness, perfectly refined. That's the epitome of excellence. Even among the finest, there are distinctions, and those who reach the pinnacle are deemed celestial grade. Such roots dramatically enhance the likelihood of achieving the Yuan-ing stage, allowing direct entry into the true discipleship, bypassing the immortal Seed Valley altogether. And now, they come to the valley. Anticipation filled the air among many for this journey to the immortal Seed Valley. In a corner, Elder Nangong yawned lazily while resting against a stone. A young female disciple approached him, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "Senior brother, where are you from?" Elder Nangong yawned again. "Little girl, go away." The female disciple puffed out her chest. "I'm not little." Elder Nangong sighed, recalling his youth, when his striking looks had entangled him in romantic debts. Now, having reverted to his youthful appearance, he momentarily forgot to mask it. "I'm not interested, don't disturb me," he declared, closing his eyes once more. Yet the female disciple persisted, lying beside him, whispering, "My name is Xie Yingying from the blood jade family. Today is my first time outside, and I've never seen so many people." Ignoring her, Elder Nangong continued to rest. Undeterred, she chattered on, "I don't know why, but sitting next to you feels so comfortable. Do you carry something special?" Upon hearing her words, Elder Nangong opened his eyes in surprise and scrutinized her, noticing an astonishing crimson flame seed within Xie. She was the pure-blooded daughter of the blood jade family, and it was unexpected for someone of her lineage to be assigned to the immortal seed valley. "It's not that I possess something special. Rather, your constitution is unique, making you more sensitive to high-level spiritual energy," he explained before shutting his eyes again. "Constitution? Oh, so that means you do have something good. Can I see it?" Xie Yingying asked eagerly. Elder Nangong turned away, muttering under his breath about her being a miser, while she curiously observed the other disciples. Gradually, over 1,000 disciples gathered in the square, awaiting the arrival of the Valley Master. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night enveloped the world in a gentle twilight, with the moonlight casting a soft glow. After waiting for quite some time, the youths grew anxious. "Where is the Valley Master? I want to go back to sleep. There are official disciples watching us. What kind of person is the Valley Master? I heard he is an old man. I want to become an immortal. I wonder how powerful they are." Their chatter filled the air with noise until suddenly, a clear sound of swords clanging echoed throughout the square. Instantly, all disciples fell silent, gazing skyward. 7 beams of sword light descended from the heavens, each stretching 100 meters long. The sight left all disciples wide-eyed and speechless. The 7 colored sword lights pierced through the clouds, casting a brilliant glow over the square, reminiscent of unparalleled divine swords poised to cleave the sky. The 7 beams intertwined mid-air, forming a vibrant pathway leading to the celestial heights above. As the crowd strained to see, a figure emerged, a young man towering at a height of 180 meters, stepping forth from the radiant colors. With each stride, the earth resonated with the sound of clashing metal, golden light erupting beneath his feet, raining down pure spiritual energy like golden blossoms. The 7 colossal swords hovered before the young man, transforming under the astonished gazes of the spectators into 7 majestic true dragons soaring through the sky. Every detail of the dragons, heads, necks, scales, claws, and tails, was vividly lifelike, exuding a faint dragon-esque might that could overwhelm all beings. Chains emerged from the dragons, conjuring a dazzling chariot of colors behind him. The young man took his seat, allowing the 7 dragons to propel him swiftly through the air. Among the crowd, Elder Nangong's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief, never expecting such a grand entrance from Yuan. "This is a bit over the top, I assenti it," he mused. He recognized that the swords, the giant, and the dragons were all manifestations of magic, mere appearances without true power, yet undeniably impressive. Hadn't he noticed how utterly mesmerized the disciples were? This entrance could easily rival that of a divine transformation. As Yuan approached the elevated platform, both he and the 7 dragons gradually shrank in size until upon standing on the platform, they had returned to their normal proportions. The 7 diminutive dragons flitted about Yuan, and then, in unison, they soared into the heavens, vanishing without a trace. Yuan donned a light blue robe, appearing no different from an ordinary scholar, unadorned and humble. The crowd remained in stunned silence, the newly initiated youths profoundly moved by their first encounter with true dragons. A sight imbued with authentic dragon majesty that would forever imprint upon their souls. And a figure capable of commanding such dragons, Yuan, would be an unforgettable presence. Stealing a glance at his system panel, Yuan noted an increase of 1,324 fame points. It was noteworthy that these were merely from commoners yet to enter the sect, yielding minimal fame points. The substantial increase indicated that the recognition afforded by individuals varied greatly based on their perceptions. returning his gaze to the assembly of disciples. He spoke in a calm yet resonant voice. I am Yuan, my identity shrouded in secrecy, presently serving as the master of a mortal seed valley, here to impart to you the fundamentals of cultivation. His tone remained steady. You have yet to embark on the path and remain unaware of its challenges. The journey to immortality is fraught with perils, with countless bones littering the way. I do not expect you to become immortals. Merely achieving the transformation of the spirit and living for countless ages should be your foremost goal. The disciples were left bewildered, including Elder Nangong, whose mouth twitched at the absurdity of claiming that achieving spirit transformation was simple when Yuan was not even at the Yuaning stage. The foundation for spirit transformation lies in establishing a solid base and comprehending the principles of the Tao. High-grade spiritual roots inherently possess a trace of Tao intent, significantly easing the path to spirit transformation. But how does one awaken this intent? That requires a legacy, a secret art, while those with lower-grade roots must seek exceptional legacies to alter their fates and achieve spirit transformation. Such legacies and secrets form the bedrock of our 7 absolute sect. However, the opportunity to acquire these secrets is scarce for most of you. Even those with high-grade roots must accumulate contributions for exchange, and if one fails to obtain a legacy, even achieving the golden core stage and living for hundreds of years will be a distant dream, no matter how resolute or persistent you may be. Upon hearing this, many disciples' expressions darkened. As none were naive enough to believe that acquiring these secrets would be easy, many would likely never even have the chance to attempt. Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, I once possessed a low-grade spiritual root, yet I have successfully established a flawless foundation for my Tao. What constitutes a perfect foundation? It is the inevitable prerequisite for achieving the divine transformation. Clearly, I hold a legacy, though it is not one of the 7 peaks. Rather, it is a creation born from my comprehension of the classics left by my predecessors. Even those with low-grade spiritual roots may endeavor to grasp the art of cultivation. You, with your remarkable fortunes, have encountered my presence at the celestial seed valley for the first time, and I shall grant you an opportunity to learn from this tradition. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's eyes brightened, and they looked at Yuan with astonishment. With a grand gesture, Yuan conjured 630 books into the air. I have divided my unique skills into 9 volumes, each containing 70 scriptures, encompassing various categories such as techniques, footwork, formations, runes, swordplay, astrology, deduction, and transformation. Those among you who can comprehend all the scriptures of the first volume will effortlessly attain a superior foundation. I will place all 70 scriptures of the first volume in the library. After you reach the second level of chi refinement, you may venture to